hope everyone can hear me. My mic is not on. Let's add. Hang on a second. Let's see how we get on here, people.
I can hear you.
Good. Okay, I need to remove this banner. Everybody's wondering what is going on. Don't worry, I will fix this in about 2 or 3 seconds. That's the first thing. That's the second. We've got talking tennis people. I'm going to add Isabel as well. How are you, Isabel? Oh, I've got you on mute. I apologize.
Sorry
How are you?
about that. I'm good. How are you?
Good. I need to put Damien and Mario on mute. Yep, that's good. Can we all hear each other, by the way?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, pick up the microphone.
Hello, Isabel. Can you hear me?
Hey, Damien.
Okay, now I understood.
We're all like interns running the asylum here. Isabel, how are you doing anyway?
I'm good. Things are good.
Good. Are you excited?
I am. I am at the mercy of American broadcasting, though. So I'm not really sure what I'm gonna be looking at.
Okay. Well,
today.
That's cool. Do we know if my microphone is working? Does it sound like it might be? Yeah. Does it sound good? Good quality?
There's definitely an echo.
There is an echo. Have you got an echo, have you, Isabel?
Yeah.
Just a sec.
Are you all in the same room?
We are all in the same room. I could easily just move over and say hi. But you have an echo, do you, Isabel?
I can hear an echo on you, yeah, but I can hear you fine.
Okay. I don't know how it's got a live audience. By the way, live audience, we are here to talk tennis. We'll be doing so in a minute or two. Is there any particular match today, Isabel, that you're excited about, by the way?
I'm going to be keeping an eye on, if I can, Shapovalov's match, and then later in the evening, I definitely want to see Felix and Pospisil.
Pospisil, yeah.
Pospisil.
I
I think that'll be interesting.
Okay, cool. So I think we've got this show on the road. Mario, what are you excited about?
I'm pretty excited to see the outcome of the match between Bouzkova and Andreescu. I think can be really close. And I don't know, there's a lot of interesting matches, for example, also to see how's Rafa's form against Jack Draper. I don't know how Sinner serve looks like. Kenin Azarenka, to see which one of the two the two former Australian Open champions will survive after the first day of matches.
Okay, Damien, what are you? Oh, hang on. What are you excited about, Damien?
Of course, plenty of niche matches on the men's side, like the ones that will be starting from. But in terms of the big picture stuff, Nadal-Draper is of course the big thing today. Mario said that maybe we'll see what's Nadal's form. Maybe we're gonna just see him out of the tournament. It cannot be excluded for sure. And Tsitsipas-Aliassime as well later in the day. I think there could be some real trouble there for Tsitsipas. That backhand return is gonna be on fire from the get-go, and we'll see how it holds up. Even though I picked Stefanos Tsitsipas to make the final, so maybe I shouldn't exactly be saying that Quentin Wallace has a great chance to upset him. Maybe not a great chance, but I think he will keep it somewhat close, especially if he plays in that last couple of weeks, and of course that Djokovic match especially.
Yeah, definitely. As far as I'm concerned, well, I've got Tsitsipas in my final too. Isabel, have you made some predictions?
I haven't made any predictions yet, but I'm surprised to hear people picking Tsitsipas, especially after his performance at the U.S. Open. I don't know. I wouldn't be confident about that, so I'm surprised. But
it's a combination of things. I think his form has been quite good since the U.S. Open. Also, he tends to do better in Australia than New York. But you're right. We could be looking very silly is Tsitsipas in action tonight or tomorrow?
Tonight.
Yeah.
In the Australian
I
night.
love the way, by the way, that Mario turns and looks at me and the camera's over there. But it's all good. It's all good. We're
It's
very new
during
to
the
this.
Australian night. So our morning.
9 a.m. I think, right? Like the first match of the evening session, I think.
Yeah, the evening on the second court, the Margaret Court Arena.
Okay. So yeah, it tends to do better in Australia, but in a few hours we could be looking very, very silly. Not for the first time. We've already looked silly 5 times in the last 5 minutes. Hi, Ghosty. Nice to see you. You're not going to see Mario's dog, though.
No.
I've
Unless
got some dogs if that's what he's looking to see.
Dogs, yes. Well,
That's the only reason
always
he's
welcome.
here.
Oh, I can see. Is it next to you?
There's one here,
I see a black thing.
and then there's another one over here.
Okay, cool. We are very dog friendly on Talking Tennis, and it seems like Ghost is excited too. Hey,
There's a dog for you.
Listen, I'm going to let you three just sort of talk about matches basically from today. Mario, tell us about Jannik Sinner and Edmund. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. I don't think that we're gonna see a surprise in this match, to be honest. But I'm looking forward to see if Edmund will look like a bit better than in Adelaide, and if Jannik Sinner has fully recovered from his issues. He served pretty well in Adelaide, and I want to see if he can keep up, because I know that they've worked a lot on his serve, which has been a little bit of a problem in big matches during the last season, especially in very, very important moment of the match. To be honest, I don't think that we're gonna see a very, very long battle. I see Sinner winning in 3 or 4 sets. I think yes. To be honest, I don't think that Edmund is ready to give a long fight to this Jannik Sinner.
Yeah.
Tell something.
Yeah, I guess I'll agree. I mean, in best of 5, it's pretty hard to see it being close. They've just played in Adelaide. It wasn't close. Edmund seems still, a few weeks before he can actually, even try to get a win like that. So I also don't think it's particularly close. I think I'm going to start from watching either Mute Wu, which is going to be probably the better match of the two that I'm thinking about. They've played a very nice one at the US Open in the final round of the qualies as well. But I'm also planning to follow Watanuki Rinderknech at first. This one is probably going to be a little, as I said, the level, I don't think it's going to be that as high. But I think it's more exciting in terms of just how Watanuki is going to handle a guy like that. He's 16-1 in his last 17 matches. But the question, there are a lot of questions regarding whether this sort of win streak at the lower level is going to actually be in any way possible to translate here. I think it's actually very possible that Rinderknech just hits a heavy enough ball, with the serve, with the forehand as well, that he's just going to limit a lot of Watanuki's assets. And I'm afraid of that. But, I have to wait and see. And that's the beauty of it, the beauty of sport, the unpredictability. And soon enough, we're going to find out.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay, let's... Raducanu. Okay, that's, I think, pretty close match.
Who is she playing?
She plays Korpach.
Okay.
I don't know. We have to see her physical form. To be honest, I wouldn't be really surprised if she wins or if she loses, and it's pretty unpredictable. There's still a big question mark on Raducanu every time she plays, and so yeah, I really don't know, because she looked quite good in Auckland until the injury. But yeah, I think she can also lose this one, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think if you really think that, then you should actually take out your phone right now, download the betting app, and bet all you have on Korpach, because the odds there aren't really close. If you think that this one is gonna be close, then yeah, that's what you should do. I don't know. As you said, I'm definitely a lot more on the fence than most people are regarding this one. It wouldn't be surprising to see Emma lose, although obviously we would like to believe that someone of her talent is going to clean it up by the ghost of Gerulaitis, who's just leaving. Happy tennis watching. I hope that after your dinner party with some Mexicans, you're also going to get to watch some tennis, or maybe tomorrow, hopefully. He also said that I don't know if, I guess Gerulaitis was, male, so I think it's a he. He said that Harry Potter is gonna take Rafa to 5. How did it happen that Jack Draper is nicknamed Harry Potter? That's what I wonder. He's British?
He's British. I think that's about it.
He's a model, I guess. Harry Potter was handsome as well. I don't know.
I'm not quite sure. That might just be your opinion.
Okay. Well, yes. Let's change the subject. No. I think Harry Potter is capable, of course, of doing that. It would still be quite a big step in his career, to take Nadal to 5, to come so close in a match like this, or even potentially win it. But just purely on a tennis level right now, I think it totally makes sense. I think he's probably the toughest guy that Nadal will have to face in the first few rounds. And probably the toughest unseeded draw possible, right? Like I looked at the unseeded players when the draw came out, and it's very hard to find someone who would actually be tougher in the opening round for Nadal. So yeah, I guess the draw gods don't really like Nadal this time around. They were very, very helpful to Djokovic, though.
I think that it would be an interesting match, but I think that Nadal will win it. To be honest, and I think I agree, it can also be good for him to have a very competitive first round, to get some rhythm and to put some tennis, to build some confidence also, because he needs to win some pretty competitive matches. I think it'll be a winning 4 sets. Yeah, I would be surprised if it's a straight set win, but I think he'll win the match, and he will go through at least to the second round.
I think I'm back, and I think my microphone sounds better.
Yes.
Yeah, but
for
you're gonna
those
sit
of you
there,
watching on YouTube,
we're all in Bonn, and
yeah. And yeah, I've moved to a different room. No, I've actually moved to a different room just to check to see how the mic sounds. But I'll be back in a minute.
I love this tennis broadcasting sleepaway camp you've created, John.
Yes, indeed.
I'm sorry that I left Europe just before.
Yeah, I know. It's a pity, but have you got plans to come back up?
Not yet, but it's in the future, maybe.
Okay. I'm sure the Talking Tennis fans want to know whether you're going to be returning to Europe. By the way, if you're watching and you're thinking I'm speaking particularly slowly, don't adjust your sets. I'm just being a bit silly. Okay, anyway, I want to comment on what you were talking about with Nadal and Draper. I think it is a banana skin. Do you think, Damien, it could have been any worse for Nadal in the first round?
I think you probably didn't hear it, but just before you came on, I was actually talking about exactly this, that after the draw came out, I looked at all the unseeded players, and basically there's no options that are tougher. I think maybe Tommy Paul was comparable. I think there was also someone else. I can quickly check it. I don't think Tommy Paul is, he's just beaten Nadal in Paris, of course. I don't think he has that much of a red line quality that Draper has, but I think potentially he could have been pretty similar. I think Nishioka and Van de Zandschulp are the last seeds, right? So Bublik, of course, is another possibility. I think these were probably the three most dangerous unseeded players. Perhaps someone like Cressy or Wessler, just because of the play style, that he would jump onto Nadal early. But I think Nadal, in general, handles serve and volleyers quite well. So, yeah, I would say that's probably the toughest option, only comparable with a few others.
Mario, what are your thoughts?
Well, of course, being a seeded player, it's probably the toughest first round possible. I think him and Tommy Paul, probably the most dangerous unseeded player, even because they have, compared to Bublik, for example, probably they are more consistent throughout a whole match. But yeah, as I said before, I also think that Rafa probably needs a match like this. And I think he'll go through having some issues, some difficulties in some moments. But I think that he's ready for this tournament and he will play a good first round match, in my opinion. I'm looking forward to it because I expect a battle. I expect some great points, some great rallies. Let's see, even because Rafa often plays also very well against fellow lefty players.
Mixed, I would say. Mixed on the lefties. I mean, he just lost to Cam Noy, didn't he?
Yeah. But I mean, historical, he has a very, very good record, as everywhere and against everyone, I have to say. I think he's gonna play a good match. And so we're going to enjoy it. I also looking forward to see how Jack Draper will step up on court and play like the first games of the match. And I think he needs to serve well in the first game, especially to have some confidence in play a big match like this on a big court like Rod Laver Arena. But I think he not great issues in this particular case, having already played, for example, Djokovic on Wimbledon Center Court. I think it's gonna be a great battle, good first round.
Isabel, I'd like to know what match ESPN are showing. So as soon as you know, let me know.
Sure. They just started the coverage.
Okay, cool. So I guess in maybe 10 or 15 minutes, they'll go to a match of some sort. Isabel, is this going to be Felix's year? I mean, you got an eye on his match with Pospisil later, a fellow Canadian, etc.
I'm hoping that he reaches at least the quarterfinals. I haven't picked a whole draw. Like I don't have any predictions, but I'm hoping that he makes at least the quarterfinals at this tournament, because I think it would be a really strong start for him. And going into the rest of the year, I think he had one of the best years. 2022 was really good for him. So I think him being uninjured, I think he can. It's only upward momentum from here.
Yeah, if he stays healthy.
Yeah,
but also I'm thinking about the year as a whole. Oh, Isabel, have you seen the Netflix series yet?
I did. I finished it yesterday.
Wow, less than 24 hours, hot off the press. What did you think?
Stuff to do. I was very disappointed.
Okay.
It seemed to me that they did not make a series that was for anyone who is an actual fan of tennis. Each episode played to me like a trailer for a tennis TV show. Mm-hmm. Like they weren't, the players I saw something today that really described it well. It was something like they all spoke to the camera as though they were in a press conference, and then occasionally Andy Roddick would say something that could be really insightful, but then they cut away, and that was it. So I thought it was a good start to get people interested in tennis, but ultimately it was just kind of, I didn't learn anything really. It didn't provide me any kind of dramatic pull. Like, it was just kind of, it fell flat for me.
I'm not even sure that non-tennis fans will be enthralled by the sport that we're about to talk about for 12 hours. 12 hours a day for the next 14 days, pretty much. And people must be thinking we're out of our mind, stocking up on coffee and just doing this. Because if you watch the Netflix series, you'd think, well, there's a couple of relationships of interest, and okay, they sweat a lot, and they sometimes fire coaches. And they have problems booking practice courts, which we all have. Anyway, I know. Have you seen it, by the way, Mario?
No, probably I'm one of the few tennis people who haven't seen the series yet. I don't know. I don't want to seem a boring person, but personally, it's not my first priority. So
No.
I just will wait till the right time to watch it, even if on Twitter, for example, I've already they've already spoiled a lot of scenes and a lot of things that were said and all these things. So I pretty much know what's going to happen and what they're going to show. Yeah, so I'm not. I can't judge because I haven't watched, to be honest.
Well, there really wasn't
Isabel,
much to spoil.
go on. Say again?
I didn't think that there was much to spoil about it.
No, I saw a YouTube sort of review, if you like, not my own, but I saw a YouTube and it said like spoilers alert. And I was thinking, what's the spoiler? Because we know that Nadal won the French Open for the 700th time.
The viewer doesn't. I mean, it was.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
It was always obvious that this was going to go at non-tennis fans.
Yeah.
That's the goal, is to basically mimic Drive to Survive. So yeah, I think the only question for me is like whether it does that, whether it actually has a chance to hook a non-tennis fan. I read a very interesting thing today that Drive to Survive in its first season also wasn't that popular.
Okay.
It was with its second season where it really blew up. Now we have, races in the US. There's, I think General Motors is trying to get a team into Formula One, which is pretty crazy. So I don't know, maybe it just needs some time. I think Mario is underrating the amount of people that in the tennis world haven't watched it and aren't planning to, because I think so many of us are just, we know that it's not going to be for us. I still watched one episode with John last night because, I was just, I wanted to go to bed, and then I just sat down. He was watching an episode and suddenly it was already over. But I think it was the conversation rather than the episodes that kept me up and interested. I think it's, it doesn't seem to me like it would work to attract a non-tennis fan. Like maybe the episode itself, maybe the series itself could be fun and exciting, but I don't see how that turns into someone actually sitting down and watching a full match. That just seems pretty weird to me, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Do we go on, Isabel? What are you going to say?
I agree with that, and I felt like they weren't doing a good job of like explaining what made certain tennis players better than others, or like what made somebody really good, what makes Nadal so good, what makes Djokovic so good. Like no one was really explaining why, and like we know why, but if they're trying to reach a far-reaching audience, then like they have to say why. And I felt like they also just didn't provide any kind of like almost like good writing to why people like this sport. What, like how I feel about it I didn't feel like that was reflected in this show. So I was sort of like, no one's really going to get why I'm obsessed with this after watching. I really just wanted Andy Roddick to be narrating the entire thing because, like, I was like, he's got a good explanation of everything I want to hear. I think I know they're doing another season. That one might be more popular than this one, purely because the second half of the year that they're covering was much more dramatic. The Kyrgios getting into the Wimbledon final, the fight between Tsitsipas and Kyrgios at Wimbledon, the Carlos and Jannik match at the U.S. Open, Tiafoe getting to the semis of the U.S. Open? Yeah, so I think there'll be a lot more drama to cover, and that might draw people in, but I still think it's going to be like the same vibe.
Yeah, I just don't. I think they could have maybe done certain things, like just talking about how fine the margins are. I think that's an element of the sport that they didn't mention in those 5 episodes. And we know, and this is something that I think could appeal to a non-tennis fan, that the margins are so millimeters from greatness and millimeters from going out or through in the first round. Also being a match point up or down, and then 2 hours later you get the reverse result. It's only 1 in the morning here, and already getting my letters and P's and Q's muddled up. Okay, let's get back to today's tennis. Has your match started, Mario? You've got your hand in the air.
Almost. They're serving.
Have you got Sinner, Edmund?
Yeah, Sinner, Edmund.
Okay.
They'll start in about 1 minute. So
cool. Do we know what you're going to be watching, Isabel?
No, I'm just looking at John McEnroe flapping his mouth, in a minute. So.
Okay, well, we can always switch this up. I'm going to put on possibly the match that they end up putting you on for, Isabel, but I'm going to put on Coco Gauff on my big screen.
I was going to say, if there's an American playing in the next hour, that's who they'll show.
Yeah, but there's also Pegula, Collins as well in action, but we'll see.
By the way, just one more thing about Breakpoint that I was just thinking about today. Is there a sport? Because I didn't watch Drive to Survive, for example. I don't watch Formula One. I didn't watch Drive to Survive. Is there a sport where you would think if you hear of a show like that, of a TV series, are there really that many sports where you would actually watch it? Like watch 5 hours, well, not 5 hours, but like 3 hours it is going to be, right? I mean, it really takes some effort to sit down and watch 3 hours of a show about a sport you don't even know. I don't know.
The thing is with Netflix, you sort of just log on and don't really have a plan what you're going to watch. And therefore that pops up and you're like, oh, let's try it. 10 minutes in, you're bored of the Tomja Dijanovic Berrettini narrative and you switch over.
I mean, I think in the States, these kinds of documentary series are very popular, and it doesn't even really matter what the sport is. The thing that really draws people in is the stories of the players, right? I mean, remember that, I don't know if it was popular in Europe, but there was a documentary series they made about a cheerleading team at a community college in the States, and that blew up and people fell in love with it. Same thing with this Netflix show called Last Chance U, and it's all about lower division college sports in America. One about an Los Angeles basketball team. Like, these series are so popular, and and I've watched them and I don't care about cheerleading. I don't care about basketball, and I watch these shows, and it's less about the sport. It's more about the narrative that they build within it. And they do a really good job of that usually, but in this tennis one and then the F1, like, maybe not.
You might get some passing casual tennis fans as well, that their interest in the sport is increased as a result of this kind of series. And they end up going to a tournament, for example, and then they see one of the players that they've seen and they say, oh, yeah, I like him. And maybe they go back again and so on and so forth. I just don't think it was that amazing. I think it's quite well produced. There are a couple of production issues that I picked up on, a couple of errors, a couple of missed points that I think they could have mentioned. The subtitles is quite funny at times, getting words wrong between court and course, but I guess that's an automated issue. Anyway, listen, there is some tennis actually happening on a tennis court rather than on a TV screen as such. And I've got Coco Gauff on here. They're just warming up right now. Has Sinner got underway yet, Mario?
Yeah, they've played 2 points.
Okay, and who won them and what's going on?
15-all on
15-all.
Edmund serve.
Nice. Sharing is caring as they share the first 2 points. Have you got a match on at all anywhere?
Yeah, Watanuki Rinderknecht has already started. I think Mute and Wu are on the warm-up. Rinderknecht actually has already won the first game against Watanuki. Straight service hold, but I'm glad that the Japanese got a good forehand down the line in that game. This is a guy who sort of is on that sort of a stage for the first time. He definitely hasn't played a Grand Slam before, so. That's getting that first game, for example, right now will be very important for him. Where for Rinderknecht, it's like, of course he's been in situations like that. He's gonna handle it pretty well, probably.
Let's see who gets the first break of serve of the Australian Open. We'll be going, wow, Kyle Edmund, congratulations. Maybe you can get a trophy for that. That you get the first break of serve and you get a little trophy there. Anyway, now I'm just being silly once more. Coco Gauff looks like she's about to start. Isabel, just give me a shout if you see a tennis match on your screen.
Yeah, just as you said that, they went over to Rod Laver, and now I've got Coco.
Brilliant. You stick with Coco. I'll find an alternative. I'll see if I can find Raducanu. That's the match I'd probably be interested in, perhaps as a Brit. Mario, so it's 1 game all with Kyle Edmund, yeah?
Yeah, we're still in the first game, 30-all on
sorry.
Edmund serve. So Sinner has a little chance on a second serve now. But now he's missed the return. So that's a game point. Pretty normal start. Nothing particular to say so far.
Okay, fair enough.
There was a first break already, actually.
Hey!
Actually, a couple of them even on the women's side, I think. Although, no, maybe even one. Anyway, Kostyuk got it over Anisimova. That was the first break of the Australian Open. Yeah.
So she's leading
2-0 right now and serving, I believe. 2-0 and serving and 15 love.
Kostyuk wins that. That's a shock, right?
Not really. Like the odds are super close, and I'd agree with that. I mean, Kostyuk has a great potential, but I would say she may be kind of stagnated for the last couple of years. But in an individual match, of course, she's always dangerous. It wouldn't be like the best win of her life, but I think she's had a few bigger ones. Wasn't there like an Osaka Kostyuk match? Did she win that or did she lose it? I don't know. At the US, I think. Anyway, it would be a good win for her, but it's not an upset of any sort, I think.
Okay, fair enough. I've got Kalinskaya. Kalinskaya is serving at 30-all, so there's a bit of pressure on her serve. Let us know how Coco's getting on. She's just started, right, Isabel?
Yeah, it's just 1 love at the moment.
Okay, cool. Do we know what Raducanu's up to? I couldn't find it on my TV at first glance. So I'm having a look around. By the way, what do we think about Jannik Sinner, Mario, at this tournament as a whole? I mean, most people are not really having him going far, really.
Yeah, that's a little question mark about on Jannik Sinner too. Just because, he's been pretty consistent last year in majors. He's been quarter-finalist in the Australian Open, and not only here. I mean, I think that if he's gonna able to win 2-3 matches and even losing not many energies, he could definitely become a threat, because I feel like his side of the draw can be open, because there's Tsitsipas, but there's Auger-Aliassime, but I think that Sinner can be able in some kind of days to beat these players. It depends a lot of how many energies has to use to go through the first round, because it has been one of his issues on his previous majors. For example, sometimes he lost some sets that he could have avoided to lose. Yeah, he also need to step up his level in important close matches against top players. So far, he's not really been able to do it in big occasions, except for against Alcaraz, probably in Wimbledon. But it was not even so close as a match. I think that he can be a threat, but to be honest, I see him fourth round quarterfinals and not too far, in my opinion.
Isabel, tell us about your predictions. Who have you got winning the men's and women's titles? Isabel? Oh, she's just left us for a second. She can tell us when she gets back. By the way, this is a bit of an epic game here going on with Danielle Collins. I think she's had 3 break points. She's at deuce number 3 anyway. She's won the first game, and it's Kalinskaya serving. This game's been going on for about 5 minutes plus.
Yeah, and Watanuki has just broken Rinderknecht, which is super nice to see. We actually have a match on our hands, which means I chose well. And yeah, he's just totally firing so far. I mean, Rinderknecht can't do anything. I think this is one of, Rinderknecht can struggle with his balance, like between aggression and, being too passive sometimes, I think. And this is one of the matches where he will need to step up to actually win. You cannot just allow Watanuki roll over you. And he has the tennis to not do that. But yeah, it's going to be a matter of actually digging deep. And we'll see. Yeah, good start. And I'm glad that I'm going to see a good match between these two. That's what it seemed like from the draw, but there's always some concerns when someone is debuting in a Grand Slam.
Yeah, indeed. This game is continuing. We're in the 4th deuce between Kalinskaya and Collins. Yeah, so that's deuce. I'm just trying to keep it close. Raducanu was at 30 all last I saw him. Oh, Raducanu is broken. 1-love. Good start for the Brit against Korpach.
We had another break in the men's tournament, Cerundolo against Peja, but yeah, I'm expecting the pretty one-sided match, to be honest. Okay. So I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Probably not great watching as well. I mean, both of them on a hard court. Of course, Fran is a Miami semifinalist, but since then he's like barely won matches of clay. But yeah, in that one, I mean, Peja has played 1 match after coming back from that 1 year hiatus, and he then got injured again. I think he also played some doubles. And by the way, this is a fun stat that last year, Peja played 1 match against Juan Manuel Cerundolo, and now he plays his 2nd match since the comeback against Fran Cerundolo. So,
go on, Isabel.
It's just 2-1 here.
Okay.
Coco seems to be serving pretty well. It's been 40-love in all of her service games so far.
Kalinskaya held in what was an epic game, and Collins is looking pretty comfortable on her serve at least. So yeah, it could be a long afternoon for Kalinskaya. But anyway, it's 1 game all. Raducanu, as I said, is broken. Edmund, Sinner on serve. Assar, Echeverry, and Barrera. Botic and Ivashka, which could be a close match. Mario?
Yeah, I think too. I feel like Ivashka has a shot, and who knows? I'm picking him to win.
Cool. I would be doing that if he played any warm-up events. Like, I'm not sure what the reason was, but I think it might sort of, tarnish his chances in a way. But yeah, I agree. It's super close though. Like, the more I'm thinking about it the past few months, I think Botic might have, reached his peak a bit. Like, I don't think he's going to be progressing much from here. Just being a stable top 50 guy is probably like his future. He was almost in the top 20, I think. But yeah, Mario is laughing of Collins' unforced error. But yeah, I think Ivashka Botic is way closer than it seems on paper as well.
Isabel, I asked just before you left about predictions for the Australian Open. Who have you got on the men's and the women's side to win, basically?
I'm really not sure. I have a feeling that Djokovic will be in the final, but given his like hamstring pull recently, like I think he's beatable, but I really don't have a prediction as to who.
You're not convinced about Tsitsipas, that's for sure.
I'm not convinced on Tsitsipas. I mean, I'm not really convinced for anyone. I think there's an argument against everyone, even Nadal.
Definitely, yeah.
And on the women's side, I'm kind of hoping. Are Iga and Coco in the same draw?
They might meet in the quarters.
They might meet in the
maybe?
quarters.
Yeah, that's what I feel like. Yeah, Mario's nodding.
I think yes.
Yeah, I think I'm picking Iga to win.
Okay.
But we'll see.
I've got a Sabalenka-Krejcikova final. Which is, Mario, you said you like a gamble. You like to be brave. That's a brave prediction for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
We've got the seal of approval.
I agree. You know that I chose Rune.
Oh. Rune to win the Australian men's title.
Really?
Well, not the women's, obviously, but
Rune, really?
Holger Rune.
Oh my God!
Wow. I think anything other than Djokovic is a brave call, but if you go outside of a sort of top five, even more so. Go on, Damien.
No, I mean, I just wanted to say that there's a fine line between bravery and stupidity. But no, I think Sabalenka did for the women's singles really is a bold choice. I mean, if it wasn't for the warm-up event, I think the loss to Nishioka, who is a very unpleasant opponent to play, of course, maybe I would be thinking like more. Maybe I would be thinking Rune in the quarters. But I don't know. Can he beat Djokovic in a best-of-5 match? That's my biggest concern. But of course, talent-wise, it sort of makes sense. I think, and on the men's side, have the same final as John. But on the women's, I didn't even do any like brackets or anything. I just picked Sabalenka, and on some other outlets, I picked Pegula. So I'm hedging my bets a little bit. I think they can play in the final, right? Pegula is in the top half, so I guess I would go Sabalenka, Pegula then, but. Not confident about my women's selections at all.
I think Pegula is a good choice.
I mean, every single candidate I looked at on the women's side, and every single high seed has like a third round or a fourth round that's going to be really tough for them. And Sabalenka included. I mean, she plays Bencic in the fourth round if the seeds hold up. Pegula has like Kvitova, who's been in good form since the beginning of the year in the fourth round. Potentially someone tough in the third round as well. Kostyuk or Anisimova. So I'm not confident in anyone. But the thing I like about Pegula, though, is that she's just not going to lose to like a random opponent. I think it's going to take a huge performance from a great player to take her out. And that's why I think she's got a better chance than most of getting far. I'm just not sure if she can actually win.
I think that's fair. Coco is up a break here. It's 3-1.
Excuse me as I munch on a pizza. Thought I'd have pizza for Mario's grand arrival. Not sure how the frozen supermarket pizza is going down with the Italian though right now. I heard there's a really good chain called Domino's that make amazing pizza. Hawaiian as well with pineapple, Mario. You a big pineapple on pizza fan? Not really.
I don't mind.
Oh, you don't mind?
Oh my God, I think you're going to get kicked out of Italy for that.
Yeah.
Talking of Italy, how's Yannick Sinner doing?
Okay, we're seeing, as expected, the very, very long rallies. No free points. Free points on the serve, very few. Very long rallies, and Sinner had a break point. but Edmund held, and now we are 2-1 without break. Yeah, it seems like Edmund can win some rallies against Yannick, but Sinner seems like superior in when the rallies becomes very, very long. So yeah, after having seen the first 16 minutes of this match, I still think that Sinner should be able to handle the situation quite well, because it's the kind of tennis Sinner likes to play. Yeah, very, very rhythmic rallies. Yeah, so far 16 minutes, three games, and only one break point, so pretty long points. And I still think Sinner will make through quite easily. But Edmund is not looking bad. He's handling the rally quite well.
Damien, I've got a question. Hurkacz, why does he keep going out early in slams?
I wish I could tell you, and at this point, honestly, I think it's more of a mental thing. Like there's just no other explanation, right? He should be. I keep doing the same thing that Mario has been doing. I'm looking at you instead of in the camera. But yeah, there's just no explanation, I think, for it. It's clearly so much more pressure for him. Some players excel in best of 5 play, like I don't know, Berrettini. Some players don't. But again, I don't think it's that big a difference. Maybe his playstyle was just easier to get used to for some players. I think in general, the losses that he's had at hardcore slams, they were pretty much similar players. It was like Imer, Seppi, Monarino. I'm not saying they're similar players, but in terms of how they approach the matchup with Hurkacz, they're similar in that he has to do a lot of the generating pace himself, which is an issue with his forehand technique for sure. So that's why I think when he gets this sort of an opponent plus the added pressure, I think he just sort of folds a lot of the time. Especially that Wimbledon. Well, that was a different opponent, of course, Davidovich Fokina, but that Wimbledon first round, losing after winning Halle in such great style, that was pretty shocking. I think this is another amazing opportunity for him to make the third round. As long as he makes the third round, if he loses to Shapovalov, there's nothing wrong about that, of course. But as long as he makes the third round, I think, it's going to be good to just get over that hurdle, because for a guy who won Miami, who, was in another Masters 1000 final just last year, not to make a single hardcore slam round 3 is just a very baffling stat.
By the way, there's been a break of serve in the Coco Gauff match. She leads, well, tell us, Isabel.
She leads 4-1.
Yeah, so it's looking pretty comfortable for the American at the moment, at least.
So far.
4-1 up is pretty good for her. I mean, you'd expect her to come through that, right, Isabel?
Yeah, I expect this to be a pretty quick and easy match for her.
Yeah, I think so too.
I'm not seeing much of a challenge from the other player.
The other girl, yeah. Mario, I'm guessing that you've got Rune beating Djokovic in the quarters.
Yeah, to be honest, my head says that it is possible, but definitely very, very more difficult than in Paris for him to prevail in a best-of-5 match. Also considering that it's not their first meeting, they've met in different conditions and situations, but still a good test for Djokovic also to understand some things quite better. He had his chances, even in that match. I don't know. I also like to be a bit brave in the bracket game, because, as I always repeat, for me it's also just a game. I like to be like 50-50 between being reasonable and listen to what my instinct tells me at the moment. I think it is still possible, but I know that Rune has a very, very difficult draw because he has also Kyrgios on his road.
in the third round. Yeah.
So yeah, it's very difficult. Let's see. I have confidence in him. By the way,
In Rune.
yeah, not only for this event. I think that sooner or later it has to happen. Probably it's too early, but who knows?
Yeah, I have to agree that the quarterfinals should be like a problem round for Djokovic. All of Rublev, Rune, Kyrgios, they're all capable of beating him. I just have no clue if they can do it in a best-of-5 scenario because they've never really showed that. You know, Kyrgios, how many times has he played Djokovic in Slam? Once, right? Just Wimbledon final, which you know, if it basically for the last 2 or 3 sets, he was only winning points if he was like spot serving to an absolute perfection. Rune, of course, he has played them in a Slam, but that was a bit of a different Rune still back in the day, even though he was coming on a 13-match win streak, I think, after winning two challengers in Europe in qualifying. But you know, that was the Rune where he still had so many issues with cramps that he was cramping up massively after winning a set of Djokovic. Although that is, I guess, a bit of a tell for us that maybe he can actually, you know, challenge him at a Grand Slam. And Rune is confident enough that he can, you know, he's gonna come into that match believing that he can win. That's for sure. I've always said that this crazy confidence that he has in himself is actually one of his best qualities. That's something that is going to help him because, of course, he's not going to win 14 French Opens like he was, you know, predicting himself to. But he actually has the talent to back it up, and you gotta be a bit crazy to believe that you're gonna be the number one in the world, right? So many players, like in the rankings of 100 or 200, they're probably not gonna say it, but most of them don't really believe in that anymore. Like they have different goals. I loved when I was talking last year to Dimitar Kuzmanov in Poznan, and he was like, he was talking about his goals for this season. And one of them was, to make a Grand Slam main draw and to break into the top 150. And he started that year at like, I don't know, 180, 190. So it was just kind of funny to me how low that goal was. But that's the reality, you know. Most players don't actually believe they're going to be the best, they're going to win everything. And Rune does. And, you know, as long as you have the talent to back it up, I think that's fine.
Slight concern here for Collins. She's on serve. Probably been the better player against Kalinskaya, but there's a knee injury that looks like it needs some treatment right now. So not looking ideal. Let's say that.
I don't know if I jinxed, but I picked Kalinskaya in my bracket.
Well, we'll see. I went for Daniel Collins, but this treatment that she's getting on her knee right now. I mean, it's on court. I don't know if that's a positive or not. Anyway, positive for Koff is, go on, Isabel.
Break.
Coco is it's at 30 all at 5-1.
5-1 now, so she's 2 points
so
from winning the set.
Yeah.
Here we have a
Pretty
break
quick
by
set
Sinner.
Oh, Sinner's broken.
It's broken.
good.
Yeah,
Okay.
3-2, and now he has to serve.
Sinner leads 3-2 with a break.
He already had a break point in the previous return game, and now he's broken.
Okay, thank you
So
for
yeah,
that.
he's looking pretty good, I have to say. He's being solid, but I repeat, for me, it's a really favorable matchup, as I saw in Adelaide and also today in these first games.
Fair enough. I'm just going to go have another bit of pizza.
I have a set point for Coco over here.
How's your match going, Damien?
It's 4-3 Watanuki, and he has a game point serving. Enjoying this so far a lot. As I said, I was very afraid for him that, you know, it's going to be a little bit much for him. Most of his career, Watanuki has been a guy who was doing extremely well in these weaker Asian challengers and never really, you know, translating that to any tougher event. Now he gets that semifinal in Canberra to start the year. He qualifies. I think it's going to be like a whole new chapter to his career. And when you actually watch him play, like the ball striking talent is very obvious. And, you know, just right now when I'm thinking of some guys from Japan who made the top 100 in the past, he definitely belongs with the with the Gosoedas and the Tatsuma Itos of the world. Of course, maybe not Kei Nishikori or Yoshihito Nishioka, but a completely different play style too. But I mean, yeah, I can totally see him actually doing pretty well in the top 100 if he keeps up this form. And it's I guess even weird that he wasn't doing that in the past. That he was doing well in these weaker fields and then not taking it because game wise it doesn't make sense. But I also don't think it's going to be like that comfortable until the end of the match. Denek's probably far too good for that. But yeah, just very happy that we have a match on our hands.
Isabel, did I cut you off a minute ago?
No, Coco won the first set pretty handily within 21 minutes. So.
Oh wow, 6-1, I guess.
So I don't expect the second set to be any different.
Oh well, let's see how it goes. Collins is getting what looks like a plaster on the knee. What do you call it in the US, by the way? It's not called a plaster, is it?
It's called a Band-Aid.
Band-Aid, yes. Anyway, that's what she's
or a
getting.
bandage.
Yeah.
Bandage or Band-Aid.
I think for us, the bandage is the bigger sort of wrap round things.
Like bandage would be white, right? And that's like...
Is that the
I mean,
definition in the dictionary?
I guess technically, yeah, but
Yeah.
I think they're pretty interchangeable in the US. You can say bandage and people will give you a Band-Aid.
D is suggesting boo-boo strip. I don't know if that's a joke, D, or what. But anyway, either way, Collins is serving. No, she's not. She's about to receive, sorry. Yeah, your match could be done in less than an hour, Isabel.
They've switched over to Collins coverage
Okay.
right now, so I'm just seeing her getting treatment.
Yeah. Yeah. What's the time limit on this? Do we know in terms of medical timeout and stuff? 3 minutes?
Isn't it more than that?
It's
2
5,
minutes?
I think, but it could be 3 as well. I think it's 5, right?
Sorry, audience. We should know this, I guess.
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay.
I
There we go.
haven't
Call
learned
us tennis
that yet
experts.
In my, haven't yet learned the medical timeout rules in my USTA training.
Oh, yeah. How's that
courses.
going?
It's so boring. It's remarkably flat.
Like a Netflix docu-series.
It's actually
perhaps.
worse. It's much worse
Okay.
because you have to remember how many inches the baseline is from the net and such like that.
Okay. Let's see how Daniel Collins moves anyway now. Obviously with that treatment and bandage, Band-Aid or whatever. So Coco Gauff is on... No, this is Rod Laver here. So Coco Gauff is on a smaller court, I guess.
No, Goff is Rod Laver.
Okay, I just saw Rod Laver's name. Maybe they just
Goff,
put it
then
everywhere.
Sakari on Rod Laver Arena.
Okay. Is Nadal on Rod Laver as well?
Yeah, third match.
Got it.
I'm seeing that Shang is doing well. Oh, he's watching because he's 2005. So yeah, it's pretty. I picked him in my bracket, and I know that we disagree because you picked Hotte.
Okay, yeah, maybe there's some German influence going on there. By the way, Sinner's could be getting broken again here, or getting broken back.
First set winner.
Okay.
So we are at deuce.
Juice. Okay. Great point saved there.
Yeah,
Is any-
I have to say that...
Oh,
no,
sorry.
that was
is,
me.
is
Okay,
anyone?
sorry, because I hear myself and I wasn't sure if it was me talking or someone else was trying to say something. Anyway, yeah, I'm not too shocked about Shang leading, although 5-2 is pretty extreme for sure, and actually serving. He seems to have done some amazing work in the off-season. As Mario said, he's 2005 born. And, anytime I see this match, Otte Shang, it really bodes a lot of, bears a lot of resemblance to last year because Otte played Tseng in the opening round. And of course, we always sort of, associate these former junior stars from Asia with each other. But I think there's a big difference in how athletic Shang and Tseng are. And it's giving Yuncheng a great chance to have a smoother transition than guys like Mochizuki or Tseng had. Of course, Tseng was in the top 100 until recently, but he's on a huge losing streak. He hasn't done anything on the main tour. I don't think that's really the future for Shang. Although I didn't think he was, capable of qualifying in his Grand Slam debut, and then up a set on Oscarote soon, it seems. But yeah, it makes sense with how much progress he seems to have made in the off season, even though we only have seen him like a few times. Definitely, and quite an eccentric talent as well. We talked about him with John in the kitchen yesterday about the Marcelo Rios feud, like the fact that Shang's father seems to be, according to Rios, a bit crazy, and that the work ethic isn't always there. But you don't see that when you look at how much he's improved since the off season.
Isabel, I think you were about to say something.
Oh, I saw a bit of the Pegula match. She bageled
Okay.
her opponent in the first set. So
There we
she
go.
seems to
So
be doing well.
Pegula and Goff getting things off well. Yeah, she's against Christian. Yeah, that was always looking pretty comfortable. Pegula, by the way, is facing break points, though, in the first game of the second set as we speak. And it seems like Raducanu has dropped her serve. So it's 3 games all.
Kostyuk is up a set on the break against Anisimova. Pretty quick match because 6-3, 6-3, 1-love, and the serve in how much?
I guess we also.
I can hear things now. I think we just had a little internet break there, but we are back. So Kostyuk is up a set and a break. Okay. And what's happening? Did Shang win that first set?
Let me see. They're having like a very long deuce game at 5-2. He has a bit of a lead, He's still serving at 5-2, so I think he's going to be fine. But yeah, they're having a very long game right now.
Did Sinner hold on?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, 2 break points saved. The serving well in those moments, and then he held. So he has a 4-2 lead, and I think he's gonna win this set, having avoided to be broken back in the previous game. But let's see.
Just gonna watch Collins here and see how she's moving. She's not having to move right now that much. She's playing pretty well, actually. 30-15. So it's 3 games all there with Collins. Goff is a set up. Pegula is a set up. Shang is still serving for it. Shang is still serving for that first set, 5-2.
He just served it out, actually.
Okay. Cool.
Andreescu is a breakup as well.
Oh, Andreescu's underway. Oh, yes. And I guess when will be Kenin Azarenka? That's second up on John Kane, maybe third? No, I think second. Oh no, lady, you're right. You're right. Yeah. Emma leads 4-3 now, by the way, but I think they're still on serve.
Anisimova has broken back.
Okay.
So who knows? Probably is back on track.
But lost the first set. Pegula's in a bit of a lengthy first game, having won the first set 6-love. Collins here, 30 all. She's taken time on her serve, at least. Backhand there from Collins. She's just trying to hit the absolute skin out of the ball.
Is it the first time you're watching Danielle Collins?
Well, she's pretty aggressive. I remember the run she had to the final of Australia last year, and she was pretty aggressive in that run.
Especially in that Swiatek semi, what she did to her serve, right? I mean, yeah. But that was also there was this famous graph where Swiatek was like it was the where she was hitting her second serve to, and it was literally 85% to Collins's backhand. How does that happen? At the top level, that one of the best players in the world serves to an opponent's better stroke 85% of the time, keeps getting wrecked, and then does the same. I still don't know. Like it seems like it had to be like a tactical thing, but I don't understand how it was supposed to work.
I wonder if that was before she changed coach.
No, it was already with Viktorovski.
Okay.
They changed in the off-season.
Okay. I mean, he's had a pretty good year as a coach, I guess. He came from Polish TV, right? Or he was a player, but then he was working on TV.
No,
and then...
I mean, he worked as a commentator, and that was when I warmed up to him a lot, because back in the day, he was coaching Radwanska for like the most of her career. Her best successes were with him, all of them. Then he coached like Olga Danilovich for a while, but without that much success. And when Radwanska was playing, of course, everyone wanted her to get a slam. Everyone was trying to think why she can't do that. And Viktorovski was always the guy to blame for a lot of casual tennis fans in Poland. Just like right now, there are a lot of people criticizing Świątek, Hurkacz. We like to be very negative about our stars. And Viktorovski was very often like the scapegoat for anything that didn't go right for Radwanska. And honestly, I kind of felt like I was the victim of it too a bit. Like in my head, I started thinking that maybe he's responsible for some of the things I didn't like about what she's doing tactically. There was this moment when she was working with Navratilova, who told her to like bulk up, get some more muscle mass, gain more power. She didn't want that, and a lot of people were criticizing Viktorovski for that as well. And as you said, then he started working as a commentator for Eurosport. And you could just hear that the guy is so knowledgeable. I don't really watch Polish TV anymore because I don't own a TV set. But back at my parents' house, I usually would watch the US Open there because, well, it was in the summer and during the holidays. And yeah, listening to him commentate was like, this was like the first time I probably just sat down and really gathered knowledge from him. And yeah, that's why I was delighted to hear that he was going to work with Świątek, and clearly it's working out well. And I think he sort of redeemed himself, because I think maybe not in the tennis world, probably not, but for like a casual tennis fan in Poland, he was that crap coach who didn't coach Agnieszka Radwańska to a Grand Slam title. That's really what it was. And right now, of course, that perspective is very much different.
Isabel, what are your... Oh, hello. Hello. We've got a fifth guest on Talking Tennis today. I asked Vanch if he was able to join us, and he said, sadly, he didn't think he would be able to. But maybe we've got a replacement for Vanch.
This is Harpo, and he's really more interested in the food that's on the table rather than the match at hand.
Yeah, well, perhaps he's aware of how comfortable things are for Pegula and Goff. Is it Goff or Collins you've got on your screen?
I've got split screen here. I've got Goff and Pegula going.
Okay, cool. Two comfortable leads for the Americans at the moment. Pegula did hold in the end. Kalinskaya and Collins still on serve. The knee doesn't seem to be troubling Collins too much, but we'll be paying attention to that. Mario, how's Sinner doing?
Yeah, as I was expecting, now it's pretty comfortable now. He's leading 30-love in this game, up 4-3. I don't know if it's just the players that are now on court, but the conditions don't seem really fast. I don't know if I'm wrong, or probably it's just the matchup, but I think that the conditions are quite slow on this court.
Okay. I think overall, Australia is considered a faster court surface than New York, right? Damien?
I think it was like that up until fairly recently, but the US Open has sped up in like the past 2 or 3 years. There's also like, it's hard to tell, because usually, at the US Open, there's that problem with the balls. Where some people don't like that. It's more for women's, of course. So I don't know. But in recent years, the US Open, I think, has sped up, and both hardcourt slams actually seem to be medium fast right now. But I've heard an interesting quote from Nadal about this year, about the balls actually, that, well, they don't catch the spin that much. So that could be a huge thing in that Nadal-Draper match, I think. So perhaps that's also a thing that we have to look at, and that they would actually favor, players who hit more flat. We'll see about that, but I'm sure that this sort of a situation, of course, wouldn't be perfect for Nadal. But no, in general, I think both slams are pretty fast right now. Probably faster than most tour events, right?
Yeah. Why do you think, by the way, that Nadal tends to do better in New York than in Melbourne?
I have to say that he's done really well, even in Melbourne overall, because he's done plenty of times in the final, making a lot of quarterfinals. So I don't think that there's really an issue about the conditions, because when I think that Nadal has reached 6 Australian Open finals, winning 2 and losing 4. Which is a larger number than US Open, because he's lost only once. 2011, I think so. Yeah. So I don't think that there's really a great difference in how well he plays in both events. Sometimes it's also a bit difficult to explain, but I think that he find quite well on both arenas, and even what we saw last year probably is probably US Open is better for him, because he likes to play some prep events, like before the US Open. Usually he plays the Canadian Masters. He does really well even in Canada. So yeah, probably this makes him feeling more comfortable in close and later matches. But I don't think that there's a huge difference, to be honest, because even in Australia he's always been pretty far in the event. So I don't think there's a problem with Rafa in Australia, even winning twice. It's just
you played Djokovic in 2019, and what are you going to do?
Yeah, even because we have to consider that he lost some finals, but 2012 final after
As
6
well.
hours of playing. So it's not a real problem. It's just one of 2 points that comes one way or another. So I think that he has no issue.
His win-loss record is basically identical, I think, in both. So that's probably a fairer way, because it's over a larger number.
Yeah, also if we look at like the other than the Djokovic final, also the final when Federer had his best backhands day ever. But even if you look at the years when he won the US Open, so 2010, 2013, that's probably the best 2 seasons of his career. And in both cases, he couldn't, like in 2013, he didn't even play the Australian Open. He started his season in February. In 2010, I think he retired against whoever, maybe Ferrer. At the Australian Open, so he wasn't really fit there. And the 2017, the 2019 US Open titles, these were some of the weakest draws that he had to win slams, right? So yeah, I would agree that the difference isn't that huge. There was this fun, well, I don't know if it was actually funny, but there was this clip from a press conference like a couple years ago, right, when a journalist asked him, like, you haven't reached the final in Australia since like whatever, and Nadal was like, wait, I reached the finals here. Yeah. So I would totally agree that he's been.
That was
more
a British
consistent.
journalist, by the way.
Yeah. I think I remember whom, but I don't want to tell the name because maybe I'm wrong, and then I just cast some shade on the guy. But yeah, I would totally agree that he's had more consistent results in Australia probably, and yeah, as a whole, I would say that his records are pretty comparable.
The journalist who tweeted that, who asked that question, actually I can't remember right now, but I know it was a British guy. He did put it on Twitter and said, "Look how silly I looked," but he should have known that too. I mean,
Yeah,
His-
it happens. I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
like he knew that, but in
Yeah.
that moment, it's a much different scale. But I had last year in an interview with Max Kashikovsky, I had something that still to this day I wake up and I think about this, because he was talking about not maybe enjoying grass that much. We were just talking about surfaces, and I was like, wait, are you when did you play on grass? Was it like some training matches? And he's like, no, I mean, I played junior Wimbledon and Roehampton, the J1 event. And I'm like, Jesus, I watched this match between him and Banerjee at the Wimbledon juniors, and yet I just I felt like I made an idiot of myself. Of course, it's a bit of a different scale because he's a niche player, but I mean, I watched that match, right? I knew that, but in the heat of the moment, it just didn't come to me, and that's probably the case for the guy as well, who of course is quite knowledgeable. I mean, if we're talking, if he's the guy I'm thinking of, and yeah, I'm thinking of a British guy as well. Like I think it was just a painful mistake.
We are over an hour into our night, if you like, or morning. But Sinner, Sinner is in Australia playing tennis. Mario is on my sofa, and it looks like Mario has something to say.
No, Sinner has had a set point on return in the last game and the previous game, but now he has to serve for it because Edmund played a good point. No, I was asking to the microphone because I have my opinion on this matter, and I wanted to ask Damien or even you an opinion on Sinner's team. Some months, almost a year after he decided to change, because in Italy there's still a lot of a debate about this curious decision.
The Cahill decision.
Cahill, and also before he split with Piatti to go to Simone Vagnotti, which is the coach who helped Cecchinato to reach the semifinals in the French Open.
Go on, Damien.
I mean, honestly, a lot of the time I just have this opinion that we don't really know what's happening, like inside someone's team. So it's very hard to tell like what the impact of a coach is, at least unless it's some extreme circumstances like Magnus Norman with Wawrinka, who's pretty much making him a completely different player. But in this case, I don't know. Of course, I have a lot of respect for both Piatti and Cahill. I don't think you can really say that one is the better coach or the worst one. If Sinner felt like he needed a change, that's probably fine. And yeah, it doesn't seem like there's any like glaring weaknesses that Sinner still hasn't covered or anything, because that's I guess when we usually look for a coaching change, when there's something about the game of a player that hasn't improved in a few years and it's holding him back. There's nothing like that with Sinner, for me, at least not in like for tennis, maybe mentally, but that's a different thing. So I don't know. I guess I just used a lot of words in order to say that I've got no opinion about this.
Got it. I mean, Cahill is fairly respected in the game. He was Sinner's coach from before the French Open last year. Yeah. So he saw him
after Australia.
So he saw obviously Sinner have his best year on grass. Admittedly, not a lot of competition for that. But then he also saw him get to the quarterfinals and serve for the match against Alcaraz. Certainly had match points, I think.
On return, if I'm not wrong.
Okay.
But he also had a breakup in the fifth set, and
again, millimeters either way. So he was there through a good period, if you like, but and he's also been injured a lot in the last few months, if you like. So probably see how this year goes. But in Italy, there's a bit of criticism of Sinner's choices for his team or whatever. Mario.
Here, the first set is just finished, 6-4.
Okay.
Yeah, my opinion is that his team is pretty respectful. He has a huge team, in my opinion, because if Darren Cahill wants to spend a lot of time with him. But also Vagnozzi was a well-known coach in Italy before joining Yannick Sinner. So I think he built a very strong team with great ambitions. And that's probably why a lot of people, also Italian fans and all the people involved in tennis, wants to see some still better things from him. He's done pretty well last year. I have to say that even if his ranking dropped, I think he's shown a lot of improvements compared to the 2021 season. But still there's the lack of the big result, which, for example, to make a comparison between Italian player Berrettini had in some tournaments, and Sinner still, even if he's much younger, still has to have. But yeah, I'm pretty confident about him. I don't think, for example, that his physical issues are very related one to another. I still tend to consider a bit of a bad luck and bad period, and I think he has the chance to re-enter the top 10 soon. The competition is high, and so it will be very, very difficult. But I think he has his chances, and he has shown it in several occasions.
Okay, let's have a look around what's going on. Sinner has won the first set 6-4. Echeverri lost the first set against Barrera and now on serve in the second. Van der Zandschulp, how's Van der Zandschulp?
Van der Zandschulp.
Very good.
It feels like counterintuitive, right? It doesn't feel
Yeah.
right. But that's, at the US Open there was this viral in the tennis world video, and they asked him how to do that, and it was Van der Zandschulp. Yeah. By the way, I checked, and that match point was on serve. Actually, it was 5-3 in the fourth for Sinner.
Alcaraz, yeah.
For Sinner, and he lost the next 4 games.
Yeah, very unlucky. So he's a set up on Ivashka. That is Botic I'm referring to there, who has the surname I'm not going to say again. Hopefully he goes out and then I don't have to keep saying it. Suddenly I'll become a Botic hater. I spoke to him last year, actually, at Wimbledon, a couple of questions in a press conference. He did sort of do this at one point, and I wasn't sure if he was giving me the finger as I was asking a question. No, he wasn't, Damien. I'm kidding.
That's fine. I talked to him last year too, I think, or maybe 2 years ago, and he has this like a very he isn't very energetic, right? He doesn't seem like he's interested in talking, but I think that's just his normal demeanor. But yeah, he didn't give me the finger, so at least I must have been doing better than you were.
I mean, to be fair, he answered the questions honestly and in a cool way, so he gave me a good full-on response. I'm going to come to you in a second, Isabel, because things are getting interesting in the Goff match. But before I do, Watanuki, the qualifier, is up on Rinderknech, 1-0, and they're on serve in the second. Shang is very much in charge of that match now against Otto, a set and a break up, as is Moutet on Wu, a set and a break up there. And let's have a quick... Sinner's got a break point already at the beginning of the second match against Edmund. If he breaks, let us know, Mario, but otherwise we'll keep going through some of these scores. Oh, Goff has just broken back, but I'll come to you in a second. Isabel, Daniel Collins and Kaniskaya are in a real struggle, and that knee, by the way, is now very much bandaged up in the right color as well. It's in white, so that's good to know. Otherwise, the dictionary will have to be rewritten. Gadetsky is a set up on Kudermetova, the qualifier, not the one that Jack has in the final. Anyway, I got a bit confused about that during my predictions. Pegula is serving for the match. She's only lost one game so far, so she's in very good shape to basically be done by lunchtime, really. I mean, they started at lunchtime and she'll be done by lunchtime. You get the idea. Kostyuk, sorry, is up a break on Anisimova. Am I saying Anisimova right, by the way? More or less. Lise is a set up on Buxa, although Buxa has a double break, it looks like, against Lise in the second set. Andreescu won that first set 6-2. That's pretty impressive against Bouzkova. Are you an Andreescu fan, by the way, Isabel?
Of course. I mean, how could I not? She's the first Canadian to win a Grand Slam. Like,
got it.
What's to dislike?
Yeah, no, I like her. I love her aggressive game style as well.
I really want to see her do well again, like, you know,
too.
like every other WTA player.
Yeah, me too. What about Goff then? So there's been a little bit of drama with losing her serve, but now she's back on serve, right, in the second set.
Yeah, she had us on the edge for a minute here. It seemed like Siniakova was just had a really good pace on the ball. She was moving really fast. She's hitting really hard and just putting it where Coco couldn't get to. So she broke, and then Siniakova had 2 double faults in the following game, which gave Coco the advantage, and so she managed to break back. But it makes me a little nervous for the rest of the set.
Got it. By the way, we've got a break, haven't we, with Sinner and Edmund? Tell us about it, Mario.
Well, I mean, it's just a little bit of what happened in the first set. Sinner had plenty of chances to break, and it's been really solid on serve, except for the game after the one he broke. But yeah, as I was expecting, there are long rallies and some backhand to backhand, forehand to forehand. Now Sinner is trying also to making some drop shot to mix a bit the game, and he seems pretty superior in this matchup, at least as for this period's conditions. Also, Kyle Edmund has been semi-finalist in Australia, but we're now talking about the same Kyle Edmund. So yeah, I think that it's gonna end pretty quickly to Sinner, in favor of Sinner.
Edmund must have got a wild card, did he?
Protecting
okay. How's Sheng doing, by the way?
I actually turned off Shang, but I started watching Wu Mute finally, and it's like a bit of an error fest from Yibing so far. I was afraid of that a bit. I think he tends to sort of over-trust his forehand and go for it too much a bit, especially against good defenders, which Mute is. Mute was withdrawing from some events before the Australian Open, so I was a little unsure about his physical state, but he seems fine. Although he did take a medical timeout, like after the first 2 or 3 games. I wasn't watching yet, so I'm not sure what was going on there. But right now he seems fine, and yeah, Yibing is kind of hitting himself off the court so far. Yeah, it's still nothing he can't come back from, of course. I hope there's going to be a match here. It's 6-4 to 1 for Mute with a break in the second set. But, in this matchup, the serve perhaps is not going to be that important.
I wonder when Pegula gave Christian her game, because she's just won 6-love, 6-1. And I'm sure in tennis, sometimes players are like 6-love, 4-love up, and they might think, I don't know. You have to be pretty sure of going through. You don't want to go out with egg on your face, I know. But maybe in the men's it's a bit easier if you're 6-love, 6-1. Oh, no, 6-love, 6-love, 4-love. Do you think that happens, Damien?
I mean, I know in table tennis, it's like a bigger deal, much more than when you're 10-0 in a set. There's a lot of people who say that you have to, lose the point. If you're serving, you're just going to, dump it into the net. If you're returning, you're just going to dump it into the net. Personally, I never do that. I just think it's like, I don't like when someone does it to me, right? I want some respect from my opponent. Like that's, I feel like my opponent respects me if he plays a normal point. I don't care if I lose 11-0 or 11-1. I don't think it's more, a dishonor to lose like that. And I would feel the same in tennis. Like if I was losing 5-6-0, 0-6, 0-5, I would, and I saw that someone was just giving me the game, I wouldn't feel right about it. It wouldn't feel great. it can backfire. I had this one situation once where I was losing to a guy 0-10 in a set. He's a lot better than me. And then he gave me a point, and then suddenly it was like 8-10. I lost the set anyway, but I'm sure he regretted doing that.
Yeah. Anyway, Pegula is the first person that I'm aware of is through to the second round. I guess the only competitors for that prize would have been women, bearing in mind they obviously play best of 3 over best of 5. Isabel, would you like to see women play best of 5?
I would. I think there's too much can happen in just 2 sets. I think it's that's one of the reasons that the women's draw is so wide open all the time, is because the sets are so much shorter. The matches are just short in general. I think it would, and I think they could. I don't see any reason why they shouldn't play best of 5. Really, I think they're physically capable of it. I think it's an antiquated rule at this point.
Yeah,
to make everything take longer.
Raducanu is a set and a break.
Make everything take longer.
Yeah, Raducanu is a set and a break up. Danielle Collins has a set point. I might just talk us through this. This is her 3rd one, albeit that all 3 have been on the return. So yeah, she's got a set point here. Let's see how this pans out. Kalinskaya serving, bouncing the ball, and she's hit that pretty far wide. Sign of nerves, perhaps. Just over an hour now into this match, and they've not. I mean, Pegula's already in the ice bath, and these guys are still at the end of the first set. Kalinskaya second serve is in. What a return though from Collins, and she's won the first set. And there's a big fist pump from her. It's almost as if she's just done the Grand Slam.
Collins, come on, is amazing.
The Collins, come on. Are you a Danielle Collins fan, by the way, Isabel?
Yeah, I like almost all of the American women. I like Collins is the one. She went through the like college tennis route, right?
Okay. Good one.
Yeah, I really like that in her. So I want her to do well in this tournament.
I mean, she's certainly fun to watch.
Yeah.
Probably one of the most fun on the women's tour. But Andreescu is another one, as you mentioned, and she's won her first set. That would be an excellent win. I did have her to go through. Does anyone have Bouzkova to beat Andreescu? No, you had Andreescu too.
Yeah. We have another break. 3-love and the serve for Sinner.
The Kyle Edmund story. Well, it's a pretty short one, actually. Could be coming to an end at this year's Australian Open. Damien, by the way, I wanted to do a show with you, but I didn't really have time. And I saw you did one with Jack anyway on qualifiers to watch. Tell us who you sort of picked out on the men's side anyway. Who did you have going furthest and why?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of qualifiers in general who can win a first round match, but not necessarily will. It's sort of like the Watanuki in that next situation. The ones that are have the best chances, of course, Shang is up a set and a break now. I think Escobedo can easily beat Taro Daniel. The way he was playing in the final qualies round versus Kotov, so much more dynamic on the footwork than we usually see from him these days. A lot of the vintage Escobedo forehands that he was famous for back in the day. Also, he's unbeaten under the Mexican flag. He only played one match, but well, Enzo Cuoco has a super winnable round 1 matchup because he's playing with Delian, who hasn't been on the court since June. And he also has an 8-23 win-loss record in his career on hard courts. So, it seems like pretty much a done deal. I'm thinking if Zizou Bergs maybe could win a round or two. He's playing Laszlo Djere in the opening round. I think if his forehand is firing, it's certainly possible. And then he would play Dimitrov or Karatsev. That's definitely not out of his range. I'm pretty sure if I'm forgetting someone. There's Hanfman as well, who's playing Hijikata. That's like a 50-50 matchup. I actually think Hanfman has a better chance anyway because, well, he has the pace to sort of just control the rallies over Rinky. I think Hijikata is the one who's a little bit further from the ATP level. Probably forgetting about someone totally right now. There's also a qualifier matchup between Vukic and Holt, and I'm thinking if Vukic wins it, then he can easily actually have a chance at Bautista Agut. The way he was playing in the qualifying, especially in the wins over Diallo and Mo, that was one of the toughest sections. And He just had a couple of real statement wins after missing out on the wild card this year. They gave it to him last year. He defeated Lloyd Harris, another big upset. And by the way, Mute, I read when it comes to Mute, I read an interview today with another guy we talked about in the kitchen yesterday. I think with Sasa Osmo.
We talked a lot in the kitchen.
Yeah, Sasa Osmo did an interview with Petar Popovic, the new coach of Korentel Mute. Popovic worked with Krajinovic in the past, Petkovic, Karlovic, Djulhur, I think, and many other guys. He's still very young, so after his playing career, he did that. And just if anyone wants to check that out, it's quite an interesting sign, an interesting sign, and I think this could actually be like a huge year for Mute, especially at the end of 2021. He seemed to find some more concentration and focus, which is always what he's been missing. I did find it weird though that Petar Popovic was saying that Mute has a great serve for his height. Like even for his height, I don't think it's that great. But maybe he just wasn't gonna say just some poor things about his protege in an interview. But Popovic also gives his insight about like the top players, Djokovic, Alcaraz. So if anyone wants to check that out, I found it pretty interesting. I remember Popovic especially from when he coached Karlovic, because it was a funny story that basically no one wanted to practice with Karlovic because it doesn't give you anything for like another match, right? You can only practice with Karlovic if you're gonna play Isner, Raonic, Opelka, someone like that. So he had to have a coach who actually can still play with him. So that's why he chose Popovic, because Popovic was basically a tennis player just a few years earlier and he was still young. So Karlovic always had to have a coach who could also be his sparring partner.
I see Coco Gauff is now serving for it.
She is, yeah.
Isabel.
She actually has triple match point right now.
She got triple match point. You're probably a few seconds ahead of me then, because I've got 30 love here, but I see there. Yeah. She's gone out, yeah. So 40 love, yeah. 3 match points for the American. It was looking a bit scary for at one point in that second set, then been a breakdown.
Yeah. 40-15 now.
40-15 now. But yeah, 2 match points still for Coco Gauff. What would you say, Damien, off the top of your head, is the craziest kind of comeback facing match points? So kind of like 2 sets to love up and double breakup or something like that.
Oh, one thing that comes to mind for sure is the Novotna comeback.
Oh yeah, the final of Wimbledon
with Graf. Yeah. That's probably like the difference in the score was so huge. Just last year, just another random thing. Just last year, we've had a guy save 12 match points on the Challenger Tour.
Okay.
It was Benjamin Hassan against Lukas Miedler. When I compiled all these match points in a video, there were like 3 minutes because some of them were just insane. There was I can't remember the exact number of the strokes, of course, but it was like a 30-something shot rally, an amazing passing shot in one of them. It was just unbelievable that he didn't win it. I don't think the scoreline was ever that lopsided, but yeah, that definitely stuck with me. I think there's been on the main tour there's been like 9 match points matches, right? I think Panatta in the 70s had one like that, and
how many was it between Federer and Tennis Sangren?
7 or 6?
Okay.
7, I think.
A lot of them were on the Federer serve, I think.
There were a few in the tiebreak that I think were in the Sandgren serve. I think
Okay.
Federer also saved 7 against Scott Draper in Cincinnati 1 year.
Right about Panatta. 11
Oh,
match
11.
points.
11.
I remember it.
I can't remember who he played, but
Oh, by the way, Gauff is now at deuce, so I've talked up her squandering match points. 3 on her serve. And I tell you what, I've seen it. Go on, Isabel.
She is letting all of those match points just fully get away from her. She's had a couple of forehand errors.
Yeah. She is known for the forehand error.
Yeah. I'm a little nervous now.
Yeah. Yeah, because Siniakova breaks here and suddenly it's game on. There's a few nervous ball tosses.
Now Siniakova has a break point.
Ooh.
Coco.
Coco blowing it, perhaps. Certainly this opportunity to serve it out. At times I was watching her last year thinking, I think she'd rather just return. She's so good on the return. Yeah, that was a poor forehand volley slice that you obviously, if you
Her
said
first serve, though, right, is pretty huge.
Yes,
Yeah.
but it was quite a few double faults.
Yeah,
at one point last year.
Second serve is an issue for sure. Yeah. I guess I'll
Well, she
return
just had
to-
an ace, so it's back. We're back at deuce.
Back at juice.
So we'll just say quickly that Panatta
Cool.
saved 11 match points at Rome 76 against Kim Warwick. I think Warwick was a runner-up at the Australian Open a few years later. And also Mute is having another medical timeout, and it's on his wrist. So
Oh.
I'm assuming that's what the first timeout was about as well.
Interestingly, both players in the Collins match now have had medical timeouts at one point or another. Her opponent has just had one at the end of the first set.
Another break
as well.
point for Sinia.
Another break point. Yeah, I see it. Yeah. Yeah, I just decided to switch over to Goff because she was serving it out at 40 love. I thought I better just tune in for that so I get all over it. And she's facing a second break point and a second serve this time.
Yeah, back to deuce.
Back to juice. Okay. You say you got 2 dogs, Isabel, yeah?
Yeah, 2 dogs and a parent wandering around.
Is that Mr. Wang?
That is Mrs. Wing.
Okay. I don't think we've had a parent on the podcast yet. We've had cats and dogs. We've had people. Some people that know things about tennis and some people that, everyone knows something.
Another match point for Goff.
Okay, cool.
4th match point.
If it happens, just give me a shout and
Okay.
give us a rough idea how it happened. But yeah, we've not had a parent yet. My father was in Bonn just after I started this channel, but fortunately he didn't make it onto the screen.
My father will hop into the chat sometimes.
I know, which is much appreciated.
Oh,
She squandered it.
Coco.
Did she lose that point?
Deuce 4. Yeah, she
Yeah.
did.
Oh, they're moonballing it. I'm a few seconds behind you, but boy, oh boy. Nothing like being a bit conservative there, Coco. Just make sure you get it over the net. Although she wasn't conservative in the end when she puts that one wide. Which do you think is more nerve-wracking? Having a match point for your opponent or you having the match point, which is more nervy? So let's say I'm playing you, Mario.
Yeah.
And you have a match point. Do I feel more or less nervous than when I have a match point? How am I feeling? Which is easy. It's easier when you've got a match point, right?
I think that it also depends from the score, but I think that facing a match point is more difficult to having a match point because you still have then the chance to take another one.
Very soon, yeah. So
Bagel incoming qui here.
Say again, a bagel incoming.
5 bluff and a serve. Edmund first serve has gone too bad, I have to say.
Okay.
So yeah, Sinner is now playing really, really aggressive and making things really well.
It's 2:27 a.m. here. Goff has just squandered another match point, and I have just yawned for the first time.
How late do you plan on staying up, guys?
We're hoping to do 12 hours. Damien, have you got a thought?
Yeah, I'm still feeling confident. I feel like it's 10 a.m. or something like that. Actually, at 10 a.m. I'm usually just barely waking up. So
Yeah.
I probably feel like it's 1 p.m. And
I hope you guys don't
there's
feel
gonna
work
be some
tomorrow.
adrenaline, right, related to just sitting here and talking to you guys. So I think we're gonna be fine. At least I'm gonna be fine. I think Mario could be in trouble in a few hours because he was traveling most of the day.
Till now I'm good, so it's okay.
Isabel, what were you saying?
I hope you guys don't have jobs to go to tomorrow.
No, I've taken most of this 2 weeks off. So yeah, that's the idea. Goff now has a 6 match
Nope,
point.
she doesn't.
Oh, she squandered it, has she?
She scored another
Oh
match point.
dear. Well, we
Oh my
talked this up with the
God.
number of match points. Was it 11 or 12 is like the record?
But I have to say that probably when it's the 6th, the 7th match point, you're
Then you get
starting to get
nervy, yeah.
nervous.
Yeah, I'm sure Tennis Sangren was. That's a good shot though from Sinikova to hold one of the or save one of those match points, I should say.
I was 2-9 down at the tennis tournament once in a super tiebreak, and I won 11-9.
Oh wow.
And the funny thing is, I didn't even realize that it was not 2-9 down. I thought I was 3-8 down, but it turned
Okay.
out that I didn't make a lob earlier. And I was like, wait, why is this guy like going for some crazy shots? I mean, it's just 3-8. I can come back. And then his friend who was watching the match tells me, what are you talking about? It's 9-2. And yeah, and I won the next 9 points, which was, one of the luckiest things I've ever done for sure. And a great memory, even though, of course, it was a crappy amateur tournament.
Kostyuk has beaten Anisimova,
Okay.
and she
Goff is just
was in the
double.
second week last year.
Okay.
Anisimova here.
Yeah.
Kostyuk has won 6-3, 6-4.
Okay.
So pretty clear score, 1 hour 18. And Gadecki won against Polina Kudermetova, 7-5, 6-1.
Okay.
So we have only one Kudermetova left in the draw.
Somebody's an Ilya Ivashka fan.
Six
Oh,
love.
good. That's good for me because I get confused between my Kudermetovas. Anyway, Ilya Ivashka, someone's a fan of his in the live chat. Go Ilya, one of my faves. Yeah. Well, how's Raducanu? Must be pretty close. 4-1 up in the second. Yeah.
Match points number 7.
Match point number 7 for Coco
10 minutes
Gauff.
since the first one.
Yeah. This match must be edging towards quarter of an hour.
Oh, finally.
She's got it.
After 7.
Wow. She had to work for that one.
We're getting closer to having a parent on the pod. We've had a parent's voice now. I'm going to go back to Daniel Collins. Goff there with a volleyed winner. Yeah. Just pumped there. Okay, let's go back to Daniel Collins. Let's see how she's getting on.
And by the way, Watanuki is having like an absolute blinder here. I mean, he's up 2 sets and a break in the third, which is crazy. And yeah, it's just how is it possible that for the past couple of years you couldn't really see that level of talent, and now it's shining through. It's kind of it's weird that it's how it goes sometimes. But he's having an absolutely fantastic performance here, completely dominating Rinderknecht. Like there's really nothing that the Frenchman has had on him, unless he starts choking up a bit, which of course is still very much possible. It's really looking nice for him.
Go on, Isabel.
Sorry?
I thought you were going to say something. Sometimes I hear a sharp intake of breath, and I don't know if it's coming from the States or my living room.
That was actually me because Watanuki hit an amazing shot.
Oh, okay. It was from my living room. And I thought it was from you in the States, and I was going, oh, Isabel, what's going on? But it was here.
I'm just thinking they're probably going to switch over to Collins' match in a minute.
Yeah, just like me. So Goff joins Bagula in round 2. We might have to add Raducanu's name to this list shortly. She's up a set and a break. Anybody else on the verge of going through? Kostyuk is on the verge, right? Kostyuk. Kostyuk has
won.
one. Oh, sorry, Mario. Yeah, she has, yes. Listen, that's probably the biggest mistake I've made so far, but I'll be making lots more of those. Let's see what Coco Gauff has got to say. Talking about her transition game. So she did really well. Fair enough. Let's go over to Daniel Collins. You a fan of on-court interviews, Damien? Do you find them a bit dry? And
Most of the time, I think in a lot of events, the guys who do the interviews can be like, also maybe do it once a year, and they're not exactly prepared. Of course, if it's like Blair Henley or someone like that, it's usually good. I've never done like an on-court interview, but I've done a lot of post-match interviews, which are super similar, right? That's pretty much basically the same, and I think you can make them pretty interesting. And yeah, on-court interviews I think are an important sort of way to let the audience also like get to know the player they just watched, right?
yeah,
I think they should stay. I think what we should definitely get rid of is the pre-match interviews, which are
the ones as they just walk onto court.
they're just so awkward and no one will tell anything about the strategy. Whereas after the match, you might actually hear some, comment about the tactics and.
Just trying to think, where do they do those pre-match ones? Is it in Australia or New York or both?
Good question. I think it was definitely New York this year, but I'm not sure. But yeah, some big events have done that.
I think yes, New York. Here we have another break.
For Sinner, so he's 2 sets up and a break.
Yeah, 8 consecutive games.
Collins is at 1 game all in this second set. Kostyuk, Pegula and Goff are through. I thought Kostyuk was a slight surprise, but Goff and Pegula was hot favourites in their matches. I think I had Anisimova to go through against Kostyuk. So yeah, just taking you around some of the matches. As Mario said, Sinner is 2 sets to love up and a break in the third. Could be done pretty soon. Barrera and Echeverri are 1 set all. So that's very tight there. Azar, Ivashka and Botic van der Zandschulp.
I think it's Van der Zandschulp.
Hulp. Okay.
But yeah. No.
Botic from the Netherlands. $7 is serving for the second set, having won the first set against his countryman Guido Pella. Although I guess in Argentina it's probably Guido Peja. Corentin Moutet is a set and a breakup on Jibin Wu, the wild card. My Oscar Otter prediction not looking great. 2 sets to love down on serve in the third. Yosuke Watanuki from Japan is 2 sets to love up on Rinderknech and a break. Her catch has just got underway, and the guy who doesn't do very well at slams has at least won his first game, which is on serve against Pedro Martinez of Spain. So some of the 2:15 matches are, I say 2:15, they're sort of penned in or penciled in as a possible 2:15 start. They've got underway. Kalinskaya, by the way, this is a War of the Wounded. This one over on the Collins-Kalinskaya match. I'm not sure which arena it's on, but one of the main show courts. Yeah, because Kalinskaya is receiving treatment now. And Isabel is back. Do you feel sorry for Edmund a bit, given how this is going, Mario?
A bit, yes, because I was expecting a one-sided match, but not in this way, to be honest. Because now it's pretty harsh, the score.
Yeah. So now it's Collins' turn to chill out. She's hit 30 winners, by the way, of which 11 on the forehand and 13 on the backhand. I guess the others were either on serve or volleys, although perhaps they might include volleys with that, actually.
Do you remember that Federer baseline volley? Like when I think Blake sent him maybe a big return and he was just like like that, a winner, and Watanuki has just done that. I mean,
Okay.
he's just ridiculously comfortable here. I don't know. I mean, he's 6-3, 6-3, 3-1 up, and he's looking like nothing can happen really to him. Like he's just, it's shocking. I think Rinderknecht also could be doing more. Like it's kind of what I was talking about before the start of the match. Like this is one where he really needs to step up and try to throw the game out, throw the racket out of Watanuki's hands to win, but he's not doing that. But anyway, the level that Watanuki, the shot making that he's showing here is just insane.
Indeed, he could be going a double breakup. Is that right? Am I doing my maths right there?
Yeah, I'm a couple points behind probably, but
Yeah. Just having a look here.
It's 0-30 for me now.
Yeah, love 30. Yeah.
Okay, so just 1 point behind.
Hurkacz and Martinez are now at 1 game all. My prediction for the semi-finals: Sebastian Korda is just warming up ahead of playing Christian Garin. Over on the WTA side, I'm wondering where Raducanu is up to. She must be close to it, is she? Andreescu Bouzkova on serve in the second set. Raducanu has a match point against Korpach. She's 5-2, although Korpach has just now saved it. She's just 1 breakup, Raducanu, but it's 2-5 anyway on the Korpach serve right now. So Raducanu within touching distance of the second round. That'll be a good win against somebody of a similar rank. Go on, Mario.
Nothing, because Sinner's level now is really good, and no way he can lose a single rally right now. So yeah, or he makes like a bad choice during the point, or no way he's gonna lose it.
Isabel, what match do you have on your screen now?
Right now, I just have Mary Jo and James Blake talking about the Coco match. They're not showing me anything else. This is the problem with American broadcasting.
Yeah.
I don't know, because I'm not listening.
Oh,
But,
okay, yeah. That's the thing. I have my sound on as well, so have to rely on you guys for my expertise rather than tuning into Mary Jo. Or I think ESPN, by the way, are not taking their people over to Australia. I think they're based in the US. Am I right? They're in a studio.
Possible, yeah. They are in a studio.
Yeah. I think maybe commentators, but I think no one's going over there on behalf of ESPN this year. They're trying to save $1 or $2.
Well,
Meanwhile,
the
I'm flying
tennis
people in
panel
on Wizz Air and Ryanair for across Europe. It's all guns blazing at talking tennis.
Our sleepaway camp. This is basically, John is off work for the next 2 weeks, and we're just on holiday, right?
Yeah.
And yesterday I was in a pub. I haven't been to a pub in like who knows what time. So yeah, basically a trip, a holiday, and we're in that so far, I think.
Mario's been traveling all day. Go on.
Is
Isabel.
anyone else joining you, or is it just
No,
you
this
two?
is it. This is it. We're locked down now. The doors are locked. we're when you got COVID, what do they call it? Isolating.
Quarantine.
Or quarantine. Yeah. Thanks, Isabel. It's only been 3 years of this pandemic, and I'm still learning the word quarantine. Anyway, Collins and Kalinskaya are on serve, but this is a close game in itself. It's deuce. Raducanu, has she managed to seal that one yet? Andreescu Bouzkova still on serve. Yes, Raducanu's won. 6-3, 6-2. Very, very impressive, in my opinion, that scoreline at least, because, I mean, they're basically the same ranking. I think you said there's two ranking positions or something between them, 1 ranking position between them, both in the mid-70s in ranking, that is not in age, because that would be silly. Having people in there.
Watanuki has just gone up a double
Thanks,
break
Mario.
in that third set. So yeah, looks like he's just gonna cruise to the finish there. And by the way, I have to mention, since Watanuki is about to win, that in the qualifying he was actually 2-5 down in the second set to Kukushkin, and Kukushkin had a couple of match points on his serve, on Kukushkin's serve, and one of them was a smash. He let it bounce and then just threw it out. It wasn't particularly tough, even I would say. It just bounced right behind the net. Kukushkin had like a lot of seconds to prepare for it. He let it bounce, threw it out. And now Watanuki is probably going to be in the second round. I can't remember who he is supposed to play later, but hitting the ball like that.
It's now 9 or 10 games in a row for Jannik Sinner.
10
10 games in a row, yeah.
and almost 11.
Yeah. It's going to be soon 4-love, I think, in that particular one. Echeverry's got a break in the third set, sorry, so he's looking good.
Echeverry has a good ball striking.
Okay.
I saw him playing Kubler in Adelaide, and he did quite a good match, in my opinion. So I don't know if he manages to win, but I also thought he had his good chances today.
Cool. Well, let's see how that pans out. Something is amusing, Isabel. I don't know if it's Mary Jo Fernandez or a member of her family was making her smile. Someone was making you smile, Isabel.
Oh, one of my dogs has a chew toy and it makes a really loud noise. So if I unmute myself, there might be a really loud squeaking noise.
That could be amusing. Could be amusing.
Yeah, you guys were talking about Echeverry. Yeah, I also saw that Kubler match. I thought it was very good. In general, it didn't make sense why Echeverry only gets results on clay, I think. And finally, he's getting that. I think he also qualified last year, though. I mean, not also, because this year he was a direct entry. But with that heavy forehand, I think he's got a great chance to improve on hard courts in the future. It hasn't really happened yet, but yeah, right now I think we're seeing signs of it. Of course, Barrère is also like barely ATP Tour quality, not indoors probably. So it is one of the weakest round-on matches, but he definitely can have a shot there.
Yeah, so Emma Raducanu safely through. From memory, she's got an interesting potential second round. Is it against Coco Gauff?
It's Coco, yeah.
Ooh, Raducanu, Coco Gauff. Get the popcorn at the ready. That could be... mind you, I get very excited about some of these matches and matchups, and then they end up being as flat as a pancake.
I didn't get to see Emma's match, so I don't know how handily she might have won, but it could be really good if they're both playing well.
Could well be, yeah.
know?
I mean, she won in straight sets, and as I was saying, they're basically ranked the same. So it was a lot tougher, perhaps, than some people might have realized for Emma, but she made quite light work of it, straight sets.
What's happening with Collins? Because they're still not showing it.
I've got Collins on my big screen, Isabel. I'm glad you asked. Yeah, they're sort of both sort of, what's the word? I mean, they're both sort of semi-injured is probably a bit strong, but they both had injuries at various points in the match. I will say that both seem to be moving okay. My concerns with Collins, if she does end up go through, would be longer term in terms of can she do this for 2 weeks, which, given her talent, and she was in the final last year, she might have to. Although Kalinskaya looked like she was struggling there for that ball. There's been a few times that Collins has had to chase a ball down, and she's managed to do so, although actually there was a net cord one that she just failed to do so on in the previous game. She was pushing Kalinskaya on her serve. I think it was a couple of deuces, and she did look a bit frustrated to lose out thanks to the next cord. And Kalinskaya did the usual sort of big sorry. I say usual, not every player apologizes for net cords, but I think you should. Damien, how do you feel about this?
I do it pretty much every time, and I think it's just a nice gesture. You know, some people say that, of course, you're not sorry. I think you can kind of be sorry. You know, when I'm playing, you know, I want to win the point because of my amazing shot, not because a slice of luck, right? But I think it's just a good gesture. But also, even though I think it's good to do that, even though I do that, if an opponent doesn't, I don't care. I mean, we just continue. It's not going to make me hate him. Who cares?
I wonder, I can't think of anyone winning a match on a net cord, but it must happen quite. Did Ljubicic lose to Federer on a net cord, maybe? In Indian Wells? Yeah. And then and I was thinking, no apology there from Roger.
I have it. US Open.
Go on.
Sabalenka was down 6-2, 5-1 to Kanepi, and in
Last
the
year.
tiebreak,
Uh-huh.
I think probably in the tiebreak second set, Kanepi had a match point and lost the match point thanks to Sabalenka saved the match point thanks to the net cord, and then she came back. It was the second round, and then Sabalenka went to the semifinals. So
Could well have won it, really.
Yeah.
She was the breakup against Swiatek. I heard Nick Kyrgios tried to say Iga Swiatek today, and I think he said something like C-Tech or something, which, wasn't even close. He was asked which woman he thought was the best woman in the world right now. It's just, I don't know, if it's a bit of a lame question, really. I mean, there's somebody who's number 1 in the world rankings, won 2 Grand Slams last year, is like double the points of number 2 in the world. He's not exactly going to say... he's not going to say Kalinskaya. It's the best player and woman in the world right now.
He could have said that a year ago, but I think right now, I don't know on which terms they split up.
He was upset with Ash Barty winning Australian Tennis Player of the Year or something.
The Newcomb medal.
Yeah, the Newcomb medal. Yeah. I don't know what he's doing, getting worked up by this. I don't think he's worked up by it. I don't think he really cares that much, but he's tweeting about it. Kalinskaya's getting some treatment.
He was upset that Barty won over him.
Yeah.
But she's actually won Grand Slam.
I know.
So, what is he complaining about?
And I don't think he really cares. Sometimes I think he just does it for a laugh. But talking of having a laugh, hello. So Kalinskaya's getting more treatment on her foot. Various parts of their bodies are falling apart. I think his argument was that Ash Barty had played for about 4 weeks in 2023, whereas he'd played for 52 or whatever.
And she achieved more in her 4 weeks.
Well, indeed, yeah. Try telling Nick that, though. I saw Vanch got involved with Riley Opelka in a Twitter disagreement, if you like. I thought Riley came across quite badly in that, actually.
What was it about?
I think also Vash wasn't right because he accused Opelka of saying that of telling people not to vote. Yeah. And
I got involved in that
Opelka
too.
said, "Imagine telling people not to vote." So it's not quite the same, but
true.
I think it was like a pretty even discussion. I don't think Van should have gotten into that, honestly.
Isabel, you were involved as well, were you?
I was, yeah, because Riley said, "Imagine telling people to vote." And I was like, "Are you saying that you don't believe in voting?" And he was like, "I don't believe in ideologies."
Anything, yeah. The reason why I thought Opelka came across quite badly was that just at one point he made fun of Vanch's podcast, and I thought, "What are you doing, Riley?"
Yeah, I agree.
I'm like,
instead, Badosa gave me a boost of views some days ago because I tweeted a quote about Berrettini, who said probably he would have skipped the parts of the documentary in which he was on the screen.
Okay.
Because he was a bit, I don't know, a little bit embarrassed to see himself on the screen, and Badosa commented under my post the same.
Oh, okay. Well,
and so everyone was beginning to like Badosa's reply, and so it's been quite funny.
Badosa, of course, pulled out injured from this tournament. I don't think many people were predicting her to. Or you had her to go to the quarters, did you? Semis.
She seemed quite happy and enjoying being on court. Definitely more than what was in 2022 season. I don't know. I had good vibes from her in the first weeks of the year. So and her section of the draw was also, I would say, pretty wide open, and so she could have made it through, in my opinion. But she had some issues, and she's been really unlucky. She left a message in Spanish on her Instagram stories today, in which she said that she was finally finding back herself
Okay.
after a period of struggling, an emotional struggling, and so she was really upset to have to miss the first Grand Slam of the year, because she was liking her chances in this tournament, and
Okay.
yeah, so she's been really unlucky.
Well, both of these players in their own respect have been a bit unlucky. Kalinskaya and Collins with injuries in this match. I mean, Collins had a pretty rough couple of years, really, with various ailments, if you will, and missed large chunks of the season. I think she only played about 15, 20 matches last year.
We have 3 winners now.
Okay.
Vatanuki, Buxa, and
Okay.
Andreescu.
Yes, Andreescu's won, has she?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And Sinner has been broken.
Oi! Come back for Edmund now. Andreescu's through. That's cool.
Yeah, I think even Sinner fans like have to sort of be happy for Kyle to just break there, because it was looking like potentially maybe even like a career-ending loss maybe is too much, but a huge hit to his motivation. And yeah, Watanuki won all that after Kukushkin missed the match point missed the smash on the match point in the qualies, which is just insane. And I was about to check who Watanuki is playing, and I still haven't done that. You don't know off the top of your head?
No, I don't know. Let's get that on our screen. So that's nice. Andreescu, cool. Rolling back the years, although it's only 3.5 years since she won the US Open. Schneider has beaten Kukova in the first set. She's won the first set, Diana. Andreescu winning 6-2, 6-4 against
It's
Bouzkova.
Watanuki against Korda or Garin. So, Korda.
Probably.
It's going to be a good match, though. I don't know if he can win. Probably not, but it's going to be a good one. I will have to...
Couple of qualifiers. Christina Buska has beaten Eva Lees. That was a real turnaround, by the way. Eva Lees won the first set 6-2, but ultimately Buxa, the Spaniard, came back to win 2-6, 6-love, 6-2. Kostyuk beating Anisimova, as we spoke about earlier. The wild card from Australia, Olivia Gadetsky beating Polina Kodomatova, the qualifier. Collins Kalinskaya on serve. Yes, Mario?
Gadetsky last year refused the wild card.
Did she?
Yeah, because she disagreed with the vaccine mandatory rules. And so she decided to not take the wild card and to not participate in the event. So she's been pretty famous, that story, during those days, even because of what was happening with Novak and all the rest of the situation.
Yeah, right. Oh, well. Anyway, she's not been stopped by a vaccine this year. She's in the second round. Pegula and Goff as well. Kostyuk as well. What match are you watching right now, Damien?
I changed to Mutei Wu. Just changed to Mutei Wu. Just checking, because in the group chat some people were writing some things about Mutei having like a meltdown of sorts. I don't know if it's related to the wrist issue that he's been having, but it's 1-1 now. I'm probably gonna focus on this one now, especially as Ota is probably gonna lose to Shang in a couple of games, or maybe not. But yeah, as Watanuki is now over, I'm gonna watch Mutei Wu from now on. But they're just starting the third set.
Kalinskaya's broken Daniel Collins. Didn't see that coming. So she's 4-3 up with a break in the second set. The American won the first. Have you got a tennis match finally on your screen, Isabel?
Yeah, they're showing the Sinner Edmund.
Okay.
Although they did just cut away, so.
There's a break. Now Sinner has broken.
Okay. Well, at least Edmund won a game anyway. That was kind of good for Edmund. I mean, he'd lost about 10 in a row or something, hadn't he?
11 in a row.
Oh, goodness.
11 in a row. Then he won 2 straight games, holding, and then he broke.
Uh-huh.
And now he's been broken again, and so Sinner will serve it out probably. But yeah, there's no much to say when the match is so one-sided because yeah, Sinner has been playing really, really well, but you also have to understand better why the score looked like that. Because yeah, Edmund started the match quite well, but then yeah, no way Sinner can lose a long rally, at least in a normal condition, and in this kind of form Edmund is. So yeah, I was expecting a pretty comfortable first round for him, and yeah, this is it.
Cool.
I have to say, sometimes there are often two ways to look at a match, and I just put out a tweet on Watanuki's win, and I've got two comments, and one of them is absolutely stunning performance from Watanuki, and the other is disgraceful performance from the Frenchman.
I'm just dipping out for a minute or two. I'm going to put some coffee on, so if anybody wants some, Isabella, I would send some over, but it might be cold by the time it arrives.
Fair enough. I might get some for myself then.
Okay, do it.
I even read somewhere that people were thinking that if Mutel loses the second set against Wu, now he's going to retire due to these recent issues. But having watched a few points, I mean, he's looking pretty fine. He's just hit an incredible banana passing shot, which required a lot of wrist action. So probably he's going to be okay, actually, at least for now.
Sinner's got 2 match points. Bungles one of them. I feel like this is the first I'm hearing of Kyle Edmund in a long time. I haven't seen him.
Yeah, he's
been away.
He's had a lot of issues. Yeah, he's played few matches in challengers last year to end the season, but not so much. US Open, yeah.
No, so some tough opening round draw at the US Open as well. But there was a brief moment when he was coming back when I thought that was going to be pretty quick, especially the first event that he played. The backhand looked pretty good, but yeah, since then it's been really rough. It doesn't seem like his movement is that good. I know as it was back in the day. Of course, he was always pretty slow, but he had this probably one of the best forehands in the world for a while at least, and yeah. Yeah, he played rude at the US Open in the opening round. That's what I thought. But even when he dropped down to the ITF level once, he couldn't win. He lost to a college guy, Gianni Ross. He also played the exhibitions in Great Britain in the Battle of the Brits. And well, he won it, but he was struggling a lot with Daniel Cox, for example. It's not looking bright for Edmund, at least for now. And it's been a while. I mean, he's been back since August, I think. But then again, after the US Open, he didn't play any professional match up until Australia. So
Well, he's doing an okay job of fighting off Sinner here.
This match between Kalinskaya and Collins probably will end up as a marathon. 1
What's the
hour
score?
52, a lot of deuce games, long.
What's the score for the Collins match?
7-5 Collins the first, and now 4-3 Kalinskaya with a break, but Collins has a chance to break back. And we are nearly 2 hours.
Oh, okay. Sinner has a third match point. And was that a double fault? Yeah, I think that was. Yep. Nobody wants to win the match. Match point 4.
You're a bit ahead of me, so you can tell what happens.
I can keep it to myself if you want. Sometimes it's hard to keep my face from reacting.
Almost got that net cord. Oh, again! We are talking about net cords.
It's out. It's out. Yeah, because the crowd, there was like a scream, and I not listened to the call.
Hmm. Goodness.
No way he can easily close a match.
Is that an ace? Oh, yeah. That was an ace. Oh, just barely. And wow.
It was in for like 1 millimeter.
Yeah, just right on the edge. Okay. I wonder if this will also go to 7 match points.
Horrible forehand.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, I think it will.
Still not down.
Still, Sinner's not done it yet?
Yeah.
He's had 5 match
Five
points
match
where it's
Yeah,
reduced
5
to
match
6.
points.
If I talk through this, you can hear me, yeah? I could
Yeah.
say
Yes.
it. So Sinner's had 5 match points. It's on Sinner's serve, is it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
still in the same game.
Okay.
I don't like his kit, the colors.
My
They-
mom was just
in my
saying the
opinion,
same
they
thing,
don't
Mario.
match really well.
I agree. Like it's the shorts that bother me.
Yeah.
Yeah, the same for me.
What is this? Six math points?
Sixth.
Yeah. Okay. Finally.
Yeah, and he's finally done it. So we've established this. Yannick Sinner, terrible at closing out matches, terrible fashion sense. What are your other takeaways from this match, Mario? What do you think about it, the performance?
I mean, he played a solid performance overall. Edmund, I still repeat, is not probably a great test for him in this moment, but still he played a very good match, obviously, because otherwise you're not win with this clear score. Yeah, he needs to close matches faster, but yeah, a good first round, and he's definitely good physically, at least with his ankle injury he's had in Adelaide. So yeah, I think very good first round, and he should have no issues even in the second round. He'll play the winner of Echeverri-Barrer. I think is gonna go through the third round. Good performance, but I'm waiting to see more.
Yeah, for the people who keep score, I also have just had my first yawn.
Your first what? Yawn. Ah, okay. You just said your first yawn. Well, I've had about 7 yawns, and I'm now on my first coffee. Mario's on his second coffee, which makes sense. Sorry, Isabel, are you saying something?
No, I'm just laughing at you.
Oh, okay. I wonder what will be a bigger shock: us staying awake all night, or Iga Swiatek losing to Jule Niemeier.
So it's Jule, by the way. No, you can teach me some pronunciation. It's
Jule Niemeier,
Jule.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
I was always reading
I
it
think.
Jule,
I mean, I'm not German,
no,
but
it's fine. I was always reading it Jule, but you definitely know better. I had like a German name that I was always mispronouncing, but now I can't remember what it was. Maybe I'll remember it.
5-all. Collins Kalinskaya. She was a breakdown, Collins, so she's got that back. Where's Kalinskaya ranked in the world these days?
Definitely in the top 100. I mean, she has to
Okay.
be like 50, 60 probably. Well, I think she was about 60, 70 when she had that Miami run last year, and I think that's probably where she is right now. I'll check that very quickly. Yeah, 59. So pretty much where I said.
I mean, by the way, just hearing some of these opponents for the top players, like Yannick Sinner against Carl Edmund, I am ruining Rafa's draw. I mean, Jack Draper followed by Nakashima, and Sinner has got or had Carl Edmund. Will play in the next round.
Echeverri or Barrer?
And not that he needed a helping hand, but Djokovic's draw is pretty comfortable. Till the quarters.
He
PCB.
has a comfortable beginning. He has some threat, but a thing favorable to him is that his threat is gonna play each other, and so yeah, probably quarterfinal is gonna be a tough round. He has in the round of 16 probably Pablo Carreño Busta, which I don't think he has great chances because he had some physical issues during the off season. Hasn't trained so much, and so I probably won't even reach the fourth round. Let's see. So yeah, probably a good draw, considering that sooner or later you have to play your main rivals. So yeah, quarterfinal it's okay to have a tough opponent.
Damien, Can you guess how many winners were off the racket of Kyle Edmund in that match?
I wasn't really watching it, but
Guess.
just looking at some points that I saw on Mario's laptop, 8.
Not bad. 9.
Yeah.
9. Yeah. I mean, Sinner's 17 doesn't seem like it's amazing.
Not because as kind of matchup there were a long rallies, so many forced errors. I think in the stats. Yeah. I'm for example, I want to see the average rally length because probably we're gonna have 5, 6, which is a good number.
Good workout then, even if it was just 3 sets.
It should be on the Australian Open website, right? I mean, I'm going to check it. There's a lot of very detailed stats, by the way.
Okay.
If anyone wants to like check them on the Australian Open website, it's really like the percentage of forehands to backhands hits, the directions. It's there's a lot of stuff that you're never gonna really get through all of it. But I will check if there's rally length because I think there should be.
More detailed than the Talking Tennis website that no one has checked out yet. I don't think I've updated it for about 3 or 4 days either. So I think the Australian Open budget is a bit bigger than mine. By the way, Collins has just saved a break point. Juice, 5-all.
There is you can kind of count it because there is a bit of a it tells you who won how many 0-4 shot rallies, 5-8 shot rallies, 9+ shot rallies. Also, you can look what happened in these rallies, whether it's winners, unforced errors. You can also divide it by on whose serve it was, and yeah, it actually looks like there were plenty of medium length rallies in this one. And yeah, so many forced errors, especially in the short rallies in the short rallies that Sinner won, there were 24 forced errors on Edmund. So yeah, I think that's why maybe the winner count for Sinner isn't high, but when you add the forced errors, it would actually be like 38 that he forced on Kyle Edmund. Yeah, and Edmund forced 28 on him.
So Cerundolo is within touching distance of the second round. He's up a break in the third set on Peja. 5-3 he leads, so he's just a game away from sealing that. Let's have a quick look at our good friend Botic. He's down a break in the third to Ivashka, 1 set all there. Echeverry is serving for the match. Sinner is already through and probably going to... Oh, no, sorry.
I think that's for the set.
For the set. Yeah, Echeverry serving for the set, giving him a 2-set, 1 potential lead. Moutet and Wu are set a piece with the Frenchman up a break in the third. Otter, my good friend Oscar Otter, my German buddy, has won the third set. So my prediction's not done yet. Good old Oscar. Watanuki, this is in my absence. He's really just squashed Rinderknech. Did you watch that match or some of that match?
Yeah, most of it. I mean, it was just a ridiculous performance, honestly. I think Rinderknech should have done more to try to throw him off his game. There wasn't really even an attempt to try to, take away Watanuki's very free-flowing, aggressive playing style from him. I think it's been a bit of an issue with Rinderknech in recent times. The way he rose through the rankings was mostly through ultra-aggressive play with a lot of awkward tactics. And right now he's sort of trying to evolve into this baseline player, which isn't really working out for him that well, I would say. But yeah, in general, Watanuki was just insane. I am so excited already for that Korda match, even though, can he win? Probably not, but I think it will be pretty beautiful in terms of just the ball striking on display. Of course, Korda still needs to win to defeat Garin, but I'm sort of assuming that he will do that. Maybe I will look like a fool, but
Diana Schneider has the qualifier beaten Kristina Kukova. Raducanu, as we said before, is through. Maria Sakkari is up a double break in her first set against the Chinese woman Yu Yuan. Talia Gibson, the day of the Australian wildcards, perhaps, because she's up a break on the French woman Clara Burel in the first set. Another wildcard is a breakup, Moyuka Uchijima. Wonder why she got a wildcard.
There's an Asia Pacific wildcard. In the past,
Okay.
there used to be a playoff, but since the pandemic, it hasn't been organized.
Okay.
There was also a playoff for an Australian wildcard that also hasn't been organized. And right now, they just give it to basically whatever Asian player. Last year, Tseng got it on the men's side. This time, it went to Ibingwu. And for the women's, it went with Uchima. What were you talking about just a second ago? I wanted to just mention that Diana Schneider, by the way, is still she is theoretically in college right now, and in the top 100, which is pretty crazy. Not since like the McEnroe times. It hasn't really happened since then. Of course, with the money in the sport, if you're in the top 100, it just makes very little sense to stay there. But she actually hasn't played a match yet for North Carolina State. I mean, she keeps saying that she will play a year, but she hasn't actually played yet. Maybe after the Australian Open, but it would be quite stupid to give up the prize money from the Australian Open, right? That's why Shelton decided to stop that. That's why Diallo did it also a couple months ago. So it would be very weird if Diana Schneider still continues with her plan of featuring in the season for North Carolina State.
Isabel, what's on your screen right now?
I'm watching the Collins match where Kalinskaya has a fourth break point against Collins, but they've really been back and forth on this. Oh, and she just got the break. So
she got the break.
So she's serving for the set.
Wow. There you go. Game on there.
Actually, that is my cue. I have to go for now.
No problem, Isabel. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I think I'll be back on tomorrow.
Okay, fingers crossed. Yeah, great.
Thanks. See you tomorrow.
Good luck. Good luck staying up.
See you tomorrow.
Bye, guys.
Take care. Then there were three. I guess I don't need my headphones, which is actually a lot easier talking like this.
Oh, yeah. I also don't need my headphones.
I found myself tripping over my words a few times because I was hearing myself.
Exactly. I was like pulling out my earphones when I started talking.
So, hello. Kalinskaya is up a break now on Daniel Collins. This feels a bit strange, actually. We're now doing a podcast, the three of us, in person. And I feel like, where are my headphones? I hope the world can hear us. I assume that they can. I'm panicking that a battery is going to go flat. I think the phone is in pretty good shape. I'm just going to go have a look.
Yeah, it's now tougher to remember, to get the mic and all, because it just feels like we're talking to each other, and like, why would I need a mic? You're here, right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's different now for sure, but some people are there, like 5 viewers probably are there. Hello, guys, and yeah, let's keep this going. We're gonna stay awake for you all night, probably. Hopefully.
Yep. I may even join you on the sofa at some point. Probably the Nadal match, as I said before. I will. I'll be here, but I will. I'll be watching. Let's say. So anyway, what's exciting? What's exciting that's happening right now? Sinner's done, so he's through. This is probably the most exciting match, I guess, right now. Kalinskaya against Collins. Kalinskaya serving for the set, but it's been tight. It's 6-5 over 2 hours, and they've not even reached the end of the second set yet. They've both picked up injuries at one point or another, though I do have to say that they're both moving quite well at the moment. Kalinskaya, a nice passing shot there on her opponent. I might just talk us through this final game of the set, and then we'll have a look around and what's going on elsewhere, and we'll see. What match are you going to be watching now, Mario? Do you know?
I'm just picking some points of Cristian Garin, Sebastian Corda.
Cool.
I want to see how it's gonna end this first set because it's close, 4 games all.
Oh, okay, it's
So
well into the okay.
even if I know Urkac is in the tiebreak
Yes,
against
he
Pedro
is, yeah.
Martinez.
Damien there.
So probably I'm gonna watch the tiebreak before.
Yeah, maybe you should. Yeah. In fact, tell us exactly what's. Yeah, watch that tiebreak if you can, and tell us what's going on there. What match have you got in front of you, Damien? Mutet.
Yeah, I'm still watching Mutei Wu, and that wrist issue doesn't seem to be bothering him that much anymore. So Mutei is back in control of that third set. I remember saying before we started that out of the matches that I was thinking about watching, Mutei Wu was probably going to be the one of the highest quality. It hasn't really been like that, but Ibing is just I don't think he's having the best performance that he could, and yeah, Mutei had some issues, and it's a bit all over the place.
Here I am. You can see me. Okay, so it's 30-15 Kalinskaya right now. 2 points away from winning this set. Colin's cutting a frustrated figure at the moment, but so is Kalinskaya. Looks like there's a fly that's bothering her. Sorry, I can't give you any more details. It could be a mosquito. Just don't know. 30-15 gets a first serve in, I think. Backhand, good backhand there from Kalinskaya. Backhand to backhand right now. Sticking on the backhand. And Collins tries to mix it up, but goes long. And it's 2 set points to Kalinskaya. 2 hours and 13 minutes on the clock. Time for me to... Oh, my coffee's almost done. To the delight of the crowd. So Kalinskaya, 2 set points. Goes to the forehand of Collins. No, it's must have probably clipped the net because I think that did land in. Collins is really looking quite annoyed right now. But when doesn't she? I mean, even when she wins points, she seems to be pretty annoyed. 40-15 anyway. Here we go. And that time she's... Oh, she's got an unreturnable. So she's won the set. 7-5. We're into a third. Who's your money on here, people? Kalinskaya or Daniel Collins? Who do you think is going to win?
Kalinskaya.
Oh, there you go.
As I picked in my bracket.
Oh, by the way, what's going on in the tiebreak?
Yeah, we're changing court 5-1 for Hubert Urkac.
Okay, so he's got 5-1 up in the tiebreak.
And Damien will
be very happy, or are you a big?
No, with my pronunciation.
Oh, okay.
I think Urkac is pretty simple to pronounce, right?
Yeah, it's quite easy.
Regarding what you said, no, I'm definitely not a big Hubert Urkac fan. Like, as a person, he's great, of course. Like,
yeah, he's funny.
Yeah, he's funny. He's nice. Probably a little too nice. Like, I would love to see some more personality in the Polish players. Of course, we've had Janowicz. There's a couple of ITF guys, Paweł Ciaś especially, who are a bit crazy. But I think the guys who make it to the top, well, I guess some of them can actually be like Mike Schack. He has that doping case right now, so maybe there's more to him. But just wanted to say that, well, Hurkacz I think is very boring to watch, and that's why I don't really like doing that.
We have 5 set points
okay,
now.
6-1, yeah.
Yeah, 6-1 in the tiebreak. Talking about pronunciations, an Italian one that is really common is people saying Fognini, because in Italy we have the sound ñ, Fognini.
Okay.
But it's pretty common. By the way, 7-1 the tiebreak. No.
Okay. Hurkacz has won the first set.
Yeah. Pretty easily. This tiebreak is not lose any point since I tune in. So yeah.
Dee, thanks for joining us, and I'm glad that you're enjoying it. And also, by the way, Dee, I'm loving the fact that you're almost like we've just lost Isabel now. She's gone off into the Californian sunset, but Dee has been great as well. He's been keeping us up to date with various scores, certainly from the Raducanu match earlier. Was keeping us up to date. So we're covering 3 or 4 matches at once, but with you guys in the live chat as well, saying hello and letting us know. I love it, Dee. So Dee as well, Sakari's playing. What match are you watching, by the way, Dee? Let us know in the live chat. Also, anyone who is new to the channel, make sure you subscribe and hit that like button. And join us in the live chat. Follow us on Twitter at TalkingTennisTT. What's your Twitter handle, by the way, Mario? What is your Twitter?
My Twitter?
Indeed.
Yeah, no, I was saying.
No, what's your Twitter name or handle? Like, I'm at Talking Tennis TT.
Okay, my name is Mario Bock 17.
Mario Box 17. Hopefully you can find him. Damien, what's your exciting Twitter handle?
Yeah, my exciting Twitter handle is just my name.
Damien Kust.
Yeah.
Oh, you got in there early then with that one, or was that not a very popular
No,
name?
it's not a popular name. In Poland, there's like 50 Kusts. I think I'm the only, well, Damian was saying it in Polish, and I think in general in the world, it's also not popular. I believe that I'm the only person with this name and surname in the world.
Okay.
My surname is pretty much Argentinian.
Okay.
In Argentina, there's a lot of Boccardi.
Okay.
Like,
I mean, I think it's probably the Argentinians taking it from Italy, no?
I think yes,
Yeah.
but right now it's really, really common in Argentina more than in Italy. I still have a lot of a lot of relationship with Argentinian people, and so yeah. But in Italy, it's not pretty common. I have to say, I don't know anyone with my same surname, so I don't know.
So we got D watching Shapovalov against Lajovic. That must be just getting underway, I guess. I'm not quite sure on that one.
Korda is broken.
Korda has broken his opponent.
Has broken. Yeah,
so he's
now
a breakup.
He's gonna serve up
Okay.
5-4.
Korda serving for the first set. And you must be, are you close to the end of that match with Mutet?
Not to the end of the match. I mean, it's just the third set, and Mute is very close to winning that. Still, Ibing continues to be pretty underwhelming. I think he's also like pretty easy to outmaneuver at this point, at least. He's got a lot of this talent that he is really trying to rely on, and against someone who's so smart like Mute, has so much variety and. Just can keep him on the on his toes. Just not really, you don't really know what ball you're gonna get from Mute. It can be just absolute junk to throw you off, and Ibing is not really handling that well, I think.
I'm just taking this little tour of Talking Towers and Talking Tennis Towers, whatever. I mean, there isn't much of a tour. It's just basically this room and the room I was just in. That's it. Anyway, here we am. Just going to have a look around some of the other scores. I'll be back in the living room in a minute, so don't worry, guys. Don't panic. I'll be back.
Yeah.
Let's have a quick look anyway. So let's see what's going on around, and then I'll come back to Mutet and Hurkacz and other things like Daniel Collins. So, Coco Gauff, Jessica Pegula already through, joining Gadetsky in round 2, along with Kostyuk, beating Anisimova. Buxer in a come-from-behind win against Eva Lees. Andreescu, very, very impressive win for her. Raducanu likewise. The qualifier Diana Schneider is through in straight sets. Maria Sakkari has won the first set, whilst Gibson and Burel are on serve in the first set. The wildcard we mentioned earlier, Moyuka Uchijima, is a breakup in the first set on Bernarda Pera. Kvitova is just getting underway against Alison van Uytvank. Fingers crossed I've got that right or close to right. Of course, coming up later on, we've got Nadal against Draper, which been around about an hour, but maybe a bit longer, bearing in mind there's other matches going on too. What else have we got going down? We've got obviously the former winners of the Australian Open getting underway, also in about an hour. Kenin against Azarenka, so that'll be coming up shortly. Over on the men's side, Hurkacz has won the first set. Sinner is already through. Straight sets win over Carl Edmund. Ivashka is a breakup in the third on Botic, so that one could well go 4 or 5, or it's going to definitely go at least 4 because it's one set all. Cerundolo is through, having beaten his countryman Guido Pella. Mutet is close to winning that third set. We've got Damien keeping an eye on that one for us. Oscar Otto is trying to mount a comeback on the qualifier Jun Cheng Shan. It's on serve in the fourth set there, with Shang leading 2-1. Watanuki impressively through at the expense of Artur Rinderknecht. Straight sets win there. Hurkacz, as I say, won that tiebreak. The number 10 seed, looking in pretty good shape, despite one or two hairy moments in that first set. Nishioka is serving for the first set. That's in the same quarter, shall I say, as Nadal. I think Nishioka would be a potential third round opponent for the Spaniard. And I see Sebi Korda has served that out. So he's one set to love on up on Christian Garin. And Lajovic and Shapovalov on serve. Greek boys a breakup on the lucky loser Pavel Kotov. And Nakashima and McDonald, the two Americans, are on serve. Let's go over to... Let's have Damien. Let's see what's going on in your match.
She's Italian. But I actually think they can be 2 or 3 people.
Damien, can you hear me?
Yeah, I texted with the account recently, so that's how I also knew it's with you.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me, by the way? I guess you can't, because you didn't have your headphones in. No problem. I'm back. I was just on a big, long talk. I hope my audience could hear me. I'm pretty sure they could. I think they could. You just couldn't hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could hear you.
You could hear me through there. Yeah, yeah. What's going on with Mutet?
Just basically serving out the third set. He is injured, but it's not showing in his game that much. And yeah, as I was, I think, talking just a couple of games ago, I think like his ability to just never give you the same ball twice in a row or 3 times in a row is really bothering the Chinese, which makes sense. He is, he could improve his tennis IQ.
And Hurkacz won that set. So how's he getting on?
Yeah, and Korda too.
Yeah.
Korda won the set. Shang has been broken back. He was up a break in the fourth.
I see the poll.
Nishioka took the first set.
Yes, indeed. The poll that I ran, most people seem to be enjoying the Netflix docu-series. 53% said they liked it, 11% said they didn't, and 37% have not yet seen
So
it.
the ball down. Okay. No, we had an issue. No breaks.
Oh, okay.
No breaks in that match against between Shang and Otte. I don't know why.
Yeah, he's on serve in the fourth, I think, right?
Yeah, on serve.
Come on, Oscar.
It's actually kind of shocking that Otte hasn't broken Shang yet in over 2 hours, and Shang has only saved 2 break points. Like, with even if he improved his serve a bit recently, he's still a small guy. It's still something that Otte should be capitalizing on, and I guess that's why this match, that's why he's leading in this match, because it seemed like Shang's serve should be a liability, especially with how powerful Otte can return sometimes.
Guys, you just keep things ticking over with the 2 or 3 matches that you're watching. I will be back in a minute.
Okay. So here it is really a marathon, because 2 hours 26, and Collins is okay. No, Kalinskaya has just saved a break point. Yeah, because there has been a lot of very, very long games. I can't rate Colin's performance so far, but I think not so good. Oh, she got mad. Oh, backhand in the net. Kalinskaya, the court was 100% open. So we're still in this game, fourth deuce. We can arrive at 3 hours easily. One thing that I sometimes I can't understand so much is I know that sometimes it's important to be aggressive from the return to take advantage in the rally, but sometimes I feel like some players take too many risks when they are returning, even in these kind of close games. For example, we were deuce and Collins returned the second serve long. I feel that sometimes in matches like when there are these so close, it's still important to make the return and to let the rally begin, and then to sometimes to see what's up, and because it's pretty upsetting to give a free point to the opponent where you are playing 2 hours and a half and you have a chance in a very, very difficult match, and then you suddenly have a deuce and give the points in this way, and now look, she lost the game. So yeah, I can understand that you have sometimes to take a risk and to try to have an advantage, but sometimes I feel like it's a bit too much.
Yeah, I actually often wonder about that, like when it comes to players who just go for every return, it takes so much guts to stick with that. And it's just such a decision to make, right? When you're as you said, in like a tight match, tight scenario, and then you're just deciding that, okay, I just have to make the opponent play. But then again, you're kind of taking away from your assets, right? If one of your like main characteristics as a player is that returning strategy. So I don't know, you have Caroline Garcia or Leandro Riedi from the qualifying here. Yeah, maybe it's actually for the best to keep going for every return. But yeah, it's a very rough decision, and I always like kind of even admire the players who stick with it, because how do you do that in a tough situation, right? I mean, I would be 100% tempted.
Yeah.
I do actually like when playing tennis, I do go for big second serve returns most of the time. And when there's a tough situation, when I'm down the break, I don't stick with it. I just try to get to the point. But I guess it's not one of my strengths or anything. And I'm also not doing, there's no stakes. I'm not playing for the money that they're playing and for the ranking points. But yeah, I always I do wonder about that a lot. Like when a player has this aggressive returning strategy, when is the time to change it, and when it is the time to stick with it.
Okay, so let's see to some scores. Ivashka has two break points at 5-all in the third set, so it can be a turning point. Who knows? Grigspor is is up in the first set against Pavel Kotov. We'll see the women's matches. Sakar is down a break after having won the first set 6-1.
Oh,
She's down a break. Yeah.
that might be that. If that goes to a third in particular, I'll certainly switch over to that once this Kalinskaya.
Yeah,
Collins match is done.
she's been broken to at love.
Oh, wow.
During the first game, then yeah. So there is a break. Uchima has a set point against Pera.
I've recently read like a wild prediction about Bernardo Pera. On one of the websites that I work at, there's this guy who like he doesn't write that much. He only does a few pieces every year, and one of them is like the predictions for the top 10 ATP and top 10 WTA at the end of next year. And well, most of the time his predictions were like very boring, but I still like glance for them. And this time I looked at his WTA, WTA things, and there were a couple of bold picks that I really liked, like Samsonova for like the top 3 or 4. And at number 9, he had Bernarda Pera. That felt so random to me, but I'm like Mario. I mean, I appreciate bold picks. So if it works out, I'm gonna be the guy to congratulate him. But it just felt very, very random to me. Like if someone put in Anna Kalinskaya, for example, inside their top 10 at the end of the year, you'd
Someone
also
had
be.
Pera in their top 10.
Yeah.
Who was that? A colleague of yours?
Yeah, a colleague from a website. Yeah.
I mean, that's a big call. And then when it happens,
Yeah.
and even
Either
if
crazy
it
or
finishes
she-
top 20, you'll still go, well, you're.
Oh yeah. If she would keep making progress, if she would make the top 20 at the end of the year, yeah, I think it's still a win for him then. Yeah.
Oh, great that you've got Otto Shang on. I'm pleased about that because obviously I've invested a bit with Otto, predicting him go through. But at least he's making a match of it. At one point, I was quite concerned about it being straight sets. Kalinskaya and Collins very much on serve. This could well go down to the wire. Sakura, you said is a breakdown. Is that still the case, Mario?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yuan is serving now, up to 1, 15 love.
Okay, so pretty early on in that third set. Shapovalov, as D has suggested, won the
There's
first set.
Petra Kvitova on court.
Kvitova's just coming on court. Okay, nice. What else have we got live happening right now? Match in progress. Yeah, Yuan is a breakup, as we just said. Burel, I hope I'm saying the name correctly, is serving for the first set. In fact, she's just won the first set against the Australian wildcard Talia Gibson. So she won that one 6-3. Bernarda Pera, as we just touched on a minute ago, she's lost the first set against the wildcard Uchijima, but still a bit to go in that match, of course. Kvitova and Oitvank are on serve. Alison van Oitvank from Belgium and Tsurenko from Ukraine and Mukova are 1 game all. Was there any women qualifiers, by the way, Damien, that sort of you thought that's my female qualifier that I'm really quite convinced is going to go far or going to go furthest?
Urkac has broken.
Oh, Urkac is broken, has he?
I honestly need to look at the list of the qualifiers
Do it.
to tell you because I watched like 3 or 4 matches from women's qualifying.
Oh, okay.
There's just so much action on the men's side that I barely touched it, frankly.
Have a look at that while I just sort of talk about some of the matches that are happening right now. So Tsurenko, the qualifier, 1 game all against Mukova. Karolina Mukova, you would imagine, is the favorite there, but anyway, we'll see how that pans out. That's pretty much where we're at in the matches that are currently underway. The matches that are finished, though, Raducanu winning in straight sets against Korpach, Schneider winning in straight sets against Kukova, Buxa winning in 3 sets. There was a match of the qualifiers there over Lies of Germany. Kostyuk in straight sets over the 28 seed Anisimova. Daniel Collins, as I say, is now into this 3rd set. This is turning into a bit of a blockbuster. This one, we'll see how that one pans out. And Pegula and Goff also safely through. Let's go over to ATP side. Hurkacz is up a break in the 2nd set, having won the 1st set as he battles it out, hoping to join Yannick Sinner, who's already through. I think Yannick Sinner and Sorondolo, maybe the only men. Oh, no, and Watanuki all through. I think they're the only 3 men at the moment that are into the next round, unless I'm missing anyone. Anyway, qualifiers, women.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the big story was the Czech girls getting through, 16-year-old Sara Bejlek and Brenda Fruhvirtova, but I don't really think they're, WTA Tour ready yet. I think both of them don't do that much with the ball, but, in the future they can develop some other things and it can work out fine. I didn't even realize that Burel was in the qualifying, honestly, because just talent-wise, it seems like she should be in that top 100. I loved watching her in Warsaw last year live when she has that very pocket rocket feel to her forehand, I would say, which is also why she's sometimes she's just so wild with it, and that's probably why she hasn't really had a bigger breakthrough so far. And Schneider, yeah, the still sort of college player that we've talked about, 18-year-old, I think. She won a couple of Grand Slams in doubles in the juniors. And yeah, she's got a very interesting lefty game as well. On clay, at the end of the last year, she was doing extremely well. Won 125k, I think, maybe even back-to-back 125ks. I would say that these are probably like the most dangerous. I also saw someone else that I currently already forgot about. Oh yeah, always someone that people keep bringing up to me in conversations is Swiatek-Niemeir. She's playing Vekic in the opening round. I honestly have watched her once or twice, so probably can't really comment. But I know that a lot of people have brought her up in conversations with me as a potential prospect. Of course, the big storyline in the qualifying would have been Noskova and Parks, but neither of them made it, which was just crazy. But Parks had this phenomenal match with Bejlek, where Bejlek hit 2 winners and still eliminated her. Yeah, Parks had 70 unforced errors. Yeah.
What are we thinking about Andy Murray? He's obviously back with his coach, Ivan Lendl. I saw 1 or 2 Twitter rumors today, which you can't really pay too much attention to, I know, but they were suggesting this might be his last year on tour. I think he was going to... I see a break point for Shang. Yeah, let's see if that pans out. But what are your thoughts on Andy Murray, Mario?
Okay, I think that the issue is always the same with Andy Murray. I feel like when he plays the first of the second match of the tournament, he's still able to cause some damage, at least in best of 3. Best of 5 is not really still proven yet, and draw are not making it easy for him because he drew Tsitsipas in New York in 2021 when he was playing really good tennis. He managed to bring him to 5 sets, but then he didn't win that match. Now he has Berrettini, which is a tough opponent for him because having that serve, I remember their match in New York last year, and Murray's level was close. But Berrettini was able to step up with a serve in important moment, while Murray still has to do a lot physically to win points and to play at 50-50 matches against these top opponents. And so I think this is the main issue. But I think that playing in the first round against a player like Berrettini, he can have a chance. Probably it's not the same when he plays in the third round. So I think tomorrow's match should be one to watch. I can see them going to distance, even because Berrettini playing in Grand Slams, he's been very consistent in Grand Slam tournaments, but he's not very consistent during the match. So I can see them going to distance and Murray winning at least 1 set. I don't know if Berrettini could lose that one, but he say that he's doing well lately physically. I know that he can't say otherwise, because you can't say in press conference that you are not feeling good. But I want to believe him, and I don't know. I think that as a first round, it can be a really, really close one. But I know that the clock is ticking for him, so I don't expect him to be around for so long.
Otto was in a bit of trouble there with 1 or 2 break points, but he managed to, he won 1 break point, but he saved it, although Shang is now 40 love up. Was looking a bit hairy for Otto, but did Otto save it, or did Shang lose that?
No, it was an unreturned serve.
Okay.
I think a first one. It wasn't far out, but it was and there wasn't much happening there. Yeah, it's still quite shocking that after so many games, I think it's now the 20th service game of Yuncheng Shang, and Otto still hasn't broken. He only produced 2 break points.
So he had 2 break points in the whole
Yeah.
match, and it's 40 love here, and it's
And
game to love.
that
Yeah.
was supposed to be like one of his biggest advantages over Shang, I guess. The fact that he could punish the serve, but the serve is getting less punishable. That's one thing, and I don't know. I haven't been watching the whole thing, so I can't really tell. But maybe Otto is also just not returning well today. Yeah, I am less optimistic on Murray, I think. As much as it seems like every year he's making some ranking progress. It's not like this is that type of development where that's type of progress where he can contend for big titles again. It doesn't seem like that, and I hope our friend Scott is not watching now. But I just sort of have given up on Murray, and I don't think he will win tomorrow. I think it's actually a pretty nice draw for Matteo. Like I'm sure he doesn't think that, because when you're playing a champ like that, you can't ever write him off. You know that this guy can produce insane tennis. So you're probably gonna, but maybe it's actually gonna even help Berrettini, because he's gonna come in fully focused, fully motivated. I don't know. I don't see him losing to Murray in a best of 5 match.
John semi-finalist is in trouble in the second set.
Caught up.
Because Garin is serving up 3-1.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love the way you introduce him as my semi-finalist.
No, because I predicted that he can cause damage to Medvedev, but I don't think he's gonna beat him in best of 5, to be honest. So that's why
I have to say I did it, and it seemed to make sense to me. I did it on a video that I was recording where I barely breathed for 30 minutes, and then I watched it again. I watched the clip I did at the end, which was my highlights, and I was thinking, oh, what have I just done? I've put Korda in the semi-finals of the Australian Open. How did that happen? It was almost like it was an out-of-body experience for 30 minutes that was just going on. And then, I was fairly clear on the women's. I was in a pretty clear state of mind, I would say, apart from my Kudermetova confusion. But on the men's, maybe looking back, especially looking at, Zhang is love 30. Looking back on that one, I wish I'd spoken to him about the qualifiers before I did that as well. But I did it Thursday night because it was just about the only chance to do it. Anyway, quarter semi-finals, I've got to stick with it. But Oscar Otter is 2 points away from losing to the Chinese qualifier Shang. Let's see how this pans out. Is he going to save? Is he going to be love 40? He's got a really tricky smash, puts it away. That was tricky, right? That smash.
Yeah, maybe you were thinking about his dad.
Sebi Korda. Yeah.
When you
I've made that
making the bracket.
And I've made that mistake before. I met a few times on live streams. I've called him Sebi Korda. I've called him Peter Korda, sorry, rather than Sebi Korda. And it could even be Petr Korda, I'm not sure. But perhaps because of Petr, because his father is officially Czech still, I think. Although his son obviously is an American nationalized. Or may even been born in the States. I'm not sure if Sebi Korda where he was born. If you know in the live chat, let us know. Maybe Damien's going to confirm it either way. Oh, it's 2 match
After
point.
the game, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, 2 match.
I'm not sure where Sebastian Korda was born. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, 2 match points for Shang.
Sakar is back on track.
Good.
In the second set, Urkac has won the second set 6-2.
Good.
And Shapovalov is down a break in the second.
Oh. Chapo, Hurkacz, Felix, those kind of players are the sort of players you sort of all whoever they're playing. They could be playing the world number 200 or they could be playing the world number 40. But you always have them on sort of upset alert, if you like. Maybe Taylor Fritz. I mean, I didn't see that coming in New York when he went out so easily. By the way, Otto has saved 1 match point. It's gone out, is it? So it's deuce. He saved both match points. Oh boy. And Shang went big on that one, but he went too big as it turned out. Yeah, those guys I just mentioned, you just always have them on upset alert, if you like. You know, if you miss it and you fall asleep and you wake up and suddenly Felix is out in round 1, you're like, well, that happens. If it's Rafa or Novak or even Medvedev, you know, is consistent now, you know, you'd be surprised if you like. But with those other guys, ooh, this is an interesting point. Oh, well done, Oscar. I'm a new Oscar. I never, 24 hours ago or 48 hours ago, I didn't know I was an Oscar Otter fan, but I am. Anyway, what are your thoughts, Damien, on anything tennis related? Cordo is a Florida boy.
Just wanted to tell you that you're a hypocrite because just last night we talked in the kitchen about a certain Serbian journalist who is like, you know, a quite openly Djokovic fan.
Oh, I see. And now I'm supporting Oscar Otter.
And now you're supporting Oscar Otter like that.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I am very dubious about journalists across all forms of journalism, politics, football, tennis, for sure, possibly even in culture too. But they're sort of fans more than... You're not going to get a realistic interview with more than half of journalists because they have a vested interest in the players from that country. And by the way, it's the same with football.
Not me.
Not you. Very good. But with...
At least with the Italian play.
with football, for example, sometimes you'll see journalists in the commentary box wearing jerseys, you know, for a club or a country. And I get it. Maybe at a World Cup, probably all journalists are going to be biased, and that's kind of okay. But I think in tennis, we're not supposed to be. We're not supposed to. You're not. Listen, people who are watching will know that I'm a Rafa Nadal fan, and I have no problem with hiding that. I like to think that my thoughts on him pre and post match and before the beginning of a season, at the end of the season, are fairly balanced. I'm sure there's still some examples. Probably the biggest example of my bias, in a way, is how I get him in conversations when he's no business. You could be talking about Lajovic or Oscar Otter, and suddenly I'll be like, yeah, didn't he play Rafa in 2018 or something like that? You know, that's probably as bad as it gets anyway. But anyway, what? How do we get there? Oh, because of my support. Let me say this. There's an asterisk. Asterisk, I think is the right word. A caveat, if you like, with this support, and that is that if they're outside the top 100, it's all right. Or if they're outside the top 50, you know, it's mainly the top 10 or the top 20. We have to have a. If you're kind of Carl Edmund and you're going, come on, Carl, against Sinner, I think it's okay. I tell you what does annoy me even more than anything I've mentioned is having coaches of players or people with vested interest in certain players doing commentary on TV, which happened during the United Cup a couple of times, and they're calling them by their nickname, you know, like I can't, you know, Swanee or Darty or Henny or whatever, and I'm thinking, come on, you know, that's a step too far in my opinion.
Yeah, I have to say that I'm not really much invested in Italian players. Yeah, I like them or no. I have an opinion about them, but the problem is that at least in our country, TV comics are told to be pretty much invested in them because tennis is really a popular sport in our country. And yeah, I have to say that I can understand more when it happens for a country which has a few players. For example, I can understand if a certain Tunisian journalist is pretty much investing in Ons Jabeur because it's pretty much a trailblazer also for their sport culture. and they're I don't know. I feel like here in Italy, in Italy we have a lot of players. So even if one of them loses earlier, it's not a big deal. And then I don't know. I can be a bit. Yes, someone tells me that I am a boring person, but yeah, I like tennis. I like watching them playing, and I also am very very interested in stories, player stories. For example, I keep saying that the Masters tournament I enjoyed the most last year was the Canada Masters, even if there were no pretty much very very big names in the final but because it also depends on the match. But I can understand that tennis is also followed by a lot of casual fans, and so if you work probably on TV and in some mainstream platforms, you also have to give a bit of a pleasure to who is listening to you. So yeah, there's negatives and positives.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I very much echo that sentiment about just liking the stories. I find myself rooting for the better story almost every time. Like I love Oscar Otte. Like he was one of my favorite players in the Challengers, and yet I definitely want Shang to win here because that's the better story. That's something that I can talk about. That's something that I can tweet about. That's the better story. And
What is
that's
the
it.
story exactly with Shang?
I mean, the 17-year-old. That's one thing, of course. The former junior Grand Slam champion.
How old is Oscar Otte, more or less?
Grand Slam runner-up, actually. Otte is 29 or something like that. He
So I know what you mean with the story, but I'm also, and maybe I'm just fitting my narrative here, but with Oscar Otte, you're thinking, how many more chances is he going to have?
No, of course, yeah. I mean, he broke through at a very late stage of his career, I would say. There were a lot of years when he was getting close to the top 100 and like getting nervous, getting tense, pretty much. That was it. So yeah, it's a great story too, but it's sort of already gone. But yeah, I just wanted to say that I'm basically like uber neutral. I'm pretty much anytime there's a match, I root just for the better story, and that's really it. Although there are cases when some people on Twitter have accused me of maybe not even accused me, but people on Twitter think that I'm a big fan of someone because I tweet about them.
Okay.
Like, no, if someone is doing well, especially at the challenger level, of course I'm going to tweet about them because it's a nice story. It's someone improving a lot in the challengers. It doesn't really matter if I like them or not. Maybe I'm gonna add some things about liking them or enjoying their game into my tweet if I do. But yeah, people just assume that because I tweet about someone, I must be like a fan, and yeah, that's not really the case.
Go on, Mario.
No, I was thinking that sometimes it can happen that you feel like invested in a certain player's story. For example, I'm not going to hide that I'm a great Casper Ruud admirer. I'm not going to hide, but I think that telling that you admire a certain player is different. That not being objective in telling how things are about that certain player and one of his main rivals.
Listen, we have match point for Shang against Otte. I'm going to talk us through this 30-40. I mean, really, Shang has dominated this match, never been broken in the match, and he's got a second serve to look at here against the German 29-year-old. Shang, what are you going to do on this return? You're going to smash it back. They're now into a rally, but it's looking like Shang is in a pretty good position here. He's certainly the aggressor, and he's won. He's won. By the way, there's a section of the crowd that they kept going to that was obviously supporting the Chinese player there, and he's won 6-2, 6-4, 6-7, 7-5. So he's on through. Your happy narrative continues. My sad prediction is done. I will just disappear and maybe never to return to talking tennis ever again. So long, people.
Yeah, I did tweet about it. It's gonna get a bit of likes. That's why I'm happy. But I had this I sometimes wish that I was more of a fan watching tennis, and perhaps my second favorite sport is darts, and perhaps that's what I enjoy about it. That there I'm like a fan. There I'm the guy who if my player loses, I'm sad, I'm angry. If my player wins, I'm the happiest guy on the planet.
Who is your player?
Well, my favorite, I would say, is the Polish number one, Krzysztof Ratajski. But I have some other favorites, of course, and there I'm just there as a fan. There's so much different. The emotions are so much different to what I feel about tennis right now, which I still enjoy. I mean, of course, but it's a lot more objective, analytic, and it has its cons, it has its pluses, I think. But basically, I think I don't really see that side of tennis anymore. I can't really, I think, even connect to like a fan of a certain player, for example, which is a bit of a shame as well. But I had this moment at an ITF event in Poznań this year when one of my favorite Polish players lost to another Pole, but still it was like he was the big favorite. The other guy only plays doubles right now, basically. And after he lost, I was supposed to stay at that event for like a few more hours. And after he lost, I was just so down that I was like, checked when the next train is and just left. So I guess I had one, fanboy moment this year, at least.
Here we had a pretty quick outcome of the second set because Garin won it 6-1.
Ooh, two breaks.
Korda. Yeah, Garin, who finds himself really, really well in Wimbledon. Yeah, he played very, very well in this second set, making Korda hitting some shot in discomfort situation. In fact, there has been a lot of mistakes, I have to say, from Sebastian. Yeah, it's interesting now to see how he's gonna react in this third set. Yeah, so I'll keep you updated.
Thank you very much. You're looking at some stats there, I see.
Yeah.
Actually, can you send me? Is there some way you can send me that
Australian
link?
Open website.
Yeah, is it easy to find? Is it? I guess.
Literally the first thing you will probably have.
Yeah, I mean the Australian Open website I can find pretty quickly, but
yeah, then there's like the results section and live scores section. Yeah, it's super easy to find this everything here. Anyway, what I was looking for, because I checked it earlier.
Shang Otto, is that stats?
Yes. I was, and then probably it's going to be like here, there's going to be a menu and the results, because right now it's in results, not live scores. And it's by court, so it will be a little lower down here.
There you go.
What I was looking at basically was winners, and the fact that somehow, if you discount aces, Shang hit 50 of them and Otte just 19. Which is crazy.
19 aces for Otte and 3 for Shang, is that right?
Yeah. So sorry, 21 non-ace winners for Otte and 50 for Shang. This is like, we would expect it to be the other way around. Shang's game is just really coming together at this event. And by the way, usually there's even more sections, like when they're playing on like a bigger court. But yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Kalinskaya, Collins.
Yeah, we hit 3 hours and Collins is 2 points away.
Yeah, 15:30 on the Kalinskaya serve. Some people might be wondering what's going on in this match. The reason why I haven't really been talking about it for the last half an hour or so is they've all pretty much held serve fairly comfortably. But right now, 4-5 Kalinskaya serving. So Collins is 2 points away from winning this match. But it's a forehand now. There's a loopy moonball there from Collins. Now she's back on it, but she's gone long, so it's 30 all.
What a bad mistake.
Yeah. Anyway, 30 all, still 2 points from victory, funnily enough. This has turned into a pretty good match. Kalinskaya, 4-5, 30 all. Kalinskaya, 30 all.
We can watch two platforms.
We can watch on 2 platforms?
Yeah,
I guess then. I know.
And Collins has dropped her racket, and it's now 40-30. Game point, Kalinskaya. Yes, I've just shared the Oscar Otter stats there on the screen regarding Shang. So Shang threw in 4 sets. Let's have a look at a few other live scores that are happening right now. Yep, we got Daniel Collins, Kalinskaya at deuce. Sakari on serve, having a bit of breakdown in that set. In fact, I think she was 4-1 down at one point. No, maybe 4-2. Anyway, it's 4-all now. Schneider is through, as we already discussed. These are it looks like there's 4 women's matches very much in action right now. Let's have a look at the men's matches in action. Oh, Nakashima has lost the first set to McDonald. How about that? Griekspoor won the first set against Kotov. I would imagine Griekspoor would come through against the lucky loser there. Korda losing. I mean, listen, Shapovalov has lost the set against Lajovic. There's been a few sets, at least, that have taken us by surprise. I would say Garin getting back into that match, winning that set 6-1. Nakashima losing the first set against McDonald.
Probably not so much.
Not what Nakashima.
I wasn't expecting a straight set match
for Korda or for Nakashima.
No, in Nakashima,
Okay.
McDonald. I think that McDonald can take a set from Nakashima.
Well, he has.
In my opinion, he can also win. He can also win
Okay.
the match.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
But you had Nakashima go through, right?
In my bracket.
Prediction. Yeah. I mean, that's. I agree with you. I'm not. Maybe it's the fact it's the first set, and suddenly Nakashima, who
She won.
Oh, Collins has won. There you go. Things happening.
The reigning
here
finalist.
all the time.
Because we have no reigning champion.
The reigning finalist. Yeah.
So,
I wasn't going to say anything. I just thought, oh well, that's an interesting Italianism, maybe coming into the English language. But yeah, I see what you mean. She's the reigning finalist. I mean, no one went further than her.
Yeah.
In last year's Australian Open, that is at this year's Australian Open. Anyway, I saw a very strange terminology for Kenin Azarenka today. It was the only person to have won the Australian Open since 2013. By the way, Kalinskaya seems to be upset at something. Kalinskaya is complaining. It's unusual to lose a match and then immediately complain. Collins is doing anything but complain, of course. She's won. She sticks her hands up in the air. Or sticks one of her hands up in the air. I wonder what Kalinskaya is complaining about. Maybe the length of the medical timeouts that Daniel Collins had earlier? Don't know. Let us know in the live chat if you do know what Kalinskaya's beef is at the moment. But whatever way you look at it, Daniel Collins is through. Nerves of steel that took. Collins doesn't look particularly happy, even though she's just won that tight match.
Collins is never
No,
happy.
she's somewhere between happy, angry, and angry, sad, if you like. Angry.
Even when she screams, "Come on!" It's like she's
Her teeth are gritted. Her
she's
teeth
gonna kill you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But that's how she hits a tennis ball as well, in a way.
Yeah.
So you've switched over to Mutet and Wu.
And it's not the same when she talks to media.
No, she's soft
Yeah.
So Shapo dropping a set, Korda dropping a set. How far do we have Shapovalov getting in this tournament? I think I've got him going out about third or fourth round against.
I've got him in third, losing to Hurkacz. I don't think it's a good matchup for him. Simply like Shapovalov usually loses to these guys who just counter punch well, and
That's a hell of a third round match.
Yeah, it would be really nice to watch. Yeah.
Hurkacz is a breakup now in the third. Oh, he's looking very comfortable now. 2 sets to 11 a breakup. Sorry, carry on.
I think they would be like pretty evenly matched in terms of the odds if they meet in the third round, but I think Hurkacz would be like a slight favorite. I just think it's a better matchup for him. But yeah, it will certainly be very close. I have either losing to Medvedev, basically, like whoever wins. I do have to say that Nakashima McDonald looked very close to me on paper as well.
Okay.
Another one where I think the courts probably sweet Maki a little bit more, so perhaps not as surprised. But
Nadal would rather play McDonald, right? You'd think. I mean, he's not going to say that.
I don't know, actually.
Okay. Didn't he play McDonald sometime?
Yeah.
In the last 12 months or so? Oh, no, I'm thinking of Thompson at the French Open.
But I think he played McDonald's like a couple years back.
Nadal has played Giron in the first round last year.
Yeah.
Thompson, French Open. No, he's checking.
But anyway, I think that I just think that McDonald's, he can actually rush Nadal. 2020 Roland Garros 4 games, but I mean it wasn't clay, right? Maki is pretty terrible on clay, but I think he can sort of just rush Nadal the way Nakashima can't. Nakashima is just solid, hits that great backhand, but it's not really he doesn't take time away with it. I think if one of them was to actually beat Nadal, I think it could be McDonald, but I still think he has no chance.
What's Collins got to say?
You've got some big fans here at Melbourne Park.
Big fans here. She doesn't look happy at all, does she? I wonder if she's a bit annoyed though because of the way her opponent sort of seemed to be annoyed as well.
Probably yes. It's not good to.
No, 3 hours and 3 minutes. Just pleased about the support that she's got. People remember her journey from last year. She's reminding us. Yeah, so just having a look at this Nadal McDonald head-to-head. McDonald ranks 65 currently. By the way, I think Nadal has no chance of getting to world number 1 at this event because he's defending 2,000 points, right? Yep. But of course, it'll get closer because if he was to win, which is I'd say a very long shot right now, but he would get closer because of course Alcaraz will drop a few points, won't he?
90.
Is that all because of the third round?
Third round.
Yeah, only gets you 90.
Yeah, so 90 points.
So,
90
points.
Not so much,
so not
to be
many.
honest.
Keep mixing up the years. It was 2021 when he qualified.
Yes, I remember this match against McDonald now.
Korda is up a break.
So Korda's up a break?
Yeah,
Okay.
too long.
Okay. So Collins is through. We've got Damien across the Moutet match. You're on Korda right now, I think, more or less. I don't know which.
Serving for it.
Serving for the match, is he?
Yeah, and Korda was born in the States. I was supposed to
Florida,
take that
yeah.
20 minutes ago, but.
So Nishioka is 2 sets to love up. Hurkacz is serving for the match. Van der Zandschulp is 1 game all. I'm getting closer, aren't I, on that pronunciation? Wu is Wu serving for the match? No, serving for the 4th set to take that into a 5th set against Moutet. You're all over that. 2 break points though for Moutet there, so that's interesting. Shang beating Otto, as we touched on earlier. Sinner breezing through, losing just 6 games to Carl Edmund. Watanuki and Sarondolo are also through. Echeverri as well, so a couple of Argentinians going through there. Of course, there was always going to be one Argentinian going through in this particular match between Sarondolo and Peja because they're both Argentinian. What's on Rod Laver Arena right now? I'm just thinking about the Nadal match. Sakkari. So he's on after that match, I guess, the Sakkari match.
Yeah.
So he could be on in a few minutes, or it could be a lot longer, depending on whether that goes to a 3rd set. Let's have a quick look at Sakkari. Where is she? Where are you? Ooh, game point for Yuan in this one. I might see if I can get Sakkari up on the big screen. So the Nadal match will follow Yuan against Sakkari. So that could be in 5 or 10 minutes, or it could be an hour away yet. We'll see. That is tennis. You didn't get that kind of information in Netflix documentaries. Hurkacz actually, that's quite good for him in that he was looking a bit shaky in that 1st set until the tiebreaker, but eventually coming through it, it would seem, serving for the match. Let's see if I can find Sakkari. There she is. Let's have a look at this one. I like how it says watch or need help. Need help? What with cooking a pizza or just
maybe it's like it knows that it's 4:22 in the morning.
You need help.
Need help?
You need help following tennis at this time of night. You need charge for your phone or for your phone. Do you? There's a. I guess you can just use the. Yeah, you'll find something. Yeah. So, deuce now between Sakkari and Yuan. I might just talk us through this point. Backhand return from Sakkari. Backhand. Oh, it's a backhand winner from Sakkari. It's match point, Sakkari. There you go. You do the maths, Johnny boy. Match point, Maria Sakkari. I will be talking us through this. Collins is looking angry. D saying there, yes, indeed. By the way, we've got 12 people watching us now, which is our peak amount of viewers. So make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you're new. Oh, we've gone up to 13. Listen, Sakkari, match point, advantage for the Greek player in this game. Can she seal it? She's got a backhand return, forehand for Yuan. I think Yuan has won the point, though. Good forehand there. Deuce, saving match point. Sakkari there, gesticulating at Tom Hill, her coach. Tom Hill must be one of the youngest coaches on tour. I mean, how old is he? Like 30 or something? Tom Hill?
He's born in 95.
What was that? In 28, 27?
27, 27, 28.
29 this year, 29, 28 this year. Oh, boy. Oh, well. So did he retire early from tennis or injured or? Nobody knows. Let us know in the live chat. There's 10 of you watching right now. Someone must know. If Tom Hill, any relations to Tom Hill watching us tonight? Anyway, whatever. Okay, deuce, and it's another match point for Maria Sakkari. Another match point for the Greek. I'm going to need a sip of water. D thinks that Chapo might go 5. Match point number 2, Sakkari. And I'll talk us through this, and then if it goes to deuce, we'll have a chat about 1 or 2 other things. If Sakkari wins, then we'll soon be having Rafa on this court. Forehand return for Maria. Forehand goes well wide. She sort of mishit that one. So it's deuce again. 2 match points Yuan has saved. Sakkari there kind of mistiming that one there. So she hits it into the tram line. Is that Moutet? Or is that... I'm just trying to think. So Wu is 2 points from winning that set, albeit it's on serve. Backhand for Sakkari. Backhand into the net from Yuan. So it's match point number 3 for the world number 6, I'll say. Maybe world number 6, Maria Sakkari. She certainly seeded 6 anyway.
Good chance for both. I have to say, it's a fair ground for either. Maybe if Mute is injured.
Sakkari here, match point. Second serve for her to look at. Gets the impression that on the previous 2 match points, she didn't have a second serve to look at, but I could be wrong. She's bouncing up and down. She means business. What's she going to do here? Goes down the tee. Forehand return this time for Sakkari. Forehand to forehand they are now. Oh, that's a good forehand from Yuan. But what a winner there from Sakkari. She's done it. She's through. 6-1, 6-4. Comfortable for Sakkari, which, by the way, is something that didn't always occur in slams early on last year. I remember her being pushed to 3 sets by Tatiana Maria, who beat her at Wimbledon, I believe, early on. So they played each other in back-to-back slams, if you like. But that's good then, a comfortable win. What do we know about Yuan? Was that a test for Sakkari, or would you expect her to win in straight sets that match? Straight sets, you'd expect it. Okay.
Yes.
But she's done it, and she did it with a forehand winner down the line.
And she's
meaning
happy. She's not like Collins. She's fully happy.
Yeah, she is. Yeah. Meaning that Sakkari is through to round 2, joining Pegula, joining Coco Gauff, joining Raducanu, joining Kostyuk. Who else am I missing on the women's side that's gone through? I think I have a list of players. Schneider as well. How can I forget? Yeah, qualifier.
Cordes saved 6 break points in this game.
Okay.
Yeah, I loved how Sakkari couldn't, keep herself from smiling after that match point. But if I landed a forehand like that on a match point at the Australian Open, I think I would be doing the same probably. And Mute and Wu are now going 5. This has been a bit of a
They are going 5,
affair,
okay, yeah.
Hopefully the 5th set is gonna have both guys speaking. And we were just talking about Mario. I don't know if you guys heard that because we were doing that off the mic. But I guess you probably maybe heard it. But we were talking about the fact that either Mute or Wu plays France Rundova in the second round. So it's like a perfect opportunity for either of these guys, Mute or Wu, to make the third round where they could face Felix. And before the tournament, I really liked the possibility of Ibing playing Felix in the third round. Like, I think that would be just really exciting to check where he is right now. Well, for both actually. I meant that sentence about Wu, but for Felix it works as well. Of course, Wu played Medvedev in the third round at the US Open and it wasn't really close. But I'm thinking Felix could be a better matchup for him, although he would certainly need to play better than he has been today. By the way, set 4. Mute won 34 points to 27 and lost the set 6-4.
Oh, wow. To win 7 more points than your opponent, but still lose the set. That's nuts.
Explain this to who's watching Breakpoint.
Yeah, I
Netflix.
know. Yeah. So Corentin Moutet won 7 more points than Jibin Wu and still
He
lost.
has a positive rate, winners and forced errors, while Yibing Wu is negative in the set. So clutch from Yibing Wu.
Okay. I mean, apparently it's wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, the stats are wrong.
I was wondering.
I'm not sure if all the stats were swapped. Like, I'm not sure if the winners and first errors were. Actually, I can quickly check it. That they just show something completely different. Yeah, it seems like the stats were just the other way around.
Shapovalov is down a break in the third set against Dusan Lajovic.
Shapovalov.
Always the same Shapovalov.
I mean, that's the other thing with those players that I was mentioning, Chapo, Tsitsipas to some extent. I mean, going out in round 1 last year.
Yeah, even if it's way different, in my opinion.
You think Tsitsipas is that defeat is worse? You mean, or I mean, I just think that I'm talking about reliability here. So we're talking about Hurkacz, Felix, Chapo, many of these players between sort of 7 and 20 in the world that we expect big things from, that we keep waiting for Felix. I mean, by the way, Felix is not out of the Australian Open the way I'm talking yet, but, we've been waiting for Felix, I think, for 2 or 3 years now to take a step forward. And suddenly that, you go to bed because most Europeans right now, most sane Europeans are sleeping. And then they wake up and they're like, oh, Felix is out, or Chapo went 5 bizarrely, or sometimes they go through, but you're still going, why is he going 5 sets? In that situation. Anyway, listen, let's see what happens with Chapo. I don't know if you've got something to say to that, Mario.
No, I was thinking about Felix, and I was thinking the US Open. He went out in straight sets against the second round Draper.
And of course Draper got injured against
Cacciano.
And I think it was a breakup in the third set or something.
It was definitely in the third set.
It was one set all and a break. And I think it was
6-5 once at all. Yeah,
but I think it was a breakup. Yeah, I think it was a breakup. So he was close to winning that third set.
But yeah, I mean, with Chapo, it's always been about that. Him struggling with the shot selection, right? Just the rally tolerance, not always being up to par. And I think it's easy to forget that even his best Grand Slam run, so that semi at Wimbledon, he also had a 5-setter in the early round, right? I can't remember who it was against. Schreiber, maybe. Is that correct? I don't know.
Could be.
But he also had a 5-setter in the early round there, so it was also pretty close to for him to be out there, because I think it was when he played Mare in the third round, and because he had that tough one earlier. Right? Shapovalov had a 5-setter early on, I think, against Schreiber, and then everyone thought that Mare was going to trouble Shapovalov, and he just completely blew him off the court.
At Wimbledon, you're talking about? 21.
21, yeah, when he made the semis and lost to Djokovic 7-5, 7-5, 7-5.
We've got D in the live chat. Chapo doing Chapo things, and the reason he says that is because Chapo double faults to go 1-2 down in the third. That's the break that we talked about.
I have to say, he's reliable in his
unreliability. Botic and Ivashka are on serve in the fourth set, with the Dutchman leading 2-1 in that particular match. Sakkari's just gone through, as I mentioned previously. She joins Pegula and Goff and Raducanu, who are all through. Jack Draper coming up very shortly against Rafa Nadal. They will be coming on court, I would say, in the next few minutes for their warm-up, because they are coming on the Rod Laver Arena, where Sakkari has just departed from the Rod Laver Arena, but not departed from the competition. She is through in straight sets. Like I said, Coco Gauff, Raducanu, Pegula, Yeah, and various others have gone through. Who else am I missing on the women's side that is through? Let's put them up on the screen here. Andreescu as well went through in straight sets. Very impressive there. So Andreescu, Pegula, Goff, Raducanu, Sakari, all through in straight sets. Collins, of course, has just joined them as well, although her battle through was much tougher, winning in 3. Sinner winning in straight sets earlier against Edmund in straight sets. Shang is through on the men's side at the expense of the German Oscar Otter. And we've got Mutet and Wu into a 5th set. This match you were quite excited about anyway before, right? Why so?
Yeah, they're just very exciting to watch, I think. Mute, of course, with the hand skills is always fun. With the drama, I guess, with the antics, which is what people also follow him for. And Yibing Wu, he's one of the guys whom I generally tend to follow and enjoy. All the players who are, well, not quite yet where they should be in the rankings, who are underranked. I think, considering the fact that Yibing has been out for 3 years, this is always going to be a big story. And the fact that, he's still coming back, he still hasn't played a full schedule. And yeah, he just belongs up there. I don't know how high yet. I don't know if in the top 50, definitely in the top 100 though. And yeah, just sounds like a very enjoyable match on a ball striking level. It is for sure. There was also a match between them, as I was talking about earlier, at the US Open qualifying in the 3rd round, which was, well, Yibing Wu had like the toughest possible campaign there, playing Beranki, Smute, and whoever in the 2nd round, can't remember. So yeah, we basically had some idea that this was gonna be good, but they have been limited a bit, Mute by the injury probably, and Wu by just not really playing that well today. But yeah, it's the 5th set. Whoever wins is going to be the favorite against France Rundolo, so there's a lot of pressure.
I think the last match for the afternoon, if you like, session is on Rod Laver, is Nadal against Draper this evening in Australia, this morning as it will be here. Swiatek-Niemeir get things underway for the night session, followed by Giron Medvedev, the number 7 seed against Giron there. They'll be in action much later. How much later it will be, we just don't know. I guess they're due to get underway about 9 o'clock a.m. here, I think. So in fact, there probably will be a gap on Rod Laver if this goes straight sets one way or the other. What's your prediction for Nadal-Draper, by the way, Mario? What's your prediction in terms of sets and who's winning?
I'm gonna go with Nadal in 4 and probably losing the 3rd set.
Okay, Nadal in 4. What about you, Damien?
I can't really honestly say Draper. Like, I want to. I really do. This is the better story. I would love to see it, but I can't really do that yet. I think he just hasn't had a moment like that. At some point he will. I just don't think it's today. But I do expect him to trouble Nadal. Perhaps losing to Kwon in late semis can also be like a blessing in disguise.
Definitely.
The fact that he wasn't playing the final. Kwon, I think, is playing Eubanks is very soon, and that's actually probably going to hurt him. And I doubt he's going to be physically fit. And also, Draper with all the health issues that he's had over the past couple of years, I think it's really important for him to not be gassed for this match. I don't know. If he holds up mentally, anything is possible, but I can't keep a straight face and say that Jack Draper is going to win this match. But I do think he has a chance.
Give us a prediction. Come on.
Not 3. Not over 4 in 4 or 5. I don't know. Let's say I think 4 is more realistic. I would love to see 5.
It could go 5. And I'm thinking, yeah, let's go Nadal in 5. Okay, I was going to go Nadal in 4, but as soon as I handed the mic or gave the opportunity for Mario, I thought he's going to say Nadal in 4, and so I guess let's go Nadal in 5. But listen, it could be really. The thing is with this match, although I think it's obvious and clear to say that Rafa Nadal, despite his recent travails, is the favourite, that's obvious. I don't think any scoreline would be, even a straight sets win for Draper, would that be absolutely beyond likelihood? No, I think it's possible, right? I mean, it would be a slight surprise, and it's probably, of all the combinations, Rafa in straight sets, I think it's probably the least likely, but there's still probably a 10% chance of it happening. Yes, Mario.
It can happen. I can see it happening, but probably more than a slight surprise, in my opinion.
Okay.
A straight sets defeat.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it would be in the Netflix tennis world for sure. But to us who've been watching tennis for many years, but in particular the last few months, seeing the way the two players have played, seeing the way we're probably taking a lot of stock in the Rafa performances. I mean, listen, since the semi-final, which he never played against Kyrgios, he went out first match in Cincinnati against Borna Coric, 3 sets. It was tight. That could go either way. Nobody is suggesting that Nadal is in trouble at that point. But I think then we saw him play in New York, and we saw the first 3 rounds. I mean, you described the match against Fognini. Am I saying that right? Fognini?
Yeah,
and you said it was a horrible match, and I know exactly what you mean by that because, there was just unforced errors galore, and it was a case of somebody playing a lot worse than the other, if you like. I mean, I remember at one point, Carlos Moya said to Rafa, because Rafa was struggling and was, errors were happening off his racket, blah, blah, blah. And Carlos Moya had to calm Rafa down, basically, and say, don't worry, he's feeling it too. In other words, I think sometimes tennis players forget about how their opponent might be feeling, and actually that can calm you. I remember watching that Netflix, actually, funny enough, and looking at the Tomljanovic-Badosa match, and some people were saying, oh, that's a tough draw for Tomljanovic. But what Tomljanovic needs to think is, I'm a tough draw for Badosa too. For Badosa, I'm probably the worst sort of, let's say, unseeded player, if you like. So, yeah. Anyway, regarding Rafa, so he struggled in New York, and then he goes out to Tiafoe, and you're thinking, well, that's his worst Grand Slam performance in 5 or 6 years, since 2017 Wimbledon, I think, because he's reached the quarterfinals of every one he'd played, something like 12 or 13 in a row. Still, that's a stat, and if you see him have a good indoor hardcourt season, you're putting that to rest, if you like. But he had anything but a good indoor hardcourt season. I saw him play Tommy Paul in Paris. I went to that match, and the third set, he was a ghost. I've heard suggestions. I think even he said that he was feeling particularly sick in that third set, and he may well have vomited. I remember match point. Yes, it was one that you would expect him to lose, but he didn't even bother to chase it down. Anyway, so his form, and it continued at the indoor hardcourt season at the ATP Tour Finals. I heard lots of people. By now, I'm starting to think, hang on a second, there's something up here, because a lot of people were making excuses for Rafa at this stage, saying, oh, but he's never good on indoor hard. Blah, blah. Not true. Okay, he's only ever won 1 indoor hardcourt title, but those ATP Tour Finals, he's frequently getting to the semi-finals and the final. Yeah. And the one year I don't remember him doing it recently was in 2019, when he still won 2 out of his 3 matches, and his form there was really good. Okay, he didn't make it through, but that was a very different exit from that tournament to this year. Then he loses his first 2 matches in Australia. Go, Mario.
Now, the fact is that even suggesting a horrible performance from Rafa, I can see Draper still ready to make a perfect, brilliant performance to take it out in straight sets. I don't know. There should be a combination of both things, and that's why I think that Draper can win this one. But honestly, I'll be very surprised if it's a straight sets defeat in the first round of a Grand Slam for Rafa Nadal, even if the match is quite difficult. Even at the beginning of the tournament, I
don't remember him losing in a Grand Slam in straight sets since Djokovic in 2019.
In the first one,
2019
straight
sets, yeah. That's the last time I remember him losing in straight sets at a Grand Slam.
It's not so long ago.
No, but yeah, but no straight sets defeat. I mean, Djokovic had one in 2020 to Nadal.
In 2021 to Medvedev, the only one.
Oh yeah, right, 2021 as well to Medvedev.
Djokovic, yeah.
And Nadal's only straight sets defeat in say I can remember as Djokovic since probably that maybe 2015, 2016 period. 2015, he lost to Djokovic in straight sets at the French Open. And there's probably one or two more in there because he had a pretty rough couple of years. They're now walking on court, by the way. We've got somebody saying, saludos desde Chile. Yo he vivido en Chile durante 6 meses en 2017. So I could speak a bit of Spanish, but I would probably alienate 1/3 of the sofa. Mario, ¿vale español?
Understand.
Capiche español, no? By the way, parley is Italian as well. Like to say, do you speak is in Italian it's parley, yeah.
Yeah.
The verb, yeah.
Yeah.
Just like very similar, almost the same as French, right?
Yeah.
And capiche is understand, right?
Yeah.
Do you know we sometimes say that in English too? Like it's an informal, jokey kind of thing, but we might say capiche. Like, do you get it? Do you understand?
Yeah, okay.
So we do use that as well. I don't know if you use that in Italian. By the way, some Polish words do take from like how do you say tomato in pomidor? See, there you go.
But kapujesz, there is a word like that's coming from this. I'm assuming kapishi. Kapować is like to understand.
D is going safe bet Rafa in 4. Like I say, I mean, I'm not quite as. I'll be surprised, but maybe not as surprised as Mario if it's a straight sets win for Draper. I mean, this is off the top of my head without any thought process. And for many people, they might think that's how I live. But I think there's all 5 possibilities could happen.
You're right. I have also to say that even when you are analyzing the facts, when you are talking about a legend like Rafa Nadal, you still struggle to believe that in a Grand Slam first round, it can be a straight sets defeat. I don't know. I actually...
Yeah, I get that. I mean, it's probably a long time since that happened in the first round.
Probably, and it's never happened because he
May have
lost
never
in...
happened.
I just checked that actually.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Nadal lost
2 exits in the first round.
One straight set one.
Yeah.
He lost 14 times in straight sets at slams. 2 of them are through retirement, so it doesn't really count, I think. But anyway, yeah, the last 2 have been Djokovic. There's also been Del Potro at 2018 US Open, but that was a retirement.
Just 1 second. The 2 against Djokovic recently were...
The ones we mentioned. The ones we mentioned.
Only...
Roland Garros and the Australian Open.
Roland Garros straight set? Oh, that's 2015 though.
2015,
Yeah.
And in 2015, he also lost to Berdic that match where he won 2 games in the first 2 sets.
2015.
At the Australian Open.
So Berdic won 6-1, 6-1 the first 2 sets?
6-0, 6-2, 7-5. Or the other way around. 6-2, 6-0, 7-6, sorry.
But what round was that, by the way?
Quarterfinal.
Oh, okay.
And then Berdic played Federer, I think was it? No, 2015. No, Federer lost to Seppi, so Berdic must have played Murray in the semis. And the only round 1 defeat is at Wimbledon, Steve Darcy's, of course, 2013 Wimbledon.
You're right, because the other
was that 5 sets or
Djokovic?
I'm just talking about straight set defeats at the slams for Nadal.
Okay.
That was out of all the grass early losses. That was the only one in straights. The others were in 4 or 5.
For example, one curious thing about early exits is, that Djokovic is a 9-time Australian Open champion, but the only 2 first round defeat in a Grand Slam has happened at the Australian Open. Never happened in Roland Garros, Wimbledon, US Open, but yeah, both the Australian Open.
No, Istanbul was in the second round, right?
Yeah, no, it doesn't. It hasn't happened since 2006. So
yeah, I'm still trying.
So one against Marat Safin, I'm sure,
Safin,
because it was the. I think he made 2 or 3 games in one match.
I think at a slam he lost to Paul Goldberg, but I don't know if that was in the Australian Open or the US Open, because that's
probably second round.
The loss that everyone forgets. I think that's the one to Paul Goldberg, but it could have been the second round. But yeah, to Safin, you're right for sure.
Rafa has happened in 2016 once against Verdasco in the Australian Open, round 1.
5-7, sorry, Goldstein, not Goldberg.
You're right.
But I was right. That was the other loss. Yeah. Safin in 3 games and Paul Goldstein. Yeah, I mean the only time I've heard of Paul Goldstein was when he beat Djokovic. Of course, I wasn't following tennis back then. I was 7, I think. But if we were following tennis, then I'm sure we would have had some memories of Paul Goldstein. Do you have some memories about Paul Goldstein?
I do not.
He was the world number 58
Okay.
in some year and 40 in doubles, and beat Novak Djokovic in the 2006 Australian Open in the first round.
How about that? By the way, something I didn't know was that Casper Ruud's father not only played but got to number 39 in the world.
He was the highest ranked Norwegian up until Casper.
Oh, there you go. Who's Casper playing?
Same with Sakari's mother.
Yeah, Sakari's mother.
She's been number 43, like in the world. And
Yeah.
then-
Maria described her mother. Of course, she's biased, but she said that her mother was the trailblazer, if you like, for Greek
Oh,
tennis.
that's possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because then there was Daniilidou, right? She was in the top 20, but I'm assuming that for a while Sakari's mother maybe also was the highest ranked Greek player. But before Sakari played, Daniilidou was in the top 20. I can't remember.
Or 14.
Yeah, something like that. 14, 12, 13, something like that.
So Draper and Nadal are warming up. There you go, people. And through to round 2 on the women's side are Andreescu, Pegula, Goff, Raducanu, Gadetsky, Buxa, Sakari, Collins, Kostyuk, Schneider. Am I missing anyone else? I don't think so. I think I've got pretty much... Oh, Burel is through as well. And at the moment, that is it. So I think the only one I'm missing on that list on the screen is Burel. But Bernarda Pera, despite losing the first set, is now actually just 1 game away from beating the wildcard Uchijima. She was in a bit of trouble, obviously, losing the first set 6-2. But she's fought back to take the second set and is leading 5-1 with a double break, of course, in the third. So she may well get added to the list very soon. But Clara Burel, the qualifier, beat the Australian wildcard Tyler Gibson. So let's add her to that list. Any shocks really today? I suggested that Kostyuk winning against Anisimova in straight sets, but I know I'm fine with saying that that's not a shock. Any shocks at all? I mean, let's just have a look at some of the men's latest scores, actually, because...
Kenin Azarenka has started, by the way.
Ooh.
So probably I'm putting this match on my screen.
Do it, because her catch is through. I'll have a quick look at some of the ATP latest scores, actually, and talk my audience through that. Sinner Echeverry, Van der Zans Hulp is through in 4 sets. Hulp, yeah. I know. I'm going to get worse rather than better, I think. So I think I peaked about an hour ago. Sarondolo is through in straight sets. Wu and Moutet are in a dogfight into the 5th set there. Moutet looks like he's got a break point, though, so you might want to get across that. So that'll be interesting to see if he breaks serve.
I think if we take into account the score, I think we could count Watanuki beating Rinderknecht like that as a shock, right?
Yeah, straight sets. Yeah,
if we take the score into
absolutely. That's the other reason I thought I might squeeze Kostyuk as a surprise by adding the fact that it was straight sets.
You know, in best of 3, it doesn't
true.
that much, I think.
True.
Yeah, like 2 sets to love, whoever it would be. I don't think it really has the same impact.
Yeah. If it's not like 6-1, 6-2, it's okay.
But anyway, Watanuki beating Rinderknecht. I think it's Rinderknecht, not Rinderknecht. It's my thoughts. Might even be Rinderknecht in French. Yeah,
I think yes.
Probably in French it would be.
I think it is probably. I think it's some players when they go to, because he played college for Texas A&M, and I think some players just get really used to the American, the English pronunciation. And then they just don't care anymore. Like they just don't correct people when they say Rinderknecht. But I think initially, I think it was supposed to be Rinderknecht.
So Nadal and Jack Draper are about to get underway. It looks like Rafa's going to serve first. I'm going to leave the stream, but I'll be posting bits and pieces up there. We'll have Damien talking us through bits and pieces from the Nadal match, but also he's going to keep across Moutet Wu, who are into a 5th set. I think we're going to have Mario switching between various matches, but particularly with one eye on Kenin against Azarenka,
Yeah.
but possibly one eye on this one as well between Nadal and Draper. And Nadal has a 15-love lead. So the straight sets win that we were speculating on for Jack Draper is 1 point negative, if that makes any sense. Anyway, listen, I'm going to take myself off air before I start talking even weirder. I'm going to charge this microphone. By the way, Nadal's winning 30 love. I'm going to charge this microphone. Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, yeah. So I'm going to charge. It doesn't matter that I'm talking to the audience right now, but nice forehands there. I'm going to charge this microphone, and oh, there's a lot of topspin there, boy. I'm going to charge this microphone, which means in about an hour I'll probably switch microphones and charge that one.
And he was saying that, you know, that the balls don't catch any spin. We didn't really see it in this rally, that's for sure.
He said after 2 points. Now we are at 3rd point. So
I think it's 3 points now.
Yeah, 3 points.
so now the ball won't bounce anymore.
But they also used it on the warm-up, right? So yeah, it's already been more.
One love. At 2-1 in this match, by the way, I'll probably play a 1-minute video just to give everyone a minute's break.
Yeah. Kenin has started quite well. She's break point up. No.
Quarters dropped a set.
Another one.
Yes, 2 sets to 1 down, I think.
Corda. No.
He won the 3rd set.
Oh, okay.
And Shapovalov too
Okay.
has won the 3rd set, winning 5 among the last 6. No, he's up.
Okay, he's up.
He was 3-1 down, and now he won 6-4.
Okay. Kenin has a started.
Yeah, we are in a very, very long first service game for Azarenka. She She has had to save 3 break points so far, and we're still in it. While Kenin has held in the first game.
What about Wu and Mute?
Yeah, Mute is 4-2 up in the fifth, 2 service holds away, although it's now Wu serving. This match has been going for a long time now, but I guess that's what we wanted. That's what we expected. Yeah, and Wu seems to be sort of spraying all over the place again. Right now it's 15-30, adds 2-4. So yeah, this is basically a must-win game for him.
Yeah. Any early thoughts on this one?
Oh.
Just out. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, sometimes I forget that the Hawkeye is only to see how much out or in it was. Sometimes I see the ball and I'm like, oh, let's see.
Yeah, we just talked about this match point from 2017, right? We're not gonna get a moment like that anymore, because now you just know that they're gonna show the same call, and back then it was it added to the drama definitely. Not much early thoughts yet. I mean, Draper just served well in the opening game. A couple of early rallies, but also not really something that you could say. I think for one thing, you can kind of see that Draper is definitely not gonna just come out here and hit try to finish every ball. At least not until he. Yeah, that's a great backhand, of course. And not until he really needs to. I think people are still kind of stuck with thinking of Draper as this sort of huge lefty serve, huge forehand only player. Like that's basically what he plays. I think Draper is clearly drifting towards a more baseline oriented play style, just being good in the rallies, moving well, which he does. And it's not a criticism, not even. I'm not saying it's also good or anything. It's basically neutral. But I just don't think he's going to be as aggressive in this one as most people seem to think he would.
Coming to the net was not a good option.
Right.
Yeah, you want to say that he should have maybe went to the forehand. We've seen a lot of times that players actually are more willing to approach to Rafa's forehand. But then again, you remember all of these banana passing shots, and I can't blame them for being afraid.
Kenin is broken. Oh, okay, Kenin is broken.
So I should.
I'm saying it to you.
When his video finishes, you say. And now you're back. Now you're
Okay, so the beginning of this match between Kenin and Azarenka has been quite interesting, because after a very, very long game, about 8-9 minutes, Kenin is broken. And now she's 40 love up on her serve, so she's very close to get the 3 love lead. And now we're following this rally backhand to backhand. No, the net has brought Kenin's ball out, but Kenin has still two chances to go 3-love up in the first set. So Kenin is starting really well his Australian Open campaign, while Azarenka is in trouble.
The fourth game. Proper fanboy moments.
Just give me the mic a second. I've got to say something.
Who's that with a Rafa hat there? Rafa hat and a Rafa hand, what do you call it, mask. Don't you think that Rafa's level, though, in this first 4 games has been better than we've seen for 6 months?
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's super early to tell, but sure. I mean, Draper is barely winning any rallies so far, and there's been a couple of excellent shots already. Like just situational stuff, like the pass a second ago, like the other pass a couple of minutes ago. Yeah, just barely, but it's been very hard for Draper to actually win a rally once the point gets longer. Here, he also was kind of risking a lot, right? That's just not a clean hit there, but that's a direction Rafa likes as well. And Ibinku has a breakpoint to go to 4-4 in the fifth. This match deserves a fifth set tiebreak. This match deserves a fifth set tiebreak too.
I have to say that compared to his ATP finals matches, Nadal has had a few nice moments in his United Cup performances. Not able to keep up throughout the whole match, but I have to say that he has shown some improvements. So. Yeah, that's why I'm not expecting a straight sets defeat. Definitely.
Every point of this game, by the way, so far Draper has been at the net. Of course, here he was kind of forced to after the serve, but it looks like an effort as well. Oh, yeah. Here he's not going to be at the net.
I think there was an ace, wasn't it, in the end?
Yeah.
2 games all.
Yeah, this is irritating because it happens on all of these streaming platforms, right? That you cannot just stay on the stream for the same court. You need to change at some point. Yeah. Like maybe we need help.
Okay.
That doesn't mean we don't.
We are back while Azarenka is struggling in rallies. Kenin is playing really well with the forehand. She makes these forehand slice, and which cause troubles to Azarenka's backhand. Quite difficult start from the 2 times champion.
His finals umpire. John someone, I think.
Blom?
Blom, yeah, I think he was the umpire for the final.
Yeah, 2022 final. Yeah.
Yes.
Who did Kenin lose to, by the way, last week in the semis? I remember it was Oh yeah, Cocheretto. Yeah, yeah. I remember it was a bit of a shock for me because she seems like really getting back on track. But I guess it's it's gonna be still a bit of slow steps. But yeah, I remember being surprised by that the fact that she lost. And then Cocheretto lost to Davis, of course.
Yeah, even if Cocheretto, I have to say that now he has to play Rybaki now. She's shown great improvements even in the end of last season. I remember her winning 125 title, Tampico, yeah. So yeah, I have to say that still a good week from Kenin, and this Sofia Kenin can lose a match to that Cocheretto, in my opinion. Yeah, probably 6-1 in the third. Yeah. But 4-all in the fifth. McDonald has won the second set 7-6, 7-6 against Nakashima. Nishioka is 2 points away against Niemeir.
Is that 2 sets to love, by the way, for
Yeah. For McDonald.
McDonald.
Oh, and also.
Yeah, no wonder Draper has been trying to get to the net, because whenever he tries to play a rally with Nadal, it's looking like that so far. He just gets pulled away from the baseline and constantly rushed. Yeah, I mean, out to to the point that you mentioned, I think Nadal is looking pretty sharp so far. In the 15 minutes of the match, I don't know. He's 18.
18. I think the courts are slow this year.
You think?
I find them pretty slow, to be honest.
I think Draper's defending well, by the way.
Yeah, and that's sort of what I was talking about like 2 games ago, that people still think of Draper as this huge hitting guy, and I mean he's got excellent movement, and he's definitely drifting towards a bit of a different play style than what he rose through the rankings on. But it's not really anything new. I mean, he was doing the same in the latter half of 2022, I think, perhaps even earlier, like Wimbledon or something like that.
Okay, commercial break, people.
Azarenka has broken back.
Azarenka's broken back.
Yeah.
Try. I mean, if you don't know what to say, then just say about another match or something.
But wasn't there supposed to be a commercial break?
We're having a commercial break right now. We're fine. No one can hear what you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why we.
No. I'm saying that when we got matches, when you're actually on, it's all right. We did send it to the but I know it's difficult, but normally I just say, well, these are some of the scores that are happening. I might even give you, at some point, I might give you a mic each as well. Once I've got plenty of juice in both microphones, you can have one mic each if you want.
Be smoother. I mean,
Up to you, we'll see.
it's not a big problem to have one.
The mics last for about 4 or 5 hours, maybe even more, 6 hours. So this is a good moment for me to get this right.
Yeah.
I'll get that.
We're in for the long haul.
We'll be back in a couple of weeks.
We're just like into 4 hours out of 12 of the stream, so it's still early days.
And we're back.
Okay, so we were talking about Kenin having a 3-love lead, but Azarenka has broken back pretty comfortably, I have to say. It was a bit unexpected, given how the match had started. But yeah, I'm expecting a little bit of ups and downs in this match from both players, so it can be a roller coaster match. While looking to other scores, Tiafoe has won the first set. Korda is close to the win because he's 2-1 up, 4-1 with the serve. So he has two breaks lead in the fourth set. So are you expecting Nakashima to come back at this point or no? Both of you.
I mean, not watching the match.
Yes.
What do you want me to say? Yeah, I mean that I did think that this match was gonna be closer, but of course they played two tie breaks.
It's close.
It doesn't seem like there's anything that would stop Brandon from potentially making the comeback. Although it's, of course, whenever you're down 0-2, it's kind of unlikely. And Mute and Wu are now 5-5, by the way, in the deciding set, which is exactly what I wanted, as I said at the beginning of this deciding set. Hopefully a tiebreaker to finish it all. And then, the stakes are really high for them. I think whoever will be the favorite against Cerundo.
Yeah, because Nakashima now is putting pressures on McDonald's serve. So yeah, while Draper has held his serve, so till now no chances for the player who was returning in these first 6 games. I have to say that it doesn't happen so much. Some nice rallies, some nice shots, but probably to not so much to still try to make a clear prediction.
Yeah, I mean, everything has been on serve, of course, so far. Probably nothing has changed compared, when it comes to our pre-match stuff. But Nadal is probably more, sharper than we thought he would be. So that's like the only change that we've seen so far. Nice play there, luring Draper into the net with the drop shot. Draper hasn't really been able to approach on his own terms much in this match so far, and that's been sort of it's not ruining anything for him because he's still holding easily. So we had a stats just a second ago, of their first serve points won, and they're both at 90%.
So Van de Zandschulp has won 4 sets against Ivashka, and now we're probably gonna have a clash between Dutch people, yeah, because Griekspoor is 6-3, 7-6, 5-2 up, so one game away through to a straight sets win. Soon Mute will serve for the match.
Yeah.
but they can still make to the tiebreak. They're not unbreakable.
Oh yeah, that for sure is not. I think they have a lot of breaks in this one. Yeah.
To play
12.
Serundolo, even for Serundolo can be a good chance to make to a third round Grand Slam on a hard court, even if we know he's seeded so in a good
Yeah.
position, but still a good chance for him.
Especially if Mute wins. I mean, he's had wrist issues here, something with his shoulder as well. It's possible that he's not going to be 100%. And yeah, I do think that Fran is probably a little bit better on hard courts than what he's perceived as. Of course, he was in the Miami semis, which was a bit of a random run. Let's be honest. There was
bit
that,
lucky.
yeah, there was that retirement from Monfils, was it?
And for Sinner.
And
after
from
5
Sinner,
games.
yeah, and from Sinner exactly. So it was little bit lucky, of course, but with that forehand, it makes sense that he would do pretty well on hard courts. He also played college for like a year or two, so it's not like he doesn't have any hard court practice, especially compared to his brother. So yeah, I think he's gonna do fine in the hard courts in the future. I think Mute or Wu would be the favorite, but it's certainly not like a done deal or anything like that. No.
So Kachanov is on court, and he was a breakup in the first set against Zapata Miralles, but has been broken back. And now we are 5-5-all in the first set. Nishioka has won in straight sets against Mikael Ymer. Probably, yeah, Nishioka is playing good tennis, but probably straight sets win. Yeah, still a very good result for him. Nakashima is up a break in the third set. While Azarenka has made a good hold. So we were 3-love in Kenin's favor, and now we are 3-all after 32 minutes. So we have a great fight.
Yeah, Nishioka Ymer, you mentioned. I was actually expecting that to be pretty tight, right? I mean, Nishioka is such a weird matchup for all these guys like Rune, whom he just beat. Just the lefty ball, the flat backhand is just so tricky to play. But when he's playing a guy like Ymer, I didn't think it would matter much. Like, it would just become tactical, chess on the court. Both players sort of playing a similar game, although Nishioka just plays a completely different ball with the lefty spins, and yeah, I just thought it's gonna be like a very long 5-setter, but whatever. We're not sure what's happening, but Nadal is currently talking to the umpire John Blom about something. The vacuum clean? No, what's going on? It's a shame we cannot, play sound for you. It would, you wouldn't hear us then. Nadal is taking out another racket. He's clearly dissatisfied with something, and John Blom is making a call. Nadal is now explaining the situation to Draper and laughing, so it doesn't seem to be anything huge anyway. But I guess we're gonna maybe read on Twitter in a second what it was about. They're also pulling down like the cover of the bench. Maybe that's what that was. I don't know. Anyway, they're back on court now.
By the way, things have turned the other way pretty quickly here, because now Azarenka has his love 40 and has 3 break points to take the lead against Kenin. You have match points.
Yeah, we do have a couple of match points between Mute and Wu. 40-15, 6-5 in the fifth. Mute is serving. I would be a little disappointed about this result, not gonna lie. I definitely would want Iving to get into that top 100 very soon. I think he still will, of course, up until April. He's only defending 1 point, so it's a matter of time. But Mute is also going to have a good year. I think. I think this is probably the season where he stabilizes himself on the ATP level. That's what it seems, at least. He's been a lot more stable mentally recently. Even if he's complaining, it's not really showing in his play. Yeah, and they're playing a point right now. Mute is pretty much controlling with the forehand. But he does what? Okay, that's going to be a fantastic match point save if it actually ends up, important. Yeah, who knows? But anyway, Mute went to the net, played a stop volley, which wasn't great, but then Ibing sort of got him the ball back, and they had a volley exchange at the net. That's definitely gonna make like a highlight compilation if Wu wins it. There's another match point for Mute now. So meanwhile, Draper is serving, and wow, that's a pretty interesting idea. Yeah. and it's 30-30, but Mute is serving, and he once again gets like the first strike in the rally with the forehand, but he misses a slice, and it's deuce.
Okay, here Azarenka trailed love 3, and now she's gonna serve 4-3 up in the first set. So Kenin has quite lost the plot. Yeah, because now Azarenka has been able to take the lead even in rallies, and Kenin is too much defensive. Yeah, and she's not able to. Yeah, it's happening that Nadal has a break point. And it's also an interesting score because he is 4-3 up in the first set. So he takes this point and is going to serve for the set. And the first serve is in, and it's a good first serve from Jack Draper. So we're gonna go deuce. And Wu has a break point. So we can go to a deciding set tiebreak.
Yeah, we might get what I wanted. Mute actually failed a very similar slice, like on the second set point, just a point ago. And he plays a very similar stroke now, but it actually works out. He's at the net, and Wu nets a pass, so it's back to deuce. And it's back to deuce as well in the Draper-Nadal match, which, yeah. There's a kick from Draper, but they're playing a rally, which hasn't really been a good pattern for Draper so far. Although he's resetting well with that loopy. Okay, Nadal throws out a pretty regulation topspin, and there's a game point for Draper. Mute will serve a deuce. And Azarenka is also serving at 4-3 still. He's playing a lot of these backhand slices. He seems to like not trust his backhand, or maybe he just thinks that it's the right way to go here. And maybe it is because Wu just makes an error of that slice. So a third match point for Mute.
Okay, so if you want. No, because I'm watching Ostapenko has taken the first set against Yastremska, 6-4, and Brenda Fruvirtova is up a break against Alexandra Sasnovic. Now love 40 on her serve, but still on a good track in this first set against the more experienced rival. Qinwen Zheng is also on court. She's 3-love up against Dalma Galfi, while Draper has held, so saving a break points. Now we are 4-all, and Nadal has an important game now.
Yeah.
Oh,
speaking of matches that sort of ended on a net court, Mute was playing that slice again, and it seemed like he would net it, but it clipped the net. and it didn't give him the point right away, but Ibing barely got it before the second bounce, and Mute just finished a forehand winner. So yeah, it's Mute prevailing after how long? Okay, it doesn't count the time here, but I think it's about 3 hours 40 minutes.
14, yeah, for 4 hours 14.
40, yeah, I think it's 3 hours for. That's court 14 or no? No,
No,
wait,
I watched
where?
it on the screen.
It was somewhere. Okay. Anyway, yeah, it was very long. It was very tight as we expected, and yeah, it's gonna be the Frenchman in the second round. Which okay, yeah, you see that the scores are the scoreboard is broken. It's that same stats, the same stats that we were surprised by last time. So I think it's actually the stats for one of the earlier sets.
They played only
Yes,
70 points,
61 points.
in 4 hours.
Yeah, I think it's probably the stats for one of the earlier sets. But anyway,
probably the first set.
Mute has prevailed, and Franz Cerundolo is going to be his rival in the second round. Most important thing is whether his wrist and shoulder are going to be fine. But otherwise, I think he's probably a slight favorite there. He could probably like use a similar sort of tactic as against Wu today, slicing that backhand a lot and making it hard for Fran to find some rhythm on the forehand.
Here I was expecting a roller coaster, and Azarenka had the 30-15 lead in this game, and now Kenin, okay, has just saved the break point with an ace. This set is a never-ending one. Kvitova is won 7-6, 6-2 against Van Witwank. On the men's side, Kachanov and Zapata Miralles are at a tie-break. Shapovalov won. Korda won. Grigspur won. So we have all these results settled. And it's long. It's long, so Nadal has held at love, and so 5-4. Draper will serve to save, to prolong the set, the first set of this first round clash. Take it.
Yeah, I guess I will need to find another match to follow now that Wu and Mute are done. Nakashima is 4-1 in the third, by the way, and Kachanov is into a tiebreak with Zapata Miralles in the opening set, which I think is a bit of a surprise already.
Yeah, because he was up a break.
Yeah, and I mean Bernabe hasn't really been holding up well in on the ATP Tour since joining it. I think maybe the European clay swing is going to be better for him. That's where he should be the strongest. I think I might choose the freshly Mexican Ernesto Escobedo playing Taro Daniel. You know, Escobedo still unbeaten. Yeah, Escobedo is still unbeaten for Mexico.
Yeah.
Played just one match, I think, but yeah, so. Hopefully he can keep that going. I don't know. We'll see. That's probably what I'm going to choose now. And yeah, Nadal has just served out to love, I think. Another couple of rallies where Draper is just not winning anything, basically.
Okay, so Azarenka has held an important game. I know, even if my stream is some seconds before. Yeah, because I checked the live score. And yeah, so here are 5 games in a row from here. And now Kenin is in a big trouble in this first set. By the way, speaking about today's match, there are a lot of matches still to begin today. The Czech derby, Krejčíková Bejlek. Then we have Teichmann Dart can be a very close match.
No, I'm laughing.
Yeah.
It's a terrible comment, but someone under my tweet about Mute and Wu, someone said Wu has autism for sure. I mean, I don't want to block people because honestly, I just have a fear of missing out. Uh, I wanna see all tweets. I don't want to have user profiles that I cannot access or tweets that I can't see when someone quote tweets them or something. But sometimes these people who
Yeah.
come into my comments are just very hard to. Basically, whenever someone does something like that, if I ignore a comment, like not give a like, not respond, you're probably an idiot. Sorry.
Yeah, I can relate. Don't worry. Oh, why my battery is so I don't want to see a bad word, but I already have 8%.
Let's switch then. Because I suppose I already have 100%. Yeah, if we do the switcheroo, I think we're gonna be fine.
Yeah, while Jack Draper, he's playing good in this game, so he has 3 chances to hold and to go through this difficult game because he was serving to prolong the first set. Oh, ace. So 5 games all. So only one break point.
Right? I don't know. Yeah, he's already off the screen. They were
I
showing
saw
someone, yeah.
Rod Laver.
No, that wasn't Rod
no.
Laver. That wasn't Rod Laver, yeah.
So I wasn't.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that was.
Okay.
But I guess we should know the guy. But yeah, Draper's serving has been like impeccable so far, and it's really taking him through these games because other than serve, I mean it's been pretty hard for him to win, especially longer points. If he's not setting it up for himself with the serve, it's been kind of rough. But as long as he's serving like that doesn't really matter. Probably we're gonna see a lot more play on return games in the next sets. That's how it usually works once they start reading each other a bit better.
And we are 1 point away from a moral bagel. Yeah, because Azarenka was love 3 and now she has a set point to win 6-3 the first set against Kenin. And Kenin is gonna make a second serve. No, it was a first serve, so it was a let. Because she made a good first serve and she saved both set points. She was 15-14 in this game. And okay, so what do you expect from the match between Molchan and Wawrinka?
I mean, Molchan has been having a bit of a dip recently, right? Like I just don't think he's playing well enough. Probably, I can see though that best of 5 is probably a bit of a concern for Stan, but I think he was good enough at the United Cup, losing to Hurkacz, beating Bublik, that I trust him to win it. I just think Molchan has been really underwhelming recently. Of course, he's I think he belongs on the main tour, but just this last couple of months, even though in the past he could play well on hard courts, especially in quicker conditions, the past few months have been pretty dire for him. I don't think he's won a match yet either in 2023. Form-wise, it just looks like such a big advantage for Wawrinka that I think he will do it. And I think physically he's been looking pretty good recently. Of course, it wasn't best of 5, but what did he do at the US Open? Did he lose to Mute? I think he lost to Mute at 2 slams last year, right?
I think, yeah.
At the US and at the French.
Open for sure.
Yeah. So I guess Molchan is a lefty as well. Yeah, French for sure. Yeah, I remember that Mute wasn't even like drop. I thought Mute was gonna drop shot him to death, just junk ball, and he wasn't even doing that.
Walk over after 2 sets.
Oh, at the US, yeah. So that's why maybe best of 5 is actually a concern. But in that Moutet match at the French, I remember they were just trading backhands cross court, and Moutet was winning these rallies, which was kind of shocking with the power that Stan has. I don't know if Molchan is capable of doing that with him, but he's a lefty. He does have a pretty, I guess, technically a pretty similar backhand to Moutet, but not the same kind of variety, of course. I don't know. I do think that just the form edge is huge enough that I think Stan will win it. What about you?
I have to say that I agree. I know that best of 5 can be quite an issue, but it also depends, because if you win in straight sets, you also play 3 sets even in two matches best of 3. So it also depends on how the match. I was actually thinking that for me it can also be a straight sets win for Stan Wawrinka. I saw Molchan struggling a lot lately. While I think that it's not the same Wawrinka we used to know, but he looked quite well in the United Cup, and so I think that he can do it. And I can't see him, to be honest, beating Auger-Aliassime probably because he has to play in the second round, but it also depends, because probably if the match goes on, his chances go down a little bit, but at the beginning he has his shot. While now Draper has taken Nadal to advantages in his service game, while he has a tape, the abdomen, Draper. No, I don't think it's nothing, but just I saw it, and he had a chance. He had a chance in this point, because it
was 40-0, and I mean Draper just started hitting a bit more freely. There was a phenomenal backhand winner down the line. Other 2 shots that Nadal missed, but they were also actually forced errors, especially the return for 40-30. And at that point, the return is out from Draper, so it's 6-5 Nadal. The point at deuce was a real chance for Draper. He was in control of the point. Had a forehand, not for a winner, but just to maintain that dominance in the rally. But he just netted it. But some nice signs, because once the pressure was off, once he thought he was gonna lose that game at 40-0, he actually started, but this looks kind of bad. Draper, when he sat down for the changeover, he just instantly took out the ice packet and started just putting it against his head. He looked really really tired at that point. I wonder if
6 degrees.
Draper just took out an ice packet instantly after he sat down, and looked like it was really an issue for him, which of course at the Australian Open has happened a lot. I'm not sure if it's enough for the heat rules to be introduced, but it's still a 10-minute break.
Think so.
I think it's 30 Celsius probably. But anyway, it looks like the heat is affecting him a bit, which wouldn't be surprising, again, given his injury track record and many physical issues. But hopefully it's not going to influence the match that much, because so far it's been maybe little. There hasn't been many key moments, but the quality overall has been very high. So we do hope to see that for a longer time. No, it's fine.
So Azarenka has kind of wasted her chances in the previous game, I have to say, but now she's serving up 5-4 and has a 30-love lead, so probably she's going to win this first set with a very nice score, considering she lost the first 3 games of the match. So even if it's very long timing, because we are almost an hour, but I have to say that after a rough start, her level has been very nice till now, and we are Kenin with a nice backhand winner down the line, so 13-15. And who knows? It's been a bit of a roller coaster, like I was expecting. While Chorich-Lechka is started, which is a match with a difficult. It's difficult to make a clear prediction for this match. I can't expect. I don't know. I can expect literally everything. While Nakashima has won the third set, 6-1 against McDonald, so the comeback can be possible. Kachanov has won the first set in the tiebreak against Zapata Miralles. And yeah, while we are in a key moment here, you're not arrived. Okay, you're arrived now, because with a great forehand down the line, Nadal is 15-30 on Draper's service game. He's 2 points away from the first set.
Yeah, Azarenka has also taken
Yeah,
the
6-4.
taken set 6-4. John is very anxiously waiting for the next point in Draper Nadal, and Nadal just throws out the backhand. Yeah, disappointed, but still 2 points away from the set, even though he just lost it. Daniel also in the match that I'm watching just had a break point to get a lead over the Escobedo, but it's a big serve from the newfound Mexican. Of course, he had Mexican heritage, actually, his cousins with Emilio Nava, who's also playing for the States. Escobedo is not anymore. Yeah, anyway, Draper to serve at 30-30. I wonder if that's actually the direction that he likes throwing, that he likes serving to. Probably down the tee, like more than on the deuce side as a lefty. Yeah, and that's where we see the serve actually going. And since it's a long rally, we would expect a Rafa outcome theoretically. And that's what the outcome is. He again goes for that forehand down the line, probably a little too tentative from Draper, giving him the ball there again at a very comfortable striking, doing most of his career. And Draper couldn't get it back, so now it's a set point. Now we probably, from a lefty, expect a serve out wide. That's what it is. Nadal is also gonna be waiting a little, a foot into that corner. Escobedo is saving a breakpoint again against Taro Daniel.
The real big match of the day.
Yeah, but this time it's a rally. And he actually hits a few very decent forehands. Oh, and the net cord. Second serve for Draper now. Daniel has broken. Will Nadal do the same? Yeah, they're going backhands cross court right now, and Draper barely landed one. Yeah, Draper just played a very poor drop shot.
Yeah.
I don't think the moment was wrong, but the execution just wasn't there, and Nadal just converts with a forehand cross court winner.
7-5. So a good first serve. First set, he served well, even if I don't know if he's been so much tested on serve, but yeah, he looked quite good. as his first set of the tournament. 15 winners and 10 unforced. 73% first serve in is pretty high percentage, so that's good. Draper has a kind of poor 4 out of 8 at the net, only 50%, even if I don't know, sometimes he's come to the net also to put an end to the rally, probably. So yeah, it's an enjoyable match, and we have avoided the straight sets defeat from Rafa, which were suggesting before, but I knew it wasn't gonna happen.
I've got a question. I think it was yesterday we were talking in the kitchen as well about, or it might have been today actually, Karlovic winning again or beating Hewitt. And I think you said it's the only time in the Open era that a reigning champion has gone out in the first. What's the stat?
That's Wimbledon, though.
Oh, that's only for
Yeah,
Wimbledon.
that's just Wimbledon. Because at Wimbledon they do this thing where the deciding where the reigning champion starts. Plays first, and that's only for Wimbledon. Like at other slams, it has happened. I'm not sure how many times, but it has happened in the past for sure. Yeah, I would second that. I mean, I think the main thing so far has been that Nadal has a very clear edge from the baseline. And that's, he's just been able to really abuse that. Other than the serve, it hasn't been that much going well for Draper mostly, I would say. And yeah, the net points 4 out of 8, I think in a lot of these occasions, like it wasn't actually even Draper, getting to a volley. Most of the time he just gets past. So perhaps you could say that he needs to think about the moments when to approach a little bit better. I think like 4 of these approaches were in one game, by the way. So it wasn't something that he was doing for the entirety of that set. Certainly a great start for Nadal. And as much as we avoided that straight set defeat for Nadal, it is very much on the cards for Jack Draper if this sort of dynamics of the rallies continue. And well, there's a big the Brit was facing an uphill battle before the start of the match. Now it's even tougher.
Nadal is really pumped up, I have to say, for a first round match, even if pretty difficult, because you can feel how he needs to win some matches, that he comes from a bad streak. You can feel it because he's saying a lot of vamos to his box, even after having won this first set, which probably is a bit of a relief for him, because starting trailing a set is not the ideal thing, especially for a player who's lost his previous 2 matches of the season. So yeah, it seems like he's very much into the fighting. He is in a fighter mode, more than usual for a first round Grand Slam match.
I think he's been a bit stung by some of the criticism, but the questions at the press conferences, which we need to be careful with social media, but there is a relationship between the fans, social media expressions, the results, and then with the questions he gets at the press conferences. And I think he's been a bit annoyed by some of the questions about retirement and the losses and his form. Zverev, he predicted he's going to retire in the next 6 months. He's going to win the French Open and then retire. Anyway, so I think that's a part of it. I also think with Nadal, he really respects his opponent today. I know he says that all the time, but he knows just how tough a match this is, and it was close. But I do think early days, but this is the best I've seen Nadal play since Wimbledon so far. It's the best set I've seen him play, honestly. I know he won the first set against Cam Noe, but that was kind of a...
First set was really good,
okay.
I have to say.
Right, I'm going to let you take over and I'll speak to you soon.
No, I have to say that I had the same... I was thinking the same after the first set he played against de Minaur in the United Cup. I think he played a really good set. I'm interested to see if he's gonna have a consistent level throughout the whole match, or if he's gonna have some down. Because the main issues in his United Cup matches has been the fact that he had some pretty good downs. And this stat is Draper wins with like 65% of the points under the 5 shots, but then he's 14-3 in medium terms rallies. So yeah, Draper has not been able so far to create damage to him during the rally. Yeah.
Yeah, so basically, whenever it goes over 5 shots, the stats were 21-6 for Nadal, which is a huge edge. Of course, Draper had a solid advantage in the under 5 shots category, but that's also unreturned serves. So that really also it has to change that statistic a lot. Escobedo has broken back, by the way. I will say just the two words on why I chose to start watching this match. I just think there's a big chance for an upset there. Coming from the qualifier, freshly turned Mexican Escobedo. Why do I think that? Well, he had a very good performance in round 3 against Kotov. I think at this stage of his career, the Australian summer hardcourts seem to suit him a lot. Last year, he also played very well in Australia. He won a challenger in Bendigo. This time, he had a bit of a false start, losing to Blake Ellis in Canberra, or actually not Canberra, in Noumea. But yeah, he was getting better and better with every single match in the qualifying. He was moving very well. It was that dynamic footwork to the forehand that we sort of know him for. That was his trademark back in the day, but in the last few years, he's been very slow. And yeah, I just don't think Taro Daniel, who had a fantastic Australian summer, by the way, last time, of course, beat Niemeier in the second round, lost to Sinner, I think in 4 sets, maybe even. I can't remember. But yeah, he just doesn't seem to be in that form anymore, doesn't seem to be serving like that anymore. And he, just before the Australian Open, he lost to Ajit Rai in Auckland qualies. Rai is probably ranked in like the 5th or 600 of the ATP rankings. Was quite a shocking defeat. And yeah, I just think Escobedo has a very good shot at winning today. Not someone I usually enjoy watching, but when his footwork is as dynamic as it was against Kotov, he can actually be very entertaining. Probably the best guy on the tour in playing these forehands while falling backwards, which really was a thing back in the day, but right now it just doesn't move that well most of the time. And Nadal has a game point to lead 1-0 in the second set. Again, there's a rally, so if the stats told us anything, it's probably him winning that, but not this time. It's going to be a medium-length rally for Jack Draper. They were playing like a cross-court lefty forehand, exchange, and Draper opened up the angle for Nadal a bit. I think he was risking, but it was tough enough. Like it was actually, Nadal was already out of the tram lines and out the sideline, and it was a little tougher than these couple of big lefty forehands down the line that Nadal took earlier, where it seemed like Draper just wasn't maybe aggressive with his placement. Here it was fine. So it's 40-40 on Nadal's serve. Has that happened? It happened in that 5-5 game, I think.
Yeah.
But other than that, probably not. And in that 5-5 game, there was a deuce point where Draper had a big time opportunity. Maybe he will have it again here. And
back into back.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, Draper tried to change direction, but just missed a pretty tough forehand.
Yeah, I was looking that Lechka started really well, 3-love up on Choric. So, yeah, I got Lechka in my bracket. Choric.
I think I had Choric, but yeah, I think it's very close. We always know what we're
Yeah,
going to
yeah,
get
yeah.
with Chorich. He's going to keep a pretty stable level throughout, and Lehechka is just...
Yeah, you're right. While Qin Wen Zheng is 6-love, 4-love up against Dalma Galfin in her first round match. So she's won all the games played so far. And now Draper has played a really good point, and so there's a big trouble for Rafa in this first game of the second set. It happens often when you win a close set that yeah, sometimes the other player can push you to play a tight game to start the second set. So let's see. Yeah, so 4-love Lechka with 2 breaks, and he's gonna serve now. Yeah. So
Kubler up an early break on bias. This was one of the matches that seemed really clear who's the favorite, but I still had a bit of like, you know, yeah, Nadal just plays a very, very loose forehands to give Draper his first breakpoint opportunity of the match. Yeah, just the serve plus 1 forehand that he probably didn't hit cleanly. We see a great replay, and it is, I think it did go off the Jesus. I think I'm already falling asleep because I forgot what's the name for, you know, the frame. Jesus.
So we're gonna follow this point.
Yeah, first serve was in, but it's actually not that clear that Nadal has the advantage in the rally. It's right now it's just just neutral. Draper is a little more aggressive, hitting his forehand well, but okay, yeah.
Oh, what a volley!
Yeah,
So there's a break.
It wasn't a great approach, and he got a pretty tough volley. You know, had to move away with his body pretty quickly, which isn't hard to do. You know, it isn't easy with that sort of a physical frame that he has. But he managed to land a great volley, and he's up a break now. And yeah, if he just manages to hold on, that would actually make us believe that a tight match here is again possible, because after the first set, it wasn't looking great for Draper. By the way, you were talking about Qin Wen Zheng leading 6-0 for 0.
Yeah.
That makes me a very happy man.
Oh, now she has to face 2 break points, but yeah, okay.
That's fine. It's just that before the Australian Open, she retired in one of her matches. I think after losing the opening set to Kvitova, maybe?
Yeah, in the tiebreak.
Yeah, she lost the tiebreak and then retired. And I still decided to, like, whenever people ask me for my dark horse pick for the women's draw, I still decided to go with Zheng. So that's why I'm very happy. Basically, as I said, I either root for the better story or for my predictions to be right. That's basically my preferences. And here, I don't know. You know, I said Nadal in 4 or 5, but I think the story would be more important for me. Then again, John is gonna kill me.
Okay. Can you listen to me if I speak or no?
If I find my headphones again, do you have an option?
Yeah, I can probably do a check it.
Okay.
But it should be fine.
Okay. So
Go on, talk.
okay, can you listen?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So we have a tight start of the second set between Kenin and Azarenka. We are on serve, 2 games all. So Kenin has settled herself a little bit after having lost a lot of games in a row. And now Draper is 30-love up, so he's trying to hold and to take an early lead in this second set. Yeah, 3 chances. Yeah.
And I see Greek Sport has already defeated Kotov as well.
Yeah.
I honestly thought that maybe there could be some issues there, just because getting your maiden ATP title for Greek Sport, you don't really know how he's gonna react to it, I suppose. Although Kotov also isn't in that kind of form that he wasn't in New York or Paris. Draper has just won a game in 96 seconds to go up, consolidate. It looks like Greeksport was just blasting winners all over the court, though. So that's good to see. If he can play like in Pune, he's actually a threat to do something in this event. And also, I'm very happy to see the fact that he's finally finding a way to just find his feet on the ATP Tour, which in 2022 just didn't happen at all after what he did in 2021, of course, in the lower ranks. It seems like Church has gotten one of the breaks back against Lehečka, but with 4-1 down, his chances at taking the set are not looking great anyway. And there's another breakpoint for Taro Daniel against Escobedo. Now there's something going on in Nadal-Draper. Is it raining? No. They're packing, right? No.
But
What?
Someone must be having a medical timeout. Someone.
But it's not even it's not another changeover.
Someone's having a medical timeout. I don't know who.
no, I think it's probably raining because they're closing the.
Are they closing the roof? Are they?
Yeah, it's raining.
There you go.
Oh,
Yeah, it is.
And this will probably be paused for 15 minutes or so, maybe, because they got to close
Yeah.
the roof. and
Yeah, they
probably
get
get
close to
full
the
dry.
roof. Yeah. At least that's good. They have roofs now, right? We're still gonna have to have something to watch at least.
yeah.
But
I don't remember how many on which courts.
Oh, how many courts?
In Margaret Court for sure. There's
Yeah.
one-
I've got for sure.
Yeah.
It was like a couple of years ago, and I think one of the new ones, maybe the one that was called Hisense, and then they changed it to something else. Is it
Hisense was John Cain Arena.
John Cain Arena? I think. Yeah, I think this one. I don't think the Kia Arena
Okay.
has one though.
No, Key Arena is. I think it's new.
Yeah, Kia is the very open one we were talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 3 courts. Yeah, but not the only slam to have more than 2 stadiums with a roof. So
Yeah.
we still have 3 matches. So if it's raining.
Yeah.
Because it seems that some players are still actually.
So Nadal-Draper, then I think Azarenka-Kenin, which should be John Cain.
I think this means it will be closed for the rest of the match. Am I right?
I think.
That's how they have it at Wimbledon in 2018 with that semi-final.
Yeah, but that was like on the other day. They started with the roof closed. I think Djokovic Nadal. It wasn't that during the match they closed the roof. But yeah, I believe it is the case too. That if they close it during, because I think they already started it back then with the roof, and it was the whole controversy.
The match started without the roof, that's for sure.
Really?
Yeah, it started on the Friday without the roof, finished on the Saturday.
It finished on the Saturday, yeah, but I think it already started with the roof. Like I think the controversy was that
think it started with the closed roof.
Yeah.
Because it was late.
yes.
And so they had to close the roof to
Anderson and
line.
Isner played that match to 26-24 in the 5th, and then they already knew that there was going to be an issue with the light and all. And the controversy was not that they started without the roof and then they had it and then they had to do it, but the controversy was that on Saturday, the roof wasn't needed, but they had to play with it because on Friday they did, yeah. And let me tell you, if we have indeed a rain delay, which apparently we don't, but if we had, we would be only having Nadal-Draper, Kenin Azarenka, and Baez-Kubler. So a pretty nice set of matches. But apparently we are not having a rain delay. They're back on court, and Nadal has already lost a point, although we don't see it on the screen yet. And Taro Daniel has broken Escobedo, apparently.
Okay, so here I'm following Kenin Azarenka. Kenin had to face 2 break points, but Yeah, she now has the advantage in the game. First serve and court. Oh, great stop volley. Drop volley from Kenin. Great one. So she held a very difficult service game. So 3-2 up in the score. Here they are in a long rally, Rafa and Draper. Oh, yeah, Draper long with his forehand, not hit very well. But it seems like Draper is going a little bit more for his shots now, especially with the forehand.
He's up a break, so
Yeah.
I think that's the case.
Yeah.
Like he's just it's natural that he's gonna be swinging a little more freely here. Of course, getting a second break would be perfect for him. I don't think you can ever feel confident about winning the set if you're up a break against Nadal, like realistically, even if you've got to serve like Jack Draper. But I think you during the break between the sets, you were talking about Nadal being pumped up for this. I think the reasons, like for me, are one thing, Nadal also hits a backhand and it's now 15-30, so there's actually a real chance of Draper going 2 breaks up. I think the two things for me are that, well, he's won one of his last 7 matches, which hasn't happened to him in like 2000, probably since like 2003. I checked that a few months ago, but don't remember. And the other thing is that he just knows who's at the other side of the net, right? It would be very different if he was playing a Kyle Edmund off right now, or who else was today that lost pretty handily in the Guido Pella. I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be like that. Like he fully understands what's going on here.
Yeah.
Has he played Nadal Draper? Has he played Draper before?
I think not.
Cannot remember much like that, but
I think not.
yeah, I guess they didn't even have that much of a chance to meet, right? I mean, Draper has only been playing the main tour since like I don't know what, June last year or something like that, May last year maybe.
Yeah, in fact, no.
Yeah, they haven't.
No previous me. Oh,
He played Nadal, Djokovic, of course, at Wimbledon.
Yeah, in Wimbledon.
Yeah.
Taking the first set. And now he's playing very well.
Yeah, Draper won that long rally. This is something that he's been doing a lot on, at the lower ranks as well. That resetting with that loopy topspin, it made it made a very positive change in his game in 2022, because Draper was one of these players. Like he ended 2021 at like 265, I think, in the rankings, which is crazy to think with where he is right now. But he made a huge leap in the off season. Of course, not in the rankings in the off season, but in his ability. Then there's a second serve for Nadal, so Draper has a very serious chance to go up 3-0 in that second set, which would pretty much seal the set, you'd think, with how he's serving. Beautiful backhand winner down the line. Yeah, there was a moment in this rally where it felt like he can.
The same issue.
As
in the United Cup matches. Draper is playing very, very good tennis, but yeah, Nadal still has some ups and downs during the matches here, being double breakdown. Yeah, Draper still have to confirm the break, but it's difficult now to think that Rafa will be back on track in the second set, but let's see. Even being broken twice in a row, it doesn't happen usually, but lately it's an issue. Some big downs during his matches. This is still best of 5, so it's total different things. it also is more understandable probably to have a little bit of a down. While here I don't know what's happening with Kyrgios in press conference. Why?
That's not now, is it?
You know who the guy is?
The details on what's kind of going on, and obviously I'm just exhausted from everything, and obviously pretty brutal. One of the most important tournaments in my career, and so it hasn't been easy at all.
Okay, no,
Has
nothing.
Has he?
No, I
Has
don't.
he?
That sounds like he's pulling out, but
I mean, I don't know. That
Check
was
on Twitter, Kyrgios.
hasn't been an easy decision, he said.
Yeah, something like that.
No, he's still playing.
No, he did withdraw.
He has?
Yeah.
He's withdrawn?
A knee injury, yeah.
Oh,
So he's not gonna play. He's not gonna play Safiullin. I'm not sure who's third or who's fourth.
Luna, that's good news for Holger Luna.
Yeah, and for
Novak
Rublev.
Djokovic too.
Not for my tournament bracket. Anyway, Kyrgios was supposed to play Safiullin, and then the lucky loser now would be either Kudla or Mo. I'm not sure who was third or who was fourth because that's not like made public. I hope it's Mo though, because Mo can actually beat Safiullin. I think Kudla probably not so much. Has anyone seen that yet? By the way, because Varias and Kotov have already been placed, of course, and well, it's either Kudla or Mo for sure, but I don't think they've placed them for whatever reason. But of course, they want to know. They have to know it already, because they were drawn along with the other lucky losers. Anyway, I read this interesting thing about Draper today, where someone said basically that he's gonna fold like he did at Wimbledon, which I think was related to. I think it was a comment related to the Djokovic match in 2021. But I mean, if someone seriously tries to compare these two players, Draper 2021 Wimbledon and the Australian Open 2023, for the reasons which I was just talking about, the way he made that huge leap in the off season between 2021 and 2022 mostly, and all the experience he's gathered on the tour since, I think that's just nuts. I don't think this has there's any relevance. Escobedo has lost the opening set, by the way, and has a break point, and Daniel has a break point right away. So my upset pick there is not doing too hot for now. And Draper just has 2 game points for 4-0. That's such a shame for Kyrgios to withdraw, by the way. I mean, I guess it's really good for your pick, though. For your tournament bracket, it could be good.
I had him round 3.
Yeah,
So,
but
yeah,
I mean,
no.
Runa has a better chance at the
Yeah,
first
you're
round,
right.
So in that sense, because I had Runa out to Kyrgios in the third round. That was one of the best third round matchups, right? One of the best we could get, along with Korda, Medvedev, and some other stuff. I don't know, maybe Wu Felix or a couple of other things. And of course, the ultimate third round matchup, Draper Nishioka. I think that's out. Yeah, that's just Oh, it is okay. It looked like it was out.
It looked at about, I thought it was out.
Apparently, it just clipped.
Okay, so Kyrgios will have a surgery.
Oh,
Recovery time expected 3-4 weeks.
yeah, and also no, he's not going to defend the doubles title with Kokkinakis. So I wonder if there's a chance for I don't know. I'm not exactly sure how a lucky loser works in doubles. I mean, an alternate from the list. I think it has to be from the list. So I think Kokkinakis is screwed as well. Or maybe if the draw hasn't been made. Actually, maybe if the draw hasn't been made yet, maybe actually Kokkinakis can play with someone else. I can't remember how it's done. Anyway, we have Draper serving to get a 4-0 lead. 1 more point for him to do it. And there's like a mid-court rally. Nadal is again trying to push him wide and gets another forehand down the line. I guess this is really a spot that Draper is going to have to avoid, especially if it's, if it's not like neither here nor there. We saw that when he was pushing him out of the sidelines with the cross court lefty forehand, it was working fine. But when it's like just a pretty much a mid court ball, then Nadal is always gonna lock up that forehand winner. But it's still deuce. He has a break, a lead of a break. There's Mariana Veljovic is on the court in Escobedo, Daniel, which is kind of interesting. Can they close the roof while they're playing, by the way? Sometimes they can do that and sometimes they can't. I'm not sure at which slams it happens.
It happened with TFO Nadal during the match.
US Open?
Yeah, US Open.
Oh.
And TFO did a double fault and lost his serve and lost the set as they were closing it. I mean, he's bouncing the ball and he's kind of looking up.
Yeah. It is irritating for the players for sure. I think if it was possible, we would be getting, some shots of it. Yeah, Draper just cleans up an easy serve +1 forehand. It's 4-0 up. Mario is writing up an Australian Open Kyrgios withdraws news piece, so you might hear him a little bit less for the next few minutes. But he's still here. You probably can hear him still, even though the mic is even though I'm holding the mic, you probably can hear him still. Big news, sad news, I think, even if you dislike Kyrgios, which of course a lot of people do. 20% battery on the phone, by the way. Even if you dislike Kyrgios, a lot of people do. I think it's still, for the tournament, for the entertainment value, it's still a pretty terrible thing. But well, I even watched that Djokovic EXO, and he was looking pretty decent. But I mean, it can be like that, I guess, with even with knee injuries, which theoretically hamper your movement a lot. 4-0 Draper. This set just looks done, especially with the way the Brit has been serving. And there are some raindrops on the court again. So apparently they have not closed the roof, as we were suspecting. Escobedo, Daniel, they're also having ball boys, I guess, like ball person, ball people, clean up the court. So it's like it's not raining, but it's still a bit of drops. I'm gonna check the weather forecast to see how it's looking, but I think it was fine, right? It's good that they have 3 courts. Apparently Tuesday and Wednesday are gonna be quite rainy. I'm not sure for the whole day though. No, actually Tuesday is just in the afternoon and in the evening. If the forecast holds up, we're only gonna get a few hours of uninterrupted play tomorrow. And on Wednesday, apparently it's gonna be way tougher. It's only gonna be in the evening. But it's you never really know with the weather forecasts. I remember being in Poznan, I think 2 years ago, when every single day I woke up, I read that it's gonna be raining. And there was like literally no rain delay for the whole event, which is, it's very rare for outdoor events, at least in this part of the world, to not have just one rain delay even. And actually, during the second set of the final, it was raining so heavily that I was shocked that Lehečka, who was losing it, wasn't trying to stop the play, because I think he easily could have succeeded. Maybe he had a plane to catch later or something. Maybe he just didn't want to spend more time there. And he did lose that final pretty easily. But it sweetened me because I had a train soon as well. Anyway, I'm talking about some personal experiences because we have no action to follow right now. There's a lot of, they're talking, they're thinking what to do. Does that actually, does the break right now actually help someone? Not really. With 4-0, it's, the set is pretty much done anyway. You could probably make the argument that it helps Nadal because he was he wasn't the better player just before the break, but still, with the set already gone and still a few games until it ends, I don't think it really makes that much of a difference. Draper doesn't seem, there was that one. Oh, this was the guy I was talking about. I have no clue who that is. Yeah, John doesn't have either. Seems like they're back on the court again. So they're doing a lot of like start-stop cleaning up the courts. Escobedo has lost his serve now against Taro Daniel. So, yeah, again, my upset pick not going too well. Tough luck. And yeah, maybe I'm going to see what's going on the other cards. Although I imagine that not much has happened since most of them were. We were talking about Nakashima McDonald, and it's now 4-4 in the fourth set. Did Brandon have a breakpoint there? No. Actually, there hasn't been any breakpoints in the fourth, so there's a big chance for Maki to finish it in the fourth if he can just get to a tiebreak, or maybe has he broken even? Has he broken Nakashima in that match? Yeah, he has 3 times actually. No, sorry, 1 time. I looked at it the other way around. We were talking about Kachanov sort of struggling with Zapata Miralles, that this was a bit of a surprise. It's not anymore. He is very comfortably up, probably going to finish the match unless the rain starts in like the next 10-15 minutes. Tiafoe, Altmaier, the same. I thought that maybe Tiafoe can lose sets against Altmaier. Altmaier played a great match against Sinner in the opening round at the US Open. From time to time, he's good on hard courts, but not presently, as it seems. Then we also have Lehečka leading Čorić 5-2. There's a game point for Čorić at 5-3, but the Czech will serve for it anyway if he can't break. Sonego Borges still on serve in the opening set. Kubler is leading. I got a funny DM about Munar and Stina, who are now at 2-2, because I talked to this person earlier about Munar and Stina possibly being, just a clay match on a quick hardcourt. So they're just gonna make this hardcourt look incredibly slow. And the message was, if anyone is there for Munar Stina, the ultimate pain and suffering has already started. So yeah, clearly it's exactly how we expected it to be. And on the women's side, we've got Brenta Fruhvirtova losing to Sasnovic. It's 5-7-2-5, which as I sort of hinted at earlier, I don't think Brenta is ready for this level yet. But qualifying is a fantastic effort. Of course, she had a couple of very tough matches with Snigur and Buzas Maneiro, I think. Krejcikova is also up a set on Bejlek. Pretty similar case here. It's probably not her level yet. It will be soon though, or like somewhat soon. Kenin and Azarenka are at 4-4 in the second set. And also that match that is gonna be a nightmare for anyone commentating on it, a nightmare for anyone trying to tweet out a result or something without watching the match. Anna Bondar and Anna Bogdan. Bondar won the first set, which I think was a bit of a surprise. And there's a breakpoint for Draper. He tries to go for a big backhand, counter down the line, but it's like 3 meters out. Yeah, he's sort of laughing at himself there. And Qin Wen Zheng, whom we were talking about, won. Ostapenko won as well. Kalinina had a very easy win against Van der Wey. I thought maybe Coco can push her. Nadal doesn't handle a deep return from Draper well at all, and it's currently 4-0. I wonder when was the last bagel set that Nadal has lost. I think it was like fairly recently, but I don't know.
2018. I remember. In New York.
In New York. Yeah, okay. I think there was one, but I cannot place it, but I think there was one earlier, closer. No, I typed in Draper. I want to see Nadal. Federer, I think, has only lost 5 in his career or something like that. Nadal has lost more, but it's of course it's not a crazy number either. Thomas Bellucci is retiring in February, and he got a 6-0 set against Djokovic. Yeah, Nadal finds another great forehand down the line, which is like the shot that's been firing for him so far. If he's not, scrambling for time on that wing from that corner, he's just gonna land it. But I guess that's the whole career for the guy. 6-0 lost. Let me see it. Yeah, actually, it's team. Yeah, you were right. Nadal has had 18 bagels handed to him throughout the course of his career. And it seems that 15 of them were at the ATP level. He had 3 at the ITF level. And 4 of these matches he won. That team quarterfinal included. he also beat Kohlschreiber after losing the first set 0-6. I remember watching that at night in Indian Wells or Miami. Yeah, something like that. Did he land it? Apparently not, given his face expression, but it was super close. We will probably see the close call. And Nadal has also lost a 0-6 set to Łukasz Laczko and won the match, which is wild. And to Guillermo Coria in Monte Carlo 2005. Gaston Gaudio. It has to be amazing for these ITF guys, Alan Makin, Gabriel Frias, and Juan Hiner to know their bagel Nadal. Who cares if he was like 15? I mean, they still bageled Nadal. Anyway, Nadal has the advantage now. Perhaps the bagel can be avoided. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Draper shank the forehand return. Have you already written the report? Or
Yeah.
Okay, you wanna talk for a moment?
Yeah.
Rest?
Okay. You're right. So just tell me if Draper had, since I lost this game, if Draper had some break points.
I think he had a break, right? Yeah, he had a break.
Two break points. Okay, so
Really?
so yeah, that's
40 and an advantage.
yeah. So tough set for Rafa. While now we are at the changeover, so it's time to say that Krejcikova has won the first set against Bejlek,
Okay.
and she's also up a break six.
Finalist, I think.
Yeah, 6-3 to love. While we can follow this game of Azarenka-Kenin because they are reduced. Oh, lucky net from Azarenka. So Azarenka has a break point to if she takes this point, she's going to serve for the match. In this pretty fought clash, I have to say that Kenneth has not been playing a bad match at all. So good first serve and amazing backhand winner down the line from Kenin, who seems annoyed, like saying why not before. And so we have another deuce. Bad backhand from Rafa, by the way. So Draper is serving to try to take this game and go 5-1. And he has started in the right way. A good serve, so 30 love. Well, here Kenin has played an amazing rally. I'm saying so she has a chance to take her lead 5-4 after a 15 shots rally. Let's see now if Draper can hold this game. It seems yes, but Rafa played a good backhand and so forced Draper's mistake. So 30-15 in this game. So were some of you expecting this kind of second set after what we saw in the first set? Not only about the level, but also tactical wise. Probably I wasn't. I was expecting that in some moments of the match, probably Rafa's level was going to drop off a little bit, but Probably, yeah. Tactical wise, I'm a little bit surprised, at least to see a double break lead of Jack Draper, because it seems like struggling a lot even when coming to the net. I know that probably Rafa is missing a lot right now, so it's also a bit easier to choose moments and to gain confidence to go for your shots. So now Draper has held this game, and now he's very, very, very close to win the set, 5-1. We are playing since 1 hour and 40. So that's going to be a pretty long match if Draper manages to win this second set. Oh, great to see this match. This match remembered me about a little bit about Mom Fields, who is not playing the Australian Open, just like his wife, Elina Svitolina, who recently said she's planning to come back, probably during the summer. She took some time off, and we can also understand why. Then she got pregnant, so
yeah, apparently they've also announced that Kudla was the guy who was drawn third as the lucky loser, which honestly kind of sucks. Nothing against Denis Kudla, but out of the 4 possible guys, so out of the lucky loser draw, I think Mo was by far the most dangerous, and he was 4th. I think at the French, Jari missed out on a lucky loser spot like that, getting 4th also, and 3 people went in. Here we had Kotov and Varias, of course, instantly getting drawn, where, yeah, they're not going to do much, especially, Kotov lost to Greek Sport 0-3, Varias has never beaten a top 200 player in hard. And yeah, I think Mo right now would have been much more dangerous than Kudla as well, but maybe he can sneak in still. I guess Kyrgios was actually running out of time, but for some of these players, it's kind of frustrating that they're withdrawing so late. Kyrgios, he was trying to be fit for the Australian Open, so you can understand it. But for example, Sai Zheng, right, pulled out today. She last played in November 2021, and she pulls out today, right? I mean, that's literally Alicia Parks could have been in the Australian Open main draw if she did that before the qualifying draw was done, right? And right now, I think Mandlik gets instead of her, which is a pretty nice outcome for the event as well. I think Begu is going to be very, very angry about this, right? She was supposed to have a free win against Sai Zheng, and now she plays Mandlik, who has every chance of beating her actually. So yeah, it kind of sucks, but sometimes it has to be like that.
She used the protected ranking to enter the
Zheng,
event, so.
Yeah, but I think it also, despite the fact that she hasn't used her protected ranking, it now starts counting, like the date starts counting from this tournament. Yeah. That's what Thiem had in Cordoba. That's why he wasn't able to enter the Australian Open on a protected ranking, because he had one more protected ranking, but he tried to enter Cordoba, and even though he withdrew and didn't end up using it, he actually, the timer started counting, and the 9 months just ran out before he could use the 9th one to get into the Australian Open. But anyway, he got a wild card, of course. He's the former runner-up. And anyway, Draper is leading 5-2. I also had something else to say, but I absolutely forgot what it was. So anyway, yeah, it's going to be Kudla playing Safiullin. Probably a nice break for Safiullin as well.
I think that he's gonna have a good chance. He's gonna, for sure, he's gonna be quite happy about this news, because playing Kyrgios, especially with this crowd, Kyrgios can be, there can be pressure, but he can also he's also be able to put on the show against the Australian crowd. So definitely not the same playing Kyrgios or Denis Kudla. in the Australian Open first round. As regarding the match, I'm following between Kenin and Azarenka. We're in a very, very tight second set. It's a good takeaway from Kenin, despite the result, in my opinion, because yeah, she played some good weeks recently, but being finally able to show the kind of a bit of her level in a Grand Slam event against still a good opponent like Azarenka is a very nice thing for her, which had a pretty rough 2022, especially if we think about her potential and the fact she is a Grand Slam champion. And now she held a very nice game, so 6-5 in Kenin's favor. She secured herself a tiebreak. While there's a passing shot, winner from Rafa, 15-all, while Jack Draper is serving to level the score.
Someone in my comments said that Wu and Mute was the best match so far, which always is a bit of a dangerous claim because you haven't watched every single thing. Even if you had enough screens, you're not actually gonna know what's going on in every single match. It's impossible. Escobedo is losing by 2 breaks in the second set, by the way, now. Anyway, Draper is leading 5-2, as you know, and he's serving for it. Still has got a nice cushion, but cushion, I guess I should say, that was mispronounced. And now Nadal has thrown out like a pretty simple forehand. There's a bit of pace from Draper, definitely coming down the middle. But yeah, I mean, he is. That was what I wanted to say earlier. That he is swinging more freely, but like we never really got to know what would have happened if the score was even, right? He got the break and then he started pushing forward, and we don't know if that's how it would have looked if he didn't have that break. But it allowed him to play more freely. It allowed him to settle down a bit, and now he has 2 set points. And serving, of course, goes for the out wide serve. I think Nadal was trying to cover the tee more, and it's 1 set all. And yeah, that completely changes what I thought about this match after the opening set. Which after the opening set, I was like, okay, this could be a straight set defeat. But for Draper, right now we're pretty much back at even, I think, and yeah.
Yeah, you're right. As we saw in the first set, it was like the classic match that after the 7-5, it goes like 6-3, 6-3, 6-3, 6-2, because after the beginning, you tend to believe that Nadal has taken, has understood what to do tactically, technically to put Draper into difficult situations. But just like we saw in recent times, he played a bad second set. Draper played at a nice level, but you're right when you're saying that he's never been really pushed like in an even score situation, or even in great rallies, because Rafa started to make more mistakes, which wasn't the case in the first set. So Draper found it really difficult. We're watching 14 unforced errors from Rafa, only 6 from Jack Draper, and 7 winners both. So Draper didn't even had to make more winners than Nadal to take the set 6-2, and 14 unforced errors.
John likes it when I say that the people counting the errors are probably smoking crack. But 14 feels kind of high, right? I think some of them could have been like borderline forced, unforced, just based on the raw pace that Draper was going with down the middle. Anyway, in Nakashima McDonald, there's another tiebreak, and Brandon has just had a set point, but it's 6-all now. Otherwise, Altmaier has broken back in the third set against Tiafoe and is currently 3 points away from the set. He already has he has secured a tiebreak. At least. Lehečka has broken in the second set against Chorich, so Mario's peak is currently looking great. Sonego is also away 2 points away from the set now, only 1 point away, 2 set points. Kubler up a break in the second set, so turns out it's maybe not going to be that tough at all. And we've got Szczina up a set on Munar, who apparently had like 3 winners to 13 unforced errors. We'll see how that match keeps going. It would be a very exciting story for Szczina to win, but I don't know. This match just requires such a different skill set compared to what he had to show in the qualifying, and he also had to save 2 match points in the qualifying against Nicolas Kicker, and was 2-4 down against Paul Jubb in the deciding set as well. And there's also that match between Eubanks and Kwon that I talked about earlier. That Kwon could be really tired for this one, and it could be a great chance for Chris. Anyway, McDonald has a match point, although it is on Nakashima's serve. But there could be a slight upset. I guess an easier opponent for Nadal still, probably. Or for Draper. Draper Nakashima, they didn't meet at the next gen.
Is a great two-handed backhand.
Oh, yeah.
Who can make more difficult to handle than McDonald's one. Probably Nakashima is a little bit more more power to create a bit of a damage to Rafa during the rally. But the match point has been saved. So we are 7-all in this hard fought tiebreak.
I think I jinxed Tiafoe though, because I was saying that he's just comfortably winning, and that I thought that maybe Altmaier could snatch a set or something, and Altmaier has had 3 set points to do that, even though he was down a break in the third set as well. Tiafoe has saved one of them, but we'll see. And Nakashima is 8-7 up, so it's now McDonald's trying to save. Only McDonald has to win the points to save himself from going to a decider. And Sonego has finished that opening set, by the way. Lots of exciting men's matches right now. I think only a few on the women's side. Kenin Azarenka, of course, which Mario has been keeping us updated on. Rakimova Bindel. Krejcikova Bejlek, which seems comfortable. And Anna Bondar, Anna Bogdan. My favorite match today.
We're going to a tiebreak.
Not for watching purposes.
Kenin Azarenka.
Yeah, and it's 8-8 Nakashima McDonald, so a great tiebreaker there.
Okay, so the tiebreak now has to start. So not even already started. What has Rafa done? I lost it.
I just hit a great winner down the line.
Okay.
Totally wrong-footed Draper.
Tiafoe. Okay, I saved the set points. Oh, 9-8. 9-8 Nakashima McDonald. Another match point to McDonald. Where Rafa started quite well, at least in the first 2 points, his third set. It can be important to hold to start, obviously, because he needs to put some pressure on Draper, having the advantage of serving first in this third set, which is he already did in the first and the second, but now the score is going more tight, and so giving already a break, it's not ideal. While Nakashima and McDonald are changing at 9-all. Okay.
Yeah, and we have the stat that we were talking about earlier that after 5 shots and in points over 5 shots in set 1 it was 21-6 Nadal, but in points over 5 shots in the set 2 it was 12-8 for Draper, if I remember correctly, what was just shown on the screen. So yeah, that's really the difference, and one of the difference makers in the opening set. Although I would still say that the early break and the freedom that it allowed Draper to play with was probably far more important. And yeah, TFO has just saved another set point 4 already. It's yeah, he really, of course, I don't think he's really losing this, even if he loses that set to Altmaier. But yeah, it would be best, of course, to just wrap it up in 3, go home, and not go home, of course, but go to the hotel. Yes, and another thing that's happening is another set point for Nakashima. He's saved 2 match points on his own serve. Mielman Hüsler are already are also in a pretty tight first set, 5-4. I think most people are expecting a Hüsler win there, but with this sort of hyper-aggressive playstyle, I guess you never know. And there's also Udvardi with Osorio starting. And yeah, let's maybe see what Nakashima and McDonald are doing there. It's 10-10. So yeah, there's going to be another set point or another match point. They seem to have won a lot of points in a row on their serves in this tiebreaker. And Kachanov, by the way, defeated Zapata Miralles, bageling him in the last set. Yeah, since 4-4, there hasn't been a mini break. Everything has gone with the serve for the past 12 points. So let's see what's going to happen now. If McDonald also holds on to it, I will have to pass the mic to Mario soon so he can give us the insights on the Kenin Azarenka tiebreak, as it's currently 3-2 there. Let me just see the... Yeah?
It can mean.
Let me just see the next point from Nakashima McDonald, or not even see because I'm only following the score. But yeah, Nakashima is going to have a set point on his own serve, and I'm giving the phone.
Yeah, because Azarenka is serving to try to unlock this match, to put one foot in the second round. She's 4-2 up now, so we are changing the court with a 4-2 lead for Azarenka. So now we can watch this point on Nadal-Draper match, 15-all on Draper serve. And let's see if he's gonna make this first serve and try to... No. That's a second serve for Jack Draper. While we're almost hitting the 2 hours. And long rally again, the forehand, and coming to the net. Great shot from Draper. Great forehand winner. Nakashima has taken the 4th set, 12-10 in the tiebreak. How many match points? Saved 3, 2.
I think it was 2.
2 match points saved. So let's see. While now Azarenka is 5-3 up in this tiebreak, 2 hours and 3 minutes of this match. That's long from Rafa. Yeah. So 40-15, Draper is near to make this hold. Now Kenin is an important point to play. Good first serve. Azarenka has entered the rally. Backhand, then the forehand Azarenka drop shot by Sofia Kenin. Azarenka handled it very, very well. So 6-3, 3 match points for Victoria Azarenka in this first round. So let's see the draw. Women's singles.
I think this is 50-50, Damien, right now.
Probably. I mean, the only reason you would say that it's Rafa has an advantage is because of all the experience, stuff like that, right? The intangibles, if you may. So.
Oh, and it's done. It's done. Azarenka wins this match 6-4, 7-6 against Swiatek-Niemeir. So Azarenka is in the second round. And she's gonna play either Jean or Podoroska. So I have to say a good chance for her to trying to make it to the third round. And let's see about her draw. There's keys in her section, but that's not an impossible section of the draw, because having kicked out Kenin, the unseeded players are quite beatable for her. Madison keys herself, I have to say. So, some second rounds. Raducanu Goff, Pegula Sasnovic. Qin Wen Zheng is gonna play Bernarda Pera. Mukova Collins can be interesting.
Mukova Collins, Raducanu.
Goff, yeah. Yeah. So here Rafa is serving. Let's see the score, some other matches, if there's something interesting on. Lechka up a set on the break against Choric. Oh, Rafa has missed quite an easy volley.
Might have been going out. Might have been.
Yeah, he usually does that kind of shot really, really well. So that's why it's kind of surprising. And so that's 15-30 on his own serve. 27 unforced errors so far.
2 sets.
Let. He's going to repeat the first set. While Tiafoe and Niemeyer are in the tiebreak. Koria Fucovic has started. Meanwhile, second serve. 15-30 on second serve. I already knew who won this point. But I won't say it.
That means Draper won it.
No. Backhand in the net. So 30 all. It's still in danger, Rafa, in this game. So now, what's match is gonna? Okay. Yeah, the score is not updated there. Oh, bad forehand from Draper after a long and intense rally. So 40-30, a chance for Nadal to hold his serve. Oh, McDonald has a break point. Yeah,
It's been a while since they broke.
Yeah. I'm wondering if McDonald
One, I think.
stats breakpoint. Twice. He's broken twice. McDonald.
I think that's this breakpoint already counted like as not saved yet. I think. I believe. I'm not sure.
Okay, so I'm going to.
I think it is. that. I mean, now he hasn't saved that, so I guess.
Ah,
you can
okay.
you can just check it now because he hasn't
You're
saved
right.
it.
Yeah, he has broken stats.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's broken twice with this, considering also this game, while Nadal has held the serve.
Yeah, and Altmaier is 6-4 up in the tiebreak against Tiafoe. So after saving what was it, 4 set points, I think, at 6-5, Tiafoe has now saved the 5th, but Altmaier still has another one. Definitely an unexpected development in that match. Tiafoe was serving for it at 5-3 in the 3rd, and it just randomly got very complicated. Lehečka still up a break in the 2nd set, doing very well. Still on serve in Milman Hüsler. Korea and Fucsovics have started, and apparently even Fucsovics opened up with a break, which is what we would expect. But actually, Korea has broken back and leads to 1. Still don't really expect it to be that tight on a hard court. And Eubanks currently has 3 break points to take a lead, to serve for the set against Kwon, basically. Which, as we said earlier, this could be a bit of a bad spot for Kwon after that Adelaide final. Even though he's in the form of his life, the fatigue could get him pretty easily. Altmaier still has that set point. Let's see if he takes it against Tiafoe. Maybe I'm gonna check out the info on the Australian Open website that they have for this match about what has been happening. Altmaier, Tiafoe, why haven't they finished that point yet? Is it like a is it like a super long rally? Now it's actually Altmaier taking that. So yeah, we will have the 3rd set. Tiafoe served for the match, but lost the game to 15, I believe, or maybe to 30. I can't remember. And apparently now, just now, Altmaier took the set with a backhand winner. So yeah, had to step up there. Also fired another backhand winner in that tiebreaker. That's as I said, that's a very unexpected development. We will see if Tiafoe reacts to this, because he should have been in the hotel already and he's not. And apparently they're gonna play. Altmaier has 11 aces to Tiafoe's 15. Definitely, easier service games so far in this match for the big though. But yeah, it seems like Altmaier has gotten a set, which he did at the US Open against Sinner as well. I guess he's been a bit unlucky with the draws, right? Sinner at the US, Altmaier here. Yeah, there was a great rally with Nadal and Draper, a bit of a cat and mouse play there, but Nadal couldn't get the ball in the end.
A bad drop shot, I have to say, but
Once again.
but yeah, he still managed to win this point.
Most of Draper's drop shots have.
Yeah. So I'm trying, since Azarenka-Kenin is finished, I'm trying to see which match I can tune in. Probably the 5th set. Nakashima-McDonald. Let's see. And that's nice drop shot. Draper was far away from the baseline, so 15-30 in this service game. So
Second game in a row, is it?
yeah, previous game Rafa was 15-30. Draper too, maybe. Now there are still no break points, I think, but plenty of little chances on the opponent's serve in this 3rd set. Probably the most tense moment of the match so far. And Draper missed the 1st serve, so he's going to save this point with the 2nd serve. Good return from Rafa, and Draper lost the forehand. So 2 break points. 2 break points from Nadal. And I think they are the first break point since the 1st set. I don't think he had break points in the 2nd. So let's see if he's going to break now. He made a return. And Draper played really, really well this time, starting from the first serve. So Nadal didn't have really a chance in this rally. But there's a second break point. So there's another opportunity for Nadal to try to take this game. Draper is in a white kit, giving Wimbledon vibes. That's the second serve this time. Rafa tries to build a point with his forehand. No, and he missed. He missed an easy forehand, yeah. And so both break points saved by Draper. One saved by Draper, one missed by Nadal, to be honest. So Deuce game, while what's happening? Eubanks has won the first set against Kwon, 6-3, like you were suggesting. No female tournament. There's not happening so much right now. There's Osorio up a break on Udvardi. One of the two can be Iga Swiatek's second round opponent if she manages to win tonight, today. I don't know how to say, against Niemeier. Let's see if Nadal can take another break point. No, because he missed the backhand down the line. So advantage Draper. And it can be an important hold for him. So, Sonego has won the first set. Maybe we have already said it. We are into another rally, and Nadal has made a point. This time not missing the forehand. So the second use of the game.
Yeah, and Milman and Hüsler are actually in a tiebreak. So the Australian is leading 5-2. So yeah, so far not trusting Hüsler as a favorite is paying off. Yeah, he seems to have made a fair bit of errors, 18 unforced in that opening set. Draper has a second serve on that deuce point. There's also, yeah, Eubanks has already taken a set of
double
one.
fault. I think it's the first of the match. Maybe you can check.
Draper's first, it's possible, it's possible.
Nadal's done at least one.
Yeah, it is first. Nadal has had two. We have a stat saying that for the last two games, the forehand topspin speed of Draper has slowed down. In general, it hasn't been that high. Of course, he's doing a lot of stuff. He's playing a lot of loopy shots, both aggressively and defensively, actually. Oh, shoot. Yeah, it's out. Well, Nadal Nadal just had Draper there. I mean, Draper was at the net, but Nadal had so much time on the ball. He just played the ball straight back at Draper, and there's always a risk. It wasn't a great volley from Draper at all. You should take it 100% of the time, basically. The risk of shooting at the opponent is always there, and Draper just good reaction, sort of lucky as well. Clipped the net as well, and he won the point, which really could have been a turning point for this set at least, and maybe even for a match. Still lose though, and still another second serve. He does not double fault again.
Is Draper cramping?
Why?
I'm reading this on.
Some people read it.
Okay,
Yeah,
Twitter, and I just saw him move tentatively. Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. Draper dumped a forehand into the net
So
now.
we're going to move after this.
Here he was fine, and that's the forehand that he
It's when the point
missed.
finishes.
Yeah.
Watch him when the point finishes.
Okay.
See?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The replay was clearly designed for this, right? For people to see that. Draper has a second serve on the breakpoint as well, and he double faults. But I think that was also like related to his thigh. It seemed that he didn't get the kick from the legs at all, almost, and fell on his feet in like a very static manner.
There's still a long way to go. So
Yeah, this could be trouble for Draper. We sort of mentioned at the in the first set that he seemed to be handling the heat definitely worse than Rafa, which was to be expected. I've seen opinions like that before the match as well, that they would play 2 close sets and then Rafa would just prevail physically. I guess it's not the warmest day in Melbourne, but still. I guess Draper would have liked if they closed the roof. But yeah, they didn't. So we're still playing, and Draper seems clearly hampered at the moment. Yeah, he's showing to his team that he's cramping, basically.
the body language is not good.
Yeah. So we might get to see some timeouts here. Although obviously you can't take a medical timeout for cramping, but that has never stopped anyone yet. Lehečka is now a game away from taking the second set with Coric. Kubler is 2 points away from taking the second set with Baez, so no surprises there. And Szczina is 6-3, 4-1 up on Munar, which is a bit of a surprise. Munar has raised his game on hard courts recently, but today he has 7 winners and 24 unforced errors. So yeah, it is going to be hard to win a match with stats like these. Milman Hüsler are at 6-6 in the tiebreaker, and it seems that Hüsler saved 2 set points, one on Milman's serve. Okay, Draper wins a point. Maybe this game is not done yet. And McDonald Nakashima still locked in that 5th set, but McDonald still up a break, though for 15-30 down. And Bondar has a break point over Bogdan.
Oh, McDonald's on break up in the...
Yeah, McDonald broke in the first game. It's actually just his second break of the match.
Yeah, I'm watching now on my screen the bit of the 5th set. And
has 4 more points than Nadal in that match.
Yeah, he won 6-1 the 3rd set. Yeah. Well, the other 3 were tiebreaks. So, and let's see this rally how's gonna hand. And Draper took it. So 15-30. Again 15-30. Basically, in every game of almost every game of this set, we've seen this situation. Yeah, probably except for the first game, Rafa hold at love. I remember. Yeah. Oh, we have 2 break points, and it's long. So 2 games all. Nakashima broke back. It's not gonna end that soon. This match. It's a very, very big fight. But let's see if Draper can do something now. No, it's long. I am okay live.
It just feels like Draper hasn't missed too much in the last hour or so. In that second set, Draper wasn't missing at all, it felt like.
No, he played really, really good. Yeah. And Lechka, no, has not taken it.
Not yet. No.
On the line, this forehand. So 40-30, and Rafa has a chance to hold this serve. 3-1, 40-30 after 2 hours and 20. Yeah, let's see how Draper is. He needs probably needs some pickle juice. Badosa is running to give him the pickle juice.
Clapping can come and go.
Yeah.
It can just go. In football, you see the physio pushes on the leg like that.
Or even a colleague.
Yeah, colleague. It's often a colleague. Yeah.
The second smash is good. So 4-1. Nadal has the break in the third set, while the physio is entering the court to trying to assist Jack Draper, who, if it's cramping, he can't receive the medical timeout. So I think that it's gonna end in the changeover. If
He'll just say it's something else.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He just says it's my hamstring.
Yeah, even if they're not doing some evaluation time, I think they're just putting.
It is cramp, I think. That's massage.
Yeah.
Getting the blood flow.
Yeah, it's cramping. I don't think he said something about. I don't know.
Yeah,
It
I mean,
almost makes the rule silly. Just say,
yeah.
let's have.
we should really try to do that. Whatever the decision is, whether we allow cramping or not, it just should be unified. And there's a lot of rules like that in tennis that are so they aren't used with any consistency.
Yeah.
Bathroom breaks, of course, were a classic example. Up until recently, I guess the shot clock up until it was included. There's so many rules like that where we just have no consistency of using them. And he shouldn't be getting a medical timeout for cramps, but no one cares about it. But I also understand that it's pretty tough, because you can always say that something hurts, and they basically have no ability. Even a physio cannot really test that. He cannot really say that you're lying or something like that. There's finally a bit of an opportunity for Escobedo, who is up a break in the third set, although it would take a while. He does seem very pumped, like he is still 2-0, 2-0, 30 love. He's clenching his fist to his box. Wesser took that set over Milman. Will that be the end of that match? Who knows? Lehečka is also up 2 sets, so that Lehečka pick is definitely looking good.
Okay.
Yeah. And also Kubler has a set point to lead Baez 2-0, which wouldn't be a surprise. Altmaier and Tiafoe, still nothing has happened in the fourth set. Korea is keeping it very close with Vujovic, which is a surprise. And Molchan Wawrinka has just started. And on the women's side, as you said, not much is happening at the moment. Rakimova, Bindel.
That's good, lads.
Yeah, 6-3, 6-3. I want to see how many net points Lehečka's had, because it seems like that's the part of his game that is kind of 11 out of 15, I guess. Church also has a pretty terrible winners and first errors balance though.
Yeah.
7 and 20.
I don't know if it's it gives you an idea. Sometimes it's just a little bit different from what you got from.
No, it's usually a little different from what we would see here, but I mean it's gonna be fairly similar, right? Let me find it where we can actually compare. We're basically talking about the difference.
For Grand Slam, it's more
accurate. I think I saw just saw a match where it was totally different, but we're basically talking about the difference between stats on Flash Score on and the Australian Open website, for example, which clearly should here and clearly they're actually the same here.
Yeah.
But I saw a match just today. I can't remember which one it was.
Once it happens to me, I saw 0 offers there, so you know.
Yeah.
No way.
It's not like that. I mean, I've had people like ask me like, wait, did you see the stats of this match? He hit 95% of his first serves, and I'm like, man,
No way.
check another source. It was like that Mute Wu set where we thought
Okay.
that he won 6-4 but lost 7 more points. When you see a stat like that, you just mostly know it's probably rubbish, and you have to check another source to determine whether that has any.
Yeah, because 7 points different to lose a set for 6. Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably mathematically possible, right? If you were just, it's okay. If it was all deuces if it was all 4-2 on every single game that you won, then you would have 24, right? And then the opponent would have 16, and it's not even mathematically possible, I think. It definitely isn't, I think. Yeah, you could only if you have a 6-4. Yeah, if you have a 6-4 set, it would only the maximum difference would be 4 points, I think. So it's not even mathematically possible. Anyway, yeah. If you see a crazy stat like that, you just should check another source. let's be honest. But there wasn't
talking about this.
Yeah, there was an ITF match last year that had a super tiebreak of 68-66. That's what it said in the live scores, but of course it ended up being wrong. It was like a regular 10-6 or something like that. I even emailed the tournament director, but he never replied. Anyway, yeah, it's 4-2. No. No worry. It's a scoreboard error. Anyway, yeah, it's 4-2. Now Nadal is gonna serve to try to get closer to winning this. Nakashima and McDonald still tied. Altmaier and Tiafoe still tied in their respective sets. And Lorenzo Sonego is serving for a 2-0 lead against Nuno Borges. And that's really the biggest developments right now. Korea and Fucsovics still going, is still pretty much tied, which is it is what it is. And the women's match is still only 3 of them going right now, and pretty much no big names, which it's really hard to schedule a tournament in order to have that. I think in general right now it's a bit of a weaker moment for the women's. Probably it's not going to be until Rybakina Cocciaretto where we get a big match, and then of course in the evening session we have Keys, and Keys getting that bigger court is maybe a little bit of a surprise. By the way,
After
that's kind of surprising, right?
Yeah, even if Kisi did semi-final last year, so probably they.
She was in the semis before as well, right?
Yeah, it can be because
2000 whatever.
2017. Of course, not 19.
Why not 19?
No, I meant 19. So a lot. She's been semi-finalist 2015, 2022, quarter-finalist in 2018, semi-finalist in French Open. 2018 was a pretty solid year in Grand Slams for her. Semi-finalist in the US Open, finalist 2017. Only Wimbledon, she's been pretty poor. Yeah, even if still 69%.
There was Serena Sharapova, I think.
2015.
The final. Yeah.
2015 Australian Open. Yeah, Williams Sharapova 6-3, 7-6. Yeah. Yes, yes. We are 15-0. Oh, and 15-30 again on Rafa's service game. So life's not easy for Rafa in this set, even if Jack seems struggling a bit physically. But I think that now probably conditions are tougher compared to the beginning of the match. Sun has come out. Ace? No. Wide. So second serve. 2 hours and a half. Oh, and the forehand is wide. So 2 break points in Jack's favor.
Yeah, Draper has been getting a lot of errors out of Nadal by just going straight down the middle with the return. And Nadal is trying to get that forehand, inside out or inside in, and then sometimes not making it in time. That was the case here, and we have a very unexpected opportunity for Draper, who now seems to be moving well, actually. So perhaps just a random crisis. But I guess it's like, with broken things or twisted things, if it happens once, there's a higher likelihood of it coming back. So this is something we will be watching out for. And now second serve for Nadal, down break point. Yeah, another time the forehand down the line.
Yeah.
It's just been the key shot for him today for sure. Not a clean winner this time, but still Draper couldn't really get it back. Even if he did, it would have been a pretty safe volley for Nadal. So there's another break point. Of course, he probably likes that side of the court more when it comes to the serving. Maybe against the lefty, though, he can choose a different direction. No.
Yeah, that's a good defense. Now he has the forehand.
Yeah,
That's a break.
Nadal hit that good wide serve, but then wasn't able to push on. They played a pretty long rally with Nadal eventually missing the forehand again. Again, it's like 2 meters out. Just struggling with the timing there.
So
Apparently, it's 4-4 in Nakashima McDonald, which is going to be a crazy match, whatever happens from here. As I said, Sonego is also 2-0 up on Borges. And other than that, not much has happened. Although
Sonego match.
I think it's pretty close. Like still, even if he wins from in free. Anyway, Korja Fujovic, 2 points away from losing the set is the Hungarian, which definitely did not expect. His compatriot Anna Bondar is doing well, though. Udvardi is still, tied with, 4-5 down, but on serve. But Dalmagalfi didn't do well today. It's not going to be a 100% Hungarian record anyway, right? Because Dalmagalfi has lost. Yeah, the same thing, like his FI. We'll see if that's actually at medical timeout this time, or if it's just a changeover, but it doesn't seem like so. I think it's just a changeover. Yeah.
I think yes.
The physio is out just for a moment. Nadal isn't complaining, so I guess it's all good. Although I would be if I was him. Just ask whether it's is it really an injury? Isn't it cramping?
Yeah, you're right. Even if it's just during the changeover, it's okay. If as long as he doesn't take more time, it's okay. in my opinion.
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah, I think he's experienced enough to try to not watch to what's happening on the other bench. Now let's see if he holds or if Rafa can take the lead again. I feel like now it's a point of the match in which the break is always around the corner. And the second serve to start. Oh, Nakashima is at deuce. 4-all deuce in the fifth set after 3 tiebreaks and a strange 6-1. So how many 5 setters? Mute, Wu, and Nakashima McDonald. Yeah. 30 love. Draper now is looking near to hold to 4-all in this third set. So the match is really tight. Another second serve here. Break point for McDonald. Okay, good forehand winner. Let's see if this break point let's take. Oh, what's happening? No, because I had it's the break. 5-4. McDonald is going to serve for the match after over 4 hours. 7-6, 7-6, 1-6, 6-7, 5-4. It's a crazy match. A lot of things happened. Yeah, McDonald had 2 match points in the 4th set tiebreak. Yeah, he was up 2 sets to love, so probably, another missed. No, the other were not missed, but still not good. But Draper has still another chance to hold the serve. Rafa is waiting for the return. No, the slice goes wide. And so 4 games all, with Draper winning the last 3 games of this third set.
Yeah, the stats here say that Draper has made only 3 drop shots, but that doesn't feel right. I think maybe some of them were even, they were long enough that the system, the system didn't qualify them as such. It just, took them as a short slice or whatever. It's possible. But that's, and both players actually are hitting like 67% of their ground strokes from the forehand side. Yeah, and another forehand winner down the line. That's definitely been the more dangerous wing from Rafa today, but also the one that is more likely to fail. That's for sure too. Only 2 women's matches going on right now, as Anna Bondar has finished the agony for commentators, and Anna Bogdan is eliminated. Well, Anna Bondar comes in. I guess it was a bit of a surprise, right? Bogdan is probably better on Bogdan is probably a bit better on hard courts than Bondar usually. And there's only Udvardi Osorio, where Osorio has just won the first set, and Rakimova Bindel going on right now when it comes to the women's side of the tournament.
Oh,
Now there's an interesting moonball from Nadal that sort of didn't give him much, but they're still playing. He goes for another, yeah, but this time again he was kind of pushed out of the court by the angle from Draper. If he can do that, then it's fine to go there. Yeah, but if he just plays a mid-court ball there, then he's done. McDonald has a match point. Apparently, he also had more match points, but there's just one left.
40-30.
Tiafoe is still struggling with Altmaier in the fourth set, going with the serve. And what else? That's pretty much it for now. Molchen is up a break, and Coria is up a set on Fucsovics. This would be a very weird result. 30-15 for Nadal on return serve.
McDonald's won.
Yeah.
So he's waiting for the winner of this match.
Yeah, so it's going to be McDonald-Draper, not Nagashima-Draper. Just pushing John's buttons here, but anyway, yeah, Coria Fucsovics, that would be a wild result, I think, with how Federico usually doesn't, perform and deliver on hard courts at all. Fucsovics winning 2 of his last 3 challengers and getting to the semis in the other one. Yeah, that was very close. Draper to making that return, but apparently it was just a bit long. John Blom is very confidently telling him, it's Hockey Live, mate. What can I do? I don't know if John Blom is Australian, but he's definitely from an English-speaking country. I don't know. But, I just said mate because they're in Australia. Anyway, Nadal has a second serve at 40-15. It's a very deep one, but they're still playing the rally.
Great one.
Yeah, again, when Draper is, a little bit behind in the game, he goes for his shots more, which is bringing him, considerable success. I think I've just had my 5th yawn, so there's still. I think I still have a lot left in me. And Nadal, does he have a lot left in him? Probably. But again, yeah, a second serve, so a slight chance for Draper to get it back to deuce. Mm-hmm. That was out as well.
Yeah.
Jesus,
Yeah.
My eyesight is terrible. Apparently, I should not become a line umpire. Wessler has a breakpoint to go up on Millman, but he does not take it.
Yeah. So, there are 9 males matches and 2 females, one of which can end pretty quickly. Depends from bindle. Should have been Badosa, but we have Pigossi McNally. Tsitsipas is warming up for his debut match against Kenton Hallis, who, according to someone, can cause a little bit of issues to him. I don't know. I think it'll be kind of a score 7-6, 6-4, 7-5, something like that. I think
that's a bit of trouble.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a trouble. Yeah, troubles in the set, but not in the match. Let's see this. At least in my opinion, but let's see. And Osorio won the first set against Panna Udvardi. Wawrinka is back on serve, while Korea is 1 love and love 40 on Fucovic's serve. So yeah, he can go up a break. Let's see. Now Draper has a big game ahead of him. And the rough start. Love 15. Rafa puts pressure on his shoulders. Let's see if the serve can help him now. At least to get a little advantage in the rally. Yeah, the serve was good, but Rafa's been able to overturn things in the rally pretty well. Love 30. Nadal is 2 points away from winning the third set. And Kwon has a set point. Yeah, huge point now, yeah. And the first serve is out. Second serve, that's a pretty big opportunity for Rafa. And what's happening? Ah, the ball.
We'll get a first serve.
No.
No, it depends from Rafa. If he doesn't say anything, it's second serve. Yeah, second serve.
It wasn't created by him, right?
Poor return.
Yeah. Yeah, the return was not good enough. And so 15-30, there's still a little chance. Yeah, this passing shot was pretty impossible, even because Draper was ready to hit the volley pretty easily. So
Yeah, he covered the angle nicely.
Yeah. Yeah, Korea is up a break in the second set. Yeah, I wasn't expecting Korea winning, and not even in straight sets. So let's see how it's gonna turn out this match. It can also be a comeback. Who knows? Another second serve. For Jack Draper. Let. So he needs to repeat.
No, Rafa.
Ooh, what a bad forehand. 136 second serve. But Rafa missed the forehand. It was like, I think, the fourth shot. So 30-all. Yeah, situation is always the same for Rafa, still 2 points away, but there was an opportunity at least to prolong the rally. So there are a lot of pretty interesting matches still to come. The Canadian clash between Felix and Pospisil, Musetti, Harris, Tsitsipas, Norrie, Medvedev. Rafa is trying to attack a little bit with a forehand. The defense is good, and not this shot. There's a set point. We have a set point. And if you're watching the screen, we already know.
I was looking to just here. I'm gonna do
Thank you, because
If you can avoid, yeah, I mean, it's something
Yeah,
that's
because-
difficult, but if you can avoid it.
because I'm too curious. So let's.
It's not on the screen now.
Oh, ace. Ace. So
By the way, Lehechka is up 6-3, 6-3, 4-1 on Borna Coric. So there's a very clean win going there. I don't know if the stats still are saying that Coric is just making unforced errors all over the place. Yeah, I think pretty much, although this set has been more, at least from the stats, on Lehechka's record.
winner rate.
Yeah. Korea Fucovic, Jesus Christ. Draper gets an easy serve plus one volley.
Great one.
In Korea Fucovic, apparently it's the same case. Like Fucovic has just already made 24 unforced errors in 13 games. So he's down 6-4, 4-6, 0-3 by now, which is quite shocking. Eubanks has saved a set point against Kwon, ends 5-5. Wester Milman still without breaks. Escobedo has a set point to go 1-2 down against Taro Daniel. Draper, I'm not sure if it's a let or an out. It is a let. They give him another ball.
That's out.
That's an out though. So there's a second serve to try to get him into 5-5.
We can be good as line judges.
Unfortunately, I saw already. I didn't mean to. But yeah.
Use.
Tries to rush it with the forehand cross court, but probably there was a better opportunity down the line. But I guess he just wanted to surprise.
Munar is near.
Yeah, Munar is just near blowing out. There's a couple of performances like that going on right now. Fucovic, Coric, Munar, where they just can't seem to keep the ball inside the court, at least going by the stats.
Fucovic is playing George?
He's playing Korea. I mean, Coric is playing Lehechka, and I mean, I'm just talking about different matches. That they're just getting blown out, but it doesn't seem that the opponent is doing that. At least not in most cases. Yeah, we also have Wawrinka back on serve, and it's 5-5 in the match between Altmaier TFO in the fourth set. No, yeah. Yeah, now we've got a rally, but that there was like no confidence in that net approach, I think. Should have been at the net a second earlier. Didn't close it, and yeah, Nadal just took the easy forehand. Now it's a set point for Nadal again. I have to make sure that I don't have it on the screen. It kind of takes away the magic if you know the outcome of a point beforehand.
I like the way Rafa switches languages for the country he's in. So he says, come on, tends to say,
not vamos.
he said, come on there for sure.
Yeah, that was a come on, I think, but
Ooh.
out.
Oh,
yes!
Yeah, that short angled backhand passing shot does not go in, and Nadal leads 2-1. I was playing a Chinese guy at the table tennis tournament recently, and I was talking to him in English, just some casual small talk, and then I suddenly realized that when we were playing, I wasn't talking to myself in Polish anymore, but I was talking in English. Like, he doesn't need to understand what I'm saying to myself, I guess, but I don't know, it was just subconsciously. Maybe Nadal is doing the same, I don't know. And John Blom is Australian, by the way, I checked. So with my impression, I was probably not that far off. I should have given it an oi or something like that too. 40%, yeah.
High quality set, huh?
And in many
Rafa's
segments,
number
right?
not so high.
I mean, first serve does not have to mean the quality is poor.
Poor first serve return.
But for Draper in a lot of these important moments, it kind of mattered a lot. Escobedo is 1-2 down now. And I want to see if Tiafoe had a match point against Altmaier or not. That's because I'm not sure. Yeah, he did have a match point on return at 5-4. So they're still going. They're still on serve in the fourth set. He's still making, a lot of work.
Men's matches are not ending, so Sophie men's match is not gonna start.
Yeah, that's true.
Now we're starting Pigossi McNally.
Nothing is ending basically. Now Wawrinka is up a break after Molchen was. Yeah, still 2 matches on the women's side. Osorio is up a set and a break. Maybe even Osorio or Bindel will finish it earlier than a men's match is gonna finish. I suppose.
So we've got a question in the live chat from Alessia Cara. So thank you for joining us, Alessia. I don't know. Maybe you are. Alessia, if you are a singer, let us know. She's joining from Twitch, by the way. So great to have you on board. I don't know if there's a like button on Twitch, but if there is, then click it. But anyway, Emma Raducanu's performance, we didn't watch it. We were probably watching 4 or 5 matches at the same time. And but what I will say is this: she won in straight sets. She never really was under any pressure in terms of the scoreboard. She plays Coco Gauff next, and I tell you what, the winner of that match will fancy their chances of probably getting to the quarters, maybe. I mean, I just think the confidence boost. If Raducanu beats Coco Gauff, who's a top 10 player, and equally the other way round, Raducanu's ceiling is top 10, if you like. And it's been, what was her highest ranking, Raducanu? What did she got to 10? So I think also she beat someone of a similar caliber in a way today, similar ranking at least. So their performances, yeah, okay, but still, it's still a good win. Maybe with the odds makers, but was she massive favorite with you?
Not as massive as for the odds makers. As for the odds makers, still a pretty sizable one, I think.
So anyway, Raducanu plays Gauff next, and then. Yeah, she does, I'm sure. That's rough. Yeah, that is rough. Yeah, true. So, but Zheng will, but Zheng will win that. That is tough, actually. So perhaps the quarterfinal path won't be so easy. I might have Zheng beating Gauff in my. Zheng is the 29 seed, right? I might have Zheng beating Gauff in my bracket, actually. I've got Zheng, I think, in the quarters, losing to Swiatek. I think. Must be 4th round then. Well, she's due to play. She would play if Zheng is playing. If Zheng is playing the winner of Raducanu Gauff, if Zheng keeps going.
No, in 2nd round. Was going to play Zheng.
Don't know, but then.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
Anyway, but then if Zheng is playing Gauff or Raducanu potentially in the 3rd round, I'm pretty sure that route means Swiatek in the quarters. Yeah.
I'm just saying that I had her losing not to Swiatek but to someone else. I'm just not sure whom. Actually.
Anyway, so I'll just give a final summary anyway. So Raducanu's win was a good one, but we'll know a lot more about her level when she plays Gauff. I even think a defeat in 3 sets for Raducanu is not. It's a big improvement on her previous 12 months in a way. So yeah, that's my view on that. I'll hand the mic back to you as Jack Draper is out of his Wimbledon costume, and I'll hand the mic over to you, Mario.
Okay, so we have Lechka very close to the win, 6-3, 6-3, 5-2, while Jack Draper is entering the court. So we are almost starting this 4th set in this very long match. We're almost 3 hours for 3 sets, so it's very close and long battle. And what else to say? Escobedo's taking the 3rd set. Probably you have said this. Oh, and Tiafoe is 2 points away. Even struggling a little bit with Altmaier, 6-3, 6-3, 6-7, 6-5. Now we are 30-all. Yes, so as it has happened in the 1st, in the 2nd, and in the 3rd set, Rafa Nadal is starting. in the fourth. He's ready to serve. Draper not ready to return. So we were speaking about Raducanu. Yeah, I agree with what you said. Of course, the match against Coco Gauff, especially the Coco Gauff we saw tonight, it's gonna be very, very difficult for her. But I feel like her level in a single match can be enough to can cause an upset, because for me it still is gonna be obviously an upset. Yeah, I think being able to play a close match against Goff can still be good for her, but I also think that she needs that kind of confidence that beating a top player can give you, because at least in this start of the week, but also when she went to the Seoul semifinals last year in the end of the season, she's starting beating some kind of opponents quite regularly, I have to say, when he's in a good physical shape. So I also think it's going to be very, very important to her to try to cause that upset, to gain that confidence, to try to bring her back to at least close to the level she showed in her US Open run, and hopefully to be able to reach, who knows, a second week here in Melbourne. I think that she had rough season in 2022, but she needs to. She still is has the status of a Grand Slam champion, so she needs to raise the bar. I think if she wants to slowly come back to, I don't know if she belongs there, because she hasn't proven for some time, but now we are saying John Blom talking to someone at the phone. So
Never been mentioned in the media so often.
yeah, you're right.
It's a funny name as well, though.
Serve and volley, a good one. So 30-15.
I guess I'll chip in too, and I mean, not one of us doubts any, Emma Raducanu's talent, ability. It's all there. It's just a matter of time before she gets to unleash it again, probably. And yeah, this is a good opportunity. Definitely. I still don't buy Coco Gauff as a regular threat to win big titles. I think there's still, if someone can direct a lot of pace into her forehand, it's still a problem. And Raducanu can do that if she's playing well. I wouldn't overreact to the Korpach win. Like before that, if you ask me if Raducanu has a chance against Gauff before today, I would have said yes. Right now, nothing has changed for me. Like it's in a lot of cases, Raducanu's level in one match might not really reflect what she's going to show on the next day. There's a pretty great rally between Draper and Nadal, yeah. And Nadal takes it with a almost half volley from the baseline with the forehand. So yeah, it's a fantastic opportunity for Emma. Yeah. If she doesn't take it, nothing really happens, and if she takes it, it's only the benefit of only she could really reap the reward. And yeah, I still think she's losing to Zheng though if she does, but who knows? Perhaps.
Yeah, today was quite important to see the performance, just to see her first match after going out with that injury in Auckland, even if she has already said that she was more scared than everything else when she ended up crying in going out the court. But yes, I think we get the answer we were hoping for, because we always want to see everyone healthy, and so I think that should be a great match. I don't know. I want that to be a prime time match, because it's kind of deserved. Also, a clash about between two new generation talents. So yeah, it's still gonna be interesting also to see how they're gonna match up together.
Yeah, and I mean, she had an ankle sprain, which is pretty much like you can never really tell, right? What's gonna happen. Some are gonna take months to heal. Like, it's very torn seven ligaments or something like that. Tore, no, not torn. And yeah, sometimes you can just play after a week, and apparently that's what happened with Raducanu. That's just very light. I had actually had like a twisted ankle twice, and yeah, one time I just played tennis after 7 days or something like that. Of course, in like a thing to how do you call it, a brace, an ankle brace, but still, it was possible. It wasn't hampering my movements. I think it's possible if the twist is very light, and clearly it is. If she was moving well, yeah, Draper gets a
break point.
gets a break point with a great net approach. This time, no real issues on the volley. Although I guess whenever he was in a position to volley this much, he has been doing great. It's just sometimes the pass is sometimes just too good. But there is a break point. The new shirt is giving him some new power. Nadal is staying in the same orange one. Yeah. This is what Draper was trying to do like 2 games ago, and then he missed that forehand. Nadal finds it. Although he was also going for Nadal was going for a much shorter angle. So we have a deuce, and we'll see what's going to happen with that. John is pouring Mario some water. You can probably see him right now. Yeah, another deep return down the middle where Nadal sort of tries to hit a forehand.
2-1 sets up. Nadal, he's 73-4. Losing to Tsitsipas, Australian Open 2021.
But that was a 2-0 as well, right?
Yeah, was
Yeah.
2-0, then of course.
Yeah, I
also
mean,
2-1.
it's still a 2-1.
Yeah, it's different, but it's
No,
different.
it is still a 2-1, yeah.
It was. And then to Verdasco, Australian Open 2016.
That was not a 2-0, right? It
No,
was, yeah,
to
it was
just
close.
2-1, first round. Fognini, US Open 2015 was 2-0.
Was it 2-0, yeah.
And Hewitt, Australian Open 2005.
Nadal did not put a great serve, I would say, in at the break point, but Draper just threw out the return a little bit long.
It was another break point.
Yeah, it was another break point. Hewitt, there was like 2005. Yeah.
George is out.
I don't know much, but Charge is out to Lehechka already. Seems like from the stats, it seems like Lehechka was just pretty good, and Church couldn't really keep it in the court.
Yeah, I had Lehechka in my bracket.
Yeah, we've heard that one. Congrats. Yeah, it seemed like a very 50-50-ish match, and that it would be Lehechka who sort of would, maybe play well, maybe not. And apparently it's actually Borna Choric who cannot keep us a solid level. But yeah, good win for Lehechka. I think, for him, a lot of the issues that he's had last year were mostly experience related, like things that he will improve as he sort of finds his feet on the tour. The shot selection, especially the transition game, moving forward to the net, which already seems to have improved a lot. That's out from Rafa, so there's going to be another break point.
Yeah.
Maybe the serve can be improved for Lehechka too, and I think these are things that are going to come with experience, and I imagine that this year should be stronger for him. Like, of course, he's like a top 50 quality talent. Probably not a Grand Slam winning one, but he should be doing a tiny bit better
Still a
than
nice
he's
player
doing.
to watch.
Oh yeah,
I
for
mean,
sure.
I
When he's
enjoy-
playing well.
Yeah, when he's playing well, of course.
He's like one of the guys who, when he's playing well, he's great, but when not, he's kind of atrocious then, but that's fine.
Let's see this breakpoint. Second serve.
Yeah, that's a big chance for Draper. Tough to say where Nadal will go with the second, of course. Probably just a safer option.
Go to the backhand now.
Probably should, although Draper might also run around. And he actually sort of went to the forehand and Draper ran around to the backhand, you could even say.
Uh-oh. That's nowhere near good.
Yeah, that's not a good drop shot.
Great. But great deep backhands from Draper to start the rally, yeah?
The guys haven't been on top of the drop shot game today, that's for sure.
No. Tiafoe has a match point after saving a set point in the fourth set tiebreak, so really close.
And
match,
he just took
closed.
it. Yeah, so we've got Tiafoe in the first round. We haven't really been watching it, but just from the flow and the stats, yeah, it seems like he was he basically didn't need to go for 4 sets there, but he did, but he survived. So it's all good in the Tiafoe land.
Malta has broken back.
Kubler is also has 2 match points over Baez, so no issues there. Szczecina is 2 sets and a break up over Munar. Milman has taken the second set against Wessler, so it's now 1 set all. Yeah, Kubler has finished the match, and also Eubanks won. It's now 1 set all as well. Korea, Fucsovics are actually Fucsovics is back on serve, but it's still weird. Yeah, and as you said, Molchan, Wawrinka, Hanfman, Hijikata. I feel very strongly about Hanfman there, and he's up a break, as we were talking about earlier. And there's also another women's match that started, which is Pigossi McNally. The kid.
I find it horrible.
Yeah, maybe that's what he lost.
Tiafoe's kid.
Mario, I will.
No, that's not real.
Yeah.
Plug in my. No, it's not. Yes. Yeah, we just changed it.
Yeah, because sleeveless, it's even worse.
Sleeveless.
Sleeveless.
Yeah.
I think that. Okay.
Okay, so Tiafoe, Lechka, Kubler have closed, so probably some females matches are gonna start soon.
So you're saying that Tiafoe is playing Shang now?
Chang, yeah, and they're close to Kachanov.
Yeah, excited to watch it. I don't know if it can be close, maybe. I mean,
But it can also be fun.
Yeah.
Even if straight sets, it can also be fun and also, of course, a great experience for Shang. Great from Draper.
I think he's probably practicing with a lot of guys from this quality. He's been with IMG for a long while, perhaps with Draper. I don't know. But he lives in the States.
So Osorio has a match point.
Yeah.
6-4-5-1 to potentially. Oh no, deuce. Vabbè. In Italian, okay, sometimes. To potentially play Iga Swiatek in the second round or Jule Niemeier. Great return from Rafa Nadal with a forehand, so 30 all. And that's an important game because if Rafa is able to be back on track immediately, or if not, Draper is gonna, probably also feel better physically, because sometimes physically and mentally goes a little bit. And there's a second serve on this huge point. Rafa dictating with his forehand, a break point, 30-40, while Camila Osorio has closed her match. 6-4, 6-1. Now we'll see this break point. Nadal has a chance to break back. Long? That's long. No, it's long. It's long. It's long. Meters long. Yeah, you're right. But
Just give him half a point.
yeah.
Oh, Rafa.
Oh, what happened?
Miss it.
When I was a kid, I used to play like that. He could only serve normally, and I could serve like regardless. You had to cross. Like it had to be on the other side, but it was actually just wherever. It didn't have to be in the box. So it would be a good serve in these rules. I don't think Rafa is a kid anymore. He has a kid now. That he does.
Drop shot.
Oh!
And that's classic.
Classic Rafa.
Yeah. It was written. I remember Indian Wells against Alcaraz, the final against Medvedev last year.
In the first couple of games.
No, there was a chance.
There was probably not a single way Draper could play it.
Yeah, you're right. Of course,
If
that
there's any direction that Rafa still had a chance winning it. It was this one. Even the backhand would have been much tougher to reach it.
out.
Yeah, it's not on him.
It's wide. So 1 game all. 1 game all.
That was probably the fastest forehand Draper would hit today.
Yeah. So let's. Molchan is serving for the first set. In the first set, which probably 11 games, and I don't know how many breaks there have been, but a lot. Daniel is up a break in the 4th set against Escobedo. Now you're here. So I'm gonna find something to put on my screen. Let's see. Every game can be a break now.
Yeah, great.
Good.
Just a good shot.
So 15 love, another passing shot. Wawrinka, can I put this on? Probably. Yeah.
At the moment,
Oh,
the three of us look, with our prediction, it's looking like a distinct possibility.
It's the safe option, simply.
yeah.
Working out.
Must have been close.
I say a very, I don't know, long time even for the number of games played. 3 hours, 18, 3 sets and 2 games, 3 games.
These service speeds in Rafa are normal, and that's good for him compared to last year.
Yeah.
He may even be above them. Against Taylor Fritz, when the injury was really developing, his second serve was like 80 kilometers an hour.
Yeah.
Or maybe a bit more, maybe 80 miles an hour, but whatever, it was low.
Yeah, I think 80 miles.
80 miles is not that low, right?
Okay, but it was low. Maybe it was even lower than.
Yeah,
Fritz's went down as well, but that was nerves.
yeah. 28 unforced errors from Wawrinka in less than 12 games.
So what's the score in that one?
6-5 Molchan serving for the set, 30 all. And horrible forehand from Molchan, meters long. So break point. And here 14 love, so probably comfortable game. Good serve. So 2-1.
It is
Yeah.
out, but it was pretty close. Yeah, and Daniel is leading Escobedo for 1 in the 4th set. Looks like there's not that much that's going to happen here. From what I've seen of it, I think he's been just really good at making Escobedo play one more ball, which isn't something he wants to do, of course. I think he's been way more effective doing that than Kotov was in round 3 or whoever Escobedo played in round 2 of the qualifying. Cannot remember. Round 1 was totally different with Nardi just slapping the ball, trying to overhit instead of actually moving Escobedo, which is definitely the better tactic. But yeah, here Taro has been defending really well, and again, just like in recent history, he's just the improvements to his serve last year have just been so important in getting him that a few more 3 points per set. And that's really the key. They're showing us some points from Altmaier Tiafoe, which seem to be.
I was not understanding.
Yeah, they seem
There's
to.
the outfit.
Yeah.
Still don't get it.
How far back is it, Tom?
Still don't get it.
in the tiebreak.
Yes.
So did he break back?
Yeah, he broke.
6 breaks in
Wow.
12 games.
Oh wow.
Nuno Borges has some set points on Sonego, saved one already, but there's another one. And yeah, Korea Fujovic still tied in that second set. Crazy. Hanfman is up 4-2 up on Hijikata. And have some women's matches started? Not really. Zhang and Podoroska are actually, they are starting now, but it's still a little more men heavy at the moment. Yeah. She's just Osorio now, actually, by the way. Yeah, she changed it. I'm not sure formally as well, legal, but she has changed it on her tennis name to Camila Osorio. Okay. Because at first she was Maria Camila Osorio Serrano. Yeah, now she's just Camila Osorio. There's this Austrian doubles specialist, Tristan Samuel Weisborn, who changed it to Sam Weisborn recently, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Wawrinka seems to be taking the tiebreak fairly comfortably. Sonego has saved the set points, though, and has a chance to bring the third set against Borges to a tiebreak. I think it was last year when Nuno was supposed to debut in the Australian Open and then got COVID and didn't play. Or maybe it was 2021 already? No, that wouldn't make no sense. Yeah, it has to be. I mean, it's impossible that he would play the Australian Open in 2021. Yeah, but as I said, 2021, 2022, it's all the same to me. I just cannot seem to. You ask me who won whatever in 2015, I'm gonna tell you, and 2021, 2022, it's just impossible. Every single year is the same. It still needs a few years to just get stuck in the brain.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, Munar losing to China like that. Jesus, what a blowout.
I don't even know how to pronounce
I would go for Swiatek.
Sheena.
I mean, there is a diacritic sign over the C, so I'm not sure. Maybe that changes something. I just say Swiatek. Have I ever talked to someone who would know? No, not really. So I just say it like that. I'm definitely not the authority on the Czech language. I do know that Zdenek Kolarz, for example, that's how it's read instead of the Kolar, which would be from the English transcription. With Stina, I just guess. Lehečka, I think we are fine on for sure. Although I've heard a lot of mispronunciations of that.
Rarinka is 5-1 in the tiebreak.
Going for game point.
Cleaning up. Rakimova and Bindel also seems like a pretty fun match, and I think Rakimova saved a lot of match points in the second set. Yeah.
2 match points.
Yeah, but now she's down 0-3 in the third set. Yeah, I mean, if they finish the set, if they finish this match in this set, then we're gonna get the evening session at the regular time. But if they don't, it's actually gonna start later. Yeah, which is hilarious given the fact that we've been sitting here for the past 7.5 hours, more or less. I wonder if there's like a viewer that has been with us for all the way through. Definitely not.
Don't think so.
Yeah, just.
I mean, normally Ghosty is pretty reliable, but actually he said he had to leave.
Yeah, he said he had that dinner.
He had a dinner, did he?
Yeah, dinner with some Mexicans. Yeah. And he explained it, and there was a lot of terminology that I didn't get, but it seemed like it was very boring. And I just wished him that he could watch more tennis on the next days. No, that's fine.
Sorry.
Correction.
Yeah. Oh. Was around.
Not yeah. I mean, even to that ball, from the baseline, he just didn't really move to it at all.
Okay.
And I was gonna say that it's not looking great. Yeah, this shot, like, he didn't use the legs at all. He just
The light ranking has been updated.
Anyway, I'm just checking. Okay, because on Margaret Court, it's already finished a long time before. Yeah, Pospisil and Auger-Aliassime and John Kane are gonna come on soon. So yeah, we will get Tsitsipas Alice at 9 a.m. That's for sure. And on Kia, there's 2 more matches coming, including Nori Van Asch, which should be pretty quick, I suppose. After Sonego Borges, there's also a match. After Stina, who has just won, there's a match.
Second serve.
Rybakina Cocheretto are now starting. Hanfman Hijikata are the last match. Here it could go long.
Yeah, no, he's not. Look at him.
Yeah, I mean,
It's done 3-1 breaks.
that's also why he's rushing these forehands, right? The one in the previous game also that lost him the break. I think court 14 could long, could go long today, because that was where Mute and Wu played. Now it's Rakimova Bindel. Then it's gonna be Zhu Marino and Musetti Harris to end things. There's also that court where Pigossi and McNally are now playing, and then Monteiro and Lestien. I think everything should be done anyway, probably until the end of the evening session. Maybe court 14 could be. It could be tough, but otherwise not really. But yeah, good. We'll get Tsitsipas Alice on time. Excited for this. Giron Medvedev probably isn't gonna be that fun, but I don't know.
Isabel has joined the chat and she says, "How are you guys feeling?"
How are you feeling? Yeah, there's been a lot of yawning, but in general, I think we've been fine. I'm definitely starting to feel some tiredness, but it's not extreme. It's John just told you in one little gesture. I had to use words, and yeah, I think we've been fine. Mario is doing so well.
Oh, Wawrinka has won the tiebreak, by the way. Yeah, no, it's quite sad to see Jack struggling so much. By the way, yeah, I'm a bit tired, but I try to pretend that I'm not tired. So yeah, I think that this match, given how Draper is feeling now, is pretty well. I don't know. It's on the right track for Rafa. Let's say this. I think, yeah, it's not classic too. Yeah, but yeah, you're right. I don't know how to say. Draper can't move in a proper way anymore. So
Yeah, he had a brief moment like that, right? In the first set, but
but I think he can retire.
yeah, the last point was the same.
He's not able to. Rafa is looking at him.
Yeah, he's checking. Yeah, for sure.
No. I know it's not good to. Yeah, I know it's bad to retire in, of course, in a Grand Slam match. But if you're not even able to return, I know that 2 games, but well, let's see.
I think if it was an injury, if you like, I think you could argue that. But I think with cramp, you're not going to do long.
Yeah, but he's also feeling some abdominal problem. Why this?
Okay. Ketchup.
Ketchup in
Why
the
was
knee.
ketchup in your knee? I mean, I understand why they wanted to drain it.
Jamie has just joined the chat. He says maybe Draper can retire like Musetti did. Do you remember? I think it was at the French Open.
But Musetti wasn't even cramping.
Yeah, I know, it was dreadful. Yeah. By the way, how has Rafa looked in your opinion? He also wants to know. I'm more
if you have to gather your thoughts. I think he was excellent in the first set, then not so much. Like the fact that he's winning this much right now, in this set it's mostly on Draper not moving anymore. In the third, it was still a nice battle, but I think the level wasn't as good as in the opener. Is it a fantastic performance? Nah, but it doesn't matter. Not really. I mean, everything. The goal for today is to get some playtime and progress. I believe that the second and third round are easier for him. McDonald would have to play like the best match of his career to even touch Rafa, I think. Then you have Nishioka, I think, or someone. Nishioka, as good as he is, he's got nothing to hurt Rafa with. So I think, Tiafoe has struggled today against Altmaier. So it's not looking terrible. I still would keep my, my prediction from before the event that if Tiafoe or maybe even Kachanov get to the 4th round in good style, I think they can defeat Rafa there. But, I think he's good for the next 2 rounds and he's just going to get more playtime and probably improve with every single match. This is really, he's been good enough. The first set was quite excellent, but that was really all it was. Other than that, it's been mediocre, but it doesn't have to be. The more I watch tennis, I think I just sort of realized that sometimes it's just about getting through a round, right? It doesn't have to be perfect. It's the effect that matters. And Draper is like, there's no legs in his serve anymore whatsoever.
Yeah, if I have to judge the performance, I have to say that I see. I don't want to be harsh, but I have to say few improvements compared to the United Cup. Because even there, he's been able to play some good games and some good points. But yeah. Yeah, but I agree that the most important thing, especially in this kind of events, is go through and to look at what's next and just play, win, and then see what happens in the tournament, and match after match something can go better. Yeah, after a nice first set, the level dropped. It's also difficult now with Draper looking in this way. Yeah, I have to say, well, in Italy, 6 out of 10 is like quite okay. So I think that 6 out of 10 can be a good rate for probably today's match. While Wawrinka is starting the second set with a break, Norrie is starting, and Auger-Aliassime too. I don't know why. Rybakina Cocciaretto too. So there are lots of matches incoming.
Yeah, that match is going quickly.
Yeah.
Borges has now taken the set against Sonego. Tara Daniel has just defeated Escobedo, which means I will have to change the match that I've been watching on my laptop. I'm not sure what to do, which match to choose yet. Fucevic is serving for the second set against Coria, but having trouble to hold. There's also Eubanks Kwon, which Eubanks is now leading 2-1. As we said, it's really a perfect opportunity for Chris, given how tired Kwon has to be. And and on the women's side, we've got Podoroska up 3-0 on Zhang Zhang. I think Zhang Zhang was one of the lucky losers who got to know that they're going to play a bit later. I wonder if that can maybe influence her somehow. Rybakina started well against Cocciaretto, which sounds like a potential banana skin, right? It's not impossible for Cocciaretto to defeat Rybakina. Of course, she's not exactly a consistent player, and she probably never will be. But, well, and Hanfman's still a break up on Hijikata.
So this match is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, neither of us, I think, is looking at the screen anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. No one's looking at the screen anymore because there's just no point. Pretty sad, but I mean, we knew that it could happen, right? With Draper, it's always a concern. He's been having physical issues in a lot of matches, and this is an intensity he's barely played at, probably. Even though he already has a lot of main tour experience. But well.
Oh, so 15.
Experience, he's gonna grab this loss, have some positive takeaways for sure, come back stronger, and definitely not a match that he should have a lot of regrets from, but I think it's still gonna hurt because he will feel like he hasn't lost it on tennis, right? He will feel like he lost it on being physically weaker. Of course, we can't have known what would have happened, but we can't know what would have happened. But yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Now Nadal is probably gonna have some weird unforced errors, because he knows he's winning, but you still have to drive it home, which is always tough. Then Nadal has like 15 people in it, apparently. Will they finish in time for Swiatek to start on time? Yes.
Not even the early break.
Yeah, I think Norrie's going to lose like 6 games today.
Oh. That was a winner of somebody who's just like...
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Break point Draper.
Full swing with the with the backhand. And he gets 2 backhand winners in a row, and actually, sort of bending the knees even. It's easier, I guess, for him on that side or something. Definitely the serve, of course, is the toughest. to actually get any power on. Yeah, 2 points away. Probably even in Melbourne, in the stadium, they're probably not even watching. I don't know what they're doing. Probably drinking beer. I don't know. In Melbourne, it's probably not allowed. It's only in New York.
You can't take beer into the stadium, you think? I think you can.
I don't know.
Yeah, you can.
I mean, you can definitely do that in New York.
And you can do it in Melbourne, but you certainly could.
Oh, okay.
There's another winner that's just like,
Yeah,
a
third backhand in a row. But maybe Draper is finding something, for his next matches here. Like, you rarely see him blast the backhand so much. Yeah, eight backhand winners, 3 of them in this game.
Yeah.
But it's still breakpoint and another Nadal serve. No?
No, it went out, I think.
Jesus, never would have said that. But you were gonna see it on the close call. I thought it was okay. Yeah, I guess it was just that fast. I just wasn't even able to spot the ball. But an unreturned serve gives Nadal his first match point. And yeah. Would you say that this match delivered on the premise?
First set was good. I mean, even the second set, even if Rafa started to make a lot of mistakes, yeah, he won. But then, yeah, Draper fell down physically, and
He's showing. He was pointing at his abdomen.
yeah. So a good match at some point, but we won't mention it among the best matches of the year. I think. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think you might be right there.
But still good for Rafa to go through, to have some hours of tennis in his leg, in his racket. And yeah, I can agree that probably second and third round can be a bit easier for him, but let's see what's gonna happen.
That's good. Okay, I think I'm connected. Yeah, my thoughts are, did it deliver? No. I think any match where it's sort of one set all, and then yes, the third set was competitive. Of course it was. But even if you took the first 3 sets as being normal, which I think Jack Draper would probably say there were 1 or 2 points that he might have got to if he was healthy. Even if you take that, the fourth set was, he just wasn't there really. He was a breakup. It was a bit like, actually, in a way, just very different injuries and completely different circumstances. But that fourth set reminded me of the fourth set between Djokovic and Nadal at Roland Garros, where although Nadal got an early break, he wasn't really moving from 2-all onwards anyway. But yeah, that was, yeah. Anyway, did it deliver? No, because I think when a player's that injured in the fourth set in particular, and Rafa was in trouble, I think, on the scoreboard at least. And if we take away the non-tangibles, if you like, it was 50-50, I would say, at one point. But he's through, and that's all that matters. McDonald is next, of course, which is a slightly better option, Damien, than Nakashima, or you're not sure?
I would disagree.
Okay.
I do agree that in general, Brandon has the better floor, the better base level. But I think in terms of actually trying to beat I could imagine just Maki redlining like crazy. I actually can't imagine it, but I just don't think Nakashima, with his higher base level, he just doesn't have that sort of ability to just get out onto the court and crush every ball and I don't know, blast winners and go to the net, put a lot of pressure on Rafa. I don't know. I think okay, maybe let's just say that I don't think either had a chance. But yeah, still thinking that Rafa is probably vulnerable. That a TFO, Kachanov can probably take him out in the fourth round. But there's a lot of time before then, so there's a lot of time for him to improve.
Okay, I'm just going to have a quick listen to Rafa's. Welcome back. So he's through anyway to the second round. How does it feel to come back and defend your title? Was one of the most emotional matches of my career last year. But that was the past. Super happy to come here and '19th season on the professional tour. New beginning. Just super happy to be back in the Rod Laver Arena. The last couple of months have been not easy for me. John Fitzgerald, I think that is, interviewing him. How was your form today? This is a positive start, given what's happened over the last 6 months. Draper has the power. We're going to see him playing. He's been asked questions about fatherhood now. And Rafa's young baby son is actually with him in Melbourne, as are pretty much the entire immediate family, it would seem. Anyway, let's move on. Coric out, straight sets. Damien, is that a shock? Is that something to comment on? Since Cincinnati, by the way, that incredible win he had there, he hasn't really done much, has he?
Yeah, he was pretty good in Vienna as well. But yeah, it's not like he's getting runs like Cincinnati on a regular basis right now. Is it a shock? Perhaps the extent of it, of course, but just looking at the stats, not really following the match, since you haven't been watching it. But just looking at the stats, it looks like a bit of an error fest from him, especially not really, as he's not really a player who goes for his shots that much. Or at least, he did in Cincinnati, but that was like 1 week. Of course, Lehečka has the potential to do it. Of course, he has been sort of knocking at the door. So yeah, I would not call it a shock. Was anyone expecting a straight set match there? Probably not. It was one of these where at least 4 sets seemed like it had to happen. It didn't. Who is Lehečka playing now? Is the question that I have in my head. Because, well, of course he's capable. It has to be someone unseeded, right? Because Coric was a seed. So he has to play someone unseeded.
Eubanks or Kwon?
Okay, yeah, great opportunity for him. It's probably going to be Eubanks, who's 2-1 up. Should be well. It's a great opportunity for both, but of course more so for Iga Lehečka. He's just played Nori in a very good match last week, and that could potentially be his third round opponent. I think he was maybe even like up a break, or maybe had break points in the third set. Anyway, not a shock that he won. A decent shock that he did it in such style, but yeah, from what we can tell, it's probably not a phenomenal performance from him, but more a solid one with Coric faltering, which is okay. Yeah, and there's been a few like that really. Munar Suchina, Munar losing to him 0-3 is wild as well. Not that Munar is exactly a force on hard courts, but still, he has been doing pretty well recently. Improved his game in quicker conditions for sure. So that's another one like that where the extent of the loss is the shock, not the actual result.
Yes, indeed. Tiafoe, Nadal on collision course right now, just as they were in New York. What do you think Tiafoe did, Damien, that troubled Rafa that day? For me, his serve was incredible. Rafa could never get a read on it. Rarely threatened, to be honest with you, and he only broke, I think, once in the match, maybe twice. But the one crucial break was at the end of, I think, the third set. Might be the end of the second set, actually, which was on a double fault at the time when they were closing the roof. So I think Tiafoe may have been distracted. Basically, it was a reasonably comfortable win for the American. And what is it you think that Tiafoe does that bothered Nadal that day and may bother him again in a couple of rounds from now?
I don't know if it's a matchup specific issue. Frankly, I just think they're really at a similar playing strength right now on hard courts. Don't hit me. No, I mean, a lot of people would probably hit me for this. I also don't think that Nadal is that much of a better player in his form than Draper, and I think this match showed it as well. Of course, like Tiafoe has raised his game a lot recently, but I don't think it's also any, it's not so much any like actual improvements, but I think getting more, becoming a more mature competitor, which makes him just with that sort of talent, the shot making, it just makes him a threat. He's got this funky technique with a lot of wrist action as well, which is very unique. I'm not sure he even matches up with Nadal particularly well, honestly. It's just, he's that good. And Nadal isn't exactly his strongest at the moment, of course. Can't really remember their matches before the US Open, but yeah, Nadal won twice in 2019. Oh, they played it in Australia in 2019 in the quarters. I somehow thought it was Tsitsipas who was in the semis there and lost to Nadal in the semis. Yeah, like
six loves.
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, I think one
And
set
then
was
there
6-4.
the other semifinals, Djokovic win another beat down.
Yeah, 3 games or something like that. Yeah. I thought it was Tiafoe losing to Tsitsipas and then Tsitsipas to Nadal, but Tiafoe lost to Nadal. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's really anything in particular. I just think Tiafoe is probably that strong at the moment to contest against Rafa pretty much any time on hard courts. Unless Nadal, gets back into form like in 2022 at the beginning of the year. But then again, I mean, I think we've talked about it a few times that at the Australian Open last year, it wasn't like Nadal was just killing everyone. He had some real moments of vulnerability. These middle, sets in the middle of the matches with Kachanov, Shapovalov, even Berrettini in the semifinals, the third set, I think. So, yeah. I just think, Tiafoe is that good to challenge Nadal.
But I think that's regarding his run. Okay, the final had some abnormal moments, but it does happen. Djokovic wins the French Open in 2021, and he was 2 sets down against Musetti. He was 2 sets down against Tsitsipas. He was obviously a set down to Rafa in the semifinals. It's not unusual that you're going to have 1 or 2 tough moments en route, and of course he had them in the quarters and the final in particular. Before that, he beat Khachanov in 4. He beat Berrettini in 4. I don't know. I thought his hard court form, probably from the Khachanov match until Indian Wells final, was one of the best periods on a hard court in his career. Statistically, at least.
Yeah, I think the deeps were mostly physical, right? There was a lot of moments in the middle of the matches where he would be, basically looked like he didn't have any energy left. Then sort of conserved it and came back. It was just, that whole run felt like every single round he was waiting for an opponent who would finally capitalize on it. No one did, and he that's that. A lot of that is on Nadal, of course, on his effort. Yeah, I just don't think he was particularly strong. Maybe I think he was stronger at the Sunshine Double. Well, the Sunshine Double. Indian was in Acapulco then he was at the Australian Open probably. Anyway, I'm not even sure like where we are coming from.
I'm just trying to look at matches as well right now and trying to.
Up 3 love
Yeah.
against Felix Auger-Aliassime, love
Oh,
30.
take the mic. Take the mic.
Yeah, so we have Pospisil with an early break against Felix, 3 love, and Felix is serving, and he's love 30 in the 4th game. So that's a very difficult start from him. I'm gonna take this match on my screen now.
Oh yeah, one of us should watch it for sure. I started watching Eubank's Quan now, just to see how it will end.
Because I would like to know how's gonna end this game. Felix served pretty big to go 15-30 in this all Canadian clash. And so there is a difficult time for him to start in this tournament. Sometimes Felix has a difficult start in tournaments, also big events, and then
Last year he played Rusuvari for 5 sets, right? And at the Australian Open.
then he went good in the rest of the tournament. But yeah, often at the beginning he tends to struggle a little bit.
He had 5 sets at Wimbledon, lost, of course, Cressy.
Varias at the French
I think
as
he
well.
gave 5 sets in the first round.
Yeah, even in French Open against Varillas.
Varias was up to 0, yeah.
Yeah.
So at Wimbledon was it also 5 sets?
Yeah.
Lost to Cressy.
And then so he had he went 5 sets at all the slams except the U.S. Open in round 1. Then
Not sure what happened in New York.
I don't know.
No, in New York, I remember. I only remember he's roughly fit against Draper in the second round. He double faulted, so break point for Pospisil.
Yeah, Draper second round. I guess the first must have been easy since we don't remember it.
It could be U.S. Open 4th set against Richard.
Alexander Richard. Yeah, Richard played Tsitsipas at Wimbledon and then Auger-Aliassime at the U.S. Open. Yeah.
Not lucky.
Yeah. So he went 5 sets in 3 slams and 4 sets in 1. Okay.
Yeah.
Because that Rusuvari match was round 1.
It's wide. It's wide. 4 love.
4-0. Double breakup.
Double breakup in the first set.
Oh, Isabel won't be happy with that.
I mean, Vashek's Canadian as well.
This is gonna be a never-ending day of tennis.
I mean, she's Canadian and she likes both players, I'm sure, but I think she's got a softer spot for Felix.
Yeah, no love for Pospisil. A lot of the Canadian fans right now, who are, all for Shapovalov, Auger-Aliassime, they don't give a damn about Pospisil.
Still Fernandez.
Yeah, or like the guys like Polanski, Dancevich. Like, people forget so easily.
I think it's just, there's quite a few minutes of matches. We've got Sonic, it was 5 love up.
In the 4th. Yeah.
And so he's very close to winning that match.
Podoroska bugled.
No, he's a breakup, sorry, Paul.
Podoroska bugled Jean, who replaced Tomljanovic.
Tomljanovic, I think.
Tomljanovic.
Podoroska feels very happy about it.
What match are you watching? Are you going to watch, Mario?
I'm watching the Canadian clash, Pospisil Auger-Aliassime. Tell me if I have to change.
No. Someone should watch it, I guess, right? I mean, if it's going like that.
20 points.
What are you gonna put on at 9 here? What are you gonna put on here? Okay. No, just curious.
No, he's withdrawn for injury. Curious. You said you're just
Yeah.
curious.
Jesus.
Corey.
That's not for 9 a.m.
Sorry.
I mean, it could be for 9 a.m. if we woke up at 7 or 8. On the main courts, it's going to be Alice Tsitsipas and Swiatek-Niemeir, right?
Yeah.
Which is first Swiatek now?
It's both, like...
Same time.
Yeah.
Why is it difficult?
Swiatek is on Rod-Laver and Tsitsipas is on Margaret Court, and then they switch up. Yeah, and there's gonna be some crap on the Margaret Court.
Madison Keys.
Keys Blinkova. I don't understand how. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, as we checked, 2-time semi-finalist, 1 quarter-finalist,
Yeah,
1-time quarter-finalist.
Yeah, also Hurkacz has played on Margaret Court after Pegula,
Yeah,
the second match.
that also wasn't too much deserving of Margaret Court Arena, I think.
Yeah, even because...
Unless they want to do, Margaret Court Arena some injustice because...
Yeah, they hate Margaret
Yeah.
Court Arena.
Exactly. Maybe it's because of that.
5 love.
Do you think they should rename the Margaret Court Arena?
No way.
I do, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Martina Trevisan has
I
liked
don't
me.
know. I mean,
Trevisan has
she's
become
still,
my fan.
we cannot really say that she's not a legend.
Tennis, no problem. Oh, no.
Yeah. So maybe, maybe it should stay there, but, she just shouldn't really be part of public discourse. But then again, she's just sharing her convictions, and who are we to say, who's right? I
No,
don't
yeah.
agree with her, but yeah, I mean, underpowered juniors usually don't really fare well against Nori. He did have that big choke against Gasquet in the Auckland final, though.
Pospisil could fade or Felix. Could.
Yeah, I think not.
I think not, but
How can you know it's one game?
Yeah,
What are you basing this on?
Yeah.
physical issues.
No.
Kwon is also looking pretty good physically, so maybe Eubanks is actually simply winning this. Maybe it's not even about the physical issues that we assumed he could have.
I remember Kokinakis winning Adelaide last year.
6-2, 6-2, 6-2. I
Yeah.
think to Hanfman. Yeah, that was very extreme. Usually it doesn't get like that, right? He still played a lot this fortnight, so I don't know. Maybe Fognini has a chance tomorrow.
Yep.
Oh, Cannoli.
I think it could be Fognini's last year.
Oh yeah, I mean he's got such a good life to return to, right?
Yeah, we also I read on Instagram he said this, thank you New
Yeah,
Zealand
I
for
saw
all
that.
these years, for all the memories given me in the last 15 years.
Yeah, it sounded either like a retirement announcement, like in a way, or like if the tournament pissed him off or something, and he just didn't think he was gonna get back there. Which with Fognini is possible.
No, I don't think so because he went there a lot of times in his career. So I think that if you go there, you know what to expect from the event. So
Yeah, I mean, if he's not doing well, he honestly should retire.
Yeah,
he's
for
got kids at home. He's got Flavia,
yeah, but he
Flavia at
also
home.
always said that he doesn't want to play again challenger events or
Yeah, of course.
or so he said that when his ranking will drop, he's gonna throw her career.
He's got too good a life at home. To
Yeah,
really-
and also a nice career. So okay.
Yeah. But there's no point really in grinding if he doesn't really love it, which I'm sure he likes tennis to an extent. Like, I just don't think he would be okay, doing what Gilles Simon and Fernando Verdasco are doing right now.
Yeah.
Sort of getting back to where they were 18 years
In
ago.
Italy, he's been really liked also because, he was not pretty consistent week after week, because ranking-wise has been, pretty consistent. But he's been loved because he was able to upset a lot of players, to play even matches. I remember the Monte Carlo semifinals against Rafa Nadal, when he won the tournament, and so even Davis Cup ambassador for Italy. So he had a very, very nice career.
Will he get a wild card, or is he gonna be treated like Seppi?
I don't know.
I think he's a little above Seppi in terms of
Well, still better to not have the farewell tournament in in the Napoli event because of all what happened.
I mean, where would he have it, right? He can't really have it like at Rome. He needs to play around
he
Garros.
played Florence qualifying, so he could have just have the wild card for the main draw and then play there the last match. I don't know.
He was in Florence qualifying this year?
Yeah.
Wow. The main draw was that strong that he didn't get in?
Yeah, he was like
60 or something, right? I don't know.
Seppi during Florence was
Seppi.
Seppi.
I thought you were talking about Fognini, and I'm like,
no.
yeah. Seppi played one of these qualifying events here, right? Lost to Imer, I think. Yeah, I was just really surprised that Fognini played qualifying at one of them. And
no, Fognini was in Gijón.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way he would have
played.
Yeah. He played.
Live event has ended. Okay.
Because it's the same.
Well, Deuce.
Okay.
Deuce.
Juan has a couple of set points. Should we check out when Felix has been bageled last? Boring stats, but very obvious. But why not? I guess.
I want 6-love just so Mario's conviction will end up being wrong.
Conviction.
I don't know. It's just
that there's not going to be a bagel. Huh?
I said I just speculated. I didn't say it wasn't. Just said, could be a bagel. Nope.
I think not. It was, I think, the exact phrase.
He seemed a bit more convinced than that. Although maybe the way he said it came across to me as, I think no.
Yeah, it felt like he has
you're right
for this claim, right? It was like, and Eubanks and Kwon are going 5.
Yeah, they are indeed.
Sonego is 1.
Millman and Husso in a tie-break, and Husso is up 5-2. Wawrinka is on the verge of losing the second set against Molcan.
Really? He was like 2-0 up, I think.
What was it? He's now 5-3 down.
It's Molchan, by the way, because I think it's like the C is also with a sign.
Oh, is it? Okay, so
Yeah.
Hanford won the first set against Hijikata.
So Felix has only been bageled 10 times in his career. The last time, the match with Rusev-Wari, last time at the Australian Open in round 1, actually.
When? Last year?
Yeah, with Rusev-Wari. Yeah. And he won that match, of course.
Yeah, because he had the match point against Medvedev in the quarterfinal.
Yep.
Another deuce. Fontang is not happy. In the box. Okay. He has a fourth chance to avoid the bugger. Yeah.
And Moltran's won that set as well.
Okay. I think Wawrinka was
Oh,
like
Cocciaretto broke him back.
7-6-0 up or something like that. So,
Cocciaretto broke back, but now
Okay.
she has to face a set point down 4-5 against Rybakina.
who's 3-1 up? And Korea is 3-1 up in the third against Fucsovics. What the hell is going on?
Marathon.
Yeah. Unfortunately, no bagel. That's fine. There was never gonna be a bagel, right? Yeah. I don't think so.
Oh, damn. I sound like a hater now. I sound like a Felix hater. That's from earlier. Although about that, still too.
I think I'll put on Tsitsipas others here.
Is this best started?
Probably not. I mean, it's 9:01. They'll probably get there in a bit. Tsitsipas is playing doubles here as well, which is an interesting choice, given he, hasn't been doing that well at slams recently. He's not directing.
With whom
all
is
of
playing?
with Petros.
Petros. Yeah, I saw.
And they're playing Shelton Eubanks, which is a nice pairing as well. The Shelton and Eubanks are like big friends outside of the court. What was I supposed to do? Tsitsipas. Okay.
Yeah.
Still 3 points from winning the set.
That's like Jose Morgado of Eurosport, sort of. I don't think it's him.
Look who's back. With a shaven head almost.
Because, they forced him to in prison.
No, I think I saw him last couple of weeks ago. Long hair. I like Boris. I'm not sure if David Salmon's a big fan because I think it was Miles McLagan at match points and Becker sort of hit the ball, not on match point, but there was a couple of points in the match where Becker hit the ball at McLagan. McLagan probably didn't take it so well, didn't recover from it and distracted him a bit. And Becker went on to win 99.
99?
Yeah, it was towards the end of Becker's.
96 was his last the Australian Open.
Okay. I think he got to the final one. It might have been 99 Wimbledon final.
He played Agassi in at Wimbledon, I think, a bit later on.
I wasn't here in 99. I have to check.
I was born in 99.
No, I've seen her and Draper.
Sampras beat Agassi in the final in 99.
But I think Agassi played Becker.
Yeah, he might have been in semis, yeah.
Yeah, that's the match I was thinking of, I think. It was an Open, that's why I have any recollection of it because I didn't watch it, of course. Maybe I saw a couple of Sampras Agassi matches, but Agassi Becker, I don't think so. And no, apparently they did not play in that year. 95 was the last.
91, he won the Australian Open, and 96.
96 was his last one.
91 is the year he lost to Stich in the final of Wimbledon. That was a shock.
Wimbledon, but the Australian Open. Yeah.
96 he won the Australian.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm on German Wikipedia. I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, it's happened to me a few times here already. That I type in something and it suddenly shows me results in the Deutsch.
95 Wimbledon, he lost to Sampras.
Yeah, I remember that final. I think it was quite comfortable.
91 Stick, yeah.
Stick, yeah, he lost to Stick.
Yeah, 91.
Stick and I share a birthday.
Yeah, he lost 4 Wimbledon finals.
Sampras lost, Becker lost 4 Wimbledon finals?
Yeah.
I guess 2 to Edberg.
7 Wimbledon finals and winning 3 and losing 4.
Who did Pat Cash beat? That wasn't
Cash
Becker?
beat, he didn't beat Becker, he beat somebody, but not Becker. Becker beat...
Was it someone random?
Yeah, it was someone random. And
Yeah, it
Becker
was.
beat Alex Cohen, I think, in 85. Ivan Lendl
Kevin
in
Cohen.
86.
Kevin
Cohen,
Cohen.
yeah, sorry. And then 87 was Pat Cash against someone.
Yeah, I can't remember.
He obviously played someone.
I'm
Yeah, he
checking.
played someone. Podcast. I think it was someone like one time.
Yeah.
Ivan Lendl.
No, he beat Pat Cash beat Ivan Lendl.
Straight sets.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
And then lost 2 Australian Open finals against Edberg and Wilander.
Sabalenka's second favourite for the women's title.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's what we did. I mean, we even made her first, but yeah, Swiatek has to be like for the bookies. She has to be first, but do I actually think she will win this event? No.
She got a fit. I wouldn't have that one personally.
She's got a rough draw.
Yeah.
But who else would be in the top 5 then?
Well, but
So-
they also depends on how much people are betting and
Yeah.
on who. So it means that people are still betting
Yeah,
on
but I
there.
think it's probably somewhat similar to the initial
Yeah.
odds. Like I doubt, Jabber had 30 to 1 odds on her, and then there are 15.
Sebastian Baez losing again.
Mm.
Now 1 out of 18.
But I don't know what's happening. Yeah, I know that's still the surface and all these things, but it's
No,
it's quite strange to see 117.
Yeah, he can play pretty decent tennis on hard courts.
Yeah, I think yes, because for example, he played really well in the U.S. Open against.
I thought you were gonna say talk about Naples, and he beat Sonego.
No.
Against Alcaraz, yeah, that was a good match.
At least he showed that he could play some decent tennis.
Compared to Schwartzman, it feels like he should be doing more on hard courts. He's just got the more aggressive play style, a better forehand, and yet he's not doing that. But yeah, right. I guess the
Schwartzman
Golden
made
State, it's gonna-
U.S. Open quarterfinals.
Yeah,
Schwartzman.
quarters. Yeah, lost to Berrettini maybe.
No, or Carreño.
I
No,
think. Lost to Berrettini when Berrettini lost to Nadal then, or am I talking?
no.
Maybe he lost to Nadal. Either he lost to Nadal. Or he
It
lost to
can be.
Berrettini. That was the year when Nadal.
No,
played
but no
Berrettini.
way Berrettini. I think too early.
There was a semi between Nadal and Berrettini.
Yeah, Berrettini defeated Monfils.
Then
Against
lost to-
Schwartzman was in Wimbledon third round, and then
No. I was just thinking of that one where Nadal played Berrettini and then
Monfils before.
one of them beat Schwartzman in the quarters, and it was Nadal.
2019. Yeah, he was in the quarterfinal.
He was twice in the quarters.
Twice. Yeah.
I was thinking of 2019. No.
Nadal beat him
Yeah,
in 2019.
And what happened? 2017. He was in the quarters.
17.
That was Nadal played Rublev.
Carreño Busta.
Carreño, Busta, Schwartzman.
Oh, Huster won that tiebreak against Millman, but
Yeah.
now Millman's a breakup in the fourth.
Yeah. So Swiatek not started, and Tsitsipas will serve. So probably they're beginning. Oh, Van Asch broke back.
Does one of you have you got 6 pass, right?
Yeah.
Van Asch broke back. 5 games all.
Oh, really? Against Cameron?
Yeah. It's the second time he breaks back
Yeah,
in this
I don't
first
think
set.
they've started yet,
Yeah.
I'll probably get Cameron on this TV then. If you've got Sitsi pass, is there a women's match of note? Right?
Swiatek.
Swiatek when it starts, yeah.
Yeah, but this is going to be in like 2 minutes, right? I mean, Swiatek is just going to be in like 2 minutes, so.
Yeah, I might switch to that, but let's just see how Cameron ends up. Where is Cameron? I've lost him. He was on there a minute ago.
I don't think Kenin and Azarenka are playing anymore.
No.
It should be a very long match.
Did Pospisil won that set? Yeah.
Yeah, 6-1.
So if we've got, that's good. If we've got Pospisil, Felix here, Tsitsipas here, I guess I will just stick with Swiatek then. I can't seem to find Cap Nori now. I was going to try and get Cap Nori at the end of that set and then switch to Swiatek after the set finishes. Niemeier's not upsetting. I know some people are saying tough draw that. I saw
US
Niemeyer-
Open.
Yeah, I know, but I saw Niemeier at the United Cup.
Yeah, no, she did. She hasn't started the year well, but she also had pretty tough opponents. I think she played like Pliskova and whoever. Bouzkova? No, she didn't play.
Yeah.
Bouzkova, not
Bouzkova?
Pliskova. Pliskova was in Adelaide.
Yeah, Pliskova. Yeah, because I saw two checks and I was getting
Probably she
confused.
would have won against Pliskova,
Yeah, but,
given her form.
but Pliskova was in Adelaide. She lost,
Yeah,
and Bouzkova and someone else
United
at the
Cup.
United Cup.
yeah, and then she went to Hobart.
Yeah, someone else at the United Cup. I don't know. Anyways, three matches, 3 losses, but with good opposition. Yeah, theoretically, at the US Open, she really put a lot of pressure on Swiatek in the first round. In the first set, I meant. It wasn't the first round.
So you have it's Amazon Prime Video.
Yeah, I have that and Eurosport, I think.
Ah, okay.
There's a connection between the
Yeah,
two.
included with your Eurosport player subscription. I stopped paying very
Okay,
recently.
understood.
Can't find Cam Nori there.
Okay, so let's let's go to Swiatek. So
I guess so, but I can't find Cam Nori.
Are you gonna be as much of a fan of Jule Niemeier as you were of Oscar Otte?
No, because I didn't predict Neymar to go through. Well, I think because the we talked about stories and narratives. For me, Niemeyer going far is more interesting than Swiatek going far.
Yeah, I mean, in Warsaw last year, I was legit happy that Swiatek lost to Garcia. I finally had something else to write about, and it was so much more exciting than if she just beat her and then crashed whoever else was left. Bogdan and Paulini, I think, would have been in her route. Yeah, Bogdan and Paulini.
yeah, Paulini and Bogdan.
Yeah.
Up to you, by the way. Don't mind. No. Let's leave Tsitsipas there. I was going to have Tsitsipas on the big screen. I think that it's going to could be interesting.
Well, your call.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Okay.
mind having Tsitsipas on here.
Yeah, I mean, because it's gonna be easier for you to watch. So whatever you want to see. I actually want to see Tsitsipas there too. I think.
So let's have Tsitsipas on the big screen. Can we
Yeah.
have maybe Swiatek on the small screen? Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, I'll just here. I'm gonna have to check, go between tabs, and
Yeah, sure.
I definitely want to see this much more.
Yeah.
It could be fun.
I'm gonna make some more coffee, I think. Anyone hungry, by the way? If you're hungry, tell me, because there's a bakery downstairs and I can get some things.
I'm thinking about it.
Tell you what, let's wait until this set ends.
Yeah.
And then I'll go down the bakery. But I'm also gonna make some coffee and then I'll join the commentary.
Now Pospisil is in trouble.
I think if we reach this point, I think we're gonna be fine. Although the last hours might be interesting.
Felix has a break point.
Do you want any coffee, anyone?
No.
Just for me. Good. All for me.
Double fault.
Yeah, that's double. He's gonna go for it for sure. all of these second serves. I think we should reply to. I don't think so. Yeah, we see. You sit around, there's no comment, and then suddenly there is a comment, and you're gonna.
Yeah.
But no, there was something like an hour ago, but John read it to us. Oh yeah, I'm really stupid. I was thinking like, who is
Oh,
this guy?
Felix breaks.
Okay.
Yeah, I was expecting. For the way the first set ended.
Any opinion on the fashion choices of Stefanos Tsitsipas?
But I have to say that I for this Australian Open I like very few players' outfits. I don't know if I have to get used to them or I don't know. Everyone has made some questionable choices.
I guess it's the same collection, though, right? Is Tsitsipas with Fila? No, I don't think it would be.
But
with Red.
Tsitsipas is the Adidas collection.
No, because the
Yeah. I
yeah,
understand.
the
I got
shirt
it.
of all
Yeah, I got
has
it.
the same pattern as the shorts for Tsitsipas. That's why it caught my attention. Yeah. Anyway, I don't.
Yeah,
think
but
it's-
nothing worse than than the sleeveless outfit of Tiafo. It's time.
Yeah, only 4 hours left. About, and we'll see. Maybe this match goes very long. Although even if this match goes 5 sets, it's not gonna be that long, right?
I think yeah.
The pace is gonna be rapid.
Not like Nadal's matches.
Yeah, even Nadal-Draper was very long.
Yeah. Yeah, 3 hours and 40. A match with a 6-2, 6-1.
Yeah, and the fourth set being so, but also in the second there were all these breaks.
Yeah.
With the rain, so I think it contributed as well. But yeah, the fourth set, if not for like Draper cramping between points, it would probably last like 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. That was out.
Felix has broken.
Your electricity bill is gonna go up after this week.
Yes, maybe.
So many devices plugged in.
Yeah, I know. At least it's not that cold yet, but I've heard it might get colder as the week goes on.
Jeez, I totally forgot it's like the winter here. But I was like, what is he talking about? It's the summer. It's 26 Celsius. The immersion into the Australian Open is so huge. What are they doing on Rod Laver Arena? Actually, is the question.
Yeah. Not some retirement ceremonies or something like that. No.
I don't know.
It usually happens that when
Yeah, right.
since I know that some stars is gonna retire.
Oh yeah, mixed doubles and doubles. Yeah, with Ebden and
Yeah, but she's still in the event, so I don't think so.
she plays with Cornet, I think, in doubles, and definitely Matt Ebden in mixed. a bit of a weird choice, right, for a partner to like Ebden. Of course, it's normal, but Cornet, I mean, she doesn't really have a big chance of winning or doing anything with her, right? At least I don't think. Yeah, Hanfman is 2-0 up on Hijikata, by the way, guys. Finally, one of my predictions is coming. Well, at least for now. Milman still looks set to take it to a fifth set with Wessler, which
Korea's won the third
I
set.
expected. Jesus.
Milman is
believe-
up 4-1 in the fourth.
I cannot believe it that Korea is. Korea even beat Greek sport at the US Open, right?
Yeah, I think yes.
It's incredible what these players are doing against Korea. On hard courts, of course. I mean, I do respect for the Korea, but not necessarily on hard courts. At least, yeah.
Yeah, Greekspor in straight sets.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
But then he goes to the United Cup and wins a game of Manarino.
Yeah, in Wimbledon, it's not his tournament.
Yeah.
Even because he plays Challenger since the day before Wimbledon. So
Yeah, he does it every year. He just plays Milan or whatever.
Yeah,
it is
yeah,
in
yeah.
the week before, yeah, and then goes to Wimbledon. Yeah.
he lost first round in French Open.
Molchan?
Molchan.
Yeah, I'm just reading it from here. I wouldn't know.
Molchan.
No, I wouldn't know. No. Molchan Korea was a match in 2021, I think, around the French Open in Prosteov. Was it a final? I think it could have been a challenger final or a semi.
Well, Molchan, French Open 2022 was in a good shape, honestly.
Yeah,
He was finalist in Lyon.
He won. He made a couple of runner-up finishes, right? Marrakesh as well. To go
Yeah. No, finalist.
Yeah, I mean runner-up finishes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
He lost to Goffin and he lost in Lyon.
Yeah,
to Norrie.
he's 0-3 in finals, I think.
Yeah.
Djokovic, Goffin, Norrie.
Norrie, yeah. Belgrade and this year, this year. Pretty tough opponents, I guess.
Breakpoint.
Goffin was winnable.
Breakpoint for Tsitsipas.
Okay, don't tell me if you see.
No, I haven't seen. I was watching there.
I know it was already on the.
Rybakina 7-5. Dart up a break on Teichmann.
Oh, there was a pretty decent cheap return actually from Tsitsipas. But then Alice just wasted a terrible volley. Well, I guess he wasted a terrible volley.
Better start the Steph than it was in New York.
Yeah, losing the first 11 games.
He won a game in the first set. That's a start. Alice had a volley and he just netted it in a pretty weird fashion. Well, the set is probably gone for Alice right now. Swiatek still hasn't started.
No, 9:30 says in my live score. Oh.
Yeah.
So Norrie is in the tiebreak. Yeah, for 2 up.
Not a fan of that whole Eurosport, team. Villander, Shed, Henman.
Yeah. What about
Ali Salim.
Alex Corretja?
Oh yeah, Korecha is good.
Yeah.
Ali Salim is also she looks good, but
She's a presenter. though.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess Shed for a while was a presenter only as well.
Yeah, she seems to be more prominent now.
Yeah, I think she was also commentating on something recently. I just saw a tweet. Yeah, I just saw a tweet about it. Villander is just an awful expert. Which is very weird for a guy who was, very intelligent on the court. I know a lot of people hate Hedman. I don't really have an opinion.
I actually don't mind him as a commentator. I just found him a bit annoying during the United Cup.
For what reason?
I will tell you if you let me have the mic.
I'm assuming.
Okay.
Yeah, so now I'm joining you guys again. Now Rafa is done and through, by the way, just in case some people are just tuning in thinking done means out. No, he's not. He's through. Jack Draper, though, was done in many respects in 4 sets, but physically struggling for the last set and a half, I would say. Oh, yeah, Tim Henman, during the United Cup, he was just sort of going, come on, Noz, and stay aggressive, Noz. And I thought that 1 or 2 players actually got a bit annoyed with him. They didn't really say anything, but not the men, but 1 or 2 of the women just seemed to be a bit I don't think Henman was doing anything wrong, but he also wasn't as inspirational as some people on Twitter were suggesting. Some British people on Twitter were suggesting, look, but the results, because some people were sort of complaining, but the results had nothing to do with Tim Henman saying, come on, Noz.
What's Noz?
Noz is Norrie, Cam Norrie. So, yeah, I think there was an air to him that we sometimes see. Listen, there's in football, we've had a few inspirational coaches that have done very well, and British media in particular love to big up narratives of Jose Mourinho, for example, and his demeanor and wearing a shirt and tie. And in the British media as well, we love a shouter. We love a shouter. If you're quiet as a coach, like an Ancelotti or a Sven-Göran Eriksson, for example, and whether you like or dislike either of those 2 coaches, they have been immensely successful, but they're quiet. Every coach has to be themselves, and that's fine. Some people shout a lot, but the British media in particular, they must be good because they shout a lot, But sometimes I've seen coaches, like a coach in the UK called Harry Redknapp, who once was overheard telling a player to go on the pitch and just run around a lot. That was his tactical advice, go on the pitch. And so Tim Henman's tactical advice was a bit like, just come on, and yeah, so that's probably my point. But actually, as a commentator, I would err more towards Damien's positivity. I quite like him as a commentator. Boris Becker, in English at least, during Wimbledon, although he won't be doing that in the foreseeable future because he's not allowed to return to the UK for 10 years. So he can't work for the BBC because they'll have people there in London. But I find he makes about 100 predictions, and therefore some come right. Like he'll say all sorts of different predictions in all sorts of different media outlets for the same match. And he also sort of plays to the crowd a bit, which is a pity because on the court, I love Boris Becker's charisma, but in the commentary box, he's sort of trying to please everyone in a way. And in fact, McEnroe, conversely, I tended to like him for a few years, but now I have found, maybe because I've become a bit more knowledgeable about tennis, that I don't really think that McEnroe tells us a lot anymore. I quite liked him for his charisma, if you like, in the commentary box. Oh, that's a lucky net cord for Hallis. By the way, we're probably getting distracted from the tennis because Tsitsipas is a breakup and nothing crazy is happening in this particular match.
Norrie won the tiebreak.
Oh, Norrie won the tiebreak. Okay, nice.
Just now.
Anything else? Felix is a set up in the second set but lost the first.
Yeah, he lost the first, and well, he's facing a break point.
Felix
Up
is?
3-1.
Felix is facing a break point.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Matches still to come this evening or this morning or whatever time it is, wherever you are.
I don't know.
Diego Montero against Lestienne. I'm not that excited by that one. Sorry, guys. Okay. And I'm also not excited by Giron against Medvedev. I only see that being straight sets. Musetti Harris will depend on the condition of Harris. And I'm guessing that condition is not great.
No, I mean, it depends on what you mean, actually. Well, he was playing amazing stuff, honestly, in Nonthaburi the past 2 weeks. But he was in Nonthaburi. And that's a bit of a... Yeah. I mean, he was in Bangkok, basically, on Saturday. Well, on Saturday, he was in Bangkok playing a final. And apparently the connections aren't great as well. So he basically had 48 hours to get here, set foot in Australia. And prepare himself. And I don't think that's enough. Especially after, missing half a year, then playing 9 matches across 2 weeks. And then just getting to Melbourne from Bangkok in 48 hours, I think that's just not going to be enough. I do think Lestienne Monteiro could be interesting, though. I am kind of excited for it. I think
even though you
Monteiro
said that Lestienne is a bit injured.
Yeah, because that's what makes it interesting. I think if they were healthy, then he would have been a pretty sizable favorite. He's definitely the better hardcourt player. But yeah, with him not able to use his serve, at least that's how it was in Auckland. He withdrew before the semi versus Gasquet. I think Monteiro is probably actually going to win it. We'll see.
I hope that across the bottom of the screen right now, I have every single winner from today so far. I think I've got them all, although I may be missing one. But if anyone's watching in the live chat and you don't know the result of your favorite player, just ask us and we will tell you. Tsitsipas is leading 4-2. A bit more comfortable than perhaps 5-2. Yes, sorry. A little bit more breaking news, 5-2 now. A little bit more comfortable for Steph than many of us thought. I thought Steph would win in straight sets, but it was I was thinking 7-6, 7-5, 7-6, something like that. Go on, Damien.
No, there's just not going to be many breaks here, right?
That's right.
And then it gets very random. Who takes a break point? There was a break point. Tsitsipas played.
Hallis had a break point?
No, I mean for Tsitsipas. And he played a pretty decent chipped return, and Alice just wasted a volley into the net.
Pospisil has broken.
Oh, broke back.
Pospisil has broken back.
I think in general, predicting the actual score is just lottery.
Yeah.
And in matches like that, especially because you just cannot predict if a guy, one guy has 1 break point, the other has 3 break points, and it's not, you're not able to predict who's gonna take them, and that's why I also think that Alice can actually get close here. But yeah, holding serve is a must. He didn't do that, so he's only gonna get 1 more chance at Tsitsipas this set, and it might not be enough. Niemeier and Swiatek, I think, are gonna either warm up now, or actually Swiatek might be about to start.
Yeah, about to start.
Yeah, I think she is about to start.
Yeah.
Well, that took a while. It feels like
Germany.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
They showed the flags.
So, for those of you just tuning in, arguably the biggest news of the night is the withdrawal from the tournament of Nick Kyrgios through a knee injury. That's the main news of the night because there hasn't been any crazy shocks. Nadal was under pressure at one point, but ended up going through. Coric is out. That may well shock some of you. Andreescu won. That was a good win for her against Bouzkova, was it?
Yeah.
Any other, just off the top of my head, any other standout results? Kostyuk winning against Samsonova.
No, Anisimova.
Anisimova.
Yeah,
it's a result that takes your notice.
Considering that Anisimova has already made twice the second week in the Australian Open.
Yeah.
Kostyuk has played really well in Adelaide too.
Kostic was
Yeah, the youngest,
at 15.
Yeah, 15. So yeah, not the biggest shock.
Anyway, Nadal winning in 4. Halis is up 30-15 in this game, but he's 5-2 down in the set to Stefanos Tsitsipas. I've seen Owen, by the way, from this parish and Popcorn Tennis as well. I think he must be in a stadium because I've seen him tweet an image. He might even be at this match, actually. Owen, let us know which match you are at. Not that you'll be listening to us right now, because if you're in the stadium, the last thing you'll be wanting to do is listen to Talking Tennis. I would have thought, but you never know. If anyone does tune in, by the way, from the stadium, please come and join us in the live chat and send us some pics or something. Halis 40-15 up now to try and get this back to 3-5. That was a funny point. Anyway, he's got it back to 3-5. So there we go. But Steph is now serving for the first set. And yeah, what other results maybe potentially stood out? Raducanu winning in straight sets. And she'll now play Coco Gauff, which certainly is a match to look out for in the second round. What's going on with Wawrinka? Do we know with Molchan?
Yeah, 2-1 in Wawrinka's favor.
Oh, okay.
6-1 the third set.
Okay.
Eubank since is serving for the match against Kwon. 2 sets all between Millman and Husler. That's it.
Okay, cool. Let's get that up on the screen as well. So, yes.
Rybakina on serve. Rybakina on serve. It's pretty tight. 7-5 for 3.
McDonald winning in 5 against Nakashima, I think is notable, if only for the humdinger or whatever the expression is of a match with a 5-setter. Also, he will now play Rafa in the next round. What else? Maybe Korda going through, dropping a set, but going through. TFO going through, but dropping a set. Sonego is through. Pegula and Gauff was a cakewalk, really. Gauff was under a little bit of pressure in the second set, but
yes, Sakari too.
Sakari as well. It was a bit tight in the second set, but yeah, Collins was in a really good match. Who was it Collins beat? I've forgotten now.
Kalinskaya.
Kalinskaya in 3 sets. That was a really good match, but she's through. Krejcikova is through at Cantor. Zheng as well, easily through. Shapovalov. There's quite a few players. Shapovalov, Korda, and Tiafoe. Many might have thought that they would easily go through, but they all dropped a set en route to going through. Lehetska beating Chorich. Hachanov is through as well. Van der Slanschlup was in a bit of a dogfight, but ended up going through, I think, in 4. Yeah, so that's it. Anyway, Wawrinka is 2-1 up on Molchan as we speak, and
3 games all in the second set.
Tsitsipas has won the first set. No problem. Go on, Mario.
No, here 3 games all in this first set, starting from 3-love for Felix. So yeah, he's not convincing. He looks okay, but Pospisil knows how to create some problems to him, and he's doing a lot more mistakes than usual.
Just going to get some coffee. More coffee. More. What are your thoughts on that first set that Tsitsipas just won there, Damien?
As we saw, I mean, it was basically one game where Alice fell. Yeah, 27 minutes, basically one game where Alice fell behind a little bit. Eubanks has just defeated Sun Wukong, which, yeah, I thought it was probably going to be because of Kwon not holding up physically that well from the parts that I saw. It probably wasn't even that. Happy about this win because I think Chris is probably playing the best tennis of his career at the moment. I have to see how much he would need to do to get to the top 100 with this run, but he is legitimately close to it. I don't have his win here yet, but he's gonna get another 35 for that. Yeah, it's basically one more win for Eubanks, I think, to get to the top 100. Which that win might not be easy because I think he's playing someone. No, he's playing Lehechka, right? That's I mean, for both guys, it's a
Eubanks,
wonderful opportunity.
Lehechka?
Yeah. For both guys, it's a wonderful opportunity. Of course, we expect Lehechka to progress, but still, it is a chance for Eubanks. It's not an unwinnable match. I think Chris has never been a complete player, a more complete player than right now. He's added a lot of net play elements to his game. The baseline game isn't looking as clumsy because, of course, with the movement, he hasn't really been good at moving, at playing just consistent deep shots from the baseline, especially of the backhand side. Right now, it's getting better. So yeah, glad to see that win. Not much to be said, and in a lot of these matches, like Tsitsipas Alice. Especially if you get guys like that on a carpet court, which are of course very rare right now, but even on a fast indoor court, fast hard court, there's very little tactical depth. Like it really boils down to for Alice to serve to the backhand of Tsitsipas and just play his game, which is basically attack in any possible moment. When you approach the net, go to the backhand as well. And that's really all the tactics that Quentin has to have in his head, right? When Tsitsipas serves, you go for every return as well.
Yeah.
So I think in a lot of cases like that, it's pretty hard to find any sort of elements that the players are bringing in. It was just one sloppier game where he had the volley on the break point, but missed it. And so far, Tsitsipas, I guess you could say, is looking good. But is it actually a matchup that will really help him if he plays a tough baseliner in the next round? Not so much. Who is Tsitsipas playing potentially in the?
I think it gets easier after this. Basically, until the fourth or the quarterfinals, really.
Okay, it's Hanfman or Hijikata. So
but he'll win that.
Yeah, it is easier. And then there's a match between Griekspoor and Van de Zandschulp actually.
That's the next round, the Battle of the Dutchmen.
Yeah, and they're like they're very
on Pospisil serve.
Not on Felix serve.
Okay.
Deuce and Felix serve. Yeah, Griekspoor and Van de Zandschulp are like pretty close friends, and they've rise through the rankings together. In 2021, when they at the same time, pretty much they had the breakthroughs, around the U.S. Open. Of course, in a different fashion. Talon won 8 challengers, and Botic just made the quarterfinals of the U.S. Open. But still, their careers have intertwined on many occasions. So.
Ghosty has just joined us once again. Let us know, Ghosty, that I think you should be able to hear both of us. Let me know. When I say both of us, I'm thinking of Mario and Damien as one team, and I'm the other, if you like, going solo. But I'm pretty sure our mics are all hooked up and working fine. But Ghosty, I'm relying on you as our guest producer for a minute to let me know if one of our mics is not connected, but I think they both are. But talking of Ghosty as well, he's particularly disappointed about Nick Kyrgios pulling out through injury. By the way, Ghosty's also fully behind Shang. He's really onto that. He's pretty keen on that. So Ghosty says he can only hear Mario's dog, by the way, which is he's really loving the dog joke, by the way. So we'll keep. What's going on here? Did he hold in the end? Oh, he held. Okay, because I know he faced a break point a minute ago. But a disappointing return from Tsitsipas meant he managed to hold. I'm sure that won't be the first time this tournament we say a disappointing return for Tsitsipas. Sorry? What happened?
Won.
Oh, she's won.
5-6-3.
Good for her. I'll put that on my list then. Are there any other women's matches that have just finished, or just Rebecca?
Taiman won the first set against Ariel Dart.
Okay.
I mean, McNally and Pigossi finished quite recently, and Podoroska.
Who won?
McNally. And Podoroska beat Zhang quite recently as well. The rest, I think, were... I don't know if you had Bindle over Rakimova as well.
Just a second.
I remember you had Osorio because we were talking about her name, but other than that...
I'll tell you who I've got. Andreescu, Pegula, Goff, Raducanu, Gadetsky, Buxa, Sakari, Collins, Kostyuk, Schneider, Burel, Azarenka, Osorio, Kalinina, Krejcikova, Sasnovic, Ostapenko, Bondar, Zheng, Mukova, Rybakina, McNally, and Podoroska.
So you don't have Bindle then.
So I'm missing Kvitova and who else?
Bindle.
Okay.
Kozlova back in the day, but right now she's called Bindle, and it's so it's such an unpleasant name to say, I suppose.
Yeah, Teichmann wins the first set 7-5 against Dart, and yes, I also missing Kozlova, I think.
That's Bindle.
Oh, sorry, Bindle won. Yeah, but Kozlova won the match.
That's
right?
Bindle.
Bindle lost.
Bindle is Kozlova.
Oh, okay. So what's the name? Kozlova or Bindle?
Bindle is her.
Like Savil Gavrilova.
Yeah. Her husband is called Bindle.
Got it. So Bindle won 7-5, 6-7, 6-1. Pretty dramatic tiebreak there as well, 10-8. So I think I've got pretty much all the women's now. With that, I might be missing some men's. Mario shares a mic, Ghosty, with Damien.
Yeah, we
so
pass it along.
so if you can hear Damien clearly, then that's good.
Yeah.
That they have to share a mic because the technology that I certainly have at the moment anyway only permits 2 microphones.
Yeah, you're saying also about Schneider that she played at NC State. I mean, she hasn't played yet, actually. She is enrolled. She possibly had some practices, but she hasn't played yet. And honestly, I doubt she will. I mean, with the money coming from the Australian Open, it would be kind of hard to just give up on it, right? Because the college players can only earn to cover their expenses. So that would be a very interesting decision. I mean, she keeps talking about just sticking to it and playing for NC State for a year. But I don't know. Being in the top 100, I just don't think it makes sense. And yeah, she won some junior titles, Grand Slam doubles, 2 of them, I think.
So I wonder how long I can have Nadal through, Coric out. I've got it as breaking news at the moment, but it's over an hour old now. So, by the way, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm not sure about you two. I think Damien seemed to be flagging at one point during the Nadal match. It felt like you were just sort of starting to feel a bit tired. But now I think maybe Mario, how are you doing? Your eyes are fluttering. Does that mean you're...
Yeah, but my eyes, leave my eyes alone.
Okay. How are you both doing for battery, by the way, in terms of your laptops?
Right now I'm on
34.
34. What are you on?
I'm plugged, so yeah, I'm 99.
99. Might be a time to switch over. I'll probably do that for you guys. Hang on a second.
You can wait a little bit. You want new breaking news?
Does it have to be tennis related?
Depends how dramatic it is. Like if the Queen is suddenly alive again, then I guess we could mention that.
Felix down a set.
Yeah, got that.
Oh, Harris is broken. Has broken Musetti.
Oh, how about that? That's breaking.
No. Because we are one love. So. Okay. Yeah. You're right. Okay, sorry. You're right.
Again, it's not a joke for 9 a.m.
I feel fine. I feel a bit flat actually, though. In the I think these matches this evening, unless Halles can push Tsitsipas, or maybe if Felix goes to 5 or something like that.
Yeah, even if I have to be fully honest, it's not like one of those kind of matchup I particularly like, but it's So quality-wise, to be honest.
Swiatek-Niemeir staying on serve, right?
Yeah.
By the way, somebody asking, is Harris fully healed? My understanding was that he's still working his way back, although upper break, albeit one love. So it's not quite time to get giddy.
2-love.
Hey, 2-love. Oh, he's almost won it. Finish line in sight. So Harris is up 2-love on Musetti. That for me would be a surprise, though, if Harris was to emerge the victor there.
I know that he played well in recent weeks, but yeah, I think it will be a surprise as for now.
Indeed.
I think last year not, but this year probably yes. Given Musetti losing today against Harris.
Let's take us round the grounds, round the courts, if you like, looking at some of the latest action. Millman won the 4th set against Husler, so that's into a 5th set. I had Husler winning that one, so Millman is certainly pushing him. Eubanks has just beaten Kwon, or maybe that was a little while ago, I'm not sure. Wawrinka is into a 4th set with Molchan, 2-1 up. Hanfmann is not far from the finish line. He's won the first 2 sets against Hijikata, albeit that they are on serve in the 3rd. Harris, as we just mentioned, has got a break. Norrie won the first set in the tiebreak.
Yeah, now he's 3-love up in the second.
So he's up a set and a break. And Pospisil Felix, arguably that's the most interesting match right now. Or I guess Millman as well, Husler into a 5th.
Yeah, to be honest, yes. Even because this second set is also pretty tight after that one-sided first set. So yeah.
So that's Millman Husler into a 5th. I might have that as add that to my breaking news slot. Millman, is that with 2 L's?
Yeah.
Tennis players' names, even the English.
Yeah, everyone always messes it up and does 2N at the
end.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
I sometimes I'm pretty good with Berrettini now, but I think in Italian, some double R's and double T's I get wrong.
Both R and T are doubled, right?
Double R, double T.
I always mess up Parazzutti though. I have no clue.
Yeah, also because we have that double sound. So when you listen to an Italian saying Berrettini, you hear that probably.
You say Berrettini.
Yeah, I know.
Berrettini, basically.
I know.
Almost Berrettini. Yeah, I struggle with Parazzutti, but thankfully you don't have to really talk about Parazzutti. Last year I really tried to start.
Millman has 2 break points.
Millman has 2 break points, does he, in that 5th set? Okay.
This is a match to potentially play Medvedev or Giron.
Listen, Medvedev would rather play Millman, I suspect.
Sure. No one wants to play Wester or Cressy or whoever.
Ghosty's flexing his Italian in the chat.
Norrie double break up.
Norrie double break up now, okay.
Because he is asking about Harris. Is he fully healed? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he played a couple of events in Nonthaburi these past 2 weeks. Was in the semifinals of the first one. Was of course pretty rusty as it had to be, but then was in the final, lost to Kazo, but otherwise he was blowing out opponents like Moraing, Jason Zhang, pretty decent guys. Lost to a very talented Frenchman. And he looks fully healed. It's only probably gonna get better from now. I don't know if he can get back to like the top 30 because it felt like he was kind of maxing, out his potential. But if he's he is gonna be back up there, like in the top 100 or something like that. But today I don't think he has a chance because he was still playing in Thailand on Saturday. So he has like 48 hours between that and his match today, which might not be enough, especially given the fact that there apparently the connections, the flights aren't great from Bangkok to from Nonthaburi. Nonthaburi is like on the outskirts of Bangkok, so from Bangkok to Melbourne.
Felix, I see, has won that game. So he's 5-4 up, albeit on serve in that second set. Tsitsipas here has 2 break points on Hallis. That could be significant. Yeah, being a set and a break up would really put him very much in charge. That's a nice drop shot there from Steph. How's Swiatek-Niemeir still on serve?
And gets another good block return in the break.
Oh, Tsitsipas breaks 3-2.
Yeah. Backhand return has been holding up.
Are we surprised, Mario, that Khachanov found it easy against Morales? Is that a surprise for you?
No.
No, me neither.
No, to be honest, no.
No.
I'm not surprised. Yeah, I'm not really surprised, but any result, I have to say.
Just Chorich losing in straight sets, no?
Probably because it was like 6-3, 6-3, 6-3.
Yeah.
So clear score, but as we concern on the winner and the loser of the match, I'm not so surprised. I'm not also surprised that Korda lost a set, that Shapovalov lost a set.
I am surprised that Korda lost a set.
Yeah, but I know that Korda is still sometimes. Sometimes he has some moments in which his level drops a little bit. Yeah, I know that probably losing 6-1 the second set.
Since that hot streak that he's on, like since whatever
Cincinnati.
the first event was, Cincinnati, really. I mean, I was more or less thinking about Florence or whatever that event was. You know,
Yeah.
because he reached back-to-back. No, it wasn't Florence. Florence was one, right?
Guillaume
Hiko and
on.
Antwerp. Yeah. So I was thinking back to Hiko. Since
Yeah,
then,
you're
I
right.
don't think he's had any real dips, actually.
Yeah.
They've been pretty much spot on since Hiko.
I had Fucsovics to beat Coria, but that's he's in it.
Everyone had that.
Yeah.
That would be
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, but it's not done yet. It's that one serve in the fourth, but he is 2-1 down. But yeah, I think Ghosty's surprised by that too.
That's what he's saying, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Fucsovics just losing to Korea on a hardcore is really a huge low. And of course, he had a dire 2022 campaign, but, you know, he won 2 of his last 3 challengers. And some of that, especially Bratislava in November, he was just absurdly good. You know, for a while, it looked like he doesn't even stand out from the guys at that level. And then the last 3 events he played. And yeah, to go from Canberra. Of course, he lost to Hasse, I think, in Auckland in qualifying, but Hasse had a very good run. So, yeah, nothing was really suggesting the fact that he could struggle with Federico Coria on a hard court. And yeah, I'm also not surprised about Zapata Miralles losing so easily to Khachanov. I honestly thought that Bernabe was going to have a better time at the ATP level, but yeah, as we were, I think, talking about like 4 hours ago, I think that maybe, you know, in the European clay swing, maybe something is going to come out of it, but for now he hasn't really done much worthwhile after that Roland Garros 4th round, of course.
Tsitsipas pretty comfortable here in this match, which is a minor surprise for me. He's actually not even faced a break point, I don't think. If I think I'm right on that with Steph.
No, definitely not.
Yeah.
I think he's probably lost like 5 points on serve. I'm not even joking.
Okay, fairly good. Let's see if we can get some stats on that. But yeah, so Steph now 3-2 up with a break. Just double faults there though, so it's 30-15. As his father looks on, that's his second double fault of the match. In fact, they've both double faulted twice. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised with Fucsovics as well, obviously winning in Canberra recently. He also had a good run, of course, in Australia. I think it was in 2020. I say good run. It always feels like
Federer in the 4th round? Federer, when he played.
That's right, yeah.
2020 and 2018.
Yeah, took a set of Federer. Yeah.
Two second weeks for him.
And he pushed Federer to 5, didn't he?
4.
4.
Well, first set, I think he won the first set. He was a very tough matchup for Federer in general.
Yeah. So I
In
thought
Dubai,
he
also pushed him.
would win today, but still not done yet. He might well emerge the winner, but he'll have to do it in 5 if he is to prevail. They're on serve 4-all. What's going on with Pospisil and Felix, Mario? Maybe take the mic.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we are on serve, pretty comfortable holds now. Felix is up 30-15 in his service game. It looks like we can have a tiebreak.
Felix serving first, though, so every now and again you're thinking like Pospisil just had to hold to save the set, if you like, and he's going to have to do again probably in a few minutes.
Yeah, he did it at Love.
Okay.
Down 4-5. The thing is, he's playing very well from the baseline. Now we are 30-all.
There you go. On Felix's serve. Okay, yeah.
Felix is struggling.
Oh, and Millman is a break up and may
Yeah.
even go a double break up against Husler. Let's see how that pans out. But it's 30-all in Felix Pospisil. That's interesting.
Yeah, 5-all, 30-all.
By the way, when I was saying that thing about 5 points, it was exactly 5 points.
Oh.
Then the double foot was the 6.
Okay. Niemeier Swiatek on serve still?
Zhu as 1.
Oh, okay. Zhu is 1. Niemeier Swiatek still on serve?
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom. Mukava.
40-30 here. Oh, Nori buggled.
No, he bageled, did he? Okay.
Yep. Oh, Ijikata is serving. for the
Ghosty's
third.
asking, where on earth has this Pospisil been for recent times?
Where has this Pospisil been? He's been, well, he played a lot in Challenger Tour in the end of last year. And I have to say that he made also some nice results because he's been able to come back in the top 100. Now he's around there. I think he's 94 right now. So yeah, level wise, he's trying to bring back. I don't want to say to his best, but to a level to be able to enter some main draw ATP events too. And he's doing quite well recently. And now we are due in Felix service game, so there's a chance for him. And no, a good serve, so advantage Auger-Aliassime, but still is doing a very, very good match. Felix, I have to say, level wise is like 50% of what he can do. But yeah, Pospisil is playing a solid match and doing his things in the right way. So
Who did Sue beat?
Marino. Yeah, I have to say about Pospisil that if you like follow the trajectory of his career, it's always the same. He basically breaks through to the ATP Tour, then falls down, and then wins a few challengers in a row, and then gets back to the top 100, falls down. This is probably the last push, I would assume. But yeah, he's done that a lot. Like if you look at his challenger titles, the way he was winning them, it's always in groups. It's a couple, then he gets on the main tour, then he wins a couple of challengers when he needs to, and then it's like constantly like that. And yeah, at the end of the last year, he had a final in Roland Cup TIF. I think he won Drummondville. So yeah, that's just another one of these top 100 pushes for Tsitsipas. Pospisil, of course, only one of them was like huge when he had that Washington and Montreal.
Yeah, 1 to 25.
Yeah, 25 in 2013 or 14. And that was like the only huge push he had. But in general, he does this a lot. Just fluctuates between being a top challenger player and a low ATP guy, and he does that a lot. Probably the last time he's doing it, I think, at 32. But yeah, watching him at the end of last year, it was clear that he can still make that push. He still has one more in him. But of course, it would be a massive shocker to see him dispatch Auger-Aliassime, who's been in such good shape.
Hallis there just got pushed to deuce, but he does hold. So he's still just one break down in the second set, having lost the first to Tsitsipas. Niemeyer Swiatek is still on serve, 3-all. And in fact, Swiatek under a little bit of pressure right now. She's 15-30 on her own serve. So that could be interesting.
Yeah, I was at 15-15, but yeah, Niemeier just blasted a huge return. She hasn't been really doing that yet, but I think she has the tools to do it. You know, she's more about raw power probably than, you know, actually taking time away, which I think is probably more suitable for Swiatek. You know, as soon as she can start moving, Niemeier is going to be good for her, but I don't know. It is a tough matchup still.
Pospisil, Felix held his serve, 6-5.
Yeah. 6-5 and 15-0.
15 love, yeah.
15 love. Well, yeah, it's 30-30 in the Swiatek game now. We see the camp, the psychologist.
Ghosty's asking, maybe you can answer this one. Well, I'll give it an attempt to answer it, and then Damien can have a go. Ghosty's asking, when you're climbing back up the rankings, are there different schools of thought about the best way to do that? Is it a fairly standard equation? I'm curious about long-term strategy. Well, I mean, what generally I hear from coaches, here's something. This is more climbing up the rankings rather than necessarily climbing back up the rankings. But what's his name? Craig O'Shaughnessy said to me a couple of months ago, or said to Jack, I think, a couple of months ago on the show, that halving your ranking is a nice target to have each year if you want to set a target. Some coaches don't like to set such targets, and I guess it depends on the player and also the coach. But halving your ranking in terms of going up the rankings, in terms of coming back up the rankings, somebody like Raducanu, for example, this year, maybe Wawrinka to some extent, they'll be looking at trying to bounce back, having dropped a bit, I guess, over the last 12 months. Who else has dropped on the men's side? Who would you say has dropped quite a lot in 2022? Mario? Who's dropped?
Who's dropping 2022?
Damien? Someone dropping?
Not going to have to look far. Fucsovics, for example.
Fucsovics dropping.
Yeah.
So I don't know, what would you say for a strategy for Fucsovics or Benoit Paire? He's suggesting, you know, win matches is what I would say.
Garin, even if he reached the quarterfinal in Wimbledon, but no points, so he dropped in.
Garin
Gavin
dropped. Yeah, I mean, you can you know, sort of try to juggle between levels, right? I mean, Fucsovics, at the end of the year, he played a few challengers because he wanted to get back to the top 100 in order to be in the Australian Open main draw, right? Paire, he's going to be forced to play challengers now. Yeah. Like, there's nothing he can do about it, and there's nothing he can do to get back to the top 100. I'm sorry.
I mean, with Raducanu, for example, I do think there is a strategy for me, and I guess it's not rocket science. It's just, you know, play a few smaller tournaments if you can, you know,
I mean, she's kind of forced to do that anyway, right?
Yeah, right. But I mean, also, I think
she could go even lower, but like she's anyway forced to.
I mean, we saw Thiem to some extent wasn't forced. It would seem Dominic Thiem seemed to, when he was, it was more to build his confidence, perhaps rather than ranking. But he obviously started playing a few more challenges and stuff.
Yeah. Andre Agassi famously played Las Vegas and Burbank, I think, in 1997.
Ghosty loves a bit of history. If you're going into the 90s, he loves that. If you can go even further back, we had a bit of 80s tennis earlier. We were talking about Pat Cash, Kevin Cohen.
78. So
Pat Cash beat Ivan Lendl in that final, right? In straight sets in 87.
Yeah, we were surprised by that. But yeah, Agassi is like the most famous example of dropping down the level to get back. Then Nishikori in 2018, for example, played a couple of challengers at the beginning of the year, even lost round 1 in Dallas, I think, to Novikov, or maybe he won Dallas and lost in the other one. And then he played the ATP finals. So yeah, I mean, people can do that. You know, on a smaller scale, I think players returning from injury who were ranked lower, who were, you know, don't have as much potential, can sometimes start from an ITF event. And yeah, I guess that's like the main strategy to maybe not, well, unless it's a slam and you just want to pick up the money, because that happens a lot, of course, as well. Probably the strategy is to try to get as many matches as you can. So probably drop down one level see what's going to happen, just grab a few wins. Kyle Edmund, who today was, just blown out by Sinner, he's done it all since his comeback. He started in Challenger qualifying, then he also played the 25K ITF in Columbus. It also didn't go to plan. Like he's pretty much tried it all, and nothing has been working out.
A question from Ghosty, and good morning as well to Zoltan. Zoltan and I and Damien were having a couple of drinks on Saturday night. So good morning.
Zoltan. Oh.
Yeah. So good morning to you. Nice of you to
Hello.
join in the live chat. But a couple of things. Ghosty, I think, is questioning your pronunciation of Agassi. I think you're putting the wrong stress on there. So
that's possible.
Ghosty is our master linguist, of course. He was flexing his Italian linguistic muscles earlier. He's also asking, is Monfils ranking protected? Does anyone know?
Well, if he is out for 6 months and
he's out for 6 months, is he?
Well, I mean, if he is out for 6 months, because that's when you can get a protected ranking.
Canada is last match.
Yeah,
so he has been out 5. Then,
not
I
yet.
guess.
I mean, right? I mean,
not yet.
we still don't know. We can know that if he doesn't play for 6 months, he's going to be eligible for it, but he still needs to file for it, which I'm sure he did. I mean, why wouldn't he? It was Montreal, when he lost to Draper, so August, now we have December, so basically if he doesn't play until the middle of February, then he will be eligible for a protected ranking. We're assuming that he probably filed for it, and it's going to be pretty high, right? Because it's the ranking, like average ranking for 3 months after the injury. So back in November, he was still like, it's gonna be one in the top 100 in the top 100. So it should get him into Indian Wells, Miami.
Big hold for Swiatek, by the way, 4-3.
Yeah, we are in the tiebreak.
Oh, Pospisil, Felix in a tiebreak.
Yeah. We are in the tiebreak 2-all.
Okay.
Two.
Tsitsipas serving for the second set against Hallis.
Yeah, just an hour.
Yeah, it's been pretty quick as well.
Yeah,
It has to be in a match like this, right?
Yeah.
There's not going to be rallies. There's not going to be long service games.
Out,
Hallis.
30 love.
No break points yet for Hallis.
No.
So Tsitsipas serving for a second set. What's the score in the tiebreaker between Pospisil and
3-2 for Felix.
3-2 Felix? Okay.
We are
on serve.
On serve.
Okay. I might get that up on. Podoroska, she won comfortably. Yeah, I might get Felix up on the screen. Share that screen as well.
So 3 set points for Tsitsipas.
Oh, 3 set points.
Yeah.
Tsitsipas, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Norrie, 2 sets to love up.
Yeah.
Lestienne, a breakup on Montero. Millman serving for the match.
Harris has still the break.
Futrovic, Correa look like they're going to go into a tiebreaker. Look like they are.
Wawrinka has the break.
Wawrinka has a break in the 4th, so he's almost won that one. Pospisil, Felix is 3-all.
3-all of the changeover.
Tsitsipas 40-15 now.
Ace.
So Tsitsipas wins the second set.
Yeah. 6-3, 6-4. He's looking sharp, but I think that if he don't mind some match like this with no long rallies and being able to serve and hit the forehand. Ali said to serve way better to create some damage to Tsitsipas.
Okay, Felix and Pospisil 4-3 to. Well, I was going to say 4-3 to the Canadian, but that's pretty certain. Felix then on serve with Pospisil 3-4. Felix, if you go 2 sets to love down, my friend.
I guess Pospisil is like, not a real Canadian.
So this is tricky now for Felix. But anyway, 3-4 on serve. Millman is serving for the match against Husler.
If Felix is leading, I guess you could send to the Quebecois or whatever.
Yeah, indeed.
He must be from Quebec, right?
I think I call.
I'm guessing.
Yeah. Indeed.
French name, so I guess he has to be. Pospisil, I think, was born in some, like, I don't know, something weird, right? In Europe. I don't know.
I'm not sure where he was born.
Definitely in Europe. In the qualifying, there was this match between Kudla and Krutik, and they were both born in Kiev, actually. Kudla being American, but the family comes from Kiev. Kozlov was born in Scotland. That's one of my favorites as well.
3 match points for John Millman. 3 match points, John Millman. I'll probably just see this one out and see how that one goes, and then go back to that tiebreaker.
5-4 up.
Felix is 5-4 up on serve, yeah? Millman, 3 match points against Husler. That is a surprise.
Teichmann, 1.
Teichmann beat Dart. Okay.
Yeah. Love 30.
Husler has saved a 1 match point. Oh, love 30 on the Halle serve in the 3rd set.
Oh, Felix has 2 set points.
Felix has 2 set points.
Pospisil looks struggling physically.
Okay. Millman has 2 match points. Husler saved 1 match point already. Oh dear, 3 break points for Tsitsipas at the beginning of the 3rd. Halles hasn't really showed up today. Oh, Husler saved another match point, 40-30.
Maybe can we switch? Can we make the take Swiatek on the main screen? On the main.
Yeah, we can do. Yeah.
Screen.
It's what's happening with Swiatek. Oh, it's Tsitsipas is broken.
Second set for Auger-Aliassime.
Second set, Felix. Okay,
Yeah.
so 1 set all now. That's changed everything very much. John Millman still on match point. Feels like he's been on match point for a while now. Just 1 double fault in this entire match over 5 sets. If the stats. Wessler against Millman. And Millman was the one who committed it. If these stats are to be believed.
And it's just weird that Wessler would have just 1, right?
No, Wessler hasn't double faulted at all, according to the stats that I have here.
Must be his first. I mean, the guy goes for it really
On the second serve?
Not like Cressy, perhaps.
Still Millman match point.
Yeah, I think it's over already.
Yeah.
Okay. And have you got?
Some weird place.
Okay. Yeah, he has done it. Yeah.
I got notification.
I'm gonna find
Breaking news: Millman is through in 5 sets against Husler. Oh, apparently, Ghost is saying that Pospisil was born in Vernon, Canada. Yeah.
My bad.
Swiatek-Niemeir for all and use.
It's Raonic who was born in Podgorica, I think, or something like that. Yeah, you're right. It's Raonic. Raonic was born in Montenegro. I mean, it's present day Montenegro. Back in the day, it was probably.
Yeah, you're right.
I wasn't right initially. I just confused Pospisil with Raonic. Yeah. Well, the official stats have Kressler at 1 double fault, but that's still quite shocking.
How is our friend Stan the Man doing?
Let me check it out. I'm not sure. There's a deuce at 4-4 and Swiatek-Niemeir. And actually, Tsitsipas is 0-30 down there. Stan is serving for the match.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yep.
So I've just added Teichmann, who's beaten Harry at dart in straight sets, to the list of successes today. Millman should be on there too somewhere. Tsitsipas is 2 sets and a break-up, albeit he's 15-30 on his serve here. It'll be interesting to see if Hallis can garner a break point. It's first of the match, and he's got it. He's got 2 break points. Hallis rhymes with Tallis. And those of you not sure what Tallis is, it's a fast speed train from Cologne to Paris.
Yeah, I did not know that.
Ghosty saying, oi, oi, oi. I'm not sure who that's in reference to. Maybe he's watching. Ghosty, which match are you sort of focusing on? Are you focusing on the Canadian battle, or are you watching Tsitsipas Hallis? Ooh, Tsitsipas going big there. 30-40, saves 1 break point. So Wawrinka serving for the match. Millman threw in 5 sets against Husler, as you can see on the screen there. Norris 2 sets to love up. Tsitsipas is facing a break point. The second one for Hallis. His first break points of the match, actually. And there's going to be a second serve for Hallis to look at here. Needs this break. Needs it to have any chance of really getting back into this match. They're into a rally on the forehand of Hallis, but he goes long and looks a bit off colour today. And it's deuce now. So Tsitsipas will be relieved to have saved those 2 break points.
He still looks a bit off color to me because last year he had this big beard. And
Did he?
Yeah. Right now he just feels so weird. Beard and he just feels so weird.
So Wawrinka's still serving for it, I guess. I might have a quick look to see how that's going.
If I can see it.
Yes, although he's love 30 down on his serve. This okay.
15-30 by now.
15-30, okay now.
Fucsovics has a set points to take it to a 5th.
Ooh, cool.
I mean, no, he just can't lose to Korea on hard courts. Please don't.
And has Tsitsipas held? No, he's at deuce again. Okay, the Wikipedia entry on Pospisil is interesting. Apparently in 1988, his folks drove across the border into Austria to escape Czechoslovakia. Similar to Navratilova. He's watching Tsitsipas. The oi 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 was for Millman. Got it. Sort of an Aussie oi oi oi.
Yeah. I said it earlier that I should have included it in my John Blum impression. But I just said mate.
Regarding this question from Ghosty, let's be honest, how much can Stan the Man expect to achieve at this late stage of his career? He then goes on to ask, can he make a slam final? I think he's going to have, listen, most of my predictions don't come true. By the way, Tsitsipas is held, so he's 2 love up in the 3rd. I think Stan the Man is on for a better 2023 than 2022. Magnus Norman obviously back on his team, but I'm also looking at some of his performances and results from the indoor hardcourt season, and then since then as well, even in the exhibitions, I thought in December. And I know we mustn't take too much stock in exhibitions, but no, I think he's going to have a better 2023. Some might say he couldn't really do much worse than 2022. But will it be enough to see him get to a slam final? No, I don't see that happening, because I think really the only surface where that might happen would be on the clay. And I still think there's too many strong contenders on the clay to mean that. But will he get to the second week of the French? Yeah, with a good draw, maybe. I mean, he might make the second week of the Australian. I mean, he's in the...
Who is he playing after Molchan?
Not sure. He's 5-all. Molchan has broken back.
Okay. No, he can't realistically.
Wawrinka is going to play Pospisil or Gerald.
Okay. That's a pretty good second round match. I mean, if it's Felix. No, but he can't possibly expect to get to a slam final.
Ghosty's, by the way, bringing it down a notch, and he's now saying, can he win a clay Masters tournament? Again, I would say...
In his life, he won 1, right? He's got 3 slams and one.
What's his one
Masters
Masters?
Yeah,
What is it?
Monte Carlo
Monte
over
Carlo, yeah.
Federer 2014.
Yeah.
4-6, 7-6, 6-2. And yeah, it just doesn't seem possible, and I think he needs to know that. Like, he probably knows that, right? Physically, it's so tough to win for a Grand Slam 7 matches, in 2 weeks. Of course, on an individual day, he can still produce. He beat Medvedev in, what was it, Basel? No.
In France.
No,
Yeah,
Metz.
Yeah, like indoors. You mean about October, November?
Yeah, Metz. I mean, of course, on an individual match, in a one performance, he can definitely produce. But
breaking news, thanks to Zoltan, his countryman Fucsovics has won the 4th set tiebreak, so they're now into a 5th set.
What does Zoltan think about the youngsters from Hungary, Marosa and Piros?
I'm not sure if he. Listen, Zoltan is, as far as I'm aware, and I hope he's not going to be offended by this, he's sort of a passing interest in tennis. He knows who Fucsovics is. He knows what the Grand Slams are. I'm not sure if he knows about young Hungarian players, but listen, Zoltan, if you do, then let us know in the live chat if you know about these youngsters that Damien's referring to. But anyway, let's talk about the present, and that is that Fucsovics is into a 5th. Oh, Swiatek has won the 1st set. What was the score?
6-4.
6-4. Okay.
In the last game.
There we go.
Harris.
I mean, listen, Ghosty, he could win a tournament. He could win a tournament. He could win a 250 or 500, perhaps. He could have one more romantic run to the quarters at the French Open, for example. So I think that's my answer anyway. I guess he does love the sport, and he could still win a tournament. And who knows? It could be in Basel, for example, and maybe he wins Basel, for example, at the end of the year, and then says goodbye to the sport. That would be a great way out. I do see this as being his last. Hey, listen, as I get a lot of these things wrong, but I do see this being one last hurrah this year for Wawrinka. But I see it being it could be a good year. Although it's not right now a good moment, having obviously served for the match, but failed to close it out. And they are back on serve. So yeah, Fucsovics into the 5th set. I would now make him the favourite for that match, but who knows? Tsitsipas obviously a heavy favourite, up 2 sets to love and a break, although he's love 30 on his own serve, and it's a second serve for Harris to look at here. And breaking news is that Swiatek has won the 1st set against Niemeyer.
No.
How's Pospisil, 15:30, how's Pospisil Felix going, Mario?
There has been a long break taken by Pospisil, a toilet break, and so we are starting just now 30-15 on Pospisil serve in the first game. So Harris has won the 1st set, 6-4, and now has a break point. Harris.
And Molchan has held serve, so he is 6-5 up now on Wawrinka. It looks like they could be going to a tiebreak, but who knows? Wawrinka lost his serve in the last game. 2 break points for Harris. Again, he had 2 break points in the previous game. So having not had any break points in the entire match, he's now had 4 in 2 service games on the Tsitsipas serve. It's going to be a second serve as well. Harris trying to get this back on serve in the 3rd set. 2 sets to love down to the Greek. Good return, though, from Harris, but it's now into the rally. No, don't go to the 4. Oh, okay. Fair enough. He's broken. 2 games all. Back on serve. Well done, Harris. I was just going to say don't go to the forehand, and he wins the point.
Harris has broken again. So Harris.
Oh, Harris. I was thinking of Harris, sorry.
He is a set on the break up on Musetti.
Jesus Christ.
What does this say here? Harris has 18 unforced errors to Tsitsipas is 6. Steph is hitting clean. Although I would say that was an unforced error just then from Steph into the net.
When you're playing, with someone like Alice, or in general anyone who just tries to blast every ball, and you're not gonna make unforced errors. You don't get the space to do that. Like if you're playing a server volleyer, you're always gonna have an amazing winners unforced errors ratio. because whenever you actually get to hit the ball, you're usually under pressure.
Yeah.
Of course, Alice is not a serving volleyer, but it kind of works similar.
So, what's going on with Wawrinka now? He's love 15 down on his serve. Interesting.
Pospisil looks like slightly injured.
We've just hit 10 hours, by the way. Admittedly, the first 15 minutes was a real just playing, but you know what? Yeah. Oh, nice forehand winner there from Hallis. 40 love up on his serve. Racing through his service game.
Is starting.
2 sets to love down and a break. I think Nadal against Medvedev 2019 New York, he was up 2 sets to love and a break.
Yeah.
And I know he didn't lose the match, but he ended up getting really pushed in the 5th set. He was also up, I think he might have been up a double break in the 5th, but Medvedev got one of the breaks back. Not sure.
Possible.
Anyway, Hallis is held, so he's now leading 3-2. So the bit of pressure now on Tsitsipas to hold. Pospisil injured? Question mark.
I can't say if he's injured, but he seems like struggling a little bit.
Yeah, his fitness sucks in general. So I think it's possible that he's just feeling it already.
Is it on serve in the 3rd set though with Pospisil?
The first game.
First game advantage. Pospisil saves the break point.
Okay. Might turn some of these lights off.
Juvan won.
Okay. And Wawrinka has 2 game points to force a tie break. Juvan beating Janicevic. Straight sets win there for Juvan. Well, if Hallis could get a break here, that would make things interesting.
Oh, break point.
Break point for
Niemeyer.
For who? Niemeyer. Oh, okay, cool.
Just blasted a huge first set return. That serve, it's incredible that she can be number 1 with that serve and win 37 matches in a row.
Molchan, Wawrinka are into a tiebreaker.
Break.
And another.
Niemeyer's broken.
Another return.
Return winner.
You're talking about the second serve of Swiatek or just in general? Okay.
On clay, the first serve held up pretty well, I think. And also, of course, the kick is always going to be pretty decent on clay, right? But yeah, right now it's just not. Everyone, I think Garcia in a way showed everyone that you can just blast through shots. So,
Sabalenka as well.
You think, she's number 1, she's so good, I can't just approach herself like that. And you think that, Garcia, you're going to have to change her returning strategy, and she doesn't do that. And then like the next 10 matches of Swiatek, everyone is really going at Khaled, Maya, Keys, or whoever she was losing to her in the US Open Series.
ATP fittest players on tour that spring to mind for me would be Djokovic, Cam Norrie. Fittest men on tour. Djokovic, Cam Norrie.
Medvedev. Even if sometimes he cramps.
And then also the 5th set situation with Nadal a year ago.
Yeah, sometimes he cramps. Yeah, you're right. Deminor.
Okay, so let's say Deminor, Norrie, and Djokovic for me, despite his age. Hallis, by the way, 15-30 on the Tsitsipas serve here. This could be interesting, although Tsitsipas gets a first serve in, going for the 1-2. Good shot there from Hallis, though. And it's 2 break points again. That's 3 service games in a row where Tsitsipas has faced 2 break points. He held on one occasion, but he lost his serve on the other. Tsitsipas has facing 2 break points, Damien. Again. Yeah, great. Exactly. We want a 4th set here, don't we?
Yeah,
We don't need our beds.
want
We
some
don't.
fun.
We haven't. Mario hasn't slept for about a week. Damien and I haven't slept for almost 24 hours, but I'm feeling okay. Yeah, I know. On Saturday night. Yeah, Saturday night through to Monday morning. Although Tsitsipas has saved a break point. Fittest player on the WTA tour. Any thoughts on somebody who's super fit on the women's side? Mario. Women's tour. Who's super fit?
Oh, super fit women's tour. Well, Swiatek is a super athlete.
Iga. Yeah.
It's probably her biggest strength.
Sakari.
Yeah, Sakari
Yeah,
too.
Sakari. I think she was
Sakari
there.
too.
Oh, and Hallis is broken. 4-2. Boom, boom, boom. I think is that 4 games in a row? It is, yeah, because it was 2-love to Tsitsipas. 4 games in a row for Hallis. Didn't have a break point in the entire match. And then, like a London bus, waiting all day, and suddenly 6 came along at once. And he has broken for the 2nd consecutive game. And I think he's got a bit of belief in his game as well. So, 4-2. But can he consolidate?
I think Simona Halep too, till 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And Bouzkova.
Yeah.
I see Bouzkova is a really great, really good athlete. Stormo, yeah. Marathoner.
So Hallis 4-2 up with new balls as well. Goes into the body of Tsitsipas. That's good play from Tsitsipas, though. Love 15. So Norrie 2 sets to love up. That's an ace
5-2.
there. Is that for Hallis? Oh, he's also 5-2 up, so he's on the verge of victory. Millman through, Teichmann. Oh, and Wawrinka was serving for the match, and now he's 2-4 down in the tiebreaker. Stan. Going to a 5th set potentially. Ooh, no, not quite defended that one. So it's 15 all for Hallis on. He's 4-2 up there in the 3rd set. Hallis. Oh, so Alice,
yeah.
Thank you.
Like in Spanish, like in French, it's
Yeah, Alice. Yeah, makes sense.
like Humbert.
Mm-hmm. I always think though with silent letters, what's the point? If it's silent? I mean, in English too, like with honest and knife and it's a wayward forehand there from Alice. 15-30.
There's some words you can say like in both ways, like homage or homage, right?
Indeed. Ghosty there saying he's Apostolus there. Yes, I've seen him a couple of times. He's there. I didn't see if what's his Philippoussis is he there as well? Is he okay? Recently joined the team. Somebody saying, "Yo man, big fan. Can I get a shout out?"
Hallis is in trouble.
You absolutely can. Alice is now 15-40. Disappointing. For them.
And Pospisil too is in trouble now.
Pospisil in trouble in the 3rd set. And Wawrinka is very much in trouble. He's 2-5 down, or 5-2, I should say, to Molchan. So that looks like a 6-2 now, Molchan. 4 set points to force a 5th. Wawrinka into a 5th set. Fitness, age, and the fact that he was serving for the match would make Molchan therefore the favourite going into the 5th, I would think. Yeah.
It's a bit of an unpredictable match. A lot of breaks of serve.
Alice saves a break point, but he's got one more to face as well. 30-40. Second
Yeah,
serve.
second serve.
Yes, but it was a let again.
Ooh. Okay. Goes down the tee this time, but is he double faulted? He has. He's double faulted, Alice. So it's back on serve now. A lot of breaks in this set. We've had, I think, 4 in all.
Yeah. It's quite unbelievable for a Russian people.
Yeah. Could be a bit of fatigue. Who knows? And Molchan has won the 4th set. 7-2 in the tiebreaker.
Harris has a double break lead in the second set.
Who has a double break lead?
Harris.
Harris, okay. In the second set.
6-4, 4-1.
So he's up a set and a double break
Yeah.
against Musetti. Oh, dearie me. Has Musetti got some injury issues?
He was in
the United Cup. I'm trying now to check.
Shoulder injury. He said that it wasn't anything serious, but that he just wasn't gonna, he didn't want to give it too much. That he just wanted to basically wanted to rest out before the
So, as we take us around the grounds, Felix is now up a break in that 3rd set. As we just touched on with Harris is a set and a double breakup on Musetti. Hijikata won the 3rd set against Hanfmann, so they're now into a 4th set. Millman recently just getting over the line in a 5th set against Husler. He was 2-1 down in that match, but then won the final 2 sets 6-2, 6-3. As I said,
Felix broke.
Yes, I know. Yeah. Felix is up a break in the 3rd set. Tsitsipas and Alice are back on serve in this 3rd set. Alice was up a break, but then so was Tsitsipas at one point.
Yeah.
And on the men's side, I think we've only got one more match to go, which is Giron Medvedev for the day, or the night as it is in Melbourne, as far as I'm aware. And on the women's side, Niemeier, is she still up a break in the second set?
Yeah.
2-1. And is that the final women's match of the day?
No.
Oh, no, we've got Keys Blinkova.
And there's also, I don't think...
Xinyu Wang against
Storm
Hunter. Storm Hunter.
Amazing name.
What a name.
I still go Sander.
How can you lose a match with that name?
To know so much, it's possible. Or Kenon Kingsley.
She's gonna win Australian Open this year.
Ghosty's asking, it's a real pity with that Kyrgios Rune match not going to happen now, and he's really upset about that, and understandably so. He's now saying, what's the big match up that we're looking forward to? For me, I'm looking forward to Coco Gauff against Raducanu in the second round, but maybe I'm in the minority there. Go on, Damien.
3rd round instead of Rune Kyrgios. I think you could easily go for Medvedev Korda to be like,
Medvedev Korda
very
in
comparable.
round 4?
3.
Round 3.
I mean, instead of Rune Kyrgios, you can get Rune Rublev in round 4, I think. That's pretty good.
And Rune Djokovic quarterfinal is still...
Yeah, but that's, that's
too far.
Yeah, that's too far
Yeah, okay.
into the future. I don't know if it's going to happen. But there are a couple, I just cannot come up with them. Yeah, Nadal TFO 4th round, if that happens as well. But definitely, I think Medvedev Korda has the potential to be insane.
There we go. Cool. And let's say the second round, we've already got it confirmed. Raducanu, Coco Gauff. I mean, that could be flat. I would be surprised if it's an easy win for Raducanu, but I would. So I'm thinking it could go 3, and then it could go either way. But if one of those two is winning comfortably, it's Coco Gauff. That's how I feel. I don't see Raducanu winning easy, but who knows?
Head says yes, but
You have Coco Gauff to win that match, though, right? I'm not necessarily.
I've not watched Raducanu today.
No.
Goff looked really good for a bit. She's the favorite, I think.
Yeah. But that could go either way. I say 60-40 in Coco's favour, but yeah. Tsitsipas Alice, 4 games all in this third set, so
theoretically, Tsitsipas is 2 games away from winning it. But it's 15 all at the moment.
Nori won.
Norrie's through, is he? Okay, Cam Norrie is through. Somebody suggested that maybe my mic is off. Could be bad. Charge.
Fucsovics is up a break in the 5th set.
It's unbelievable he's even in a 5th set.
Yeah. Oh. And we are 30 all. Tsitsipas is not happy with his mistake. And he was right, because now a good serve from Halis. And so he has a chance to go 5-4 up in the score. Here we are 3-1. Felix held and now looks in control. Harris broke for the third time in the set.
Yeah, I'm just looking for stats of that one.
6-4, 6-1.
I'm going to make some snacks.
Okay.
The Forgotten Brothers, Harris and Alice.
So what's happening? Pretty nothing. Pretty nothing.
Yeah.
Fucsovics in control now.
I guess I'll talk some to
Ah,
the
Swiatek.
microphone. Why not? Yeah, Swiatek is still playing. Of course, Niemeier is hitting big returns as usual. I think, most people think that the problem with Swiatek's serve is the second one. I think
It's
the
the
first
first.
one is more urgent. Yeah, that's the issue that needs to be fixed earlier. And that's like the only, we talked about Viktorovsky today, right? That's like the only thing where I'm, shouldn't he be paying attention to it? Like, shouldn't there be more happening in her serve? But well, that's like the only thing that sort of gives me any doubt about him. I think, especially in the summer, I was in Warsaw for the 250, and there was a press conference after Swiatek's every match, and the way I can't blame them really, but it was a bit like we won 37 matches in a row. We don't need to do anything now. They just sort of I think assumed that because she's so dominant, she's gonna just keep winning, and there's nothing that we need to fix. And especially weird was the way she just approached the match with Garcia, because apparently she practiced with Garcia a couple of days earlier, and she was killing her serves during that practice.
Yeah.
And Swiatek just said that I thought, okay, in a match scenario, she's not going to be able to do that. I have a great second serve, so probably she's not going to be able to do that. And, she says in the press conference that she has a great second serve. I was like, I think she probably saw my reaction. And yeah, I don't get it. It just, I can understand, they won 37 matches in a row. Okay.
Yeah.
like, of course, it's pretty obvious that you're not gonna be like focused on finding, any weaknesses maybe at right now. But this sort of just to think that she actually thought she has a great second serve, really. And maybe coming off the clay season, maybe that's how she felt. It's always gonna be less attackable, but I don't know.
Yeah, it can be.
We just saw a great second serve. Niemeyer was returning from like the service box, basically.
I can also understand it probably when you are,
Oh, the serve was out. Okay. So the return didn't matter. The serve was out.
Okay, double fault. So.
Yeah, but okay, didn't really matter. I mean, Niemeyer was still gonna get it. So
that's why having probably a main rival. It's a good thing because you, always, for example, taking the great of the male sports, as Nadal, Djokovic has said many times, they pushed each other to the limit because having a great rival to handle.
You gotta work on your game to stay relevant.
Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, they would, the sort of improvements that they made over the years, Nadal to the backhand, Djokovic to the serve, the volleys, right, to Federer to the backhand, all the 2017 neo backhand, or him with Edberg when he was working with Edberg, him trying that serve and volleying as like a more regular tactic. Yeah, that was all pretty much to match the other two, right? Yeah. If only one guy was existed, if it was only Federer, for example, then I don't think he would have got into you can't just add the slams of all the big three. He never would have got into 60 slams because
no. But probably technically and tactical wise.
Yeah, he would have been a worse player right now. Of course, right now he's not a player anymore, but you know what I mean. Yeah. He wouldn't be as complete as he became later on, and then the same goes for the other two, I think. Like, of course, in the latter stages of their careers, they were worse in terms of their physicality, their speed, especially. But they're more complete than they ever were, and that's largely because of the rivalry. Yeah.
For example, when you were seeing earlier matches between Djokovic and Nadal, was pretty much a very physical battle. The player who lasted longer physically pushed each other in very long matches. And today it's more than a chess battle. For example, French Open 2021, I remember Djokovic discovering the cross-court forehand to make Nadal outside of the court, and probably it was like more of the was more physical, the matchup in the beginning, and as the time goes, you realize that you can't do that anymore. They can't play the 2012 final again right now, so they need to find something else to still be at their same level. So yeah, we have arrived there talking about Swiatek serve, but okay. Yeah, she's struggling.
The way she, we basically established that because she doesn't have a rival, that's why her serve sucks. No, but in the future, I think she's.
Yeah.
And
I'm sure.
I truly think that this was that Garcia wore so much was a bit of a wake up call for a lot of the players on the tour. But they saw that this isn't. That serve hasn't like randomly improved out of nowhere by 100%. You can still attack it, and everyone is now trying to, and most of them are succeeding.
Yeah, Pegula did it some weeks ago.
Pegula just absolutely smashed it. Yeah, it's such an interesting contrast as well. Because Kasatkina played Swiatek like 5 times recently as well, and every time she went for the same thing. And then Pegula actually tried to change something.
Yeah.
It worked out so well for her. And yeah, everyone is now seeing that you can attack her serve, and everyone is going to do it. And yeah, even in matches she wins, it's becoming an issue. So
Okay, Tsitsipas is serving to prolong, to stay in the set, and we are love 15 and second serve. And double fault, love 30, sorry, love 30. Alice is 2 points away from the set.
thank you.
You're welcome.
What are we having?
We got pesto. You'll figure it out. Pesto with tomatoes and toast,
No, we did.
and pita bread with cheese and cucumber.
Great backhand. Oh, and 3 set points. 3 set points. Love 40.
I've got a question
There's-
for you from Ghosting and come back.
There's a huge chance.
He's saying we have to admit at least that Iga's serve is better than Katarina's, right? Yeah, Kasatkina's.
Yeah. Yes, of course. Yeah, I mean, Kasatkina, she's getting crushed just as much. She also has a terrible matchup with Swiatek and this is one of the reasons for sure. But yeah, Kasatkina, Errani definitely qualifies. Of course, Swiatek doesn't have the weakest serve on the tour. Far from it. But yeah, it's just, in every single match of hers right now, it's an issue. And basically, other than that, her game is like perfect. You can't really do much more. I guess you can improve like at the net, but she is working, like she's proving that you don't really need to like go to the net to win 37 matches in a row. And apparently, you also don't need to have a reliable. Well, the service I guess is reliable. It's just attackable. Well, yeah, that's what I was saying.
Is there going to be a set for example?
Let, yeah. So still 30-40.
Torn between who to root for, because well, usually I want Alice to win, right? But I have Tsitsipas in my final.
Out. So it's a second serve. It can be a chance for Alice. Oh, it's good. The serve. Okay, classic from Tsitsipas. Oh, he wants more support.
Is that 2 or 3 set points?
3.
Wow.
It was for
So we are use here. Nothing interesting happening.
Niemeier under a bit of pressure on serve.
Yeah, 15-30. Oh, bad mistake from Swiatek. We have a rally. Forehand to forehand. Oh, great backhand. Wow. Another set point. So that's
Someone asking, is Irani still playing?
yeah. She's 103 in
She
the
was
world.
in the qualifying.
Yeah.
Who did she lose to?
The
opening round.
I have to check.
Jesus, I can't remember.
Set point, Alan, no second serve.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh.
What a pass
lots actually for Tsitsipas. There's not much he could do really.
That must have gone over the net pretty low.
Yeah.
Young.
Yeah.
She lost to Young.
Yeah, I had Yanni in my head. That's the
Mm.
I can't remember what the country she's from. Reka Lukayani. But that was because the 4-letter name and and I couldn't remember.
Ace. Advantage of Tsitsipas.
Tsitsipas is winning this match now.
Mm.
In a tiebreak. Very good.
Okay.
Niemeier has a game point for 4-2.
Again?
Niemeier, game point.
Ah, okay. No, since we are reduced.
Oh.
Yeah, Schwemberg actually lost the return winner a second ago.
Yeah. A good. Oh. Great point.
So you basically said like 3 times, and I just won that point. And you're always saying.
Oh,
that
4-2
on
Niemeyer.
his shot.
Yeah.
Wawrinka can break back.
Oh, that went for the break down.
Yeah, but now 15-40.
Oh, Vucevic is 2 points from winning.
Yeah, Felix is love 40 on his serve. He's up a break in the third. Yeah.
Oh, Harry, too low.
Well, night session way better than the day session.
Do you want my cheese, maybe? I will eat the bread and the cucumber. Sorry for.
Okay, do what you want.
I just don't really eat cheese in like normal form.
You're right.
If that makes sense. I mean, I eat it on the pizza or I don't know.
Oh, he lost. He lost a serve. So 4 games all.
Back on serve then.
Back on serve.
Yeah.
Oh.
Now he's very nice.
And 2, I don't know, in Italy we say mini break.
Yeah, maybe.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Vucevic won.
Which is one, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, since that's got one of the breaks
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
Did Noe go through?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Did Wawrinka bite back?
Yeah, 2 games all in the 5th. They're playing 3 hours 56. 4-1 here.
Hopefully you can hear me okay. Coryer's having issues with his right thigh, apparently, which is why Vucevic is doing so well. And it looks like he's about to win, I think. Vucevic, I think he's got match point.
I think it's one already.
Oh, he's won already, has he?
Yeah.
Yeah. So here with Tsitsipas, he's a mini breakdown. 2-4 he's serving at the changeover. Ghosty. Yay, I'm glad you can hear me. Good. I needed just a bit of charge, I think, in the battery of this this bit of technology, I guess it's called. Anyway, Vucevic is through. That's pretty dramatic, bearing in mind it was 5 sets, and I think he was down a couple of sets to 1. Tsitsipas 3-4, still a mini breakdown, but of course he was 2 down at one point, so that is kind of interesting. I'm just going to plug this in as well, Ghosty, and talk at the same time, so fingers crossed it still works. So, 3-4, Alice to serve. 4-all now. What a lob that is from Tsitsipas. I think Tsitsipas is really enjoying this, which is good to see.
Yeah.
4 points all.
It's still 2 sets to love up. So.
Yeah, right. That helps. Yeah. Ghosty's saying it still works. That's good. I thought it probably would. So what I'm doing now is I'm charging it and using it at the same time. Okay, I think Tsitsipas is going to do this now. 2 mini breaks down, and he's got that back. Go on. What were we going to say, Harris?
There's a break in the 3rd set.
Oh, I have not seen it yet, but yeah.
Ah, you're seeing it there. Okay.
Yeah, it's deuce, but okay.
Oh, that's a good change of direction there from Alice. 5 serve now, though. But from where Tsitsipas was 2 or 3 points ago to where he is now, big change. So that on serve, Tsitsipas serving 4-5. Let's see how this goes. How was breakfast, guys?
Oh, right. Yeah.
I'm just impressed that you guys are still awake.
Is it breakfast?
I'm not sure, dinner, breakfast, or whatever. Oh, 5-all, and Alice is annoyed with himself there. 5 points all. So, match point or set point? I'm gonna guess match point.
Same.
Match point or set point. Here we go. Ghosty saying this Harris Musetti score. So is it 2 sets to love to Harris?
And the breakup in the 3rd.
Yeah, it's crazy. Here we go. We're going to have match point for Tsitsipas. Alice now is in this rally. Oh, Alice trying to change it up there. Match point, Tsitsipas. I think he's won something like 4 out of 5 points, something like that. So 6-5, Stefanos Tsitsipas was up a break in this set, was down a break in this set, then back on serve, was 2 mini breaks down in the tie break.
4 set points.
Say 4 set points as well.
Yeah.
And now he's got a match point, albeit on the serve of Alice. Match point. Stefanos Tsitsipas, second serve, Stefanos Tsitsipas. Here we go. Second serve. Stefanos Tsitsipas against Alice. Backhand return. No surprise there that he went for the backhand on the serve. Forehand, Alice. Good forehand. Now it's tricky though. A drive volley, but it's good. It's good enough. 6 points all. That was brave from Alice.
Jeez, the forehand. That drive was...
The drive was good, but it was nervy, as you'd imagine, but still.
Yeah, but if he let it bounce, it would have even been simpler. Right?
You think so? You think you should let this bounce?
No, I don't think so.
No.
I don't think it would have been simpler. You know, he just wouldn't have the advantage anymore, like whatsoever.
Right.
Have to crash another forehand.
Yeah, exactly. But did great. 6 points all, but really still under pressure because really needs to win this point as well.
Niemeier saved the break
Yeah,
point.
Something just saved the break point. The serve is just
Swiatek just saved a break point, or Niemeyer?
I mean, Swiatek had a break point.
Oh, okay, so Niemeyer
Yeah.
saved it, yeah.
Niemeyer just blasted the serve and then finished up the +1 forehand. The sort of raw power that she has.
Okay, 6 points all. Alice down the tee, backhand return. Alice this is he's gone long, and he's annoyed. He's hit that into the stadium.
I can relate.
7-6. Stefanos Tsitsipas. He has his second match point, but this time it's on the Greeks' serve. Alice, that was easier than the previous point. Really, should have won that point. The serve set him up for that, but it didn't win the point, and now it's 7-6. Stefanos Tsitsipas, match point. Here we go. How are you going to go? You get your first serve in down the tee, you're kind of in charge of the point, and you win it with a 1-2, and he's super happy, and so he should be. Straight sets over a very potent opponent, and he was a breakdown, and he faced, as you said, 4, I think, set points in that match. Alice, obviously, dejected, understandably so. Tsitsipas, mixture of relief and delight, to be fair, and that's an impressive win. And as both Damien and I have Tsitsipas in our final, there we go. Could be a semi-final with either Medvedev or Nadal, but I am looking extremely far ahead considering it's day one.
I don't remember.
You don't remember where you got Tsitsipas?
Because I had...
Olga Runa winning it?
I have an Auger Sinner quarterfinal.
Okay. Okay, you have Tsitsipas going out to Felix?
In the 4th round.
To Felix or
To Sinner.
to Sinner? Don't see that myself.
I mean, it's not going to be as comfortable as it was last year, I think. Tsitsipas just played a great match there.
But
It's
the real struggle is from Auger today. He's struggling a lot. 2 hours 45 is still the third set to end.
That's actually good for him, though. Like, if they go to a 5th set, Pospisil is going to die.
Yeah, nice flashes, Ghosty from Alice, but I think he'd be a bit disappointed, particularly as he had those 4 set points. And of course, he was also, I think, 4-2 up in that set. I think he won 4 games in a row. And he was, for the first 2 sets, couldn't get close to Steph's serve. Suddenly, he was constantly getting break points on the Steph serve in that 3rd set. But good win.
Stan is down a break.
Stands down a break again in that 5th set.
Hijikata is on the verge of taking Huffman to the 5th set. 5-2 up in the tiebreak.
Can any result be right for me?
Then I have to check. How many I got.
Tsitsipas through in straight sets. Looks like he's going to go sign some autographs. Perhaps. No, he's not. He's just going to get some drink. Someone dropped their purse. Someone dropped their purse into the stadium and he's gone there and given it back to her.
Maybe she didn't,
Well, never know. Yeah, you never know.
She's never going to wash it.
There you go.
Sell it to eBay. When Tsitsipas wins the 21 Australian Open.
2023.
Yeah.
Unless he goes back in time.
Yeah, I'm afraid that's me at 11.
Ghosty, thank you for joining us. He says he's got to go get some sleep. Thanks for the stream. I'll definitely be seeing you all very soon. Ciao, ciao, ciao.
If it's a man, I'm not sure.
So, Tsitsipas puts a watch on. Doesn't wear it during the match, unlike Senor Nadal. Wonder what he's got to say. Shall we have a quick listen? Is that Woodbridge interviewing him, or Woodbridge or Woodford? Obviously, plenty of Greek support for Tsitsipas in Melbourne. Played some great tennis in the first 2 sets. But there was a bit of a wobble. Steph said something funny, but I don't know what it was. You're really happy, are you, Lexi, for Stefanos? Yeah. I mean, he's playing well. Hi, everyone. Yeah. I was saying Damien and I have him in our final. albeit that Mario thinks he's going out to Sinner in the 4th round. More jokes from Stefanos. Mark Philippous is getting a bit of a nod. If you are joining us, by the way, make sure you hit that like button. Been learning a lot from Philippous, so Steph says. I'm committed to the slang. Feels like home in Melbourne, I guess, with so many Greeks in town. What's going on elsewhere? What are we missing? Wawrinka still down a break. What's happening with Pospisil and Felix?
So Pospisil up 5-4 in the 3rd set. Felix is serving, and we are 15-all in this 10th game. While Wawrinka is down a double break.
Oh dear.
Molchan is serving 5-2 up in the 5th.
Okay.
Iji Kata won the 4th set, so we're going to distance.
Yes, so we are,
between
yeah.
him and Hanfmann. Harris still 2 sets and a break-up on Musetti. 5-all in the 2nd set between Montero and Lestienne. Lestienne won the 1st set.
Wawrinka. I mean, he was serving for the match, Wawrinka, ladies and gentlemen, and now he's 5-2 down, double breakdown. Molchan is serving for the match.
And Swiatek is in trouble in this 9th game. She's serving down 3-5 in the 2nd set, and deuce is the score.
Okay. So Niemeyer is 2 points from winning the 2nd set. That'll be interesting if that went to a 3rd. Still, you'd think that Swiatek would pull through, but you never know. Yeah, I would think so, but you never know. Damien's not a fan of Swiatek's serve.
I don't know. I'm a little bit in doubt after watching a bit of what's happening in this match.
Swiatek going out in the 1st round would definitely be the story of the day.
Yeah. Swiatek broke Niemeyer in the last game of the 1st set, but Niemeyer played a horrible game, to be honest.
Yeah, Niemeyer was the better player throughout most of set 1, and then she just played a terrible game at 5-4. Like, Swiatek basically won it for like experience and like mental stuff. Like, the game hasn't been really.
And some great defense at moments.
Against someone like Niemeyer, that movement.
That's why.
And now she just lost. Niemeyer blasted a few return winners to get the break in the opening side, the opening game of set 2, and then she just hasn't been able to recover it. I don't think she came close. Oh, I think she had a break point once. Yeah, she had that break point. It was a big serve on the tee, and you might finish it with a +1 for her.
Iga is doing a lot of great returns on the 2nd serve, but the 1st serve is a weapon for Niemeyer, and yeah, it's difficult for her to break.
Yeah, Viktorovski looks like he is not about to.
Oh, she lost this point.
Dance.
Who lost that point? Sorry, Swiatek.
Swiatek now.
Oh,
Deuce
so
again.
it's deuce? Okay.
But it was an easy forehand.
In trouble, Swiatek in trouble. At least in the set.
Along with all the matches that are on right now, there's 9 left.
9 matches
2
left.
of them have not started yet.
Giron Wawrinka and Keys. Okay.
Giron Medvedev.
Giron Medvedev, yeah.
Okay.
You don't know,
So Greek squall van der Zandschulp in the next round. Tsitsipas will play the winner of Hanfmann Hijikata, which is obviously into a 5th. Futrovic through in 5. He will play the winner of Musetti Harris, which of course is looking very much like it'll be Harris right now. A good sort of comeback from injury win, I would suggest there. Sinner will be playing Echeverri in the next round. So that's something for Argentinian and Italians to look forward to. Tsitsipas is through. A fist pump goes in the air from Mario. Why is that?
Italy against
Oh, I
Argentina.
see. Italy against Argentina. Keys and Blinkova to come. I guess.
Swiatek held.
Okay, Swiatek held. Big
and
hold.
Now,
Niemeyer serving for the set.
yeah. At least she's putting a bit of a pressure on Niemeier's shoulders. Let's see.
Molchan has match point against Wawrinka. And Pospisil is 15-all with Felix.
Yeah, 5-all in.
Oh, has Musetti broken back against Harris? I think he has 3-4. And Hanfman Hichikata are into a fifth set.
Okay, still a long way to go.
So Musetti was a breakdown, wasn't he, in that third set? I don't see him coming back, though. Oh, Wawrinka saved match point, so the deuce, but he's a double breakdown.
So, in this evening session, the scores are a bit interesting.
Felix, 15-30 on the Pospisil serve. Go on, so what were we saying, Mario?
Someone can check. Swiatek played Niemeyer in US Open. She was a breakdown in the third.
No, it was 6-0 in the first.
Yeah, okay.
Wawrinka
Yeah,
has a
because
break point.
she was down a set and the break probably.
I'm not sure.
Wawrinka has a break
She
point.
was down a set for sure, but I don't know if she was ever down a break. It's possible.
Fifth set, Hanfman Hichikata not yet underway. And Wawrinka's broken, so he saved a match point or two. And he's broken. He's still a breakdown, but it's 3-5. I tell you what, if that's turning into a real interesting match. He's got one back, but he's still a breakdown. Pospisil, Felix. Pospisil under a bit of pressure on his serve. It's 5-all, 30-all. Pegula, by the way, went through today, losing just one game. She won 6-love, 6-1, yes. Christian there celebrating her one-game win. Raducanu core patch. Raducanu, of course, going through in straight sets. I think she lost just 5 games today. 6-3, 6-2, I think she won. Goff as well through in straight sets. 6-1, 6-4 against Siniakova. Winning the match with a nice volley at the net. Comfortable win for her. And of course, she'll be playing Raducanu in the next round. Wawrinka's now comfortable on serve. 30-love up. And Pospisil is facing a break point against Felix. Been a couple of breaks, of course, already in this set. How is Niemeyer? She's serving for the set. What's the score? 15-all. Okay. Yeah. So 3 points for winning that set.
Pospisil has saved the break point.
Pospisil saved the break point. Yeah. Okay, so that's at deuce now. I don't know what's going on in Hichikata Hanfman, but they must be having a break. Maybe they're having showers and getting changed because it's been quite a while since they went into the fifth set and they've yet to kick off, I think. Wawrinka is just breezing through this service game. Molchan will be definitely feeling the pressure. Hurkacz, by the way, looked like he was feeling a bit of pressure in his match at first against Martinez, but in the end, won in straight sets. Collins against Kalinskaya. That was one of the matches of the day in terms of excitement. It went to a third set, and Collins prevailed 6-4 in that, striking the ball as only she can. But there was a bit of a walking wounded match, both picking up injuries during the match, but Collins prevailed. It will be interesting to see if her health stays, though, throughout. Nadal then took to the court. It was a really tight first set. I do think Rafa was the better player in that first set and ended up winning it 7-5, but ultimately losing the second set before prevailing in 4. Oh, that's a nasty fall for Tiafoe.
Swiatek has 2 break points.
Swiatek has 2 break points. That is interesting. That is interesting. Oh, by the way, Molchan has got a point back, so it's 40-15 now. Okay, Swiatek has 2 break points. So anyway, Nadal won the first set, but then was close to being bageled. We were speculating at 4-love in the second, but in the end it was 6-2 to Draper, but it was certainly game on. Many of us thinking it was 50-50, but then in the third and fourth set, was struggling with cramp, and ultimately Nadal prevailed in 4, but wasn't really tested, especially in the third set. Kyrgios withdrawing, that broke around about. And Swiatek has broken, so they're back on serve. Decisive, you may well think. Pospisil is still in a dogfight on his serve.
Yeah, Felix is a break point.
Felix now has another break point in that one. Wawrinka has finally held serve, so Molchan now has a second bite at the cherry to serve that one out, keep up at the back. So Kyrgios withdrew from the tournament earlier today. Kyrgios withdrew from the tournament. What's happened? Huh?
No,
okay.
Just wondering about the call.
Okay. Kyrgios withdrew from the tournament. Definitely interrupt me, by the way, if Felix breaks or if something happens with Niemeier Swiatek again. But yeah, Kyrgios withdrew with a knee injury. That was a bit of a shock for many of us, I think. Very disappointing for the Australian, obviously in home territory. What happened?
Yeah, Pospisil won a long rally.
Saved.
A long rally, and Felix made a bad forehand too close to Australia.
Fair enough. Make sure you hit that like button, people. And if you are new to the channel, subscribe. We will be covering the Australian Open 12, 13, 14 plus hours per day. Certainly over the next 7 days, but probably pretty much throughout. That's my plan, at least. And certainly until Saturday, there'll be us 3 in my living room pretty much most nights. But there'll be other people dropping by as well, such as Jack and Jamie and Nick and 1 or 2 other familiar faces. Isabella, who was with us earlier, she'll be back as well later in the week. I think she might be back tonight, actually. I'm not sure.
Tonight, as in when?
Tonight, as in for us.
I mean, tonight for us is in like 3 hours, 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's Djokovic in practice.
Oh, Djokovic having a strapping on his.
He arrives.
If you tweet, have you tweeted that or someone tweeted that?
No, I'm seeing the Serbian journalist.
Oh, okay, yeah.
There.
I know who you mean, yeah. The Serbian journalist.
The main Serbian journalist who's been mentioned.
It's difficult.
Pospisil has a game point. Molchan, who's
6-5.
Okay, so he's held, has he, Pospisil?
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. And Molchan is trying to serve it out for a second time. He's love 15 down on his serve. Still a long way to go in that game. Wawrinka, 2 breaks down. Hijikata is facing a break point in that first game of the 5th set. So that's interesting there. Harris on serve is on deuce against Musetti. Is that the beginning of a comeback? I would be surprised, but you never know. This is an interesting point. If Molchan, Wawrinka goes love 30, boy, oh boy.
Okay, so.
Now it's Felix under pressure, of course, in that match against Pospisil. Madison Keys about to get underway. What's going to happen? I'm very interested in this. Oh, Molchan's won at 15.
Held, and now Niemeier has to held if she wants to play a tiebreak.
Okay, so now it's Niemeyer under pressure. She has to. Okay, yeah. So Swiatek is 4 points from victory. Equally, Niemeyer is 4 points from a tiebreak. Hijikata held serve, by the way, despite.
Niemeyer is 35 points away from victory.
Niemeyer is 35 points away from winning. Yeah.
I guess when a men's match starts, there's 72 points away. Yeah, anyway, what you were saying?
No clue. 15-30 now on the Molchan serve. Oh, Hijikata held. I think he was a break point down, but he's held. Harris is now got an advantage, so that's important. And Felix is serving to stay in the 3rd set. Winner of this match has to win that. If Felix wins this set, I'm sure.
Yeah, if Felix wins this set, it's done. If Pospisil does, it's not.
Yeah, that's right. But Felix will be in big trouble. But he's had quite a few 5-setters in the last 12 months. Obviously, 5 sets with Medvedev, 5 sets with Rafa. Lost both of those, but we also mentioned a couple of 5 sets lost with Cressy as well. So he's really used to going to 5 sets in slams, but he doesn't always win. In fact, he tends to lose. So Molchan, 15-30 with Wawrinka. Sorry, yeah, you want something interesting on here? Yeah, let's put something on.
No, we can.
If I can find fault. Oh, 30 all now, Molchan, Wawrinka.
Okay.
Oh, Giron Medvedev about to get underway. That could
Not
be-
started.
Not started yet, no.
Swiatek has to finish.
Oh,
before that.
right, okay, yeah. Oh, Molchan has a match point, 40-30. Not his first one of the match. I think it's second or third match point for Molchan. Molchan, how's your nerve? 40-30. Felix's nerve seems to be okay. He's 30 love up on his serve. How's Niemeyer Swiatek going, Mario?
15 love in this game. Ah, okay.
Yeah, saw it on the big screen as well. Oh, just goes into the net there, Swiatek. Swiatek,
So
30 love. Molchan. Earth calling
Lot of
Molchan.
psychodrama.
Harris, by the way, is 1 game from victory, but he's on the Musetti serve.
Molchan won.
Oh, Stan, just when you started to give us some hope, thinking you might get back into it. So Molchan joins the party and is through. Stan Wawrinka was serving for the match, may I remind you, in the 4th set. Didn't manage to close it out. Then Molchan wins the tiebreak. I think Stan was up a break at the beginning of the 5th set, I think. But then Molchan went up a double break before Wawrinka got one back, saving a match point or 2. But in the end, Molchan prevails. 6-7, 6-3, 1-6, 7-6, 6-4 in the 5th set. Not sure who Molchan is playing in the next round. Anyone know?
Pospisil or
Pospisil
Felix?
or Felix. Oh, yes, right.
Now
Yeah.
you should try to guess how many unforced errors Wawrinka had.
Swiatek made back-to-back
Oh, okay. I'm going to guess.
winner's return.
I'm going to guess that Wawrinka made 30. No. More in 5 sets. 52.
At 37, and you're going to be right.
Wow. How many unforced errors from Stan?
89.
89. Oh, Swiatek is 2 points from victory. 30
Yeah.
all.
Yeah, it was pretty love, and then she just struck
Two.
2 return winners.
Yeah.
They've basically been killing their serves throughout the match. And still actually winning a lot on
What is that, Niemeyer? 30 all here. She likes the slice, Niemeyer. That match against, I didn't see it, but that match against Tatiana Maria must have been interesting last year at Wimbledon. Forehand. Oh, she's put a
match
forehand
point.
into the net. Match points, Swiatek. Match points, Swiatek. By the way, the Google picture of Stan Wawrinka, he's about 12 years old in this pic. I don't know if you can see it on your screens. I'm sharing it right now on the channel. Can you see that pic? So funny. Stan Wawrinka, 12 years old. Okay, Swiatek, match point,
Yeah.
30-40. Let's see how this goes. She was, of course, Niemeyer was serving for this set, but now Swiatek, 30-40, match point. She returns with a backhand. Good depth there from Niemeyer. Good depth again on the slice, but she's under pressure. Swiatek wins 6-4, 7-5. It was tricky.
Come back.
It was tricky, but she's through. Do you want to grab the mic, Damien, and just give us a thought on your compatriots' passage into the second round?
I mean, I think it was fine. It was definitely a bit Djokovician in like the way of raising your game in the most important moments, because I honestly wouldn't really tell you that she was the better player or something. I think Niemeier is a bit unlucky to lose to her in both in New York and here. Probably didn't really deserve that. And Niemeier, by the way, seems to peaks for the slams constantly as well. Yeah, I still don't think Swiatek is one of the top 3 title contenders or something. Not really. But she did what she had to do today. Although similar to Tsitsipas, I think the first round was much tougher for her than like the next two are going to be.
I had
Or, like, the
Swiatek.
next, yeah, the Osorio not, but who is in the third round?
Possibly Andreescu.
Okay,
Andreescu.
Then let's just say the first round is tougher than the second round is going to be.
Yeah.
Andreescu or Buxa?
Yeah.
Yeah, Andreescu could be very tough, and this is definitely a highlight of the round as well.
Anyway, Swiatek is through. I have to say that as she applauds her opponent, I have to say that obviously she's a clear favourite at the French, and she was last year, and I guess she will be again this year. New York, I tipped her to win, but mainly just because I didn't really have a lot of faith in her competitors, if you like. Whereas this, it's only a few months later, but I think we've seen from Pegula and Garcia and Sabalenka since the US Open, we've seen, to be honest with you, I think they've gone up a gear, if you like. And therefore, now I see all three of them, if they play Swiatek at some point, Krejcikova as well, if any of those girls play Iga, I think they've got a really good chance. Whereas I just didn't feel that in New York. I know Sabalenka was up a break in the third, but did I have the belief that Sabalenka would go on and win that match? No. Did I really, even though it went to a tiebreak in the second set, did I really think Ons was going to win that second set and go on and win the match? No.
Swiatek said some days later, I don't know if to fully trust her, but she said that she was really pushed to the limit after the long tournament, and she wasn't sure that she would have been able to win in 3 against Jabeur if she would have lost that tiebreak. But you know, it's still a quote, but she told that she wasn't feeling so confident to be able to make in 3. I still don't know, but yeah, I agree with the fact that probably in this particular moment these girls are playing better than were they playing in during the American summer swing. Garcia was playing great tennis, but then she met Jabeur, and that match was pretty underwhelming from her. I wasn't expecting one totally one-sided match like it was. Yeah, I still think that compared to the others, the other girls, Swiatek has this ability to raise her level even in a not very good day at the office. And probably it can make the difference in some of their matches. But you know, if they've shown that Pegula, still Sabalenka or Garcia, they show that if they are in a good day, they can be really dangerous. So why not? While Felix is 5-1 up in the tiebreak.
Yeah. I'm just going to share one more time this picture of Stan Wawrinka, age 12. And then we'll get some live scores up on the screen for you watching at home. Yes, so as you just said, he's 5-1 up, looking like he's going to win that tiebreaker. Harris and Musetti are 5-all, so on serve, of course, and it's now deuce on the Harris serve, so you never know there. Hichikata and Hanfmann are on serve. Wawrinka, as we just said, was serving for the match in the fourth set.
Hichikata has 2 break points.
Okay, interesting. Hichikata has 2 break points. Felix is just 2 points away from a 2-1 lead. Tsitsipas has just gone through. He was a breakdown in the third set, but he managed to get that back and ultimately prevailed in the tiebreak. So that is that. Yeah. Eubanks winning earlier, Millman winning in 5 sets as well, despite being 2-1 down. Rafa Nadal is safely through in 4 sets, having beaten Jack Draper, a hampered Jack Draper. Let's remind us, though, he did have pretty bad, what looked like cramp at various points, but he also had some strapping on his belly as well, so who knows if that undermined him as well. Yes, what's been the latest in the women's? The most recent matches, I think, was it Osario just winning recently? Storm Sanders, are we calling her?
Nice. Right now, she's called Hunter.
Okay, so Storm Hunter lost the first set 7-6 to Wang, and it's Lovell in the second set.
Blinkova is one love
A breakup.
40-15 against
Yeah,
Keys.
she's a breakup on Keys already.
So just 2 women's matches, and how many is it?
Just one women's match to go, right? Keys Blinkova, that's it.
Okay, like that.
Yeah, four main matches and 1 to start.
Okay. I'm set he's gonna serve this day in the match.
Yeah.
Oh, is he? That's probably the one I should probably get up on my screen here.
What were you saying earlier, by the way, about like Garcia in relation to Swiatek?
I just think that there are 3 or 4 now women that have stepped up since. I mean, Garcia certainly since the summer of last year. I mean, before the summer of last year, you wouldn't think Garcia Swiatek would be a match.
Depends, as well.
I just think Garcia is potentially like the worst matchup on the tour for Swiatek. Well, the worst part about her game is the serve, right? So anyone who can serve well against her and also return well against her, and also you cannot really give her any freedom. You have to just keep her, keep rushing her.
Felix has won this third set, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Keep going.
And Garcia just, she just jumps onto you after both her serve, both her return. Every single point is 5 shots, 6 shots. She gets to the net as soon as possible. So I think in a matchup between Garcia and Swiatek, just nothing depends on Iga. And that's basically why I think it's like the worst possible thing on the tour for her. Of course, she can handle it sometimes. She did in Fort Worth in the WTA finals. Again, of course, the quality of her defensive movement, which we talked about, is a big help as always. I just think there are a couple of opponents who, on a quick court like that, it's more on their racket. Like, she's just going to be sort of forced to play the role of a bystander.
What do you think is up with Jack Draper in terms of his fitness? Lexi's talking about the cramping. What was it that ruled him out of the match at the US Open? What was the injury?
It was more like an injury. Can't remember what.
Yeah, but I think sometimes
he's constantly struggling with something.
Yeah.
Sometimes, I mean, he's 19. Sometimes with younger.
I think he's much older, like 21 or.
Oh, is he?
Like
Oh, okay.
Yeah, definitely not 19. He's
Okay.
not,
21.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
not like Alcaraz. Yeah, 2001 born, I think. Yeah, so he cannot play the next gen finals anymore. Yeah.
I mean, he'll have stopped growing then, because I was about to suggest that sometimes with people in their late teens that shoot up in height or have growth things, and then therefore they can be a bit more injury prone. But yeah, unfortunately, maybe only Jack himself or perhaps Jack's doctor can help with that. But he did have a couple of issues today with the.
Some people are just injury prone,
Injury prone, yeah. But some people grow out of it as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
they grow out of it for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got Rune who looks like he's grown out of it, for example, right? A lot of youngsters in general have, struggle with it. Some are Nishikoris and stay like that until the end.
yeah.
And some just grow out of it.
Yep. I mean, I can think of quite a few sports people that had lots of issues in their late teens, if you like. You want to switch your batteries, etc. Yeah, no doubt. Okay, cool. So Swiatek safely through. She was in a spot of bother there in that second set with being a breakdown. Niemeier couldn't close it out. So are we all okay for our batteries again? Good. Just the last couple of hours now, depending on how quick Medvedev is against Giron, of course. That's about to get underway on Rod Laver, I think, isn't it? Because that's where Swiatek was. I don't see Giron causing... Do you see Giron bringing any problems, Mario? No. Pretty short answer there. I see that being straight sets, one of the more comfortable. We haven't really had any... Don't worry. 56 in the world is he, Giron? I didn't realise he was that high. Anyway, we haven't really seen any crazy upsets today. As I said, Coric losing perhaps in straight sets might surprise a few, but that's about it, really.
They were showing Iga's first serve percentage, 82.
Oh, after the first, so it was just
Musetti is 40-15 up
Okay,
on
so
his
probably
serve.
tiebreak.
So it's probably going to a tiebreak. Yeah, if you want to get that. Yeah, because that could be into a third set tiebreak. Musetti Harris. Jule and Medvedev about to take the court. So, yeah, Musetti 40-15. Looking like he's going to force a tiebreak. At least, yes, he has done. So they're into a tiebreak, Musetti and Harris. What else have we got going on right now? Am I missing anything? Oh, Pospisil and Felix are into a fourth set. Have you still got Pospisil, Felix up on?
Yes, I've got an issue. I don't know why. It has restarted the match. I'm trying to fix the problem.
Oh, okay. So Felix is 40 love up on his serve anyway. And Hijikata, Hanfmann, they are the 3 live matches. I think we've got 4 matches to finish at the moment with Hijikata, Hanfmann in a 5th. Hanfmann was 2 sets to love up. Hijikata, though, bringing it back to 2 sets all, and they're 2 all, 30 all, so couldn't really be any closer in the 5th set. Musetti has a mini break up on Harris, so that's interesting, and I know that Damien is now finally got that one on his screen there, so Musetti looks like he's pretty pleased to have won that first point. Felix looks like he's going to hold serve, although it's 40-15 now. And we recently saw Molchan win in 5. Over on the women's side, I think we've just got 1 match currently happening. I think that's the last match to finish, which is Keys. There's 2 to go, is there?
Yeah.
Keys, and what's the other one then?
Wang Hunter.
Oh, yeah, right. Oh, yeah, that's actually exactly happening right now. Wang is a set and a break up. So that's looking good for her. Blinkova is a double breakup on Madison Keys and 3 love. Oh, we've got Felix now against Pospisil on my big screen as well. Oh no, it's gone again.
I don't know why
It's
this
Marciano
match
again.
this match disappeared from my.
Oh, it's the guy who never won a slam and the guy who won a slam in the 80s. And Jeremy Chardy's girlfriend players as well. I don't think they're together anymore.
Oh, okay.
I think they used to. Yeah, they used to be for sure. I don't think they are anymore. I might be wrong though.
So yeah, Blinkova double breakup on the number 10 seed. Don't know if everything's okay with Madison.
Maybe she needs help, like we do.
And the tie break between Musetti and Harris, very interesting. Of Musetti racing into a 4-0 lead there. And his serve, Lloyd Harris is serving, so it's 2 mini breaks up he is. But this is a vital point for Harris. If he loses this one, you'd probably think that's done for the set. Still don't see Musetti coming back, but then the longer the match goes, Musetti's sharpness, fitness, etc. may come into play. We'll see.
Just started looking for this, for whether I don't think Shardy and Ali Zalim are still together, but I just found a fantastic Twitter interaction from 2013. Well, basically, Maria Sharapova said that I think I need to watch more Roland Garros tennis. Yesterday, I had no clue who pair was. Today, Shardy. I need to step up my tennis knowledge.
Who says that, sorry?
Sharapova. And then Ali Zalim tweeted at her and posted a photo of rankings with pair, Shardy, and then below them Dimitrov, and said Maria Sharapova, and yet looks like you should, because of course Dimitrov was the boyfriend of Sharapova at the time.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, she sort of burned her, you could say, I guess.
Felix, yes, I wonder if he's going to put the afterburners on.
6 love in the tiebreak.
Oh wow, Musetti, 6 love in the tiebreak.
Yeah.
No, I have keys because the Canadian clash disappeared from my stream. I don't know why.
Okay. Well, let keep keys on, because I guess that is quite interesting. And I think that Felix is going to
if you have the
step up.
Yeah, but I guess they're going to turn it off probably in a second, like they did before.
Or
They're
are they?
always doing it. It's annoying.
We'll see. Musetti is serving and he is winning as well.
6-0, yeah.
It is a 7-0.
7-0, he's
Yeah.
done it.
It is a 7-0.
So 2-1.
Yeah.
Damien, is he going to mount the comeback and now win the match, Musetti?
I mean, it could be the turning point because of what we talked about earlier, right? Harry's possible exhaustion or possible accumulated fatigue after not playing for such a long time. But I mean, if it happens, he only has himself to blame. He led 4-1 in the set or something like that. Definitely a break in the middle, around the middle of the length.
I
Madison.
still can't understand why. What does it mean? First set points 140.
Yeah, it makes no sense. It makes no sense to give it without the percentage.
Yeah.
I agree.
Felix has 2 break points against Pospisil.
Okay.
It is one of the most useless stats. Yeah. It just tells you nothing, literally, without any percentages or yeah. I guess you could figure it out by the first serve percentage, but then they also don't tell you how many points were played on. But anyway, stats are not for you to take out a calculator and start counting, right? They should just give it in percentages. But there are some useless stats like that, especially in general when something is done, like that. I think at the websites of all slams, you can check the tournament stats as a whole for all players. There's like a ranking. Yeah, I don't know if at this website, but in most of them it was. And most of the categories were pretty interesting to look through. But there was also
Keys has broken.
Oh, Keys is broken, so it's now
Okay.
3-1.
But there was also always like first serve return points one and second serve returns one, and they were doing it like that as well. Oh, wow.
There you go. Good backhand winner there for Keys. By the way, question for anyone who wants to answer it. Borna lost today. What is up with Borna Coric?
I mean, we would all like to believe that Cincinnati run is just going to happen every day, right? Doesn't seem like it. I mean, I think he was, playing a bit above his level then. And yeah, but I'm sure he will have some better times. Of course, in recent couple of weeks, he hasn't been maybe that great, but still he came so close to beating Tsitsipas at the United Cup. Like if he won that match, we would be talking about it, perhaps even about this win of Lehečka today over Coric.
Yeah.
We would be talking about it in like completely different way, even though he pretty much came so close to winning that. So. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong. I mean, Lehečka is a big talent as well.
And Lehečka,
It is
of course,
what it is.
it is what it is. And Lehečka, of course, winning very handily against Alex Zverev recently. Mario, what are you expecting from Alex Zverev at this year's Australian Open? Not a lot.
I think that making the second week will be a great achievement, all things considered.
His draw is not bad. I think he's got a lucky loser in the first round.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that his first round opponent, you mean?
Yeah, first round. First round.
Even the second and third, I think he can easily get the
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember who is next. Is it like Goffin or Locoli?
Yeah,
next?
I'm checking. Okay, so Goffin and Locoli, and then he has Thompson, JJ Wolf, Kreuz, Schwartzman.
Yeah, like
it
could be a Wolf.
Okay, I'm saying if he goes past this section of the draw and qualifies to the fourth round, to the second week, will still be a good tournament for him, even if the draw is not so.
If he loses to any of these guys, he's gonna be down on himself. I think.
Yeah, that's right. But
I could see him losing to Wolf.
Me too. But so I'm saying having him lost his first two competitive matches of the season, reaching the second week will be a nice start to to hopefully. I believe that Clay will help him because he obviously can play fantastic tennis on hard courts as he usually does when he's fit and healthy. But probably Clay is a surface that can help me to have a little bit more time and to even last year when he was probably a little bit down after the Sunshine Doubles. He managed to find some form on clay, and then we all know what happened. So yeah, I set as a goal for him trying to reach the second week.
Yeah,
it will be not nice, a very good start of the season because of all what happened in the last month. So
Blinkova's back a double break up
Yeah.
on keys.
he
4-1.
still has to hold a service game.
Not
Keys.
held a service game
Yeah.
yet. What's your prediction? I'll give you mine. Andre Rublev against Domi Thiem. I'm going Andre in 5. What do you think, Mario?
I don't see Thiem winning more than one set, to be honest.
Okay.
I would like to see him back at the top, but you need to find more of yourself, more matches. I don't think he's ready to bring Rublev to a fifth set. Rublev started with a 0-2 record, but he played some tough opponents in Adelaide, so it's not that worrying in my opinion. I think that probably will be no more than 4 sets for me. But I can be wrong.
Indeed. You might be right, but I think probably I was taking some stock from those defeats at the beginning of the year. Who did he lose to in Adelaide?
Bautista Agut in the first week, and Kokinakis in the second.
So yeah. I mean, they're not exactly
Rublev.
Rublev.
Yeah, okay.
But they're not exactly heavyweights.
They're not that far off either. Right?
Yeah, in fact,
They're top 50 players, but they're not top.
Yeah,
10.
that's
It's definitely not the top 50.
Okay, yeah, but okay, but okay.
It's like 150. Right?
Yeah, okay.
170,
yeah, but playing in Adelaide,
playing at home, he might be a top 50.
Yeah.
But you would imagine neither of those two will make the quarterfinals in Australia. I thought.
No, but Rublev is down in the head-to-head against Bautista Agut, so it can be.
Kokinakis could have a run, but he has Berrettini in the second round, so that's why it's pretty much impossible. But I think there are spots in the draw where he could. Bautista Agut isn't maybe particularly strong. I think he would struggle with Vukic, but he can always make a big run.
They are in the same section. They are in the same section. Yeah.
Hichikata, by the way, has just held serve in what was a mammoth game against Hanfman.
I just put it on.
Oh, okay. They just had a mammoth game at 2-2. I don't know how many deuces there were, but it felt like a lot.
Just 2 break points, but a lot of deuces.
Yeah. Blinkova is 2 points from a 5-1 lead against Madison Keys. Pospisil looks like he's going to hold serve finally, but he's down a break in the fourth. I see Felix holding on now for a 4-set win there, but you never know. And somebody taking a break in the Musetti Harris match because
it was so long that I turned on.
Okay, yeah.
I think it was Harris. Musetti was talking to his coach, and I think it was Harris.
Love 30 in the Hanfman Hichikata game there. So 2-3. Hanfman serving, Love 30 down. Pospisil 40-30. Blinkova still 2 points away from a 5-1 lead. And I guess Medvedev and Giron will be getting underway pretty soon.
Yes, I put them on my screen.
Oh, okay. So that's cool. Let me. Have they? They're just warming up, I guess.
Yeah.
Cheer on Medvedev. Yeah. Anybody got any optimism regarding Casper Ruud in this slab? Because I don't. He's got a good draw, and therefore I think I have him in the fourth or the quarters.
Yeah, it depends what you mean by optimism. I think he can win a few rounds. Yeah, that's like my expectations for Casper Ruud. Period.
Yeah.
Any hardcore slam, really. I don't care that he made the final in New York.
Yeah. I mean,
I made quarterfinals.
He got to the final in New York, in my opinion, because one really good win over Berrettini and a nice draw in terms of getting Khachanov in the semi-finals, which even then was 4 sets and was pretty close.
I thought it was going to be even closer, honestly.
No, I think I had Ruud in 4. I just didn't trust Khachanov, really. I remember they had like a 60-shot rally at one point, or 50-plus rally as well.
I'm gonna say I think that probably no one will agree with me, but I think that Ruud is becoming stronger on hard than on clay. At least in terms of playing against good opponents.
Make that argument, yeah.
Like
he has a very good record against like the top 20 compared to clay. I've seen people make that argument. Yeah.
Because I feel like he's. I think that his game can be more dangerous on hard courts if he manages to serve well during the match. Also watching him playing against Taylor Fritz, these kind of guys. I mean, not still ready to beat Djokovic on hard court. That's for sure, in my opinion. But I don't know. In my bracket, I have him in the quarterfinal.
Apparently, I eliminated him in the third round, losing to Tommy Paul in the rematch for that US Open 5-7.
Oh, they had 5 sets of the US Open, yeah. But that was also because Tommy Paul had like back-to-back 5 sets before. Yeah. Well, anyway, some love there for Casper Ruud. But yeah, he beats people you expect him to beat, and he loses when you expect him to lose, really. That's kind of it. He doesn't really... He got to the French as well. There was one half of the draw that was stacked with Zverev, Carlos, Rafa, and Djokovic.
Yeah, it was actually good, the ATP finals.
And he was good at the ATP finals. Was good. But again,
second year in a row. Also.
Yeah.
The semi-finals in 2021 and final this year.
Exactly.
But in 2021, he was because there were some withdrawals. This year, he beat Felix. He beat Rublev and Fritz, I think.
Keys has a break point here. We've seen lots of breaks of serve in this match so far. So she's a double break down, but she's trying to get one of those break back. And she's got it with a great return. So it's 4-2 now. Blinkova Keys. I think there's only been one hold of serve.
So 5 breaks.
Yeah.
In 6
one hold of
games.
serve from Blinkova in the whole match. So Felix is up a break in the 4th set, but it's 15-30 on the Felix serve. So let's see how that goes. Finally, Musetti and Harris have got back underway, and Hijikata is up a break in the 5th set against Hanfmann. I think you've got that on your screen.
He hit like a shank return that went like for a very short angle, and
got lucky.
Yeah, Hanfmann didn't get to it. He obviously said sorry, but well, the crowd is really getting into it as well. He's one of the guys who can really, I think, ride that energy. But maybe there's still a chance for Hanfmann to pull it back. But yeah, it was a bit of a shank return. But well,
Medvedev has held serve, so he's 1 love up on Giron. Felix is now back at 30 all. So, is that a break point for Lloyd Harris? Yes, it is. At the beginning of the 4th set against Musetti. But Hijikata is getting closer to the finish line. 4-2 up, 15 love. With Pospisil and Felix. Felix is serving with a 3-1 lead. But this next point could be interesting because it'll either be game point or break point. Break point may sound familiar. I think there's a docu-series. Yeah. Tsitsipas through in straight sets earlier. Coric out in straight sets. Rafa through in 4 sets against Jack Draper. He will be playing McDonald, who won in 5 sets against Nakashima. Some people may be surprised at that. And Madison Keys is on the verge of holding serve for the first time in this match. She's 40 love up, but she's 2-4 down in games. And back to Felix. He has held serve. That's a big hold for him. So it's 4-1 now. Felix Hichikata also held serve, so he's just one game away from beating Hanfmann. And Musetti held serve against Harris. So that was looking tricky at one point. And it's 1-love to the Italian in the fourth set. Hopefully Harris is okay. Obviously losing 7-0 in that tiebreak is a pretty bruising tiebreak loss, if you like. Keys is now 40-15 against Blinkova. Lexi's saying, I don't know who McDonald is. Sorry.
The guy who invented the Big Mac,
There you go.
and he had a farm.
And he had a farm, Old McDonald, yeah. I see some cheering going on there. I guess that's because Hichikata is getting closer to the finish line. 5-2 up there, of course, on Hanfmann. And he was 2 sets to love down. That'll be painful for the German. Felix, 2 games now from victory. I mean, that match was largely about 2 tiebreaks, really, and particularly the first one, probably.
Oh, Keys still not held.
Keys hitting the net there, Juice on her serve. She was 40 love up, I think, in this service game. So it's now Juice. If you are joining us now, make sure you hit that like button. And if you are new to the channel, make sure you subscribe to keep up to date with all things tennis. We'll be with you pretty much 24/7 throughout this tournament. I mean, maybe 24/7 is a slight exaggeration, Damien, but you know what I mean. In terms of waking hours, for us at least, we'll be trying to give you as much coverage as possible. I will hopefully do an episode of the 20 minutes at some point over the next 9 or 10 hours before play gets underway again. Hopefully I'll be able to do a daily 20 minutes for you, just to give you an idea of what happened in the day's
I
play.
think we're basically going to go to sleep, then wake up, and it's going to feel like, it starts again.
Yeah. I just hope that Medvedev doesn't go 5 sets against Giron.
I mean, I think we're in for some pretty long rallies, so it could be long in that sense, but 5 sets,
Breakpoint for Daniel.
Breakpoint Daniel
Alex
Medvedev.
started already.
Yeah, he's 1 love up. Harris and Musetti's on serve in the fourth. Hanfmann is 40 love up on his own serve against Hichikata. And Pospisil is trying to make it 2-4 in the fourth set against Felix. Yeah, Rybakina won today, Lexi, that's true. That's quite funny, Lexi. Lexi's saying Rybakina won today as well, but her court was like near the parking lot. Is it because is there something about that then, about the parking
No,
lot?
I mean, there was just this controversy I saw it on Twitter that, Rybakina is getting court 13 while she's the Wimbledon champion. I mean, I generally believe that it doesn't really matter which court you get. You should be able to, you just learn where you're playing. But yeah, I mean, some people are more invested in that. Of course, there was that big deal when someone was asking at Wimbledon, someone was asking Nadal, right? Why is Ash Barty playing the court number 1 or court number 2? And he said, I have 18 Grand Slams.
Yeah.
What do you want me to say? And then, I mean, he's very right about it. I don't think Rybakina brings in much, revenue or ticket sales. I doubt it. And yeah, that's just capitalism, I guess.
Yeah.
That's why we love it.
Yeah, and I don't think really Nadal would be. I mean, he said in the same question. I think he said, "Look, I sometimes play on Susan Longland." I think he pretty much always plays at least one match on Susan Longland. at
Yeah.
in Paris.
Yeah, that they make sure that most of the
I
time.
remember he played Botic there this year.
Yeah, they make sure that there's always like one match on Susan Langland.
Didn't he lose Susan Longland to in 2009? Yeah, Söderling. Wasn't that Susan Longland? Might have been Philippe
I
Chatrier.
think it was. Yeah.
I think it was Susan Longland. Because I think he's only lost twice on Chatrier.
Yeah, because then maybe Federer
Djokovic.
played Haas on Chatrier at the same time. Other than that,
No, it was the following day he
yeah,
played.
they wouldn't be in the same half.
Yeah, opposite halves. So yeah, there we go. Felix Pospisil has a game point at advantage, and Hijikata is got 2 match points against Hanfmann. So that is the match that could well be finishing any second. Hijikata, of course, was 2 sets to love down. The Australians look like they're loving that. The crowd going wild for their local boy Hijikata, who is up 5-3, 40-15. Now he's got 2 match points. Can he seal it? Let's see. Oh, we've had a few 5-setters today. I don't think it's been the most rock and roll of day ones. Bearing in mind, you see some crazy results sometimes in the first round. We had the whole Serena thing in New York, for example, but we also had Tsitsipas and Taylor Fritz going out in the first round there. So yeah, there was a few things going on in New York. We haven't had quite that level of excitement today, but the Australians are certainly very excited for Hijikata, 40-15 up.
But it's always the case, like with upsets. They're exciting, okay, but once the excitement is over, then you still have Brandon Holt in the tournament and not Taylor Fritz, right?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think it's exciting to have upsets and stuff, but there is a point when you think, oh no, now it's Djokovic-Karatsev in the semi-final, and it's not.
No, that was actually very exciting. I don't know what you're talking about.
It wasn't a bad match, but you knew that Djokovic was going to win. And
Rinky just double faulted on his second match.
Who Hijikata?
Yeah.
So it's Juice?
Yeah.
Ooh.
The first one, Hanfmann played a pretty good point. Got a deep ball and then smashed, and Hijikata like almost got a clean touch. Anyway, it's Deuce, yeah.
Lexi, sorry, just 1 second. Lexi, you are right. There is a hamstring issue for Djokovic. We saw him today in practice with some strapping on. I might even get that up on the screen. Madison Keys, by the way, has broken back, so it's back on serve 4-all against Blinkova.
In the second round.
Who's playing Noi?
Lestian will play Noi.
Lestian's playing Noi.
Can you see how many like aces or maybe first serve points won he had? Just I wonder if the shoulder issue is still in play, and
5 aces, 3 double faults.
Just like first serve points won.
Match point Hijikata.
Percentage, please not.
Again.
No, 80, of course.
I'm joking.
80 with the first and 36 with the second, but
if you
75.
If you want 80 with the first, I think then it's probably gone that shoulder issue. So it's a good decision. It was a good decision, I guess, to withdraw from Auckland then, I suppose.
Yeah.
Anyway, what were we talking about?
Just Novak's hamstring. There was a slight twinge, if you like, against Medvedev about 10 days ago. He won that match comfortably, and it didn't seem to hamper him too much. But then there was 1 or 2 occasions during practice last week in Melbourne where we saw him getting it massaged, I think. And then today in practice, he had some strapping on it. So, yeah.
He also cancelled his practice yesterday, I think.
He cancelled his practice yesterday, did he?
Yeah.
But he was practicing today with it. So, yeah, I think...
Yeah, Hijikata won.
Oh, Hijikata's won. Okay, cool. What I'll do is I'll see if I can get have you tweeted that? Oh, no, Sasma... the Serbian journalist has tweeted. I'll get that up on the screen, though.
What's going on? Musetti Harris. There's a breakpoint for Musetti. Felix is like 2 games away. 1 game and 1 point away currently. And on the women's side, we just have the 2 matches, and actually Xinyu Wang is gonna serve for the match as well. So we might only have Keys Blinkova in a second. And yeah, Musetti has just broken to go up in the second set. So I guess I'll put
Okay.
Musetti again.
So Djokovic, in practice today.
Cerca.
So was Djokovic's practice? Yes, it was the most recent practice that it didn't happen, or it was the day before. Sunday's practice didn't happen. Monday's did, because I'm seeing
I kind of lost track of day, night. So I can't tell you when I saw it, but it wasn't. I saw it on Twitter anyway.
Okay, so Djokovic did practice. Yeah. It looked like he cancelled again, but he didn't. And in that practice, we can see here the strapping there on the left leg. And again there with Goran behind. Mind you, Goran is smiling, so he seems pretty relaxed. And he also said to people afterwards, Djokovic, when the practice ended, "Thank you for coming. Everything is okay. See you at the match." So it looks like Novak will be in action tomorrow against, who's he playing?
Carballo.
Yeah.
He's got a prolonged warm-up, basically. So
So he's got another practice tomorrow.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So there we go. For those of you wondering, that's Novak Djokovic update tick.
Yeah, but earlier we were talking about. I mean, I don't think Djokovic-Karatsev is like the best example, because I think with Karatsev it was actually like very possible that he could trouble him. Like he was just playing that well. But yeah, there's a lot of, I think, occasions like that where you're rooting for the underdog, but then do you really want to see that guy play in the next round, or do you want to see the the seed?
I mean, as soon as Tsitsipas went out the French Open, really, we know how good Holger Rune is now, etc. And but really, Tsitsipas going out the French Open was sort of, it just made once Rafa beat Novak and then obviously came through against Zverev. It was just 3-set points for Madison Keys. She was down 4-1, and now she leads 5-4. Love 40.
Yeah, the French Open final was just
Medvedev's broken against Chiron.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably the worst final of a slam ever.
The one against Casper Ruud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I honestly did not watch it. I wasn't.
Yeah, I remember you saying you were in a challenger.
Yeah, I was in Poznan. Yeah, and the final started at the same hour, like the Roland Garros final. I just knew that it wasn't gonna be worth my me even looking at the phone. I preferred the match between Rinderknech and Boris Vera.
So Blinkova saves the first set point with an unreturnable 15-40.
Oh, I was just gonna say that. Well, she should save that just before that. Just
And
she hit that ball.
Madison Keys wins the first set 6-4. Yes, so Medvedev is up 2-love with a break, but they are taking their time.
Needed 6 break points.
Okay.
6 break. Medvedev needed 6 break points to get that break.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why we are 15 to 16 minutes.
Got it. Pospisil is serving to stay in the match at 2-5 and 15 all. Musetti is a break up on Lloyd Harris, so the momentum shift there has been pretty massive. I'm sure there's a very good run of
Storm
points.
Hunter is not gonna win the Australian Open, apparently.
Storm is out.
Yeah, she lost to Sinyu Wang 7-6,
There you
6-4. And so we have just Keys Blinkova on the women's side by now. And the 3 men's matches. Well, soon probably just 2. I'm assuming.
More importantly for Rybakina or Rybakina is the fact that she won in straight sets. And so there you go. Hopefully she'll be on a nice, showy court.
Once she wins 2 rounds, right, she's going to be there. So.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Teichmann winning in straight sets against the Brit Harriet Dart. And Madison Keys has just won that set 6-4 with a break of serve. That's 5 games in a row for the American. I don't know if Blinkova have a slight issue as well. I think there was a game at 30 all where she seemed to be struggling a bit, maybe a physical issue, I'm not sure. Swiatek was down a break in the second set, but emerged the winner 7-5 in that second set. McNally seeing off Pigosi in straight sets. Orpigossi. Juvan doing the same against Janicijevic as well, who won in straight sets, 7-5, 6-1. So it's just Madison Keys against Blinkova, and then the women are done. The men are close to getting done. Let's have a quick look at some of those scores again. How is Pospisil getting on against Felix? 40-30 to Pospisil. So it looks like he's going to hold. Medvedev is deuce on his own serve. And Harris is at 15 all on his own serve. Oh, yeah. I think for the first time, the tiredness has hit. Pospisil 40-30 up to try and get it to 3-5. Madison Keys fairly comfortable at the moment on her serve here. Looking to get a 40-love lead. Is she going to get it? No, 30-15. A drive volley goes well out. 30-15, and Felix has got it back to deuce, so he's just 2 points from victory. What game are you watching, Mario?
I'm watching Rod Laver Arena Medvedev 3-love.
Okay, cool.
Giron.
Lexi saying, oh no, poor Harris. Indeed. 2 sets to love up in that match. Pushes it to a tie break. I think he may have been a breakup as well in the third.
Yeah, 6-4, 6-1, 4-1.
Wow. So from 4-1 up, he loses the set 7-6, and he's now 4-1 down. So that's a lot of games he's lost. That's a real huge shift to the Italian. Pospisil now has a game point. Trying to force Felix to serve this out. Damien, can you see any path to winning the Australian Open for Rafa Nadal? Djokovic goes out at some point.
I mean, there has to be a way, right? If we really start coming up, let's say plausible results, like something that can happen. He beats Tiafoe in the 4th round. It's possible, right? Then he plays Medvedev, who seems to have a bit of a block against him recently. I mean, at least on Acapulco. Of course, the Australian Open final, that's really hurt him for the rest of the season. And then he plays what? Tsitsipas. He can beat Tsitsipas from, maybe he wouldn't be the favorite at the Australian Open at least. He lost last time, of course, but he was up to love in sets. Yeah, of course there's a way, but it's going to be hard for him to beat Djokovic, especially, I think. I would be expecting a similar match to the 2019 final, which was pretty... It definitely was more entertaining than Ruud Nadal.
Yeah, it was.
There was more adversity from the other player, but still it was a blowout. And I don't really see how that turns into a close match with Nadal winning it.
Right.
Not really. But especially if he was to play Medvedev in the quarters, I would not be certain. Just because it seems like mentally there could be some issues for Medvedev there.
Yep, I agree. And Medvedev's form has fallen off a cliff in the last 12 months. But of course, also then throw in another possibility is that Djokovic goes out at some point somehow. The hamstring, of course, could also be an issue. We'll see. My thoughts on the hamstring are that he'll probably be fine. This is a funny point. Whoa, what's going on here, people? Madison Keys wins that point. 1-love, she leads in the second set. Felix is serving for the match because Pospisil held. And now Felix has 3 match points after what was a super difficult first set where he was almost bageled. But anyway, 6-1. He then wins a couple of tight tie breaks, putting him in charge of the match. And now he's 3 match points.
It's like the Karlovic-Hewitt result almost.
Yeah.
Which we talked about 6-1,
Yeah.
6-7, and I can't remember the next 2 sets, but something like that.
Yeah, indeed. Pospisil hasn't quite achieved in the game as much as Leighton Hewitt, though.
Yeah. And the